Chapter 91. Class 3's lunchtime was bustling as usual. Some continued to clean up the spray paint, others were checking Class 12. Meanwhile, and crucially, at the same time, Gu Qinghuan and the others were discussing the problem. Various voices mingled, changed the rag. Clean this. For this problem, first separate M and X, and reorganize the inequality into. Have the students in Class 12 finished counting? 5, 10, 15. 3 more to go. Dinner is here. Come get it. We're having sweet and sour pork ribs today. It was so intense that even students from other classes passing by would wonder if Class 3 had turned into a wet market. The students in Class 3 adapted well. One student, even wiping the blackboard, suddenly turned around and asked, "Wait a minute, how do you solve that equation?" A student, engrossed in his lunch, didn't wait for Qingyu, the lecturer, to speak. Just substitute the minimum value, minus 1/3 and a half, and you're done. Jiang Chuchu looked at the vegetable market scene with a complicated expression. Don't you think our class is getting weirder? Really? Gu Qinghuan reluctantly finished the last piece of pork chop in her lunch box and looked up. I think it's quite normal. It's not that weird, it's just... Jiang Chuchu pondered what to say. They're getting better and better at not being affected by the environment and multitasking. Even with all the noise, they were still able to work on their own things. The students who seemed not to be listening didn't mind the noise, and those who seemed not to be listening were working and eating, but in fact, they were also distracted by the lecture. Not to mention that some problems could be solved mentally just by listening. Isn't that a good thing? Gu Qinghuan said. Jiang Chuchu thought about it, and realized it made sense. This was a good thing, so she stopped thinking about it. The questions weren't finished all afternoon, but everyone had already prepared for after-school cram school. Class 12, however, had already finished their research. After analyzing it over and over again, everyone felt the situation was daunting. This situation in Class 12 is really unsettling. Xie Xiangxue already had a bad impression of Class 12 because of Yin Zhengqing, and now, after reading the information she had gathered, she felt even more disgusted. The entire class appears to be centered around Yin Zhengqing, but in reality, it's very loose and lacks cohesion, consisting entirely of small cliques, Jiang Chuchu commented. Most of this information was gathered from classes near Class 12, with a small amount coming from within Class 12 itself, mostly from students who already knew the people from Class 3. However, when those students spoke about Class 12, they were very secretive, not daring to reveal too much, fearing that anything Class 3 did would implicate them. If we investigate this situation, it might just lead Yin Zhengqing and his gang to first identify the traitor in their own class, and then launch a revenge. I don't want to see that outcome if I can help it. Gu Qinghuan frowned. What the hell? Qingyu had been working on the questions all afternoon, his mouth dry, and this made him even more upset. Xian handed him a bottle of Coke and said, "Let me do it. I go back and ask my sister tonight." She said the word sister much more fluently than before. Student council member, do you have a sister? Bao Qingsong asked curiously. Yes, she's in Class 12. Xian nodded. Bao Qingsong glanced at the roster of students in Class 12. Is that Yi Yuan? Xian nodded. Will this cause her trouble? Xie Xiangxue's concern grew at the thought of Gu Qinghuan's mention of revenge. I discuss this with Qinghuan and Chuchu after I'm done asking questions, and then I reveal everything I can. Xian said. Okay, I leave it to you, student counselor. Xie Xiangxue's worries were instantly relieved. With Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan around, everything would be safe. Do we still need to contact them? Bao Qingsong looked regretfully at the newly compiled summary of Class 12 students. Jiang Chuchu's mouth twitched. Class 3's intelligence gathering capabilities were truly outrageous. Of course we have to. Gu Qinghuan argued confidently. Let's not talk about anything else, just the situation in Class 12. I think it's going to get into trouble sooner or later. Let's not even talk about the internal issues within Class 12. If we don't fight back after being spray-painted this time, we might be treated like a soft persimmon and picked on next time. Gu Qinghuan tapped his knuckles on the table. Isn't modern history enough of a lesson for us? At the mention of modern history, several people's eyes changed. Exactly. Jiang Chuchu held her forehead, feeling that Gu Qinghuan was truly adept at inciting people. In the end, it was decided that Xian would go to Yu Yuan to inquire about the spray paint incident, but everyone would also gather some information on Class 12, taking care not to draw attention. Then everyone shifted their focus to tutoring. Even then, Chen Zilan sat in his office, absent-mindedly writing lesson plans. Across from him, Li Gaing, the head teacher of Class 1, checked her social media and saw that several colleagues had posted banners for Class 3. She couldn't help but laugh. She waved excitedly at Chen Zilan across the partition between the desks and said, "Teacher Chen, your class really knows how to make things happen." Chen Zilan paused for a moment, saying somewhat helplessly, "I suspect the whole school will know about this by today." "Almost. I see a senior teacher has already liked it, huh?" Director Zhang liked it too. Li Guiying swiped through it. Not only liked it, but commented on it too. What did they comment on? Chen Zilan was curious. Learning never ends, keep working hard. And there's an exclamation point at the end. Li Guiying finished reading it and laughed again. It seems Director Zhang is very satisfied. Suddenly, another voice echoed in the office, sounding quite earnest. "Pride brings harm, humility brings benefit. Xiao Chun, your class shouldn't be too proud." Chen Zilan looked up and saw Shen Mingzhi, the head teacher of Class 12, looking over at him with a worried look on his face. Chen Zilan's brow furrowed, then quickly relaxed. He smiled at Shen Mingzhi. "It's okay, the kids are sensible. The banner says the goal is still ahead, so they're clearly determined to keep pushing forward." Shen Mingzhi choked and said dryly, "That's good," ending the conversation. Li Guiying remained silent. Shen Mingzhi had previously told her that Chen Zilan was unqualified as a homeroom teacher. He had more experience than her, and since he wasn't referring to her, she couldn't argue directly, so she just brushed it off. She didn't tell Chen Zilan about this because she didn't want to influence him. At the same time, she didn't think Shen Mingzhi was right. What's wrong with a high average score? The questions this time were so difficult, and the students in Class 3 still managed to achieve this average score? That proves they have a solid foundation. With such a foundation, it'd be easier to push forward later. When they encounter a less challenging test, won't their scores improve significantly? And it's not just one or two students, it's the entire class. Isn't that impressive? I just wonder who else Shen Mingzhi told those words to, and if they even reached Chen Zilan's ears. Li Guiying wondered if she should secretly tell Chen Zilan that Shen Mingzhi had said those words. If nothing else, at least be on the lookout. As she was hesitating, her phone notified her of a new WeChat Moments message. She refreshed it, and it was from Chen Zilan. "Chen Zilan, the next goal is still ahead." The accompanying image showed a lesson plan she was working on. "Looks like that's out of the question." Li Guiying curled her lips. The teachers and students in Class 3 are so ambitious. Chapter 92. When Yu Yuan heard the familiar knock on the door, she instinctively wanted to open it. When she reached the door, she realized something was wrong and called out through the door, "Did you bring Jima?" Yesterday, she had opened the door without Yu Xian. She had underestimated her opponent. She must not make the same mistake again. Standing at the door, Yu Xian found it amusing. She reached out and touched Jima's chin on her shoulder. Jima immediately meowed and rubbed her hand. "Jima, Mom! Pet the cat again. Pet the cat more." When Yu Yuan heard Jima's cry, she immediately opened the door. Seeing Jima trembling on Yu Xian's shoulder, she was furious. How could you carry Jima like this? What if he falls off? Yu Xian wanted to say that Jima was a new game she had recently become fond of. Despite its wobbling appearance, it was actually incredibly stable and difficult to pry off. But seeing Yu Yuan's cautious demeanor, Yu Xian decided not to say it. As Yu Yuan called out, "Be careful not to drop Jima," Yu Xian walked into Yu Yuan's room and sat down on a chair. Jima then jumped to the floor and, familiarly, reached for the glass door of the TV cabinet. "Cat, remember there's goodies here." Yu Yuan opened the glass door, pulled out a bag of freeze-dried food from the corner, and tentatively poured a handful into her hand. Yu Xian stared at her. She sullenly threw it back, leaving only 5. Jima looked at Yu Xian, and when her mother nodded, she happily began to eat from Yu Yuan's hand. Yu Yuan was happily feeding the cat when she heard Yu Xian say, "Did anyone from your class come into our class and do something bad today?" Yu Yuan's hand trembled, and a freeze-dried food item fell to the floor. Jima didn't mind, but finished it with a crunch. Seeing her like this, Yu Xian knew their suspicions were correct. The spray paint on the blackboard was indeed done by Class 12. Yu Yuan knew she was being too obvious. But wasn't it because Yu Xian's questions were so accurate? How did she know? Could this be the level of a top student? We suspect the spray paint on the blackboard was intended to target Teacher Chen. And since we just heard about your homeroom teacher badmouthing Teacher Chen, we suspect Class 12 first, Yu Xian said simply. How did they speculate? Too much omission. Yu Yuan grumbled. But she also knew that wasn't the point. She slumped down in another chair and whispered, "Let me be clear, this has nothing to do with me. It's just a private act by a few boys in our class, something many people don't know about. Yu Xian gestured for her to continue. Now that she had started, Yu Yuan could talk more easily and fluently. She recounted everything she had seen and heard since arriving in the classroom that morning, then nervously asked, I heard they covered the words with a banner? Yes, temporarily. We didn't want the teachers to see those 2 words. Several people were still painting the blackboard at noon. Yu Xian nodded. Which 2 words? Yu Yuan, curious, bravely asked. Yu Xian glanced at her and said, waste. Yu Yuan was stunned and then furious. Why are you scolding me out of the blue? I mean, those 2 words they wrote were waste. Yu Xian spoke each word with pause. Yu Yuan's anger instantly dissipated, and she looked away awkwardly. Is that so? They're going too far by writing those 2 words. So, you also think they shouldn't have done that, Yu Xian said immediately. Yu Yuan paused, hesitating. I just think it's not right to go to another class and do something insulting like that, especially when it's directed at the teacher. Your homeroom teacher didn't do anything, and Teacher Chen. She paused, then belatedly realized, Class 3 had improved, that was true. Class 12's average score was lower than Class 3's, that was also true. Shinmingzhi was lectured by Zhang Xuehai, and Chen Zilan was merely mentioned as a comparison. He himself had done nothing. If they really wanted revenge, those boys should have taken it out on Zhang Xuehai, who had said Class 12 was inferior to Class 3. Why would they go to Class 3? Were they afraid to provoke Zhang Xuehai, so they chose Class 3, which seemed easier to bully? No, it was because Shinmingzhi, in his story, shifted the blame onto Chen Zilan. It seemed that if Class 3 hadn't done well on the test, Class 12 wouldn't have been scolded. Yu Yuan clenched her fingers and muttered, Old Shin. Why did Teacher Shin do this? Yu Xian remained silent, simply asking, Can you tell me which boys did this? Yu Yuan came to her senses, realizing what Yu Xian was talking about, and quickly shook her head. No. Those boys are close to Yan Zhengqing. If you try to retaliate, it'd be a disaster if Yan Zhengqing finds out. Yu Xian pondered for a moment. Isn't he afraid of the Jiang family? When she mentioned the Jiang family, Yu Yuan paused and hesitated, saying, if it were Jiang Chu, he probably wouldn't do anything to her. But there are others. Yan Zhengqing will take it out on them. Also, just because Gu Qinghuan adheres to the principle of not implicating the innocent doesn't mean others will follow the same rule. Jiang Chu could protect a few people, but not everyone in Class 3. Yu Xian sighed. She wasn't very good at thinking about this kind of thing. When it came to socializing, Gu Qinghuan was still better. She thought for a moment before asking, Would you like to talk to Qinghuan and Chu? Yu Yuan, huh? When Gu Qinghuan saw the addition of someone to the 3-person group, he thought he'd seen it wrong. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Yes, Yu Xian had dragged Yu Yuan in. Yu Xian, I didn't know how to ask, so I just dragged her in. The implication was that Yu Yuan knew who had done the spray painting, but she wouldn't say, so Yu Xian had handed the job over to Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu might have gone to the shower or done her homework, so she didn't reply immediately. Gu Qinghuan, who had just finished her homework, immediately greeted her, Good evening. Yu Yuan, good evening. She's usually so lively, but surprisingly, she's a bit standoffish in the group chat, Gu Qinghuan thought. She didn't press the issue of the spray paint, but instead asked, Can you tell me why the people in Class 12 did this? Yu Yuan stared at her phone for a moment, then glanced at Yu Xian. Reply? Didn't I tell you everything? Yu Xian remained unmoved, cradling Sesame to check if its nails had grown. Yu Yuan had no choice but to slowly reply in the group chat. She explained Shinmingzhi's complaints about Zhang Xuehai and Chen Zilan in class, and the reasons the boys acted like this, partly out of frustration, and partly to vent their anger on Shinmingzhi. Gu Qinghuan, it was something they did privately. Yu Yuan suddenly felt relieved. That's right. I didn't even know they were going to do this, and neither did the other students. Gu Qinghuan, but if you knew, would you stop them? Yu Yuan's slight sense of relief vanished in an instant. Gu Qinghuan, on the other hand, isn't it because they know you won't intervene that they're so brazen as to do this? Gu Qinghuan, this isn't about those boys. It's about you, Class 12, as a whole. Gu Qinghuan, I know and understand why you chose to act this way. Because everyone is afraid of Yan Zhengqing and doesn't want to confront him. You want to protect yourselves. Gu Qinghuan, but Yu Yuan, this kind of self-preservation will only embolden them, driving them to further excesses. Sooner or later, the flames will burn you all. Chapter 93. Yu Yuan wanted to object, saying this was sheer alarmism. But her mind told her that Gu Qinghuan was right. because someone in class 12 had already been burned. Even though Ningfu was fine right now, that didn't mean something wasn't in trouble just because it appeared fine on the surface. She didn't know how to reply in the group chat, but Jiang Chuchu popped up first. Jiang Chuchu, ? Jiang Chuchu, did you drag your sister into this? Yu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and then she saw Yu Xian reply, yes. Yu Xian admitted she was her sister? The realization made Yu Yuan feel a little dizzy. How could she admit she was an imposter? She was inferior to Yu Xian in so many ways, or had she robbed Yu Xian of the privileged life she enjoyed for the past decade? Why could Yu Xian so calmly admit she was her sister? Yu Yuan's heart ached. She held her phone tightly and slowly typed in the group chat, if I tell, you can't implicate me. Yu Xian glanced up at Yu Yuan, who glared at her with a timid expression. What are you looking at? What if you tell anyone about me, and they retaliate? We won't tell anyone, Yu Xian thought for a moment. But if they do bully you, just put the blame on me. She smiled easily. Even though I'm skinny, I'm still pretty tough. She had been beaten countless times by her adoptive mother and father since she was a child, and she knew how to dodge to minimize the pain. Yu Yuan stood up abruptly. Why are you beating me? You're still the Yu family's biological daughter. If those boys weren't Yan Jingqing's followers, relying on their power, they wouldn't have the guts to bully you. Besides, they're only looking for trouble with you, not me. Even if they do, I still have Shushua. She can just tell Yan Zhengqing for me. If all else fails, I can just run. I run back and tell my brother to take care of them. Yu Yuan grew more animated as she spoke. She searched around and realized she had some connections, so she immediately became more aggressive. She picked up Jima, who was playing with the pom-pom on her slippers, secretly stroked the soft hair on his belly, and tucked him back into Yu Xian's arms. She pushed Yu Xian toward the door and ordered her out. Get out. I post the list in the group chat later. You can find yourselves. With that, she closed the door, her movement smooth and fluid. Yu Xian stood at the doorway, holding Jima, and asked, Jima, are you done eating? Jima cried out, freeze-dried food is delicious. But Mom, the cat didn't eat enough. Ask Annie to give it more. As long as it's done eating. Yu Xian returned to her room with Jima and checked the group chat. Yu Yuan had sent 4 names and then left. Jiang Chuchu, why did she just leave after sending them? Gu Qinghuan, to avoid leaving any records? If someone checked her phone, they might find she was leaking information. Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu, your statement makes it sound like we're doing some kind of underground operation. Gu Qinghuan, aren't we trying to persuade her to defect? Jiang Chuchu, that's true. Yu Xian put Jima down, thought about it, and asked in the group chat, is there any way to strike back at these people without implicating Yu Yuan? Gu Qinghuan, it's simple. Just don't let them know that the counterattack has anything to do with us. Jiang Chuchu, you make it sound so simple. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Yu Xian pondered. Gu Qinghuan's emotional intelligence was arguably the highest among the people she knew. She had always used it to get along with others, but on the other hand, if she used it to do something bad. Yu Xian silently rubbed her arms. Why did it feel a little cold? Gu Qinghuan had no idea what Yu Xian was thinking. She took the names of those people and tossed them to Bao Qingsong. By the way, after today's real practice collecting information on Class 12 students, Bao Qingsong had become Class 3's intelligence gathering expert, a recognized know-it-all. Bao Qingsong, who are these people? Gu Qinghuan, just as you thought. Bao Qingsong gave a thumbs-up emoji, as expected of the class monitor. Gu Qinghuan, first, carefully investigate these people. Just an investigation. Don't worry about anything else for now. Bao Qingsong, no problem. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and added, also, check on that student named Ningfu. Bao Qingsong, why did you check Ningfu? Gu Qinghuan, because she was the last student we found. Class 12 has a total of 20 students. Logically, if we asked a few more people, we have a complete list. But in reality, everyone was stuck on the number 19 for a long time before a student from another class, who knew Ningfu in junior high school, confirmed that she was the 20th student in Class 12. Bao Qingsong still couldn't understand it, but fortunately, Gu Qinghuan provided a reason. With only 20 students in a class, they were able to miss someone. Either she has a low presence in the class, or everyone is deliberately avoiding her. Gu Qinghuan, if it's the former, it's fine. But if it's the latter, combined with the atmosphere in Class 12, Bao Qingsong immediately understood, maybe she's being bullied. Gu Qinghuan sent a nodding emoji. Since you noticed this, I don't think I can pretend I don't know. Can you check it out? If this happened in front of Gu Qinghuan, Bao Qingsong would have pounded his chest loudly. Leave it to me. Class monitor, just wait. After finishing his conversation with Gu Qinghuan, Bao Qingsong sat on the sofa, laptop in hand, and began frantically collecting information. His sister, Bao Rujian, went to the refrigerator to get some fruit. When she returned, she leaned against the sofa, watched him for a moment, and suddenly said, "Are you opening the box?" Bao Qingsong was startled. "No. I'm a law-abiding person." "I don't think you have the guts," Bao Rujian nodded slightly. "Then why are you investigating these students?" Bao Qingsong rubbed his head. Unable to withstand the pressure of his sister's bloodline, he confessed the conflict between Class 3 and Class 12. When Bao Rujian heard that Gu Qinghuan wanted to investigate Ning Fu, he tooted his tongue. "Your squad leader is quite perceptive, a real talent." Bao Qingsong immediately became alert. Our squad leader's eyesight isn't good enough to get into the police academy. It wasn't that he thought the police academy was bad, but his sister's attitude made it sound like she wanted Gu Qinghuan to be her subordinate. Forget it. His sister is so cruel. How hard it would be for the squad leader to fall into her hands. Bao Rujian narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying bad things about me in your heart?" "No." Bao Qingsong straightened his back. "Absolutely not." Bao Rujian ignored the question. She thought for a moment. "But you said Yin Zhengqing. Isn't he the son of the Yin family who runs the entertainment company?" Bao Qingsong nodded, confused. She pondered for a few seconds, then patted Bao Qingsong on the shoulder. "Keep investigating. Report any progress on this matter to me." With that, Bao Rujian tossed the kiwi fruit back to his room. Bao Qingsong secretly rolled his eyes at Bao Rujian's back. As for whether or not to report it, of course. That's his sister, how could he resist? Chapter 94. Gu Qinghuan sat at her desk, finished her homework, and turned to a new blank page. She wrote down the 4 names Yu Yuan had given her, and then wrote Yin Zhengqing and Shinmingzhi at the top. At Shinmingzhi's instigation, these 4 boys acted in what they thought was just a joke. The person who gave them the confidence to do so was Yin Zhengqing, or rather, the Yin family behind Yin Zhengqing. Class 3's direct counterattack targeted these 4 boys. However, doing so openly would most likely offend Yin Zhengqing. Gu Qinghuan tapped the paper with the tip of her pen. From their previous encounters, Yin Zhengqing seemed arrogant and conceited, and he cared deeply about his reputation. He was likely to protect his subordinates and followers, and in fact, this was his way of rallying people as class leader. It was a bit like the way some companies in the entertainment industry cultivate loyal fans, Gu Qinghuan thought. Even though I did things wrong for my idol, and even hurt others, my idol forgives me, acknowledges my feelings, and appreciates my efforts. How can I not like such an idol? Yin Zhengqing's approach is even more straightforward and direct, because he doesn't even have to worry about his idol image. With the Yin family backing him, no matter what he does, there will be someone to take care of it. If Gu Qinghuan had only targeted those 4 boys, she could easily come up with 3 or 4 ways to counterattack. Everyone has weaknesses. Simply target them, making them so overwhelmed that they have no time to think about anything else. This approach doesn't even require direct action, simply giving them a push at the right moment will work. But honestly, Gu Qinghuan felt that while this method was effective, it was also incredibly insidious, so it was best avoided if possible. If possible, Gu Qinghuan still wanted to teach Yin Zhengqing a lesson for allowing them to do so, as well as Shinmingzhi, who had fostered this unhealthy atmosphere in Class 12. She was just considering whether to ask Jiang Chuchu for information on Yin Zhengqing when a message suddenly arrived on her phone. It was from the homeroom teacher, Chen Zilin. Chen Zilin, Gu Qinghuan, did the class put up a banner today because we heard something? Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow and quickly replied, seemingly concealing something. No, we just wanted to make you happy, teacher. The banner clearly said to the teacher, but now Gu Qinghuan was talking about making him, the homeroom teacher, happy. Furthermore, the students had seen how pleased he was when he announced the results, so why was he still making him happy? It must be because the students had learned something that would unhappy him. Chen Zilin's mood was suddenly mixed with both mixed feelings and relief. Completely fell into Gu Qinghuan's trap. Of course, this was also because Gu Qinghuan was a student and Chen Zilin was a teacher, so she had no doubt about Gu Qinghuan's intentions. Throughout the text, Gu Qinghuan could discern Chen Zilin's earnest words. You're still students, don't worry about the teacher. I handle any problems. Just focus on your studies. It seemed the teacher also knew about the badmouthing. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment. But did the teacher know that the person who was saying bad things about him was Shinmingzhi? She probed, Teacher, you know everything? After sending this message, she quickly added, actually, we just don't want to make a big deal out of this. It would be bad if it involved other teachers. Chen Zilan was still debating how to respond to Gu Qinghuan's question when he saw the last sentence and his eyes froze. Get it out of hand. Involve other teachers? Wasn't that rumor directed at him? Why would it involve other teachers? It seems he managed to get something out of his class monitor. Chen Zilan, unleashing his college gaming brilliance, typed furiously, how could a rumor about me be linked to another teacher? Gu Qinghuan sent a horrified emoji. Admittedly, that emoji calmed Chen Zilan's anxiety a bit. He realized he'd been too aggressive with Gu Qinghuan and took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Gu Qinghuan, I let it slip. Gu Qinghuan, let me tell you, class monitor, but don't tell anyone else. Although Chen Zilan was innocent, it was connected to him after all, so he needed to know the full story. Gu Qinghuan had been considering when to report this to the class monitor, but decided to take this opportunity. Gu Qinghuan recounted the incident involving the spray paint on the blackboard and added, we're already investigating who in class 12 did it. Chen Zilan instinctively wanted to ask, why do you think it was class 12? But he quickly realized that Gu Qinghuan's reasoning was probably quite simple. She must have heard rumors about class 12, so her immediate reaction was to assume it was someone from class 12. Rumors about teachers do spread among students, but the reverse isn't always true. Students can secretly speak ill of teachers, but unless someone else secretly reports them, the teacher never learns. Furthermore, Chen Zilan knew clearly that this rumor had been spread by a teacher. Combined with Gu Qinghuan's words, the conclusion was clear. It was class 12's homeroom teacher, Shen Mingzhi, who spread the rumor. Chen Zilan took a deep breath and sent a serious message in the chat. Thank you for all you've done. I find a way to handle this. Does this mean he doesn't want the students involved? Gu Qinghuan replied with a cheering emoji. After a while, there was no new message. It seemed the conversation with the homeroom teacher had come to an end. She added homeroom teacher to her draft paper. Shen Mingzhi's homeroom teacher would probably do something. As the person who leaked the information, she could talk to the homeroom teacher more often over the next few days, and ask him how he would handle the situation. However, even if the homeroom teacher went directly to Shen Mingzhi and asked him to improve his education of the students, she didn't think he would simply apologize. He might even go and complain to the students in class 12. If those boys heard this, they would only get even angrier. They would also think that the last time, they had taken it too easy, which was why class 3 had easily dealt with him. Next time, they might resort to more drastic measures. Although this was a good opportunity for a counterattack, the risks and unexpectedness were significant, so we had to discuss this carefully with our classmates. Safety was paramount. We couldn't compromise any of our classmates' safety for a quick revenge. Gu Qinghuan rubbed her eyes. Intrigue was exhausting. Surely, the task of creating her own destiny was more suited to her. But it seemed she had indeed set a trap for the class teacher, hadn't she? Gu Qinghuan felt a little guilty, but quickly pushed it aside. I have to admit my mistake and wait until this matter is resolved. Chapter 95. Chen Zilan put his phone aside and wiped his face vigorously. The rumor was spread by Shen Mingzhi, which indeed shocked him, but he was more concerned about his own passive response as the homeroom teacher. If he had stood up and refuted the rumor as soon as he heard it, Shen Mingzhi might not have spread it to his students. Even if Shen Mingzhi had continued to speak, he would have undoubtedly mentioned Chen Zilan's rebuttal. The students in class 12, knowing he was a tough guy, would have been wary and wouldn't have come to class 3 to cause trouble. The amusement and touching feeling he had felt when he saw the banner that morning had now completely turned to shame and humiliation. As the homeroom teacher, he was supposed to protect the students' physical and mental health, but now, instead, they were the ones taking care of his emotions. This was a dereliction of duty. Chen Zilan put his hand down, letting his emotions slowly calm down, and calmly considering his next move. He was a teacher, the homeroom teacher of class 3. He couldn't just rush into class 12 and confront those perpetrators head-on. Unfair status can sometimes suppress one's opponent, but if countered, it can be disastrous, destroying the positive atmosphere his students had worked so hard to create. There was another frustrating fact. He still didn't know who had done it. Although Chen Zilan could sense that his good monitor might have discovered the identities of those individuals, the monitor was so capable that it truly embarrassed him, the homeroom teacher. He hadn't told him, perhaps because he was worried he would choose to keep quiet. Gu Qinghuan wasn't one to swallow his anger. Honestly, before today, Chen Zilan might have advised the students at the class meeting not to fight for a moment, and to spend their 3 years of high school peacefully. But now, after seeing the banner, Chen Zilan no longer thought so. The students were trying hard to defend him, but he was discouraging them. How could he do such a thing? He should have stood up for himself, to live up to their expectations. Chen Zilan decided that the students would handle their conflict. He would continue to discuss with Gu Qinghuan to find an appropriate solution, and would do his best to support his students. However, he would have to take responsibility for Shen Mingzhi's situation himself. Chen Zilan thought again, and decided to ask other teachers for information. The next day, during break, Gu Qinghuan was summoned by Chen Zilan. In the office, besides Chen Zilan, there were several other teachers. Gu Qinghuan had specifically visited the school website the previous night to check Shen Mingzhi's teacher profile, and recognized him immediately. Shen Mingzhi was chatting with another teacher Gu Qinghuan didn't recognize. Seeing Gu Qinghuan enter, he glanced at her and then looked away. Gu Qinghuan walked over to Chen Zilan without even glancing at him. "What's up, head teacher?" "It's about the situation I mentioned last night. I was planning to talk to you about it in detail. Are you free at noon today? I'm treating you, so we have a good chat." Chen Zilan spoke cheerfully. "Of course I am," Gu Qinghuan nodded, then asked, "What are we having for lunch?" When it came to food, she perked up. "Let's go to the cafeteria on the second floor. You can order whatever you want." As long as it wasn't on the third floor, Chen Zilan was confident in treating. Gu Qinghuan also knew that Chen Zilan probably wanted to talk to her about something related to Class 12. She thought for a moment, feeling that she alone might not be able to explain the situation adequately, and asked, "Can we call Bao Song?" The current information was all gathered by Bao Song, so he would be the more appropriate person to explain it. Although Chen Zilan was surprised by Bao Song, she knew Gu Qinghuan had a reason for saying so, so she agreed. "Okay, ask him what he thinks." "Okay, then after the last class this morning, Bao Song and I will come to see you. If he can't come, I go myself." Gu Qinghuan nodded, said, "Then I go back to class," and slipped away. Chen Zilan had already asked a few teachers he had close ties with about the rumors last night, but he didn't make it too obvious. After all, Shen Mingzhi was more senior, and had been at Mingde longer than he was. He wasn't sure whose side others would take if he fell out with Shen Mingzhi. But even just from this, he learned quite a bit. Some teachers had even subtly warned him to be wary of the teachers in his office. It seemed some teachers disliked Shen Mingzhi's behavior, but for various reasons, they couldn't bring themselves to point it out directly. He was just thinking about how he exchanged information with Gu Qinghuan at noon, when he heard Shen Mingzhi say something pointedly. Students these days really aren't like they used to be. They're not polite to teachers at all. After learning the source of the rumors, Chen Zilan found these words much more jarring. How many times had Shen Mingzhi said this to him before, when he didn't see through things? And how many times had he said this to his students? Chen Zilan had no way of proving that Shen Mingzhi was referring to Gu Qinghuan, nor did he have the emotional intelligence to refute it immediately. But all he had to do was defend his students. Chen Zilan looked directly at Shen Mingzhi. "Teacher Shen, you're not talking about our class monitor who just left, are you?" Shen Mingzhi choked. Why was Chen Zilan so perceptive today? His expression was a little unnatural. "I wasn't talking about that little girl. I just remembered her and mentioned her casually." Chen Zilan smiled. "I think so too." Gu Qinghuan, the monitor of our Class 3, was elected unanimously on the first day of school. She joined the student union within the first week, and even has her own office in the student union building. She and the whole class gets along really well, and everyone listens to her. She's also the driving force behind the growing culture of mutual learning in the class. Chen Zilan deliberately sighed. She's such a great class monitor. As the homeroom teacher, I barely even feel a presence. Li Gaiying, who sat across from him, almost laughed out loud, but also felt a little curious. Why is Chen Zilan suddenly so perceptive today? Does he know something? How could Shen Mingzhi not tell that Chen Zilan was deliberately showing off? Especially when he thought about the situation in his own class. Shen Mingzhi felt uneasy. He coughed. "So how are her grades?" Chen Zilan didn't even blink. "Currently, she's in the top 10 in the class, and top 80 in the grade. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Shen Mingzhi immediately said, "Our class monitor is ranked first in the class and 5th in the grade." Despite Yan Jingqing's appearance, his grades are indeed excellent. If Gu Qinghuan heard Shen Mingzhi say this, she would definitely want to retort. Test scores can filter out poor students, but they can't filter out scumbags. Why is it inappropriate? Chen Zilan's eyes widened. Is it that, in Teacher Shen's eyes, only grades matter? Shen Mingzhi choked again. How could he respond? He forced a change of subject. That's not the case, but since Teacher Chen thinks it's okay, then it's okay. He spoke in a tone that said, although you're immature, I'm being magnanimous and deciding to let you off the hook. Chen Zilan immediately said, of course it's okay. Our class monitor is the best. Shen Mingzhi lost interest in the conversation and returned to his seat, head bowed, unsure what to do. Chen Zilan averted his gaze and secretly clenched his fist. Well done. I do the same next time. It didn't matter if Shen Mingzhi was being sarcastic or not, as long as it sounded like he was badmouthing the students in class 3, he'd do it. Just defend your own students to the death. Chapter 96. Bao Qingsong scratched his ear. Squad leader, what did you say? The squad leader invited us to lunch on the second floor of the cafeteria, Gu Qinghuan repeated patiently. I wonder if they have Peking duck today. I'm craving Peking duck. Hearing this, Bao Qingsong's nervousness turned to admiration. Squad leader, you really are thinking about eating. After being interrupted by Gu Qinghuan, he calmed down considerably. Why did the squad leader invite us to lunch? Oh, he actually only called me at first. I asked if he could bring you along, and he agreed. Gu Qinghuan spoke without a trace of guilt. Bao Qingsong pondered for a second, wondering if he could win a fight with the squad leader, and quickly concluded that Song Yi and Jiang Chuchu would team up to defeat him. So he, disillusioned with the world, calmed down. Squad leader, go on. Seeing that he had regained his composure, Gu Qinghuan told him about her conversation with the squad leader last night. Thanks to the earlier interruption, Bao Qingsong was able to analyze the situation calmly. So, it seems the monitor is talking to you to discuss a solution? Yes, you were the one gathering the intelligence on those individuals, so I think you'd be able to analyze it better, Gu Qinghuan said. Having his abilities recognized, Bao Qingsong suddenly felt a little inflated. It's just a presentation to the monitor. Leave it to me. That being said, as they followed Gu Qinghuan and Chen Zilan to the cafeteria, Bao Qingsong began to panic again. He surreptitiously tugged at Gu Qinghuan's shirt and lowered his voice. Squad leader, do you think the monitor will be angry about me investigating others? Why are you so angry? Gu Qinghuan didn't quite understand. Bao Qingsong opened his mouth and mumbled, when I was in junior high, I investigated something, and it ended up costing me a fight with my then best friend. Gu Qinghuan turned to look at him, then thought for a moment. Do you regret your investigation? Bao Qingsong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, but if I had been more mature. Gu Qinghuan raised a finger and shook it. It's pointless to talk after the fact, because your supposedly more mature approach might have had its problems. Since you don't regret it, there's no need to worry about what others think. Instead of hesitating, why not give it your all? At least that way you be happy. Gu Qinghuan added, but I asked you to investigate this time. Even if the teacher is angry, I should be the one taking the brunt of it. Her words reassured Bao Qingsong. No. I wanted to help. I'm responsible for my own findings. With that, he popped out his chest and walked ahead of Gu Qinghuan, his expression irresolute and fearless. Once seated in the small private room on the second floor, Bao Qingsong relaxed again, discussing what to order with Gu Qinghuan from the menu. Unfortunately, Gu Qinghuan didn't see the Peking duck, so she had to settle for the Beijing-style shredded pork. It was just meat and vegetables wrapped in dough anyway. Bao Qingsong, considering he had information to share and probably didn't have time to eat, simply ordered fried rice, hoping for a quicker and easier meal. Chen Zilan ordered the tomato and beef risotto, making it convenient for the three of them to eat separately. Regarding this incident, I failed in my duty as the homeroom teacher. I apologize. That was all Chen Zilan said. It's okay. After all, who would have thought the people in class 12 would go so far? Gu Qinghuan said. Bao Qingsong gaped. Huh? This apology and forgiveness were so smooth, weren't they? Gu Qinghuan's straightforwardness made Chen Zilan feel relieved. He had wanted to say something else to express his shame, but now he felt that was unimportant. Rather than an apology or remorse, he thought his students were more interested in resolving this conflict properly. I find an opportunity to confront Mr. Shen, Chen Zilan said bluntly. I find a way to make him realize his mistakes. He's not only misleading the students in class 12, but also causing harm to our class. Teacher, don't forget about yourself, Gu Qinghuan reminded him. Rumors were spread about you, and it was Teacher Shen himself who said them. His actions have hurt you, so you need him to apologize. Bao Qingsong had finally come to his senses. He nodded repeatedly at the monitor's words. Right. If it weren't for Shen Mingzhi, Teacher Shen, who started it, how could class 12 have written on the blackboard behind us to insult you? Teacher, do you know what was originally written on the blackboard? At the end, Bao Qingsong's tone became cautious. I already told the teacher, Gu Qinghuan said confidently, noticing Bao Qingsong's hesitation. What's there to worry about? The teacher has nothing to do with those 2 words. She spoke so confidently that Chen Zilan's slight resentment vanished without a trace. But he also knew that Gu Qingwan's words were definitely meant to comfort him. The students in class 12 called him trash because they were criticizing him for failing to teach well as their homeroom teacher. He denied that. The students in class 3 were all excellent. However, he certainly deserved the trash label for his handling of the rumors about Shenmingzhi. Gu Qingwan continued, then let the head teacher handle teacher Shen. We just deal with the people in class 12. Chen Zilan immediately became alarmed. How do you intend to deal with them? Why would his good class monitor say such a thing so casually? Gu Qingwan gestured pleased toward Bao Qingsong. Let's get some information on those people first. The 4 names Yu Yuan gave were Yang Xiao, Hong Yi, Cui Lulan, and Du Xianhui. Bao Qingsong had already done some preliminary research on these 4 individuals, including their family backgrounds, their junior high school experiences, and their personal interests and hobbies. Chen Zilan listened to Bao Qingsong's relentless introduction of the 4 individuals, suspecting that given more time, he could identify every mole they had. Are these for the ones who spray-painted the blackboard? Chen Zilan asked. I can't be sure about that, but it's definitely a collaboration, Gu Qingwan said. Yu Yuan had only overheard them discussing the matter in class, and she was certain they were responsible. The only person who could be confirmed as the one who spray-painted was Hong Yi, who had revealed he had left fingerprints. Who proposed the act, who carried it out, was uncertain. However, this wasn't a crime requiring sentencing. As long as they were confirmed to be accomplices, they should be punished together. Chen Zilan took a deep breath and looked at Gu Qingwan. What are you going to do now? From Bao Qingsong's attitude alone, he could tell that Gu Qingwan was the one who participated in the planning and made the final decision. Gu Qingwan thought for a moment and said, Why don't you speak first? My ideas might be a bit radical, so I like to understand your expectations, teacher. Chen Zilan almost gasped. Just how radical? Chapter 97. Despite his concerns about Gu Qingwan's mental health, Chen Zilan stated his opinion. Putting them in a sack and beating them up isn't an option. Bao Qingsong's fried rice had already arrived, and seeing that it was Gu Qingwan's turn to perform, he buried his head in his meal. He nearly choked when he heard Chen Zilan's words. But then he thought, if Gu Qingwan really said, let's put them in a sack, even without anyone else saying anything, he would immediately investigate any blind spots in the school or nearby surveillance. Gu Qingwan looked shocked. Does the teacher think I'm such a violent person? Chen Zilan hesitated for a few seconds. You don't seem like someone who would resort to violence first, but if someone else did, I have a feeling you used force only after confirming you were acting in self-defense. Gu Qingwan's gaze drifted. Bao Qingsong feigned composure, picking up the cup and drinking water to swallow the rice he had choked on. They haven't used any force, Gu Qingwan said righteously, turning her gaze back. They're just spray-painting our blackboard right now, so I won't resort to violence. You said right now, right? Chen Zilan glared at her. What kind of word games are you playing? He decided to skip the topic. Anyway, my ideal solution is to make them realize their actions are wrong and stop making the same mistake. Gu Qingwan immediately stated, I don't really care whether they realize their mistakes or not. As long as I can completely deter them and stop bullying our class, that's all that matters. Putting the issue of class 12 aside, Gu Qingwan didn't believe that reality was like in the movies, where a simple word or a little provocation could convince someone of their mistakes. So she didn't care about those people's apologies or repentance. She just wanted to break their teeth and make them never dare to talk down to class 3 again. Bao Qingsong glanced sideways. Our class monitor's attitude is really tough. Chen Zilan thought about it and felt that Gu Qingwan had a point. He wasn't the head teacher of class 12, so why would he care about those kids? It couldn't be helped. After all, he was standing in the position of a teacher, and he habitually held a teaching attitude towards the entire group of students. But this time, he decided to distinguish between his own students and other people's students. Chen Zilan then asked, How do you plan to intimidate them? Gu Qingwan fell silent and gave Chen Zilan an ingratiating smile. Chen Zilan was bewildered by her laughter and had a bad feeling. What did you do? Gu Qingwan evaded the question. After I spoke with you last night, did anything happen between you and Teacher Shen this morning? His bad feeling came true, and Chen Zilan curled his lips. After you left the office this morning, Teacher Shen and I had a few words. Just a conversation? No friction? Gu Qingwan looked regretful. Confirmed. He was still defending her in front of Shenmingzhi. This little girl is plotting against him. Chen Zilan gathered his thoughts and reluctantly said, So, your plan is that I go and provoke Teacher Shen, and he go back and stir up trouble. The students in class 12 weren't successful last time, and they're already upset. After hearing what Teacher Shin said, they'd definitely come back to pick a fight. Then we can turn the tables on them, pretending to have accidentally stopped their behavior, and while doing so, make a big deal out of it. Ideally, we could bring the Dean of Academic Affairs here, and have him give Teacher Shin a good scolding. Gu Qinghwan nodded repeatedly. This plan might not be straightforward, but the key point is that everything went smoothly. Shin Mingzhi was the first to harbor malicious thoughts. Complaining to the students was his personal act. Chen Zilin was simply defending his own students. The students in Class 12 choosing to pick a fight was their own choice. As for Class 3, having already experienced spray painting, they were on high alert, so it was natural for them to spot them before the Class 12 students took action. Even if the Dean of Academic Affairs wasn't brought in, as long as Chen Zilin showed up, Shin Mingzhi would have to be called in for a confrontation. Then it would be time to lay everything bare and settle accounts. This little incident might not lead to Shin Mingzhi's removal, but it was enough to get him and the students reprimanded. Shin Mingzhi would then have to discipline the students and prevent them from causing trouble in Class 3 again. Although it's not ruled out that Shin Mingzhi might go all out, either denying the incident and shifting the blame onto the students, or continuing his revenge. But how could he retaliate? Chen Zilin was already wary of him, and if he spread rumors again, other teachers wouldn't believe him. As for the students, the one who stood up for him had already been punished. With that precedent, would the others repeat the same mistake? No, under his constant guidance, the students in Class 12 had become accustomed to focusing solely on themselves. When they realized this matter had no benefit for them, the students in Class 12 simply chose to stand by and watch. As for whether Yan Zhengqing would help Shin Mingzhi, Gu Qinghwan was 90% certain he wouldn't. Yan Zhengqing cared about his class standing, but that status had nothing to do with Shin Mingzhi. Even with a new homeroom teacher, even if he was no longer class monitor, the prestige he accumulated over half a semester would be enough for him to continue to dominate Class 12. He didn't need Shin Mingzhi, but Shin Mingzhi needed him. If Shin Mingzhi had a clear mind, he should have kept his head down and stopped getting involved with Class 3. Bao Qingsong listened fascinated by Gu Qinghwan's analysis and subconsciously asked, what if he poisoned the class leader? Chen Zilin shuddered and stared at Bao Qingsong. Bao Qingsong came to his senses and coughed dryly. I just mentioned it casually. Even if you're going to throw it all away, it wouldn't have to go this far. Gu Qinghwan shook his head. This level of friction, let alone years, might be forgotten in a few months. Only the person involved will remember it for a long time. Even if other teachers realized Mr. Shin's character, they would only sever their personal ties, but maintain their professional ties. Since it won't affect his work, and he can continue to earn money at Mingda, and if he performs better in a few years, maybe everyone will change their opinion of him and everything will return to normal. Why pay the price of jail time for this? Bao Qingsong was lost in thought, muttering, how realistic. Sooner or later, when you enter society, you face this reality too, Chen Zilin said. He couldn't help but glance at Gu Qinghwan again, genuinely curious about what was going on in his class monitor's head. So is that the plan? Bao Qingsong asked tentatively. Chen Zilin pondered for a moment. I think it's feasible, but this is just the outline of a plan. It needs further refinement. So, Sergeant, you agree to be the mastermind behind this? Gu Qinghwan asked. What is the real mastermind saying? Chen Zilin felt as if a cauldron were slowly flying towards his back, and immediately asked back. Gu Qinghwan looked innocent. Bao Qingsong lowered his head to eat again. Luckily, the squad leader is one of us. It's decided. From now on, I fight wherever the squad leader points, and I stand firmly on his side. Chapter 98. Now that she had the homeroom teacher's approval, Gu Qinghwan felt much more relaxed when speaking to her classmates. The classmates, who had heard the general outline of the plan, were not at all relieved. Su Xinghe touched his forehead. I swear, I will never mess with the class monitor again. Ming Xiaolan's eyes lit up. I like this feeling, calmly controlling the situation, gradually assembling the chess pieces I need. It feels like the mastermind behind the scenes. Bao Qingsong interjected. Then Jiang Chuchu glared. Qinghwan didn't do anything, it's all their fault. Yu Xian also said, this plan has actually been giving them opportunities, so if it can proceed, it's what they deserve. As Yu Xian said, this plan was indeed very passive. If Shin Mingzhi hadn't clashed with Chen Zilin wouldn't have retaliated. If Shin Mingzhi hadn't instigated the students in Class 12, no one would have come to pick a fight again. It seemed like a cautious approach, but in reality, every step was based on tolerance and forgiveness. Qin Yu pondered for a long moment. Although this plan sounds simple, there's actually quite a lot to do, right? He needed to check with Yu Yuan to see if Shin Mingzhi had complained in class. Someone also had to monitor those individuals' movements, predicting when they would strike and how they would act, and then be prepared to retaliate accordingly. It was quite troublesome, but the people in Class 3 surprisingly liked it. The more complicated it was, the more people had to get involved. This kind of thing was no more exciting than an exam. Everyone wanted to get involved. Jiang Chuchu took over the task of drawing up the detailed plan and assigning tasks. Gu Qinghuan tried to protest, but she pulled her aside and whispered a few words. Jiang Chuchu raised an eyebrow at her. You have a backup plan, right? Gu Qinghuan feigned bewilderment. What? Your plan is too merciful. While I believe those guys will ignore your good intentions and fall into the trap, you should definitely have a backup plan. If this plan fails, you need to use it, Jiang Chuchu said. Gu Qinghuan sighed. Oh, is this what a wealthy heir looks like? I'm still not scheming enough. It's not about scheming. It's just that my father taught me and my brother that when it comes to doing something, you can make mistakes, but you can't expect others not to make mistakes. Jiang Chuchu said, I just incorporated that idea into your plan. Precisely because the success of that plan depended entirely on whether those guys would follow through with the plan. Jiang Chuchu suspected Gu Qinghuan had a backup plan. In her opinion, Gu Qinghuan was always thoughtful and would never gamble on an absolute possibility. So go ahead and do your thing, and I implement this plan. Jiang Chuchu raised her chin. It's perfect, it gives me some practice. If Jiang Yue had known about this opportunity, he would have certainly encouraged Jiang Chuchu to give it a try. The reason was legitimate, the means were above board, and it was perfect for practicing strategic planning. Gu Qinghuan readily agreed. Okay, I leave it to you. I go do something else. The class group chat was bustling with activity, and Gu Qinghuan opened another chat box. See nearby? She had once clung to a powerful figure. It would be a waste if she didn't use him. Bai Hanshan's phone vibrated, and a message box popped up above it. The young woman playing games on her phone raised an eyebrow. Xiaohan, who is this good kid who caused the bet to fail? Bai Hanshan's sister, Bai Qingyin, came to the city today for a magazine interview. The siblings hadn't seen each other for a while, so Bai Hanshan had taken the day off. The interview was over, and the two of them went to a private restaurant for dinner. Although it was a bit late, irregular meal times were common for those in the entertainment industry. Bai Qingyin was recently on a deadline for her new album, and her manager ruthlessly uninstalled all the games on her phone to prevent her from playing endlessly and affecting her progress. But how can she skip her check-ins? How can she not complete her daily tasks? Bai Qingyin was hesitant to leave it to someone else, so the job ultimately fell to Bai Hanshan. God knows Bai Hanshan was overwhelmed when he saw the memory occupied by those games. The largest one was over 20 gigabytes, and he even spent a long time cleaning up his WeChat account. Now was the time for the siblings to spend time together. With her manager and assistant away, Bai Qingyin immediately grabbed her brother's phone to play games. Bai Hanshan, who was sitting across from me and ordering food, looked up. Did Gu Qinghuan send me a message? Gu Qinghuan? Ringjin Yue means Qinghuan? That's a nice name. Bai Qingyin had just finished a round and returned the phone to Bai Hanshan. Bai Hanshan opened the WeChat message and replied, What's up? By the way, why did you give her that nickname? Bai Qingyin asked excitedly. She caused me to lose the bet with Xia He, and now I have to handle student union affairs on his behalf. Not to mention now that he's gone, I have even more to do. When this was brought up, Bai Hanshan was filled with complaints. But she's truly exceptional, so she's a good kid, Bai Hanshan added. Bai Qingyin curled her lips. You're not much older than that little girl, so why call her a kid? But about your bet with Xia He? She saw through it. She's truly amazing. Bai Hanshan and Xia He's original bet was whether anyone could see through Xia He's bullying lies. Some believed Bai Hanshan, thinking Xia He was making trouble, while others refused to believe him and sought out Xia He to find out the truth. Bai Hanshan had originally thought that if someone could decipher the scar stickers and realize they were a test, the bet would end. However, when Gu Qinghuan discovered the rail wound on Xia He's arm, he realized this was exactly what Xia He wanted. What he wanted was to see through the self-harm beneath the lies of bullying. Wait a minute, Bai Hanshan raised his head. So you know about Xia He's self-harm? I do, Bai Qingyin said without blinking. That scar sticker was made by a special effects makeup artist I'm friends with. Bai Hanshan opened his mouth, wanting to ask why he hadn't told him, but then he closed it again, thinking there was nothing to say. Just then, a message came from Gu Qinghuan. I have a few things to do. If Senior Bai could help, that would be great. Bai Hanshan, tell me about it. Gu Qinghuan, I need to investigate the school's surveillance data, some student files, any upcoming major events, and the list of invited outsiders. Bai Hanshan's silence deepened. What are you going to do? Gu Qinghuan, I promise I won't damage the school's reputation or interests. Gu Qinghuan, if the student union is willing to cooperate with me. That if sounded threatening. Bai Han, what you're going to do doesn't seem like it would harm the school's reputation or interests. Gu Qinghuan, no, it's the reputation and interests of other families that are being damaged. Bai Han, for example? Gu Qinghuan, for example, if a scandal breaks out at the Yin family's company, Yin Zhengqing will be ordered to behave himself at school, and he won't have time to bother our class anymore. Chapter 99. Bao Rujian hadn't expected her younger brother to give her such a big surprise just one day later. Bai Qingyin hadn't expected that just by joining in her younger brother's fun, she'd suddenly become involved with the police. Gu Qinghuan, hello sisters. Gu Qinghuan, I created the group, you can chat now. Gu Qinghuan, the intelligence analysis and in-depth investigation will be up to the police. Gu Qinghuan, as for the school's events and performance arrangements, I leave it to the artist sister to handle, and find suitable candidates among the artists under the Yin family company. Gu Qinghuan, then I turn on Do Not Disturb and do my homework. Seeing the word homework, Bao Rujian and Bai Qingyin finally felt a sense of reality. This Gu Qinghuan really is still a student. Gu Qinghuan stopped talking, and the group chat suddenly fell silent. After several minutes, Bao Rujian tentatively asked, hello, what do you know about the Yin family's Jinning entertainment? Bai Qingyin had been debating what to post, but upon seeing this, she immediately snapped, rubbish company, scam, filthy, a bunch of beasts. She normally had no access to the police, or rather, her circle was extremely sensitive to such matters. If discovered, she would become a target of public criticism. But now, who would have thought that she had established a connection with the police through a high school student? After all, this was just one of the countless MF accounts he had prepared for Bai Han, and there was no way to verify the owner's identity. Not to mention that she was also testing the waters, and what she had said so far were facts known to many in the circle, and they couldn't be pinned down to her. She glanced back at Gu Qinghuan's message and tooted. The little girl even knew how to protect their personal information, referring only to police sister and artist sister. She truly was a good kid. Bao Rujian had wanted to remind Bai Qingyin about the other student in the group, but as Bai Qingyin spilled more and more inside information, she lost track. As an officer in the Economic Investigation Department, she had received an anonymous tip-off from the public a few months earlier alleging tax violations at Jinning Entertainment. The Bureau took the matter seriously, but the other party seemed to have discovered the data leak beforehand. By the time they arrived to investigate, the problematic accounts mentioned in the report had disappeared, leaving only minor issues. Although the Bureau was willing to investigate further, another company had been reported with more detailed evidence, so they had to focus their efforts there for now. Bao Rujian continued to oversee the Jinning Entertainment investigation, but it had reached a stalemate. Upon learning of the conflict between the two classes, Bao Rujian pondered whether she could use Yin Zhengqing as a starting point to uncover some clues, which would allow her to have Bao Qingsong report the situation. However, she hadn't anticipated that a student would share her idea and act even more decisively and swiftly. She rubbed her brows and glanced at Bai Qingyin's chat in the group chat. She felt she really needed to pull some people in. This involved criminal justice, traffic, legal affairs, drug control. Bao Rujian took a deep breath and immediately reported to her superiors. The system silently observed this for a moment, then said to Gu Qinghuan, who was concentrating on her homework, I think you're exploiting my loopholes. No, Gu Qinghuan said, without even looking up. I didn't do anything to Yin Zhengqing, nor did I disrupt his time with Lin Xiaoxue, nor did I prevent him from appearing in front of Xie Xiangxue, right? The system was nearly overloaded. While this would be considered a violation from a human perspective, it wasn't according to the system's rules. As it had previously told Gu Qinghuan, a person's fate is intertwined with the fates of others. Gu Qinghuan didn't ask Xie Xiangxue to avoid Yin Zhengqing, severing the possibility of this fate, nor did she stop Yin Zhengqing from doing anything. To be more precise, she was adjusting the probability. After all, whether the Yin family fell or not, Yin Zhengqing could have used Xie Xiangxue as a substitute for Lin Xiaoxue. However, if the Yin family declined, the likelihood of him doing so would decrease. Increasing the likelihood of other scenarios creates more possibilities, which also meets the system's need to create destiny. However, this does reduce the probability of Xie Xiangxue's most desperate fate and increase the difficulty of such a thing causing her to be reborn. The system watched Xie Xiangxue's progress slowly, but steadily rising in the background and felt a little absurd. It said reluctantly, "Forget it this time? Next time, host, don't do it. I'm afraid your excessive movement will disrupt its own balance." Gu Qinghuan was still in an abnormal state. Only by completing his mission to a certain stage and gaining sufficient energy could he escape the fate of car accident death and stabilize his current destiny. If he made too much noise, those things might discover him and try to eliminate Gu Qinghuan, the heretic who was hindering them. Actually, if Yin Shengqing wasn't such a threat, I wouldn't have wanted to make such a big fuss. Gu Qinghuan paused for a moment. "System, you know the rotten apple effect, right?" The system acknowledged. "If the rotten apples in a box of apples aren't disposed of promptly, the other apples will also be affected and rot quickly. I used to think that I only needed to help my classmates, just like helping Xinbao would open up more possibilities for Xiexiang Xue. But when I heard Yuan say that day that the students in class 12 didn't want to cause trouble, I realized that class 12 was the rotten apple in Mingde, and the root of this rotten apple lay in Shenmingzhi and Yin Shengqing. Even if I can prevent it from affecting my own class, it will affect other classes and students. Yu Yuan can't solve this problem. Relying solely on the power of the school, she can only punish Shenmingzhi with the intervention of the homeroom teacher and school officials. That's why she considered bringing in outside resources. Coincidentally, she knew the Yin family owned an entertainment company, and Bai Han had an older sister, Bai Qingyin, who was in the entertainment industry. Bao Qingsong also told her that her sister, Bao Rujian, a police officer, seemed quite interested in the matter. She went to Bao Rujian to inquire about the situation, but he wouldn't reveal much, only saying that there were issues with the Yin family's company, and they were under investigation. As for Bai Qingyin, it was a coincidence. Gu Qinghuan had originally planned to get close to Bai Han first, then find a way to contact Bai Qingyin once the plan was finalized. Unexpectedly, the two of them happened to be together. Bai Qingyin had suffered losses at Jinning Entertainment before, and when she heard Bai Han say that Gu Qinghuan was planning to take over the Yin family, she immediately added him as a friend. Gu Qinghuan was surprised. She hadn't expected Bai Han's sister to be so driven, completely different from Bai Han's more reserved personality. And then, now, she had just mentioned her general idea, and then walked away. Professional matters were naturally handled by dedicated personnel. She was just responsible for setting the stage. Her logic was simple. Yin Shengqing had originally brought his men to class 3 to pick a fight simply because Lin Shishua's attitude had changed. Jiang Chuchu was in class 3, so he had likely failed. Therefore, before this, he must have dealt a blow to someone whose background was less prominent than the Yin family's. Since the Yin family had spoiled him, they would surely have assigned someone trustworthy and experienced to clean up the mess and handle the aftermath. Thus, if they could find this person, they could use that as a starting point for the investigation. This would be more effectively handled by the police, and Gu Qinghuan had no intention of getting involved. Bai Qingyin would be responsible for contacting those artists under Jinning Entertainment who wanted to resist but were unable to. The student union could then invite them through Mingda's activities, providing a platform for them. Whether relying on live broadcasts or reporters present, it could generate buzz. Not to mention, for school events like this, parents can be invited through students. The family backgrounds of Mingda's students, it's fascinating to think about. This was Gu Qinghuan's conception. Given her age and qualifications, even if there were many assumptions, the system had to admit that she was quite impressive. There was another point, one the system didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she had dragged Bao Rujian into the mix. Who were the students in class 3? Reborn Reserve. In this case, what would be the fate of the students' families? The system quietly checked the back-end data. Bao Rujian, who died at the age of 26, had his identity exposed during an investigation into Jinning Entertainment. He was kidnapped by criminal gangs affiliated with Jinning Entertainment, drugged, and killed while resisting. His younger brother, Bao Qingsong, had been accepted into a computer science program at a university, but voluntarily forfeited his admission and traveled abroad for plastic surgery. He infiltrated Jinning Entertainment under a new identity to gather evidence. During the evacuation, his true identity was revealed, and he was killed in a car accident while fleeing with the money. The system closed the back-end files. It didn't think the host's actions were wrong, it was guiding the target to create a new destiny. So when Gu Qinghuan asked it, are Bao Rujian and Bai Qingyin trustworthy? It gave a positive answer, simply cooperating with the host to complete the mission. Although the host seemed unwilling to intervene later, it still helped keep an eye on them. Chapter 100. Jiang Yue has been having a lot of trouble lately. Ever since Yu Qinglan suddenly mentioned to him one day, fried skewers are quite delicious, Her love for food has been rekindled. The Jiang family chef was deeply moved and created a variety of delicious dishes. Jiang Yue has also gained several pounds. Zhu Qinglan even made plans with an old friend to go hiking, and afterward, they went looking for something delicious. Over the past few months, Zhu Qinglan's calf muscles have become stronger, and she even has enough energy to walk the family dog. During her first half of the year physical, the doctor mentioned a shadow in Zhu Qinglan's stomach. While not serious, it's best to take care of it. This month's checkup revealed the shadow was gone, and several previously unfavorable indicators have returned to normal. The doctor also praised her good spirits and good health. Then the doctor turned to Jiang Yue and said he could eat more whole grains. The second worry was about Jiang Chuchu. Since childhood, Jiang Chuchu had always carried her little brother Qin Yu everywhere, acting like a big sister. Given the Jiang family's status, she always gave in when conflicts arose, even with older children. Over time, she naturally developed a strong and proud personality. However, Jiang Chuchu wasn't inherently bad. Jiang Yue figured that as she grew older and came into contact with more people and situations, her personality would change. I didn't expect her transformation to come so quickly. And the pace of change was incredible. Jiang Yue was truly pleased with his daughter's progress, but as a parent, he couldn't help but feel abandoned and no longer needed. Who could understand the sadness of an old father? Embracing this bitterness, Jiang Yue was yanked from his recliner by Jiang Chuchu on Friday night. "Dad! Help!" Jiang Chuchu looked incredibly busy. Jiang Yue was still a little confused. What happened? Jiang Chuchu rattled off firecrackers, explaining her role as the overall leader of the counterattack plan. But I didn't expect so many things. Now they piled up. I don't know where to start. Jiang Yue's voice grew clearer as he listened, and he was already feeling a bit emotional. For another thing, he had never done anything like commanding an entire class to confront another class during his school days. I underestimated my abilities. What are your thoughts now? Jiang Yue asked. Jiang Chuchu hesitated, remaining silent. Jiang Yue wasn't trying to force her to admit her mistake. He simply said patiently, "Next time, before you do something, understand the actual situation first, then make a reasonable judgment based on your own abilities." Jiang Chuchu nodded obediently, then whispered, "I saw Qinghuan giving orders so easily before." When the blackboard was spray-painted, Gu Qinghuan's command had impressed everyone in the class. They were all incredibly proud of their class monitor. Jiang Yue felt a headache at the mere mention of Qinghuan, and he deeply suspected Gu Qinghuan had drugged his daughter. However, Jiang Chuchu's words stirred his fighting spirit. How could he possibly lose to his daughter's classmate? It was just a small counterattack plan. Couldn't he teach his daughter? Jiang Yue took Jiang Chuchu to the study and began teaching. Unlike Jiang Chuchu, who was being taught and feeling overwhelmed by the knowledge, Gu Qinghuan had enough free time to observe the small group. She hadn't posted in the group since turning on Do Not Disturb, and she certainly had no intention of participating in the police's plan. But that didn't mean she didn't check the group. Even if it was her own doing, it was still a melon. It was time to eat it. The police seemed to be taking this matter very seriously, gradually bringing in several people. She had casually named the small group Plan B, but people would often ask why it was called that. Bao Rujian had to explain that the girl had a Plan A, a plan to set up a trap for someone else's class. This plan, involving the police and the entertainment industry, was just a backup plan in case Plan A failed. For a moment, there was a moment of silence. Someone asked, "Is she interested in military or police academy?" If she hadn't wanted to continue to quietly watch the show, Gu Qinghuan would have really wanted to reply, "Not yet." The group wasn't very active. After all, the group's main purpose was to facilitate communication between Bai Qingyin and the police. Bai Qingyin would provide clues, the police would conduct inquiries, and then inform Bai Qingyin of the results of their investigation. Professionals work efficiently and effectively, and Gu Qinghuan even secretly learned a few tricks. With Bai Qingyin's clues, the police quickly closed in on several old cases and reopened them for investigation. Also, it seems several insiders with vested interests in the Yin family have been implicated, shockingly. To prevent alerting the suspects, those individuals have not been arrested yet, but they have been placed under surveillance and a covert investigation is underway. On the other hand, the investigation into Yin Zhengqing has indeed uncovered some information. Perhaps because they believed Yin Zhengqing's actions were merely minor, the Yin family did not ensure a completely foolproof approach in their handling of the case. The police quickly identified two individuals responsible for cleaning up after Yin Zhengqing, using information provided by someone previously injured by Yin. Following the clues, They found the security company these two individuals were affiliated with. A little more digging into this company. What a big fish! The anti-organized crime office was going wild. It's the end of the year. These are all performance figures. This year's evaluation depends on them. In short, more and more people were appearing in the group chat, not just the police, making Gu Qinghwan feel redundant. At the end of the weekend, Jiang Chuchu returned to class with a thick folder and invited Chen Zilan to observe. During Monday morning reading, she explained the plan Jiang Yue had helped complete, then divided up the tasks from the folder and distributed them to the students. Chen Zilan, holding the plan, began to question his life. Why did he feel like he had wasted all the years he had spent before the students? This is the plan. If you have any questions, raise your hand and I explain them. Also, if you have any dissatisfaction with your assignment, raise it now, and I make adjustments immediately. Jiang Chuchu's authority was even greater than usual. The students in Class 3 were very obedient. Whatever the Discipline Inspection Commission says is what we're doing. Gu Qinghwan raised her hand. What am I supposed to do? She hadn't received a single piece of paper. Jiang Chuchu tapped her shoulder with the shrunken folder. Working on the project was exhausting, but it also felt quite fulfilling. She said gravely, I have a very important task for you, and only you can complete it. Gu Qinghwan looked at her expectantly. Study. Jiang Chuchu uttered 2 words. Gu Qinghwan, huh? We've definitely been distracted from class lately. You're responsible for taking good notes. Xinbao has also agreed with Su Lin that you can ask her any questions you don't understand these days. Once we're done with Class 12, it'd be up to you to catch up on any lost learning. Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Gu Qinghwan felt that Chuchu's tasks were far more challenging than the system's. Chapter 101. Jiang Chuchu's words were serious, but she wasn't actually asking Gu Qinghwan to study too hard. After all, she assumed Gu Qinghwan had another project to plan, so she wanted to minimize her burden. However, Jiang Chuchu worried that other students would object if she didn't assign her any tasks, so she simply assigned her studying as a task. In reality, the students wouldn't have any objections. The original draft of the plan was Gu Qinghwan's, and all subsequent arrangements were built on the foundation she laid. The class monitor had already done the initial work, so the subsequent work should naturally be our turn, right? The key point was that the class monitor had even discussed it with the homeroom teacher. Although everyone came from a well-off family and occasionally felt a bit superior, there was a natural barrier of status between students and teachers. Students like Yan Zhengqing who completely disregarded their teachers were a minority. Most students wouldn't even consider consulting their teachers before doing anything bad, let alone getting their permission. Class 3 students. The class monitor is incredible. It's not their job to handle trivial matters like these. Also, as Jiang Chuchu had noticed earlier, everyone's multitasking is a bit frightening. One moment they were in class, the next they were instantly working on their homework. At best, they were spending all their spare time on the counterattack plan, but they didn't miss any of their class time. Especially Yu Xian. Despite being responsible for compiling and analyzing intelligence, she was still incredibly focused on her studies. Gu Qinghwan was completely oblivious to these matters. She simply diligently attended the lectures, took notes, and put forth all the serious effort she could muster before the high school entrance exam. Of course, during her breaks, she still checked the class chat to see what progress was made. Last time in the office, although Chen Zilan had pushed back against Shen Mingzhi's words, it might not have been forceful enough. Yu Yuan said he hadn't complained in front of the class. Jiang Chuchu, following Jiang Yue's instructions, came again this week. This time, she was the target. That's right. Jiang Chuchu still remembered what Shen Mingzhi had said. What did Yu Xian is the only one with a high score mean? Isn't 11th place high enough for her grade? With 12 classes in the school, if she were in another class, she might even be top of the class. Sure enough, after Jiang Chuchu went to see Chen Zilan, she briefly mentioned that her family was pleased with her progress and that she wanted to talk to Chen Zilan sometime. As soon as she left, Shen Mingzhi couldn't hold back. The underlying meaning of his words was simply a lament about Chen Zilan's good fortune. There was a daughter of the Jiang family in his class, and now that she was appreciated by the Jiang family, she was sure to excel this year, and so on. Chen Zilan had an inconspicuous pen-shaped microphone stuck in his pen holder, and the students from Class 3 gathered around a Bluetooth speaker to eavesdrop. That's such a sour thing to say. Xie Xiangxue pinched her nose. I want to smell something sweet. Song Yi happily handed over his new creamy fruit-scented highlighter. Jiang Chuchu sneered. He can even flatter Yan Zhengqing. So now that he sees my attitude towards the head teacher, of course he's jealous. She felt both disgusted and relieved. Luckily, she was in class 3 and had met Gu Qinghwan and Yu Xian. If she had been in Shen Mingzhi's class, the thought was terrifying. Chen Zilin, as always, was tongue-tied and not good at counterattacks. Jiang Chuchu tried to persuade him to wear wireless headphones, so everyone could remotely coach him on how to fight back, but he refused. He said, "Even if I'm not very good at handling this situation, I can't always rely on students." Everyone respected Chen Zilin's wishes and let him handle it on his own. After hearing Shen Mingzhi's words, Chen Zilin's first move was to deny the last sentence, "You can't escape the excellence this year." He didn't want to implicate other teachers, so he just kept making excuses, saying he was young and lacked experience, and that there were many teachers who were better than him. Then he started praising Jiang Chuchu and Jiang Yue, praising the Jiang family's excellent family traditions and education. After that, Shen Mingzhi remained silent for a long time, and Chen Zilin turned off the microphone. It seemed that was the end of it. Gu Qinghwan, who was eavesdropping while sorting his notes, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Chuchu thought Gu Qinghwan was laughing so hard because Chen Zilin was praising her and her father so much, and she felt a little embarrassed. "Is it that funny?" Gu Qinghwan knew she was mistaken from looking at her expression, and quickly explained, "I wasn't laughing at the teacher's praise. I was just thinking that Teacher Shen was going to be furious." "Huh?" Jiang Chuchu was puzzled. Gu Qinghwan continued, "How could Teacher Shen not think about his own situation when the teacher praised him so much? The teacher encountered you and the Jiang family, who have a good family tradition and upbringing. But what about Yin Zhengqing and the Yin family he encountered?" Jiang Chuchu suddenly realized and immediately informed Yu Xian, "Have your sister keep an eye on him. Either today or tomorrow, Teacher Shen will definitely instigate the students in class." Sure enough, Jiang Chuchu went to see Chen Zilin during the morning break. During the first class of the afternoon, Shen Mingzhi happened to be teaching class 12, and he began his performance. Yu Yuan's mood was extremely complicated. Yu Xian had told her about what happened in the morning in advance. Now, listening to Shen Mingzhi's words, she felt that the old Shen who seemed friendly in the past had completely changed. She didn't dare take out her phone to send a message in class. After class, she ran to the bathroom, locked the stall door, and sent a message to Yu Xian, roughly relaying Shen Mingzhi's words. What did he say? Qin Yu almost pressed his eyes against Yu Xian's phone, but Jiang Chuchu held his head down. He said our teacher was showing off students in the office. He thought it was a little inappropriate and wanted to say something, but he was talked down by the teacher. Yu Xian finished reading and was speechless for a few rare seconds. The silence was contagious, and the students in class 3 were also speechless. What kind of montage of lies is this? Su Xinghe rolled his eyes. Yu Xian glanced at the latest message from Yu Yuan. I wonder if it's because Jiang Chuchu's involved, but Yin Zhengqing seems a bit concerned this time. Jiang Chuchu's eyebrows shot up. Why, he wants to get involved. Want to compete with me to see who's more powerful. The classmates quickly chimed in, urging the Discipline Inspection Commission to calm down. Don't bother with that idiot. Jiang Chuchu glanced over, used polite language. The student who had spoken immediately changed his tone. I mean, don't bother with trash. Since it was confirmed that there was activity, and that Yin Zhengqing might be involved, the entire class, except for Gu Qinghwan, immediately took action. Yang Xiao, Hong Yi, Cui Lulan, and Du Xianhui were the focus of attention, and someone had already infiltrated their friend groups using fake accounts. Some pretended to be gaming friends, others pretended to be old classmates who had switched accounts. Some also infiltrated their personal groups and set them up to be particularly alerted if there was any activity. Bao Qingsong was the most prominent of them. He created 5 SIMF accounts, befriended their friends, and used them as informants. Soon, all sorts of information began to trickle in. Yu Xian sorted it out and concluded, perhaps because they failed last time, they're planning a major move this time. The words "maybe a major move" from the top student council member were quite devastating. Everyone was taken aback. Jiang Chuchu asked, what exactly do they mean? Yu Xian hesitated. From the information they're trying to gather, they might be trying to frame us for cheating. She also had some information that Gu Qinghwan had secretly provided, saying it was from the student union and asking her not to share it, for her personal use only. Many of the teachers they were inquiring about were on the team that created the exam papers for the previous midterm. Yu Xian felt it was no coincidence. Cheating? Qin Yu's eyes widened. I'm so drunken with Circulia de Hurica while explaining the questions. Accusing us of cheating? Can I just go and cut them off? Chapter 102. Jiang Chuchu knocked on the table. Calm down. This is just a tentative speculation, and further confirmation is needed. However, she actually felt that this speculation was highly likely. According to the four people's logic, Class 3 was praised because the class's grades improved rapidly, and their average score was high. If there were any problems with Class 3's grades, then Class 3 would have fallen to the bottom. Furthermore, considering the individual scores of Class 3, many students did indeed achieve the same scores in various subjects. Since they were in separate exam rooms and not together, it was impossible for them to cheat together. Therefore, they had to find another way to frame the students. Class 3 knew the test content and answers beforehand. As for why they didn't get full marks, it could be explained by the difficulty of memorizing the answers to the questions. Of course, in Jiang Chuchu's opinion, this was a complete joke. Qinyu sat back in his seat, indignant. Anyway, let's continue to inquire about their plans. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her temples. I report the situation to the class teacher. Actually, this kind of false accusation is easy to resolve, right? All we have to do is do better on the next exam. C.S. Xiangxue suggested. The next major exam is at the end of the semester, around mid-January. Because there's a New Year's Eve party in December, and both students and teachers need to prepare for it, the next monthly exam has been cancelled. Jiang Chuchu said. Refuting rumors requires timeliness. Celebrities are trending over 300 days a year, and even with so many fans helping to explain things, there are still many passers-by who mistakenly believe the rumors. What about students like us? If we delay it too long, it will only create a negative impression among the entire school that Class 3 cheated on the exam, and that would be disastrous. What about proving it by taking the test on the spot? This time, it was Su Xinghe who asked the question. Ming Xiaolan objected. No, this isn't just about one or two people. Besides, the results we got last time were purely coincidental. A second time wouldn't necessarily produce the same result. This is the so-called self-proving trap. When others are suspicious, they can use anything to challenge it, but it's quite difficult for the person to refute it. Class 3 involves a large number of people, making self-proving even more difficult. More importantly, why should I suspect my score was fake when I worked so hard to get it? Jiang Chuchu frowned, replaying Jiang You's instructions in her mind. She took a deep breath and said calmly, we don't need to prove ourselves, we can just fight back. If you encounter someone who accuses us of cheating, just curse them back. Jiang Chuchu slammed the blackboard, her tone growing increasingly ferocious. Say they're jealous, trying to drag others down because they're terrible at studying. If they have good grades, throw the question back and ask them if they suspect the teacher who wrote the test leaked the questions. Then drag them to the teacher's office and tell them. At worst, fight back and directly accuse them, using the rhetoric of just because you cheated doesn't mean you can't accuse others of cheating too. Let them prove themselves. You can also treat the whole thing as a joke, Gu Qinghuan interrupted. Laugh a few times first, then look at them with sympathy and say, if you think that makes you feel better, then go ahead. However, this tactic should be used in the presence of outsiders, and the more people who can hear it, the better. Great. Qinyu jumped up immediately, he loved this nonchalant attitude. Everyone, bring your recording devices, Jiang Chuchu reminded him. When a third party intervenes, we can prove that the other party started the fight. Everyone agreed. In short, we fight back. If they want to make a big fuss, we make a bigger fuss than them. Jiang Chuchu made a few adjustments to the division of labor, and everyone went back to work. When Chen Zilan heard Jiang Chuchu's latest report, his hair stood on end with rage. What kind of person is this? Do you know how hard his students study? They've been wronged. We already discussed a solution. I'm reporting this to you, mainly to give you some peace of mind. Jiang Chuchu entered. Chen Zilan expressed his understanding, then hesitated for a few seconds before asking, is there anything I can do? Jiang Chuchu, could you please keep an eye on your phone? After all, if they really had to confront the teachers, it would be Chen Zilan's turn as the homeroom teacher to back them up, and the students in Class 3 would be able to exonerate themselves, shifting the conflict between Chen Zilan and Shen Mingzhi. So, Chen Zilan had to make sure he arrived as soon as possible, ideally dragging Shen Mingzhi along. Chen Zilan, He felt a bit useless. He pinned Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu's chats to the top, turned on vibration notifications for good messages, and put on his smartwatch to ensure he get notified immediately. It must be said that Yang Xiao and his gang were reckless. Just like they suddenly rushed to Class 3 to blast the blackboard, this time they decided it was a good idea to falsely accuse them of cheating. After inquiring about the teacher who had written the test, they decided to spread rumors on the school forum. However, the post didn't go through. Unconvinced, he tried several more times, and was even banned for a week. Forum administrator. No concrete evidence, please don't spread rumors. Several people were so angry they wanted to smash their phones. The school forum was managed by the student union's publicity department, and Gu Qinghuan had already made sure not to allow such a post to be posted. There were 3 forum administrators, and the one Gu Qinghuan was dealing with this time was a sophomore. Senior, you guessed it, they did post. I already banned them for 7 days. Gu Qinghuan, thank you, Senior. Senior, it's okay. That snack you recommended last time was good. I recommend more of them next time. Gu Qinghuan threw out 4 product links, put his phone away, and continued to study, keeping his achievements to himself. Seeing that posting on the forum wasn't working, Yang Xiao and the others turned to submitting to Mingda's love wall. Confession wall. Honey, this kind of submission is rejected. It's suspected of spreading rumors. I don't want to get banned and put on orange crying face under the confession wall. A third-year senior nodded in satisfaction and messaged Bao Qingsong. Okay. Bao Qingsong immediately replied, thank you, Senior. Senior, you're welcome. I'm going to quit after this semester. I leave the confession wall to you then. Bao Qingsong, okay. I definitely do my best. If the online effort isn't successful, Yang Xiao and the others will have to go offline. The students in class 3 were eager to try. If they weren't afraid of appearing too contrived, they would have wanted to show up to Yang Xiao and the others themselves. This opportunity to settle accounts with them face to face was incredibly rare. It might not come back for a limited time. Who's going first? Jiang Chuchu looked around. The students raised their hands high, their excitement so intense that Jiang Chuchu couldn't bear to watch. Finally, she thought for a moment and named someone. Xie Xiangxue, you go. Yang Xiao and the others might not know the other students, but Hong Yi and Cui Luan definitely knew Xie Xiangxue. Yin Zhengqing had brought them to class 3 to pick a fight. Xie Xiangxue understood Jiang Chuchu's intentions. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded firmly. Okay, leave it to me. Perfectly. She also wanted revenge for the previous incident. Chapter 103. Hong Yi's mood was utterly awful. Ever since he enrolled at Mingda, he met Yin Zhengqing and had the good fortune to become his henchman. Everything had been going smoothly for him. Some might look down on him, but Hong Yi knew that Yin Zhengqing could benefit his family immensely with just a word. So why not? With more pocket money, no one in class dared to mess with him. His father no longer told him he had poor grades and no future. His mother no longer had to constantly complain about his father having another woman, nor did she tell him to try harder and not lose out to that woman's children. He followed Yin Zhengqing around, eating, drinking, and having fun, living a much more comfortable life than before. He'd been to dinners his father hadn't been to. He'd ridden racing cars he never touched before. Knowing that all this was thanks to Yin Zhengqing, he worked even harder to maintain this affluent environment. His brain wasn't particularly sharp, and he ranked at the bottom of both his class and grade. However, based on his experience in junior high, he knew that his grades wouldn't normally impress his homeroom teacher. Now, however, the situation was the opposite. Shinmingzhi was always kind to him, never getting angry with him, never demanding he study hard, and even covering up for him. Isn't it because he was Yin Zhengqing's henchman? He certainly wanted to please Yin Zhengqing, but a different homeroom teacher wouldn't necessarily care for him as much as Shinmingzhi did. That was why he wanted to help Shinmingzhi vent his anger and keep him in class 12. They had been too simplistic last time. They had also heard about how class 3 had handled things. Unexpectedly, the guys in class 3 reacted so quickly. They immediately devised a cover-up and turned the incident into something everyone in the school envied and praised. They asked around, and it was said that it was the class 3 monitor who came up with it. Hong Yi had a vague impression of the class 3 monitor. He had seen him before, when he accompanied Yin Zhengqing to class 3. But his impression wasn't deep, and his face was blurry, so he couldn't recall it, so Hong Yi didn't take it seriously. Since the last small fight had failed, this time they make a bigger fuss, making it impossible for class 3 to keep the secret and let everyone know. Hong Yi didn't know if class 3 had cheated, but the truth wasn't important. As long as the news got out, there would always be gossip, and their goal would be achieved. Since the plan to post it on the forum and the confession wall had failed, they could only speak out in person. Yang Xiao wasn't very happy about this. He didn't want to be exposed to others, so he thought they could spread the rumor within their class first, and then spread it further. Du Xianhui didn't think so. Class 12's average grade ranking was already lower than class 3's. If word of this got out of class 12, others would simply think they were jealous. Only if the news was brought to the attention of the students from class 3, forcing them to be at a loss for words, and unable to explain themselves, would others assume that Class 3 might actually have cheated? Yang Xiao objected, but Hong Yi and Du Xianhui agreed. Cui Lulan was fine with whatever she did, and with Yin Jingqing's remark, "If you want to do it, go for it," the matter was settled. Hong Yi found the right moment. On the way back from the cafeteria at noon, the students had all finished their meals and had some time off during their lunch break, so a commotion would surely turn out to be a pleasant spectacle. The four of them looked around the cafeteria, preparing to pick a suitable student from Class 3. They realized they didn't know many of the students from Class 3, but that didn't matter. After searching for a while, Hong Yi spotted a familiar face. He nudged Cui Lulan next to him and whispered, "Look at that girl over there. Is she the one who bullied my sister-in-law last time?" Sister-in-law was referring to Lin Xuxue. Yin Zhengqing had practically gotten her, and they often called her that in jest. Although Lin Xuxue would shyly yell at Yin Zhengqing, "How could you let them call me that?" She never said, "Don't call me that." Hong Yi and the others accepted the name and continued to call her that. Cui Lulan identified her and nodded. "Yes, that girl. I remember her name was something like Shui. That's her. It just so happens that I didn't teach her a lesson last time in Class 3. Hong Yi made up his mind. He saw Xie Xiangxue sitting there alone, eating and browsing her phone. He couldn't tell if her friends hadn't come, or if she was just alone, but it seemed like a good opportunity. But he wouldn't cause a scene in the cafeteria. Besides, there were faculty and staff on the second floor. Watching Xie Xiangxue finish her meal and leave the cafeteria, Hong Yi was the first to get up and follow her. Cui Lulan and Du Xianhui followed closely behind, while Yang Xiao lagged behind, looking rather uninterested. On the way from the cafeteria to the teaching building, Hong Yi shouted, "Hey, the one in front, stop!" Xie Xiangxue continued walking, while several people nearby turned in surprise. "I wasn't calling you." Hong Yi glared at them impatiently, then raised his voice again, "I was calling you. The one still running." Xie Xiangxue didn't even stop, continuing to walk forward. Cui Lulan rushed over, grabbed Xie Xiangxue's shoulders, and pulled her back. "Are you deaf?" Amid the shocked cries of the people around her, Xie Xiangxue turned around and, like a falling flower, cried out in pain and fell to the ground. A small, white Bluetooth headset fell out, clearly visible to the students nearby. Instantly, a girl, feeling indignant, rushed over, shoved Cui Lulan aside, and put her hands on her hips. "What are you doing? Can't you just yell? How can I hear you with my headphones on?" Cui Lulan, feeling a little guilty after being pushed, muttered, "I didn't see it." The girl glared at him, then turned around, helped Xie Xiangxue up, and even picked up her headphones. Xie Xiangxue looked dazed, still unaware. "Thank you." She looked at Cui Lulan and the surrounding Hong Yi and others, and asked hesitantly, "You are?" "We are." Cui Lulan was interrupted by Hong Yi. "It doesn't matter who we are." Although they had met twice, after so long, Xie Xiangxue seemed to have forgotten him and Cui Lulan. This made things easier. Hong Yi walked up to Xie Xiangxue, intending to use his height advantage to look down on her, but found that at 1.74 meters, he was almost as tall as Xie Xiangxue, and he felt embarrassed. He said dryly, "You're from Class 3, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Xie Xiangxue was puzzled. Hong Yi sneered, "Oh, your class cheated on the midterm exam?" The students watching nearby were immediately drawn to this, whispering among themselves. The girl standing in front of Xie Xiangxue was also a little confused. Xie Xiangxue's tone grew even more bewildered. "What do you mean by plagiarism? Your class cheated on the recent midterm exam." Hong Yi emphasized the word cheated. "Others took the exam seriously, and you just copied the answers. How shameless." Hong Yi finished, then let out a snort. The people around them were already whispering about topics like which Class 3? And what were your midterm scores? However, Xie Xiangxue's nervousness, panic, and rebuttal, as Hong Yi had expected, were all gone. Instead, she burst out laughing, her voice bright and carefree. "Who told you that? It was just a midterm exam, and the whole class cheated. You believe that rumor?" "Wait a minute," Xie Xiangxue said, as if remembering something, looking at Hong Yi intently. "I remember. You're from Class 12. Even though your class average score was last this time, accusing others of cheating just because you didn't do well. Well, I don't think that's a good thing, right?" Chapter 104. Beautiful. Jiang Chuchu high-fived Uxian beside her. The two of them were in the classroom, watching the live broadcast via classmates' phone camera. The class, all watching in the same private room, were flooded with comments. Qinyu, Xie Xiangxue's comment was also excellent. Ming Xiaolan, that fall was absolutely stunning. Baoqing Song, the girl who helped, has been identified. She's the study committee member for Class 6, Lu Jian. Baoqing Song. By the way, Class 6 had the highest average score in the midterm exam, and Lu Jian was first in the class and second in the grade. Su Xinghe. Wow, just about everyone I run into is a top student. I'm so lucky. Jiang Chuchu was a bit surprised to see this. She explained Lu Jian's identity to Xie Xiangxue through her headset and urged, "See if this information can be useful." Xie Xiangxue was also surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. Hong Yi, standing before her, was furious at what she had just said, his face turning pale. "What did you say?" His gesture seemed to startle Xie Xiangxue, and she dodged backward. Lu Jian frowned, looking at Hong Yi unhappily. "What do you want to do? Isn't what she said true? You're not from Class 12, or did your class not come in last?" As a student of Class 6, she didn't necessarily remember the detailed rankings of the classes. For example, she couldn't quite recall Class 3 being third, but she did remember Class 4 being second, and Class 12 being last. Hong Yi was speechless for a moment, and Du Xianhui rushed over. "We are indeed from Class 12. You're right about last, but that doesn't mean Class 3 didn't cheat." Lu Jian remained non-committal. In fact, judging by Xie Xiangxue's attitude, she didn't think Class 3 would cheat. The fact that the students were so indifferent to the rumors showed that Class 3 had strong cohesion. Every student trusted their classmates and believed in their own abilities. Isn't it normal for a class like this to have good grades? And it's likely not just the grades, but also their solidarity in all activities. So how did we cheat? Xie Xiangxue looked curious. But her tone, combined with her expression, made it sound like she was watching a scene that had nothing to do with her. Du Xianhui was speechless. He exchanged glances with Hong Yi for a few seconds, then frantically said, You stole the test. You copied the answers. Who did you see stealing the test? When did they steal it? How did you know? Who told you?" Xie Xiangxue quickly fired off a barrage of questions. Du Xianhui stammered, unable to answer, feeling that Xie Xiangxue's reaction was completely different from what they had imagined. Hadn't Hong Yi and Cui Luan previously said that this girl named Xie Xiangxue would be silenced by a simple act of pressure? Why was she so sharp-tongued now? He had thought that throwing mud at someone could be done casually, with a few teasing remarks, and that was it. How could it turn out like this? In the final analysis, Hong Yi and the others hadn't realized that their smooth sailing had simply been riding on Yan Jingqing's coattails. In most cases, it wasn't that others were easy to bully, it was simply that Yan Jingqing's presence kept them from retaliating. So, they had no experience dealing with truly tough opponents. With Du Xianhui standing in front of him, Hong Yi had a moment to breathe and his mind cleared a little. Seeing Du Xianhui couldn't respond, he took matters into his own hands. Are you trying to trick someone into telling you something, and then teach them a lesson? He thought this was a good opportunity to make others suspect that the people in Class 3 had ulterior motives. Xie Xiangxue's expression instantly turned cold. Isn't that something you and Yan Zhenqing would do? The mention of Yan Jingqing's name caused another uproar among the surrounding students, but the discussion subsided a bit. Yan Jingqing's reputation was still somewhat well known. With the Yan family's support and a strong academic record, Mingda students had all heard of him. However, this time, the focus was no longer on cheating. Xie Xiangxue looked as if she was about to settle a score with Hong Yi and the others. I just accidentally bumped into Yan Zhenqing before, and he suspected I had ulterior motives towards him. You, and you too, I remember you two were right next to him at the time. And it was you, too, who came to our class with Yan Zhenqing to pick a fight. Xie Xiangxue stared at them. Why are you targeting our class? What's in it for you? No more. Yang Xiao, who had been secretly observing the situation nearby, suddenly rushed out, feigning ignorance. Hey, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree to play basketball together after dinner? With that, he forcibly dragged Hong Yi and the others away, a rather anticlimactic gesture. Of course, the onlookers didn't stop enjoying the melon just because one of them left. They simply dispersed, each returning to their own homes and passing the melon on to others. Lu Jian finally felt relieved after seeing Yang Xiao and the others leave. He said to Xie Xiangxue, Are you okay? Xie Xiangxue pinched her numb fingers and smiled at Lu Jian. I'm fine. Thank you so much for your help. My name is Xie Xiangxue. How about you? Lu Jian, from Class 6. Lu Jian said nothing more. The two exchanged a few more polite words before parting ways. Xie Xiangxue slowly walked back to the classroom and was embraced as soon as she entered. Jiang Chuchu patted her back vigorously. Well done. Finally, drawing everyone's attention to Yan Zhengqing was a masterstroke. Although she was a little worried about angering Yan Zhengqing, Gu Qinghuan said that Xie Xiangxue's experience was a fact, and if they approached Xie Xiangxue, they should be prepared for her suspicion. Besides, today's incident was entirely the work of Yang Xiao and the others. If Yan Zhengqing felt his reputation was damaged, he should blame Yang Xiao and the others first. However, Gu Qinghuan felt there was another possibility. Yan Zhengqing simply didn't take it seriously. The more others feared him, the more satisfied he became. So, compared to Xie Xiangxue, who doubted him out of concern, Yan Zhengqing was more likely angry that Yang Xiao and the others hadn't succeeded in accusing Class 3 of cheating. Jiang Chu released her hand and methodically began directing the next phase. This phase of the counterattack is complete, but don't target Yan Zhengqing later. The target remains Teacher Shen. I confirm with the class teacher when Teacher Shen is in the office. Then, it's time to go and complain to the class teacher. Chen Zilan's watch vibrated, and he immediately opened his phone. Sure enough, he saw a message from Jiang Chu. Question mark. Chen Zilan quickly replied. Question mark. This was a prearranged code. Question mark. It was asking if Shen Mingzhi was in the office. Question mark. Meant to mean yes. Jiang Chu replied with an OK emoji. Chen Zilan suddenly became excited. Great, this time it's his turn to confront Shen Mingzhi. Chapter 105. Shen Mingzhi wasn't feeling well today. His temples were throbbing after he woke up this morning, and even after applying pressure, they didn't seem to improve. He felt a little better after washing up, but on the way to school, he ran through 5 or 6 red lights and was cut off by 2 cars. He finally arrived at school. While pouring hot water, something went wrong with the spout, causing some water to splash out. It burned him so much that he lost his grip on the cup, breaking it after 3 years. This cup was a souvenir he received when he attended the Provincial Outstanding Teachers Commendation Conference. It had a bright red commemorative design and text on the wall, and Shen Mingzhi quite liked it. He gazed at the broken glass for a few seconds, then asked the cleaning staff to clean it up. He then went back to his office and found a new cup. He didn't have any classes that morning, but as the homeroom teacher, Shen Mingzhi still had to arrive on time to check on the students' morning reading. He noticed Yang Xiao and the others gathered together, secretly discussing something. Shen Mingzhi actually knew something about the last time Class 3 was spray-painted. After all, he's seen Hong Yi running towards Class 3 with spray paint, but he didn't know exactly what was sprayed. It wasn't a big deal, was it? Just a minor fight between students, and Class 3 had resolved it, hadn't they? However, Shen Mingzhi felt that solution was overly complacent. After inspecting the morning reading, Shen Mingzhi left the office. The school had reportedly invited quite a few people to the New Year's Eve party next month. Mingda has always attached great importance to these activities. Some talented students showcase themselves through performances or competitions, and international schools and groups that partner with them also use these opportunities to identify promising students. Class 12 only had one talented student, Lin Xiaoxue, who was studying dance. Shen Mingzhi planned to help her secure a solo performance. After returning to the office at noon, Shen Mingzhi prepared to rest and recharge for the afternoon classes. It was at this moment that he saw the monitor of Class 3, Jiang Chu, and another girl walk in. Jiang Chu and Xie Xiangxue were a little nervous, but Gu Qinghuan was much calmer in comparison. She even felt relieved. If this matter could be over soon, she could catch up on the lessons her classmates had missed, and they wouldn't have to study so hard. Headmaster, I have something to report to you. Gu Qinghuan spoke with great energy. Although he had been prepared, Chen Zilan was still startled by Gu Qinghuan's call. What's wrong? During lunch break today, a student from Class 12 falsely accused our class of cheating on the midterm exam. Gu Qinghuan didn't sound at all aggrieved. But to the other teachers, Gu Qinghuan's accusation seemed quite normal. Just by setting up study groups and hanging banners, all the teachers knew that the monitor of Class 3 was a very opinionated girl. Given that, having been falsely accused, she naturally retaliate in front of the homeroom teacher. Li Gaiying was already in gossiping mode, even thinking Gu Qinghuan's complaint was quite skillful. In just a few words, she explained almost everything that needed to be explained. Before Chen Zilan could speak, Shen Mingzhi strode over. How could this be a student from our class? Did you make a mistake? Gu Qinghuan, bewildered, lowered her voice. Headmaster, who is this teacher? This is Mr. Shen, the homeroom teacher of Class 12. Chen Zilan offered an introduction, thinking to himself that Gu Qinghuan was putting on a good show. Gu Qinghuan immediately regained her voice and politely called out, Hello, Teacher Shen. Since you're here, Could you please invite Hong Yi and Chui Lulan from your class over? There are actually 2 other students with them, but we don't know their names. The teachers, watching the incident, said, "Wow, we know the names of 2 of them, so it seems to be true." Shin Mingzhi knew something was wrong when he heard Hong Yi and Chui Lulan's names, but a look of surprise remained on his face. Hong Yi and Chui Lulan? Yes, they caused trouble in our class before, but it was just a conflict between a few students, and it was quickly resolved. I didn't want to affect the relationship between Class 3 and Class 12, so I didn't report it to the head teacher. Gu Qinghuan was very embarrassed. Chen Zilan, no, you did report it. Never mind, it's more advantageous to say so now. But accusing us of cheating on the midterm exam is not okay. Gu Qinghuan argued confidently, how can we let all the hard work we put in so long be wiped out by a rumor? If this hadn't happened in the teacher's office, Jiang Chuchu and Xie Xiangxue wouldn't have been able to bear watching. Jiang Chuchu's hidden microphone carried these words back to the class, and everyone sat there with their eyes wide open. Wow, this is what they call taking the moral high ground. Shin Mingzhi's face had already turned slightly grim. Chen Zilan asked, what exactly happened? Can you explain it more clearly? Gu Qinghuan leaned over and said, Xie Xiangxue, let her tell us what happened. Xie Xiangxue walked over to Shin Mingzhi and Chen Zilan and hesitantly recounted what happened at noon. She added, the girl who helped me said her name was Lu Jian. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken. If not, you can ask her to confirm. Zhao Dan, the head teacher of Class 6, hadn't expected her class to be implicated, but she was quite proud of her students' sense of justice. The surrounding teachers, somewhat recognizable by her name, cast inquiring glances at her. She readily admitted, yes, I'm our class committee member, and I'm second in the grade this time. Although Class 6 had the highest average score in the grade, everyone from the head teacher to the students kept a low profile. With Zhao Dan as a witness, Xie Xiangxue's words gained even more credibility. Shin Mingzhi forced a smile. There must be some misunderstanding. Does a misunderstanding give you the right to accuse others? Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. Before Shin Mingzhi could speak, Chen Zilan called out, a bit sternly, Class monitor, I know you're angry, but calm down and listen to what Teacher Shin has to say. Gu Qinghuan gave an obedient "oh," and the other teachers nodded. Teacher Chen is doing a very good job as a head teacher. Chen Zilan turned to Shin Mingzhi again and spoke earnestly, Teacher Shin, I agree with you. There must be some misunderstanding here. Otherwise, your students wouldn't accuse our class of cheating for no reason. I suggest calling those students over and explaining things face to face to clear up the misunderstanding. This won't affect the future harmonious relationship between the 2 classes. Since things had come to this, Shin Mingzhi had no choice but to arrange for Hong Yi and the others to come over. He had a caveat. Xie Xiangxue only knew Hong Yi and Chui Lulan, so he just called them. But just as he finished saying, then I go get Hong Yi and Chui Lulan, Jiang Chuchu interrupted him. Xie Xiangxue and I will go to Class 12 together. We can also identify the other 2. She smiled. With me here, I'm sure they won't disbelieve me. After all, they knew my identity when they came to the class to pick a fight. The eavesdroppers from Class 3, the Discipline Inspection Commission's words sound like a threat from a villain. The problem is, the teachers also know Jiang Chuchu's identity, and can't think of a rebuttal. With Jiang Chuchu here, would the students in Class 12 suspect her of lying? Or perhaps they're unwilling to come? Don't be ridiculous, that's the Jiang family. If you want to go against them, consider your own weight first. Jiang Chuchu took Xie Xiangxue to identify the people, not worried at all that Hong Yi and the others might escape. Class 3 had assigned a group of people to keep an eye on them, ensuring they could be apprehended. After just 10 minutes, they returned, escorting the vacant-eyed Hong Yi and the others. Yang Xiao's face paled even further. He was a bit smarter than the other 3, and he knew if this matter came to light before the teachers, it would be very troublesome. If they had been able to coordinate their confessions beforehand, it might have been a little better. The problem was, they hadn't expected to be called in so soon. The 2 of them were watching them the entire way, leaving them no chance to discuss matters. He closed his eyes in despair, then steeled himself again. If all else failed, at least Yan Shanqing had to be exonerated. They couldn't afford to offend the Yan family. If that happened, Shin Mingzhi would have to be sacrificed. Chapter 106. As soon as Yang Xiao and the others entered the office, Shin Mingzhi knew there was no way to suppress this matter today. His heart was pounding, and his smile faded. His tone grew serious. Do you know why you're here? Yang Xiao interrupted, bowing his head and answering obediently, I know. Hong Yi actually wanted to scold Xie Xiangxue and the others for being useless, and only knowing how to tell tales to the teacher, But since they were all high school students, such words would be too childish. The surrounding teachers watched silently, and the pressure forced Hong Yi to lower his head and follow Yang Xiao in silence. Cui Lulan and Du Xianhui were even more concerned. Seeing Yang Xiao take the initiative, they knew he had some plans. So they just listened. Shen Mingzhi breathed a sigh of relief at their cooperation, thinking there might still be room for maneuver. He continued, "Why are you saying Class 3 cheated on the midterm exam?" "Wait." Chen Zilan paused, his eyes blazing. "Teacher Shen, that's not the question, is it? Then how do you want to ask?" Shen Mingzhi's tone was off. "You're asking about their subjective reasons," Chen Zilan said. "I can guess the answer to that without even asking." The teachers, watching the show, nodded silently. There were so many reasons, from jealousy of Class 3's performance to unsatisfied with the praise they were receiving. What our students want to know is why they think our class cheated. They want evidence. Chen Zilan feigned calmness as he recited his lines. "We were just jealous of your class's performance," Yang Xiao said quickly. "So we made up this excuse. Our class is third this time, with 2 ahead of us." This infuriated Chen Zilan, and his tone became much harsher. "You're targeting ours, not other classes? There has to be a reason, right? You think our class is easier to bully than Class 6 and Class 4? Jiang Chuchu sneered. "Class 3? Do you look down on my class? Disciplinary committee, your remarks are really becoming more and more like villains. Teachers, who are just watching the show, pretend you didn't hear anything." Yang Xiao's heart tightened, and he forced a dry smile. How could that be? I just happened to see the people from Class 3, and I got carried away." Jiang Chuchu suddenly said, "Is it because you're trying to avenge that humiliation after you picked on Xie Xiangxue last time?" Yang Zhao's scalp tingled. If he continued, Yin Zhengqing would be dragged into this. It was no secret that Yin Zhengqing was pursuing Lin Xiaoxue, and Mingda, for the sake of the Yin family, wouldn't bother with it. But if Yin Zhengqing were dragged into this awkward situation and embarrassed, they'd be finished. Yang Xiao suddenly looked up at Shen Mingzhi. Shen Mingzhi didn't know what last time meant, but just from the look in Yang Xiao's eyes, Shen Mingzhi had a bad feeling. The next second, he heard Yang Xiao say, "It has nothing to do with last time." "Actually." Yang Xiao hesitated, avoiding Shen Mingzhi's gaze, and whispered, "Actually, our homeroom teacher, Mr. Shen, said your progress is abnormal." Gu Qinghuan wanted to exhale, but held it in. If she were in the class right now, she would be able to share in this sentiment. Qin Yu jumped up from his stool, nearly tripping over himself. "He said it? He really said it." Ming Xiaolan pushed up her glasses. "It's perfectly normal. It's in the plan the Discipline Inspection Commission gave us." Even so, she nearly jabbed her eyelid while pushing her glasses up. Xian touched her forehead, unsure whether to sigh or sympathize. To protect Yin Zhengqing, he abandoned his homeroom teacher. Shen Mingzhi, feeling abandoned, looked as if struck by lightning, his face pale. He reflexively shouted, "I didn't." Yang Xiao lowered his head, his tone half refuting and half complaining. Teacher Shen often said in class that Class 3's average score was okay, but there weren't many students with high scores. The school's ranking system based on average scores isn't appropriate. He also said that Class 3's head teacher always brags about his students' good grades in the office, and compares our class to Class 3. Teacher Shen said he argued on our behalf several times, but it wasn't very helpful. He said it was his fault, and that he couldn't help us vent our anger. He also said that Class 3's head teacher was incompetent, and that the high average score only reflected the school's performance within the school, but wouldn't be enough when it came to the college entrance exam. So, we were just trying to help Teacher Shen vent his anger by accusing Class 3. The teachers, who were watching the incident, never expected Yang Xiao to suddenly reveal such a huge rumor. They were almost unable to catch it. If the students hadn't been there, they would have been frantically texting their phones to the absent teachers. Shen Mingzhi's skin was stung by the other teachers' gazes. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I didn't do it. You're framing me." Gu Qinghuan stared at Shen Mingzhi intently. Yes, false accusation. She felt that Yang Xiao had exaggerated these words, but that was also based on Shen Mingzhi's original words. He had hoped to leverage the students' power to frame Chen Zilan and Class 3, but now, it was his turn to be framed. Yang Xiao shut up and stopped talking. Shen Mingzhi reached out to grab Yang Xiao's clothes. "Speak up." "I didn't say those words. I just what?" "Just jealousy." He looked down on Chen Zilan, thinking he was just lucky, and that Class 3's results had nothing to do with him. If it were him, he would definitely do better. Chen Zilan grabbed Shen Mingzhi's hand firmly, slowly prying his fingers apart. He said calmly, "Teacher Shen, as a teacher, you shouldn't use violence against students." Yang Xiao stumbled back a step, not daring to meet Shen Mingzhi's gaze. "You guys go back to class first. I handle the rest. Also, don't let anything about what happened today get out of our class," Chen Zilan said. "Got it." Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chuchu, and Xie Xiangxue said in unison, quickly leaving the office. "You guys go back too. Next time, don't make false accusations against others." Chen Zilan looked back at Yang Xiao and the others. Shen Mingzhi said nothing, simply turned his back and walked back to his seat. Yang Xiao and the others exchanged glances before quickly running off. Chen Zilan stood by Shen Mingzhi's desk for a moment. This was a planned outcome, and he felt no sympathy for Shen Mingzhi. After all, if his students weren't so talented, the news of Class 3's cheating would have spread throughout the school by now. Shen Mingzhi was simply pierced through the heart by the bullet he had fired. Everything was the result of his own choices. Even so, as a teacher himself, seeing Shen Mingzhi abandoned by his own students still made him feel a tinge of sadness. He's a teacher, Chen Zilan silently reminded himself. He's involved in his students' growth, and can even have a profound impact on them. To avoid the same regrets Shen Mingzhi faces someday, he must be even stricter with himself. Chen Zilan returned to his seat, and prepared for the afternoon class. Chapter 107. Gu Qinghuan and the others returned to the classroom, to a warm applause from the entire class. "Shoo! Shoo! Keep your voices down." Gu Qinghuan quickly stopped them. "What if someone hears us?" The class monitor spoke, and the students immediately stopped applauding out of courtesy. The doors and windows were already tightly closed, providing as much sound insulation as possible. Gu Qinghuan stood on the podium, coughed twice, and held up the non-existent microphone. "Everyone has heard what happened in the office. In short, we have successfully counterattacked the Class 12 teachers' misguided behavior. Although the current results show that Shen Mingzhi has only been criticized by the teachers, and Yang Xiao and the others have not received any specific punishment, in reality, their actions did not cause any serious, tangible harm, making it difficult to impose a punishment that would satisfy Class 3. This outcome is even more satisfying for Class 3. Shen Mingzhi's jealousy of Chen Zilan in Class 3, and even his behavior of guiding his students to attack Class 3, has been exposed. This will significantly impact his interpersonal relationships, reputation, and career. Yang Xiao and the others may appear to acknowledge Shen Mingzhi's actions as admitted mistakes and corrected them, but ultimately, they are still students of Class 12, and will maintain a teacher-student relationship with him. It is certain that Shen Mingzhi, betrayed by them, will no longer be able to protect their interests, and may even become even more harsh towards them. On the other hand, Yang Xiao and the others are very likely to be viewed as traitors by the rest of Class 12. Even if they remain Yan Xingqing's subordinates, the rest of the students' attitude towards them will likely change. For the students in Class 3, it's enough to make them deeply aware of the consequences of their actions, and to feel regret and pain for it. Gu Qinghuan finished her declaration, and before the students could cheer again, they saw their villain. The Discipline Inspection Commission. Jiang Chuchu took the non-existent microphone. "This plan can be said to have been successfully completed," Jiang Chuchu said, still with authority. "Everyone successfully completed their tasks. That's all thanks to the Discipline Inspection Commission's plan," someone interrupted. "Give them a great credit." "Yes, give them a great credit." A group of people started to boo. Jiang Chuchu glanced around, and the booing had all quieted down. "Everyone's been working hard these past few days, so I decided to treat everyone to Yunjin Tower tonight," Jiang Chuchu said. "The Discipline Inspection Commission is so generous." "Great. I tell my family." Everyone started chattering about what to eat tonight. Gu Qinghuan poked Qin Yu's arm. "Where is Yunjinlu?" "Oh, you've probably never been there." "It's normal you don't know," Qin Yu said. Just then Jiang Chuchu, who had just stepped off the podium, elbowed him. "How dare you talk like that?" Qin Yu covered his sore side, and explained docilely. "Yunjinlu is a private club in the city. It's a membership-based club. Even if you're worth tens of millions, you might not be able to touch it. It's owned by the Jiang family." The last 6 words were the key. Gu Qinghuan sighed for a few seconds, then turned to Jiang Chuchu and asked excitedly, "Anything delicious?" Jiang Chuchu was speechless. "You only care about eating." Even so, a smile crept across her face. "I asked someone for a list of ingredients for today. I asked the kitchen to make you whatever you want. It's actually an ingredient list, not a menu. Does that mean she can make whatever she wants? Maybe even tailor it to her taste?" Gu Qinghuan perked up. "Okay. If it's something you haven't tried, You have to tell me if it's delicious. Jiang Chuchu nodded readily. Okay. She saw Yu Xian, lost in thought, clutching her phone and asked, What's wrong with Xinbao? Yu Xian came to her senses. It's okay, just a little regretful. After all, Yu Yuan helped. There was no way Yu Yuan was invited to Class 3's celebration party, especially considering Class 12's current situation, which must be dire. If anyone caught Yu Yuan hanging out with people from Class 3, she would be in big trouble. Jiang Chuchu was also a little hesitant. Yu Yuan's tip-off had played a role in the success of this plan, so she should be thanked. Gu Qinghuan poked her head out. That's easy. Just take some home for her. Ask her what she likes, desserts or snacks. They're all good for takeout. Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu exchanged glances, and Jiang Chuchu spoke first. How can your brain work so quickly when it comes to food? Gu Qinghuan rubbed the back of his head and said confidently, Isn't it good? It's fine. Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Xinbao asked. Yu Yuan's message was quick, but she didn't ask about food. Instead, she asked, I saw Yang Xiao, and the others came back, and they looked very bad. So, was Teacher Shen punished? Yu Xian thought for a moment. It's hard to explain. I tell you when we get home tonight. After a long pause, Yu Yuan replied, Okay. You can bring whatever desserts you like, as long as they're not overly sweet, I'm fine with them. Yu Xian put away her phone and sighed. Yu Yuan was clearly in a bad mood. Hopefully, after chatting tonight, her mood would improve. Jiang Chuchu also told Jiang Yue about the successful plan and the dinner. Jiang Yue had been sitting in his office, struggling with the department's monthly report, but receiving Jiang Chuchu's message instantly brightened his spirits. He must have taught his daughter well. Look how quickly this plan was implemented. Success will be a piece of cake. As for inviting the whole class to Yunjin Building, Jiang Yue didn't care even more. In fact, when they were in kindergarten and elementary school, Jiang Chuchu often treated her classmates to dinners and tours at some of her family's properties. But later, after realizing that some parents and children were flattering and overreaching, she stopped doing so. Now that she's once again considering inviting the entire class, doesn't that mean the current students are different from the past, people they can trust and befriend? Jiang Yue couldn't help but sigh, and reluctantly admitted that Gu Qinghuan was indeed a good monitor, leading the class to ever-improving status. Gu Qinghuan, still sitting in the classroom, sneezed, startling Qin Yu, who was sitting at the table in front of her. Do you have a cold? No, Gu Qinghuan muttered, pulling out a napkin to wipe her nose. Maybe someone's talking behind my back. Someone from Class 12? Qin Yu thought it made sense. Gu Qinghuan also thought it was a reasonable guess, but she didn't have time to worry about it right now. Jiang Chuchu had already sent her the ingredient list, and just reading it, Gu Qinghuan's mind was racing with recipes. Steamed, stir-fried, sashimi, braised, deep-fried, stewed. She was going to feast tonight. Chapter 108. Everyone had a car, so Jiang Chuchu didn't have to worry about getting the whole class to Yunjin Building. As for Gu Qinghuan, the only one without a car, there was no need to worry. She could just ride in the same car with Jiang Chuchu. After getting off the car, Gu Qinghuan followed Jiang Chuchu into the building where Yunjin Building was located, looking around curiously. Is the whole building Yunjin Building? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yes, different floors correspond to different areas. In addition to the dining area, there are also leisure areas, wellness areas, and so on. If you're interested, I can get you a secondary card, which will be registered under my primary card. You can come and visit whenever you want. Jiang Chuchu said. Qin Yu approached shyly. Chuchu, can you give me the secondary card too? No. Jiang Chuchu refused quickly. Qin Yu ran away, crying. Gu Qinghuan looked at Qin Yu's back and continued, What can be done in the recreation area? For example, Qin Yu likes the shooting range. He uses his brother's card to go there. There are also larger, more realistic outdoor activities, Jiang Chuchu said. There's also indoor rock climbing, golf, billiards, and so on. My dad and brother were interested, so we built them. The wellness area was built according to my mom's preferences, with things like yoga and sauna. But she's recently gotten into mountain climbing and hasn't been here as often. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment. Could it be that the original purpose of building this club was to provide a comfortable and secure environment for your family? Jiang Chuchu remained silent. The students who were eavesdropping nearby looked around, their hearts wailing. Even if our families weren't poor, compared to the Jiangs. It's so nice to be rich. Gu Qinghuan sighed for 3 seconds before decisively saying, No need for a supplementary card. If I really wanted to come, I'd definitely come with you. Why would I need a supplementary card with you around? Although she long known Gu Qinghwan was a talkative person, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but feel delighted when she said that. She patted Gu Qinghwan's shoulder and said, "Let's go pick out the ingredients." Since it was a treat, there was no need for politeness, and Jiang Chuchu didn't need it either. Gu Qinghwan said she wanted to feast, but with so many people, it wasn't possible for everyone to sit down, so after discussing with the kitchen, they decided to have a simple buffet. The dishes were prepared based on everyone's needs, and then the menu was chosen. While the kitchen was preparing the food and setting up the venue, the group went to explore other areas. There was even a display area displaying products from Jiang family-affiliated companies. It was quite diverse and interesting. Everyone went their separate ways. Anyway, they could just go to lunch at a certain time. With the class chat, it was easy to just call. Gu Qinghwan was engrossed in a video demonstration. By the time it was over, it was almost time for lunch, so she decided to go to the restroom. She searched for a seat but couldn't find one. Just as she was about to ask the staff, a middle-aged woman passing by approached her. "Young lady, are you looking for someone?" "Hello, auntie," Gu Qinghwan greeted. "I'm looking for the restroom." "Oh, then come with me," the woman said friendly. "I'm going there too." Anyone allowed into Yunjin building must have their identities verified. Gu Qinghwan didn't think twice and followed the woman. The woman was quite talkative and struck up a conversation with Gu Qinghwan along the way. However, the conversation was very measured. She didn't inquire about Gu Qinghwan's identity. Since she was wearing a Mingda uniform, they simply chatted about school matters. When they reached the restroom, Gu Qinghwan went to the inner room to use the restroom while the woman washed her hands. When Gu Qinghwan came out, she happened to see her putting on makeup, taking lipstick from her bag, unscrewing the cap, and applying it to her lips. Since she had just shown her the way, Gu Qinghwan couldn't just leave immediately, so she decided to wait for her to finish and say hello before leaving. But after a closer look, she felt a little puzzled. "Auntie." The woman asked with a nasal voice. "The lipstick you took seems different from the one on your lips," Gu Qinghwan said. She didn't know much about lipstick shades, and couldn't tell how much of a difference there was, but she remembered that the woman's lips weren't as shiny as they were now. If Jiang Chuchu were here, she would definitely explain the difference between matte and velvet finishes. The woman paused, glancing in the mirror for a few seconds before pulling makeup remover wipes from her purse. Just as she was about to rub them on her lips, she abruptly stopped. She grabbed another tissue, wet it with water, and began rubbing it vigorously against her lips, quickly removing all the lipstick. But water wasn't as effective as makeup remover wipes. The residue was still visible, and it had smudged the makeup around her lips. "Miss, can you help me find a makeup artist?" the woman asked. Gu Qinghwan also sensed something was amiss. "Wait a moment, I ask a friend." She thought for a moment and added, "This place is owned by a friend of mine." The woman felt relieved upon hearing Gu Qinghwan's words. If it's the Jiang family, then there's no need to worry. This is the Jiang family's property. If something happens to a guest here, it won't benefit the family in the slightest. "Jiang Chuchu, makeup artist?" Yes. "What are you doing?" "Gu Qinghwan, there's a guest in the bathroom who needs a makeup touch-up, but there seems to be something wrong with her makeup." "Jiang Chuchu, oh, then I call someone over." "Which bathroom are you in?" Gu Qinghwan briefly described the route, and Jiang Chuchu indicated she understood. "Gu Qinghwan, this is just my guess, but it's best to use makeup and makeup remover wipes that won't irritate your skin." "Jiang Chuchu, sensitive skin? Okay, I remind you." Less than 10 minutes later, Gu Qinghwan heard footsteps approaching. A young woman with long, champagne-colored hair in a bun walked in, carrying a makeup case. Seeing the woman, the makeup artist was a bit surprised. "Ms. Han." Ms. Han was also a bit surprised to see the makeup artist. "You actually called me Jiang Hua." Jiang Hua hurried over and took Ms. Han's face in his hands. After examining her for a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay. It's a little swollen, but it should go away soon." She added, "I take you to the nearest lounge and take care of you." Ms. Han nodded slightly. "Thank you very much." She looked at Gu Qinghwan again. "Little girl, thanks to you this time. What's your name?" Gu Qinghwan thought this seemed like a bit of a problem, and gave her name. "My name is Gu Qinghwan, and I'm in Class 3, Grade 1, Mingda High School. If you need me as a witness, feel free to contact me." Ms. Han raised an eyebrow. Although she didn't want to involve a child in her own family's troubles, she had to admit that this little girl was quite clever. "Don't worry, I just wanted to thank you later when I have time." Ms. Han smiled at her, then said goodbye and went off with Jiang Hua to deal with her makeup. Gu Qinghuan returned to the buffet, and Jiang Chuchu greeted her. "What happened to you?" Gu Qinghuan said gravely, "I think I witnessed a fight between wealthy families." Jiang Chuchu? Chapter 109. After Gu Qinghuan's explanation, Jiang Chuchu finally understood what she had just experienced. The Ms. Han that Sister Jiang mentioned. Jiang Chuchu searched her memory. Maybe she's someone I know. Gu Qinghuan held a grilled lamb chop, nibbling on it as she listened to Jiang Chuchu's words. "My mother has a sister named Zhu Manyu, and her husband. My uncle is called Han Lang. My uncle has a sister named Han Yuan, who must be the Miss Han you met," Jiang Chuchu said. Gu Qinghuan chewed the lamb chop and updated the interpersonal relationship tree in her mind. A woman in uniform approached, whispered something in Jiang Chuchu's ear, and quickly left. Jiang Chuchu turned her gaze to Gu Qinghuan. "I asked someone to check the reservation records. The Han family's company is hosting foreign businessmen at Yunjin Building today." Jiang Chuchu didn't know whether they were discussing cooperation or something else. Gu Qinghuan put the bare bones down, wiped his hands and mouth, and then said, "Ms. Han's lips are swollen, so it's inconvenient for her to attend, right?" If Han Yun hadn't wiped them quickly, her lips would have swollen even more. Not only would it have affected her image, but the pain might have been so severe that she couldn't speak. That's probably because she's in a bad state. Forcing herself to keep going would only cast doubt on the company's leadership's ability to manage themselves, and thus, on their ability to successfully complete the cooperation. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Gu Qinghuan picked up another burrito. "So it could be a business war? A direct destruction of the Han family's business?" "I think it might be a family feud," Jiang Chuchu said thoughtfully. "From your description, after Ms. Han confirmed her lipstick was flawed, she wanted to remove it, but she didn't even dare to use makeup remover wipes. Personal belongings were replaced, and even the color was nearly identical. Only someone close to her could do that, right?" Gu Qinghuan pondered. "Furthermore, how can we be sure she touched up her makeup? Perhaps someone who was also present did it, and made some preparations, like getting her to drink water and reminding her to put on makeup, to ensure she used lipstick." Jiang Chuchu looked around, making sure no one was around, before lowering her voice. "While your suspicions make sense, we can't get involved in this matter. Ms. Han will handle the follow-up." Gu Qinghuan encountered this incident completely by chance. This was the Jiang family's Yunjin building. As long as she kept the news secret, and Han Yun kept it a secret, the perpetrators wouldn't even know Gu Qinghuan was involved in the plan's failure. To be on the safe side, Jiang Chuchu decided to report it to Jiang Yue after returning home. Gu Qinghuan nodded, indicating that she understood. It was best not to get involved in this kind of feud between wealthy families, which was already illegal. Besides, her main task tonight was eating. The first plate was already empty, it was time to fill the second. Not only Gu Qinghuan, but the students in Class 3 were all enjoying the meal. Yu Xian brought a box of 8 kinds of desserts for Yu Yuan, which looked exquisite and delicious. Gu Qinghuan watched the waiter packing them up and said, "I think we can sell them as souvenirs. Yunjin's specialty souvenirs. I wonder if they'd be popular." Jiang Chuchu followed Gu Qinghuan's train of thought and thought, "Give them to customers as not-for-sale items. They can then give them to others, which can also serve as a promotional tool." Qin Yu burped. He felt that Jiang Chuchu, under Gu Qinghuan's guidance, was starting to develop a business-oriented approach. After dinner, Jiang Chuchu arranged a ride home for Gu Qinghuan, but she didn't go with him. She had to go back and tell Jiang Yue about what happened to Gu Qinghuan. After making sure every classmate was on the return bus, Jiang Chuchu posted another message in the group chat. "Remember to report back when you get home." Everyone rushed to reply "got it," fearing they'd be late and get a call from Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu finally went home relieved. Upon entering, she saw Jiang Yue playing with Mop, and decisively used a freeze-dried chicken neck to lure Mop away. Jiang Yue looked at Mop, who was gnawing on the chicken neck until it made a crunching sound, with a hint of regret. He said to Jiang Chuchu sternly, "Did you have a good time tonight?" "Very much so," Jiang Chuchu said, "but something happened." Jiang Yue's expression shifted slightly. "Tell me about it." Jiang Chuchu recounted Gu Qinghuan's encounter with Han Yuan, and mentioned Gu Qinghuan's speculation. The Han family. Jiang Yue's expression was a bit complicated. Previously, he kept the elder's issues to himself, concerned about burdening the child, and hadn't elaborated. But now that he caught up with the Han family, and the child was older, it was best to explain things clearly to Jiang Chuchu. He led Jiang Chuchu into the study, closed the door, and sat down with her. Jiang Yue then continued, You know how your Aunt Ju Manyu provoked your mother, causing your premature birth, didn't you? Jiang Chuchu nodded. Her grandmother had told her about it when they were little. Your grandmother's intended marriage partner was actually Zhu Manyu, but something happened with the Jiang family at the time, and Zhu Manyu became interested in Han Lang from the Han family, so the proposed marriage partner became your mother, Jiang Yue said. The marriage between the Jiang and Zhu families was arranged by Jiang Yue's grandfather. However, in Jiang Yue's father's generation, both the Jiang and Zhu families had sons, so it wasn't carried out until Jiang Yue's generation. Initially, he didn't care who the marriage partner was, but he was somewhat unhappy that someone else was forced upon him for such a reason. Of course, this unhappiness was directed at the Zhu family. Jiang Yue felt pity for Zhu Qinglan simply by watching her being forced to eat so-called diet meals. So, after they got married, he took advantage of their honeymoon to take her to a plethora of delicious food. Unexpectedly, the more they spent time together during their honeymoon, the more they felt a good match. It was truly a case of marriage before love. 6 months after your mother and I got married, Zhu Manyu also married Han Lang. But later, the Han family fell into decline and was broken up into pieces. At that time, our family was on the rise again, and Zhu Manyu came to your mother to make trouble, demanding money, and that the Jiang family give up land and projects. The time your mother was provoked, she said that you had taken away her rightful wealth and prosperity, and she even wanted to hit her. Although the housekeeper and servant stopped her at the time, your mother was still provoked, which led to your premature birth. Jiang Chuchu clenched her fist silently. Didn't she make the choice herself? Yes, Jiang Yue sighed. Anyway, after that incident, your grandmother realized her true nature and cut off all ties with her. She was also not allowed to enter our house. Does this have anything to do with the Han family? Jiang Chuchu was puzzled. Yes. Zhu Manyu didn't get along well with our family, and couldn't stand the Han family's gradual decline, so she divorced Han Lang and fled abroad to live a carefree life. Jiang Yue said. Han Lang, while lacking in talent, was quite capable of maintaining success. His sister, Han Yun, was suited to expanding the family's territory, and the siblings slowly rebuilt the Han family's assets, though not to the same extent as before. A few years ago, Zhu Manyu learned the news and returned to China. She rekindled her relationship with Han Lang and instigated him to drive Han Yun away, allowing her to monopolize the entire Han family. Huh? Jiang Chuchu was stunned. Han Lang, was your uncle instigated like that? Jiang Yue glanced at Jiang Chuchu. Who do you think leaked this news? Jiang Chuchu pondered for a moment, becoming even more shocked. He leaked it himself? Jiang Yue remained silent. How could a man be so easily brainwashed by love, especially since Zhu Manyu abandoned him in the first place? Even if Han Lang reconciled with her, it was only out of a sense of superiority, a sense of fortune's change. Han Lang was the one who truly wanted to drive Han Yun away, and he even had to use Zhu Manyu's hand. The one who was wrong was the greedy Zhu Manyu, who had caused him to become enemies with his sister, a mother from whom he shared a mother. He was simply a man blinded by love. Chapter 110. Jiang Chuchu felt a little disgusted. Jiang Yue didn't want to ruin his daughter's good mood any further. I make arrangements at Yunjinlu. Don't worry about your friends getting involved. Also, don't tell your mom about this. She's having a great time lately, and doesn't need to hear a name that would spoil her mood. Jiang Chuchu agreed to everything, and was about to leave the study when she remembered something. By the way, Dad, what do you think about Yunjinlu making some special souvenirs? Souvenirs? Jiang Yue was puzzled. Why did his daughter want to start a business? Jiang Chuchu pulled out the photos she had taken earlier and excitedly showed them to Jiang Yue. This is it. Xinbao picked out a few desserts to take back for her sister. Colorful and adorable desserts appeared on Jiang Chuchu's phone screen, and also in front of Yu Yuan. She carefully picked up a piece of fruit tart, like a devout believer holding a cross. Can I really eat this? Of course you can. This one has fruit on it. I suggest you eat it tonight. Otherwise, if it sits overnight, the fruit might lose its freshness, Yu Xian said. Yu Yuan hesitated for a few seconds before finally taking a bite. Her eyes narrowed at the sweetness. Although she studied piano, not dance, she was mindful of her weight, and was very restrained with desserts, especially at this time. Yu Xian sat quietly across from Yu Yuan, watching her eat. After finishing the fruit tart with satisfaction, Yu Yuan placed the remaining dessert in the small refrigerator in her room, and sat back down in front of Yu Xian, her demeanor straightened. You can now discuss how your class's plan went today. Yu Yuan spoke in a condescending tone, but her expression was focused, or perhaps anticipating the spectacle. Uxin didn't pay any attention and recounted everything that had happened today. Finally, she asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Why would I feel uncomfortable?" Yu Yuan was baffled. She came to her senses and said bluntly, "When I decided to help you, I knew Teacher Shin wouldn't end well, and I don't consider my actions a betrayal." After a pause, Yu Yuan's voice softened. "I used to really think Teacher Shin was nice, but that's not the case. His kindness is just indulgence, and it only makes the students worse. I envy your class." After saying this, she quickly denied it. "But I don't want to go to class 3. Who wants to be in the same class with you? I just think the atmosphere in class 3 is great. To be honest, I'm still a little confused, right? I don't know what Teacher Shin will do next, and how he get along with Yen Shengqing and the others. But that's my business. I figure it out myself. You don't have to worry about it." Yu Yuan raised her chin with a hint of pride. Uxin glanced at her. "There's some tart crust on your chin." Yu Yuan quickly wiped it off. Seeing her frantically wiping her chin, Uxin added, "If there's anything you can't solve, just tell me. Qinghuan and Chuchu are here to help too." Not even glancing at Yu Yuan's expression, she stood up and prepared to leave her room. "Hey!" Yu Yuan called out to her. "Anything else?" Uxin looked back at her. "First of all, I'm not praising you. I'm just telling you the truth." Yu Yuan emphasized, then stuttered, "It's just, your class did quite well this time." Uxin smiled. "Yu Yuan? Why?" Yu Yuan felt a little uncomfortable being called by her name suddenly. "I wanted to say, this is also your credit." "Thank you." With that, Uxin opened the door and walked out, leaving Yu Yuan standing there in a daze. After a long moment, she muttered, "What? You're talking like you're a real sister." She was just a fake sister. She still owed Uxin so much she could never make up for it in this lifetime. She couldn't bear this thank you. Unlike Yu Yuan's guilt, Gu Qinghuan was content to enjoy the system's praise. System. Xie Xiangshua's progress has now reached 35%, and she'll soon be halfway there. System. The host's efficiency in completing tasks is truly remarkable. System. If Plan B also goes smoothly, then it's very likely that Xie Xiangxua and Bao Qingsong's tasks will be completed simultaneously. Gu Qinghuan paused, scratching her hair. Wait, why is Bao Qingsong still mentioned? The system hesitated. Without revealing the future, I can reveal that the most desperate fate of Bao Qingsong and his sister Bao Rujian is closely connected to the Yin family. What connection could there be between the police and their families and criminals? Gu Qinghuan could easily guess it with her toes. She cursed furiously, then went to check the group chat logs for Plan B before calming down. At this rate, the Yin family's downfall is imminent. Furthermore, this way, the siblings could have personally avenged their own deaths, which wasn't bad at all. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and asked the system, "Who else has made the most progress?" The system replied, "Jiang Chuchu, currently at 30%. Is it, like Xinbao, because her attitude towards life has changed?" Gu Qinghuan was curious. The system hesitated, considering it was already past tense and impossible future, and explained, "No, it's mainly because her life experience has changed significantly." Gu Qinghuan, what do you mean by significant changes? The system, her mother won't die. Huh? Gu Qinghuan sat up abruptly and screamed. Thankfully, her scream wasn't loud enough. Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian heard it, but didn't take it seriously. The system, Jiang Chuchu's mother should have been taken to the hospital by this time. You said time point instead of period of time. Gu Qinghuan was very perceptive. Was this supposed to happen today? The system simply explained in more detail. During Jiang Chuchu's most desperate period, before she entered high school, her mother, Zhu Qinglan, was diagnosed with a stomach tumor. However, because it was not serious, Zhu Qinglan did not take it seriously. Later, due to factors such as diet, lifestyle, and mental health, her condition continued to deteriorate, and now it has developed into mid-stage stomach cancer. To relieve her discomfort, she will go to Yunjin Building today and rest in the wellness area. However, Zhu Manyu drags her into a dispute between the Han siblings. During the dispute, Zhu Qinglan was unfortunately hit in the stomach, causing the tumor to rupture and the cancer cells to spread rapidly. Furthermore, her health was already poor, and her condition deteriorated so rapidly that even with the Jiang family's financial resources, she would not survive until next spring. Gu Qinghuan still remembered what Zhu Qinglan looked like when she visited the Jiang family before. So now, system, she's in excellent health now. Not only does she not have stomach cancer, she doesn't even have indigestion. So, She didn't even go to Yunjin Tower today. Not to mention you, the host, also influenced Han Yun's fate today, and nothing happened. Gu Qinghwan let out a long sigh and fell back onto the bed. This is terrifying. System, host, aren't you happy? You created a new destiny for Zhu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan rolled his eyes. I'm very happy, but rather than being happy, I think my heart needs soothing. Such exciting news, please keep it to yourself. Chapter 111. Han Yun's matter, coupled with Zhu Qinghwan's potential fate, was a bit disturbing, but since one had nothing to do with him, and he had already avoided the other, Gu Qinghwan didn't take it too seriously. Today, Chen Zilan made excuses to the various teachers and assigned less homework. Some teachers simply didn't assign any. In the teachers' eyes, the students of Class 3's actions indirectly protected Chen Zilan. Having students to vent his anger was much more satisfying than venting it himself. The midterm exam had just ended, and Class 3 had done well again. Less homework wasn't a big deal, so they considered it a reward. So Gu Qinghwan quickly finished his homework, and before falling asleep, he was still thinking about the honey fire cube he hadn't snatched from Su Xinghe. The next morning, the students of Class 3 arrived at school, feeling a little groggy. It's no wonder. During the entire counterattack plan, everyone was fueled by passion and excitement. Now that the plan is complete, and they had a celebratory banquet last night, their energy has faded, and fatigue has suddenly set in. During class, Chen Zilan was amused by the students' half-dead appearances. How did they become like this in just one night? Teacher, Qin Yu raised a shaky hand. I think I need to go home and rest for a few days to replenish my energy. How could Chen Zilan agree? But he also knew Qin Yu was joking. I see you're quite energetic, and you still have the energy to chatter here. Qin Yu withdrew his hand awkwardly. Chen Zilan tapped his palm twice with a rolled-up textbook and said thoughtfully, but it seems I need to find something for you to do. He had finally figured out that his students were like spinning tops, motionless unless twirled. They were also like wild animals, admirably eager to watch the fun. To get these students moving, he had to find something interesting. He put down his textbook and said solemnly, We're having a New Year's Eve party, everyone, right? The students pricked up their ears. Gu Qinghwan remained unexcited. Not only did she know about the New Year's Eve party, but she also knew that a dramatic spectacle would unfold that day, completely destroying the Yin family. The Plan B group had been sending fewer messages lately. The police were intensively making final preparations, keeping the news a closely guarded secret. Chen Zilan said, in addition to the school's own performances, this New Year's Eve party will also feature external participants. There's also supposedly an official variety show. Gu Qinghwan perked up. What kind of official variety show is this? Something the policewoman is putting together? What kind of show is it? Qin Yu asked immediately. I don't know the details yet, but I heard the show's guests will be involved in campus life, mostly games. Chen Zilan didn't know much either. The students pondered for a moment. That sounds interesting? How about joining in the fun? Chen Zilan knew this tactic was a success just by looking at everyone's eagerness. He picked up his textbook again. Okay, it's still class time. Let's talk after class if you have anything to say. Everyone was much more attentive in class this time. After class, they had to finish it first so they could have fun. After class, everyone, having previously slouched over their desks, gathered together to speculate on what activities would be held on New Year's Day. Gu Qinghwan, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chuchu were chatting when something suddenly occurred to them. They asked Xie Xiangxue, aren't you performing at the New Year's Eve party? Class 3 didn't have many students pursuing special talents, only Xie Xiangxue and Song Yi. Song Yi had a clear goal of studying abroad and had his own plans. My dance teacher mentioned that a famous dancer might be invited to attend this time. She's also a Mingda graduate. If I could gain her approval, it would be a great advantage, Xie Xiangxue said. And then? Gu Qinghwan pressed. Xie Xiangxue shrugged. But when I looked it up myself, I found she's been frequently participating in stage events hosted by Jinning Entertainment for the past 2 years. Forget it then, Jiang Chuchu said immediately. While it might just be a business collaboration, and there's nothing wrong with her personally, I say it's best to avoid any connection with the Yin family. I thought so too. Xie Xiangxue nodded. Besides, Class 12 also has Lin Xiexue, who's also a dancer. If Yin Zhengqin wants to support her, he might be able to connect her with that dancer. All things considered, I better not get involved. There's a competition early next year, and I plan to prepare well for it, Xie Xiangxue said. This is also good. Make your own choices and forge your own path. Gu Qinghwan gave her a thumbs up. Keep going. Xie Xiangxue responded with an enthusiastic smile. Although Xie Xiangxue wasn't participating in the New Year's Eve gala, Class 3 was indeed very curious about the variety show and had been asking people for information. Gu Qinghuan also went to ask by Hans Han. His connections in the student union were so impressive, it was time for them to come in handy. By Hans Han, you should ask my sister about this program. She knows more details. Gu Qinghuan quickly messaged Bai Qiyin. Bai Qiyin, the teachers at Mingda already know about this. I'm fine with letting you know, since the school leadership has already reviewed the partnership proposal. According to Bai Qiyin, this variety show does have official participation, including Yan's Jinding Entertainment, Bai Qiyin's Ween Entertainment, and several other entertainment companies. A total of 4 entertainment industry professionals have been invited to participate. The 4 will form teams with students from across campus and plan their own performances over 5 days for Mingda's New Year's Eve gala. The daily progress will be recorded and edited, broadcast during popular evening times, and the entire gala will be live-streamed. Before the official performance, the 4 will interact with the audience in their respective livestream rooms. Finally, the official livestream room will broadcast Mingda's New Year's Eve gala. To maintain the overall coherence of the gala, the order of the guests' performances will need to be adjusted to the gala program. Therefore, the guests' performances may be compared with Mingda's. Gu Qinghuan, it does seem quite entertaining. If nothing else, it would be interesting to think that the Jinding Entertainment guests' performances couldn't even compare to the students'. Bai Qiyin, it's actually quite troublesome. We also have to communicate with the students and their parents. After all, some people don't want to appear in the media. Gu Qinghuan, I really need to discuss this with my family. Bai Qiyin, Mingda should have sent out consent forms to the students by this Friday. If you're interested, why not join my team? She had never met Gu Qinghuan in person before, so this was her chance. Chapter 112. Gu Qinghuan was very interested in watching the fun, but participating in variety shows in person seemed a bit difficult. Forget about anything else. The system's previous warning about her weak presence alone made her suspect that even if she did become Bai Qiyin's team member, they would either forget to film her or cut all of her scenes. So, regarding Bai Qiyin's suggestion, Gu Qinghuan could only regretfully say that she wouldn't consider it for the time being. Hearing her words, Bai Qiyin didn't see any problem. Everyone had different choices, and she couldn't force anyone. Besides, her main concern was meeting Gu Qinghuan. Just being able to meet was enough. Filming together wasn't a requirement. After concluding her conversation with Bai Qiyin, Gu Qinghuan glanced at the class chat. Everyone had gathered a lot of information, but it was mixed, true and false, and incomplete. She thought for a moment, and didn't immediately share what Bai Qiyin had told her. Instead, she decided to wait until the information she had gathered was closer to the truth. She was just thinking about how to talk about filming the show when she got home when Qingyu suddenly poked her. I just remembered something. What? Gu Qinghuan replied casually. The name of our class group hasn't been changed yet. Qinyu's face was serious. Gu Qinghuan murmured, it seems so. Didn't you ask people to find out the names of other classes' groups? What was the final result? Don't mention it, Qinyu waved his hand. There are 12 classes in total. 2 don't have class groups. 4 were created by the homeroom teachers, and are called Class 11. 3 follow popular internet memes, and change them from time to time. The remaining 2 are inspirational in style, which doesn't fit the temperament of our class. What's the vibe of our class? Gu Qinghuan rubbed his forehead. Qingyu was silent for a moment. Eating melons? Joining in the fun? Now it was Gu Qinghuan's turn to be silent. Su Xinghe, overhearing their conversation, leaned over. Isn't our class's vibe about stirring up trouble? Qingyu gave him an approving look. Well said. I appoint you as the strategist of the troublemaking squad. No, with 22 people, it's hardly a squad, is it? Gu Qinghuan rubbed her chin. If you're going to call it that, call it something grand. With that, she opened the group and changed the name. You changed the group name to Troublemaking Squad. The classmates were chatting animatedly when they saw this system message, and fell silent for 30 seconds. Then they cheered in unison. Song Yi, great. Then I be the vanguard of trouble. Bao Song. As for me, reporting to the department? Ming Xiaolan, logistics department? Seeing the discussion trending more and more towards the burial of love family trend, Gu Qinghuan could only pretend she hadn't noticed anything. It wasn't her fault, she just changed the group name. As for these positions, they were all given by everyone themselves. Jiang Chuchu was amused by the chat and poked Gu Qinghuan on the back. So, are you the captain of the main force? Before Gu Qinghuan could answer, Qingyu spoke first. She's the troublemaker. With that, Qin took off running, dragging Su Xinghe with him. Hey, brother, come with me to the restroom. Su Xinghe was confused. Huh? Gu Qinghuan was too late to catch up, so she sat there, gnashing her teeth. Jiang Chuchu asked cautiously, Are you going to get revenge on him? Yes. Gu Qinghuan took out a sticky note and wrote on it, Just call him second troublemaker. Later in class, I secretly stick it on his back. What kind of elementary school attack was this? Jiang Chuchu stared at the ceiling, deciding not to judge Gu Qinghuan's vengeance as childish. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, What do you think would be a more appropriate name for me? Huh? Gu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. Of course, it's the chief troublemaker. Jiang Chuchu, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. She felt a little embarrassed, but she knew she couldn't be the only one embarrassed, so she dragged Yu Xian into the conversation. Xinbao, what do you want to be called? Yu Xian had also been eavesdropping, still chuckling, when her name was suddenly called. She was startled. Well, I can't think of one. Jiang Chuchu said, I give you the title of Troublemaker Justice. Take it. I got one. Yu Xian immediately came up with a name. I call it the Troublemaker Diplomat. She had persuaded Yu Yuan, a member of Class 12, to help her. How could that not be considered a diplomat? Jiang Chuchu clearly understood the meaning of the name. She pondered for a moment, then looked back at Gu Qinghuan. I'm going to change my name. What do you want to be called? Gu Qinghuan was curious. Troublemaker Hammer. Jiang Chuchu said solemnly. Huh? Not only Gu Qinghuan, but even Yu Xian was stunned. Jiang Chuchu, however, was quite satisfied. I, Jiang Chuchu, am rich and powerful. Of course, I be the main force when trouble comes. I be responsible for bringing down the iron hammer of justice on my opponents. Gu Qinghuan, regardless of justice, the iron hammer certainly hurts. Jiang Chuchu finished speaking and immediately changed her WeChat profile picture to a hammer. Gu Qinghuan had initially thought it was a common modern claw hammer, but when she clicked on the larger image, she saw a meteor hammer gleaming with a cold light. Wait, this isn't the hammer of justice anymore, is it? The troublemaker observed a 3-second moment of silence for those who would face the hammer in the future, then left it alone. After finishing a day of classes and returning home, Gu Qinghuan told Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian about the program. It sounds interesting, said Gu Haiyan, as expected of Gu Qinghuan's mother. The mother and daughter shared the same sentiments. If you want to participate, then go ahead. Wang Jian, by comparison, was more cautious. Bring the consent form back so your mother and I can take a good look at it. After all, she was a minor, and exposing her image to the public media so early was unclear whether it was a good idea or a bad idea. While Wang Jian believed his daughter wouldn't be easily influenced by online public opinion, it was always better to be cautious. I understand, but I'm not planning on participating for now. After all, I'm going to be performing at a gala, and I don't have any special talents. Gu Qinghuan said this calmly. She actually just wanted to watch the production team filming during the 5 days leading up to the show and serve as a backdrop. Hearing her say this, Wang Jian felt more reassured. Okay, I have you sign the consent form. If anything happens during filming, remember to tell me and your mother immediately. On Friday morning, just as Bai Qingyin had said, Chen Zilan walked into the classroom with a stack of consent forms. It's confirmed. These are the consent forms for participating in the filming. Go back and have your parents sign them, and hand them in next Monday. He added, if you're selected to participate in the program, you have to sign a separate agreement, and you be compensated. If you refuse to participate, the homeroom teacher will be involved in the post-production editing to ensure that any footage that reveals students' personal information is deleted. If it's just a fleeting shot, the school can't guarantee complete deletion. So, if you absolutely don't want to be filmed, it's recommended that you take online classes at home. That sounds like a hassle, Qin Yu interrupted. It's indeed quite troublesome, but it's also for your protection, Chen Zilan said. However, Mingda will provide homeroom teachers with an overtime allowance, so Chen Zilan won't find it annoying. While it still depends on the parents' opinions, let's first get a general idea of what you think. Students willing to participate in the filming, please raise your hands, Chen Zilan said. 22 hands went up. Chen Zilan, look at these bastards. They're so enthusiastic. Chapter 113. Wang Jian and Gu Haiyan carefully studied the consent form, word for word, and even asked a lawyer friend to help analyze it. After confirming there were no hidden dangers, they readily signed. If you do appear on a show, please tell us what it is. We see if we can find you on TV then. Gu Qinghuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. No need. Gu Haiyan called Gu Min again. Mom, I'm telling you, there's a show being filmed at Huanhuan's school. Gu Qinghuan covered her ears and ran. If she couldn't be stopped, couldn't she just pretend she didn't hear? For the next month, the atmosphere at Mingda was quite lively. Every time they saw an unfamiliar vehicle entering the school gates, or saw someone setting up equipment on campus, they knew the show crew was one step closer to arriving. All members of Class 3 successfully obtained their parent-signed consent forms. When Chen Zilan submitted them, Dean of Academic Affairs Zhang Xuehai couldn't help but jokingly say, "The students in Class 3 are really lively." Chen Zilan could only feign bewilderment. Yeah, that saves me some trouble. I don't have to oversee the editing." In contrast, 11 of the 20 students in Class 12 expressed their unwillingness to participate in the filming and requested online classes from home, refraining from attending school. Shin Mingzhi has become quite withdrawn lately. He rarely speaks in the office, and even goes to the cafeteria alone. However, seeing him spend most of his time poring over textbooks and lesson plans, or revising courseware, he seems to be taking his work much more seriously, which is a sentimental sentiment for everyone. Shin Mingzhi once won the Provincial Outstanding Teacher Award. After this setback, it seems he's returned to his original aspirations. Hopefully, he can adjust his mindset and focus his energy on education. Gu Qinghuan was summoned to Bai Hanshan's office again. "I have a question." Bai Hanshan's expression was somewhat complicated. "Do you keep that long-haired calico cat in the office?" "What?" Gu Qinghuan didn't understand. "Now, when I feed it, I can try to hold it. I think I should be able to put it in its airline crate by the end of the year." Bai Hanshan held his forehead and said, "According to the student union officials, the cat seems to have taken up residence in your office." Gu Qinghuan, "Huh?" She wasn't in the office all the time, and since she always left the window open for the cat, she assumed it was just there when she was there. It's possible that the weather's getting colder, and the cat wants to stay somewhere warmer, but since it's stuck in your office, it should be easier to catch, right? Bai Hanshan said. "Then I try it this afternoon." Gu Qinghuan made a quick decision. By noon, Gu Qinghuan had called over Song Yi and Zhang Zhanshan. These two were tall, with long arms and legs, and it seemed like catching cats would be easy with just a stretch of their arms and legs. Qin Yu also wanted to come catch cats, and Gu Qinghuan, thinking it would be a great help, agreed. Zhang Zhanshan was thrilled. Although she loved cats, they didn't like her. All the cats she encountered since she was a child had run away at the sight of her. The family had actually considered buying her a cat from a reputable cattery. Specially bred cats are generally docile, and wouldn't be afraid of her. However, Zhang Zhanshan preferred the Chinese native cat, finding it more handsome. Plus, adopting would save stray cats, so she struggled to find one willing to approach her. Before she even reached the office, Gu Qinghuan heard a cat meowing at the top of its lungs. She listened carefully and wondered, "Doesn't it sound like a calico cat?" Gu Qinghuan opened the door, and saw the calico cat impatiently lying on a scratching post. Next to it was a yellow and black tabby cat, the one making the noise. The last time Gu Qinghuan's doghouse was taken away, she ordered a scratching post overnight just to stop the calico cat from lying in her kennel. Luckily, the calico cat actually liked the 100 cm long, pillow-shaped scratching post and stopped lying in Gu Qinghuan's kennel. Seeing Gu Qinghuan, the calico cat wagged its tail, meowed, stretched, and mercifully moved closer to Gu Qinghuan's legs, rubbing against her trouser leg. Zhang Zhanshan, standing nearby, was practically blushing with envy. The tabby cat trotted over, leaning in to sniff the calico cat's rear. The calico cat slapped it hard on the head, forcing it to step back a few steps. Gu Qinghuan understood. "Oh, it wants to mate with you." The calico cat didn't understand human language, and simply breathed heavily at the tabby cat. Gu Qinghuan winked at Qin Yu and Song Yi, and they followed their earlier agreement. One closed the window, the other the door. In an instant, the office became a secret room. The airline box had been placed in the office, primarily to accustom the calico cat to its scent. Qin Yu tiptoed over and opened the door. The men tried to quietly put on thick gloves. Fortunately, they were dressed warmly in this season, so even if the cat resisted, the clothes would protect them from scratches. Gu Qinghuan pulled 2 dark cloth bags from the cabinet. "I catch the calico cat later. Song Yi and Zhang Zhanshan, you two take the bags and surround them." Before she could finish her words, Qin Yu poked her arm, signaling her to look at the flight box. Gu Qinghuan turned her head and saw the calico cat had pushed the tabby cat into the flight box and was tugging at the door, trying to close it. "Qin Yu, is this cat really not a spirit?" Gu Qinghuan, quick-witted, leaped over and grabbed the spring catch on the flight box door, closing it with incredible fluidity. The four of them stared blankly at the tabby cat in the flight box, while the calico cat contentedly returned to its scratching post. What should we do now? Song-yi touched the back of his head. One is GA, and two are GA too. Gu Qinghuan clenched his fist. Since we caught it, let's GA. I remember you can't neuter it during this period? Zhang Zhichen asked. Yes, wait a week after the treatment to neuter it. Keep it at the hospital for the time being. We can't let it go, it might be hard to catch next time. Gu Qinghuan nodded. Zhang Zhichen's eyes lit up. Can you leave this to me? Are you sure? Gu Qinghuan asked. Will it be noisy all the time? If it's a male cat, it might even spray urine everywhere. I know that. Zhang Zhichen nodded. I just spend more time with it at the vet and take care of it. Maybe if it gets familiar with me, it'd be willing to be close to me. Do you want to adopt this tabby cat? Gu Qinghuan looked down at the tabby cat squatting motionless in its carrier. Is this the flying tabby cat? That's okay. It depends on whether this tabby cat wants to be close to me. If not, we can just neuter it and release it back. Zhang Zhichen said. Didn't you want a calico cat before? Gu Qinghuan pointed at her calico cat, which was lying comfortably on the scratching post. Zhang Zhichen hesitated for a moment, then said honestly, I think this tabby cat is a bit dumb, so it might be easier to trick. The other three looked down at the tabby cat in the crate. The cat stared back at them through the cracks in the crate, its large, round eyes revealing pure bewilderment. It's been locked up until now, and it hasn't made any noise or struggle. It seems quite stupid. Chapter 114. Zhang Zhichen took the tabby cat to the pre-arranged veterinary clinic and settled him in before returning to school. When opening the office door, Gu Qinghuan worried for a moment whether the calico cat would escape, but thankfully, it remained lazily lying on the scratching post. Do you want to continue catching the calico cat? Song-yi asked. The airline box is for the tabby cat, though cardboard boxes could also be used. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the delivery boxes piled in the office. But with this calico cat's personality, it feels a bit risky. Let's give it a try. We already prepared everything, so we should at least give it a try. Qin Yu was very enthusiastic. Gu Qinghuan thought about it, and found a suitable size from the delivery box. He modified it with tape and scissors, and then the three of them surrounded the calico cat. The calico cat stood up alertly, but continued to sit crooked on the scratching post, staring at Gu Qinghuan. She opened a can of food, held it up to the calico cat, let it sniff it, and then pushed it into the cardboard box, trying to coax it out. The calico cat didn't move. How about I use a cloth bag? Song-yi raised the hand holding the cloth bag. Okay, you two, use the cloth bags on both sides. Be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Then I hold the box steady. Once I stuff the calico cat in, I close it immediately. Gu Qinghuan made a decision. Qin Yu and Song-yi perked up and raised the cloth bag. The calico cat looked around, then lightly jumped into the box. The cloth bag duo, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Gu Qinghuan's brain froze for a rare moment. Then he saw the calico cat disdainfully picking at the can, pushing it out, yawning, and lazily lying down. Even after Gu Qinghuan came to her senses and taped the opening of the cardboard box shut, the calico cat didn't move. Even after she picked up the box, it was still asleep. Qin Yu's expression was very subtle. I don't know why, but I feel strongly mocked. Song-yi nodded in agreement. All the preparations were so grand, but in the end, it was so easy. How frustrating. Gu Qinghuan hugged the cardboard box. No matter what, it's a good thing they caught it. There was no need for three people to go to the vet, so it was decided that Song-yi would accompany Gu Qinghuan while Qin Yu went back to clean up the mess from the previous cardboard box renovation and tidy up the office. The vet had just admitted the tabby cat, and when they saw Gu Qinghuan coming in with the calico cat, they were a little confused. Isn't one cat going to be neutered? This one was originally going to be neutered. Gu Qinghuan lifted the box in his arms, and the calico cat just in time stretched out a claw, trying to grab him. The doctor examined the calico cat and asked, Is it on a food or water ban? Gu Qinghuan shook his head honestly, I don't know. Then put it in a cage first. We do the surgery in 4 hours. Come pick it up after school. The doctor instructed Gu Qinghuan to place the calico cat in the cage. After entering the cage, the calico cat shook its head, sniffed around, and finally lay down peacefully, its butt facing Gu Qinghuan. Okay, doctor, that be a problem then. Gu Qinghuan then asked the tabby cat living downstairs from the calico cat, what arrangements have been made for this tabby cat? That person just now is your classmate, right? She's already paid the foster care fee and left her contact information. She'd take it with her after it's neutered, the doctor said. John Johnson was quite thoughtful, Gu Qinghuan thought, and she already paid for the sterilization surgery. Bai Han had already allocated funds for her. After making all the arrangements, Gu Qinghuan and Song Yi rushed back to school. After catching the cat, Song Yi went straight back to class, while Gu Qinghuan returned to the office. After bringing the calico cat home, it had to be kept indoors, so everything needed to be prepared, such as cat food, a water bowl, and a litter box. Genie watched her set up the arrangements while screaming, "The cat litter is spilled. I just swept the floor." Then he snatched the work from Gu Qinghuan's hands. "You tell me. I do it." Gu Qinghuan, "Not impossible." When the two returned to class, Yu Xian came over and asked, "Did you catch the cats?" "Yes, 2 of them." Gu Qinghuan held up 2 fingers, "But we didn't catch them, the cats did." Jiang Chuchu, who was listening in, asked, "What are you talking about?" Gu Qinghuan then recounted the entire incident in detail, shocking Yu Xian. "That calico cat is so smart. It even locked up other cats. That tabby cat sounds really pitiful. It failed to get laid and ended up being neutered." Jiang Chuchu politely sympathized for a few seconds. "But as for stray cats, neutering is definitely the best option. We can't expect more strays to be born. I hope the tabby cat will go home with John Churchin. Then she have a cat, and the tabby cat will have a home. It's the best of both worlds." Thinking of her own Jima, Yu Xian spoke sincerely. "It should be fine." Overhearing their conversation, John Churchin leaned over. "It was very well behaved in the crate, and didn't even hiss at me. I think there's hope. What should we do with the calico cat next?" Jiang Chuchu asked. "Let it live in my office for now, and then we see what it thinks," Gu Qinghuan said. Gu Qinghuan's family didn't dislike cats, rather, they loved them. They had cats before, but their old one died when she was in the 2nd year of junior high. Despite its passing, the family was still heartbroken and had no plans to get a new cat for a few years. After school, Gu Qinghuan went to the veterinary clinic again and brought the calico cat home in its neutered suit. This stray cat must have had many births and has uterine pyometra. Keep an eye on it for the next 40 days. Bring it in for a checkup if any problems arise, the doctor advised. According to the doctor, calico cats dislike head coverings and will try to get them off, but neutered suits are no problem. The tabby cat was still at the hospital, so it couldn't use a flight crate. Finally, the calico cat was freed from its cardboard box and brought back home in one. As soon as the door opened, the calico cat leaped out and headed straight for the scratching post, stopping only to see the canned food. Qin Yu, thinking it wouldn't spoil quickly in this season, had tied up the canned food in a plastic bag to prevent insects and dust from getting in. The calico cat scratched at the plastic bag and yelped at Gu Qinghuan. It was the same sound it made when begging for food. Gu Qinghuan opened the plastic bag, temporarily poured the cat food from the cat bowl onto a piece of paper, and then poured the canned food into the bowl. The calico cat immediately began to devour it, devouring an 85g can in less than 2 minutes. Gu Qinghuan was speechless. "You know how to eat, don't you? Why didn't you eat at lunch?" The calico cat lowered its head, licking its paw, and ignored her. Gu Qinghuan cleaned and dried the cat bowl, poured the cat food back in, and waved as he left. "All right, rest up. I feed you tomorrow morning." The office door locked again. The calico cat lowered its paws, stared at the door for a moment, and finally returned to its scratching post, lying down and falling asleep. The pain in its stomach had finally subsided, though it still felt a little sore on its belly, and the fabric on its body was a little uncomfortable. But for the sake of meat, it forgave the 2-legged creature. Chapter 115. After the calico cat's neutering suit was removed and the tabby cat was successfully neutered, John Johnson immediately took a picture of the tabby cat sticking out its tongue, still under anesthesia, and sent it to Gu Qinghuan. "Gu Qinghuan, did you take the tabby cat home? Today is Sunday, and it seems John Johnson was with the tabby cat throughout the entire sterilization process." John Johnson: "Yes, we cleared a room at home for it to stay and get used to it." John Johnson had already made extensive preparations to one day welcome his own cat. Now that the tabby cat was home, everything went smoothly. Gu Qinghuan could finally relax and focus on her own affairs. December 24th was almost here. Gu Qinghuan arrived at school this morning to see a bus parked in the open space in front of the school gate, surrounded by a crowd of people. Class monitor Su Xinghe excitedly greeted him, running over. "The production team is here. Didn't they say 5 days? From the 27th to the 31st, and today's only the 24th? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. "You don't understand. Su Xinghe clearly had some knowledge of the entertainment industry. This rare opportunity to show off in front of the class monitor made him want to be proud. We're performing at the gala this time. If we were starting from scratch, the first day would be too slow. Plus, the production team needs to film some promotional footage in advance, so starting today is perfect. 2 celebrities are already here. They're on the bus, listening to the production team's instructions, and signing autographs for the students. Gu Qinghwan nodded, half comprehending, and pulled something out of his pocket, thrusting it into Su Xinghe's hand. Here. What's this? Su Xinghe saw the small package in his palm. Dried apples, Gu Qinghwan said. Why are you giving me dried apples? Su Xinghe was confused. A Christmas Eve gift, Gu Qinghwan said seriously. Su Xinghe's eyes widened, heartbroken. Squad leader, all you gave me for Christmas Eve was a dried apple. There are also apple-flavored candies and lollipops. Do you want any? Gu Qinghwan felt in his pocket again. Yes. Su Xinghe confidently approached to choose, unwrapping the dried apple, and popping it into his mouth, chewing it with a crunching sound. Su Xinghe was deciding between the green apple and red apple-flavored lollipops, when a sudden scream erupted from the crowd, followed by a clamor of shouting. Su Xinghe instinctively wanted to go over and see what was happening, but Gu Qinghwan held her back. Don't go forward at this time. Wait until the situation calms down. She glanced at the doorway, where the security guard had already approached with a loudspeaker. It's already very chaotic over there. Going in will only make it more crowded. Stand outside and observe the situation, watching for any unusual activity. Su Xinghe calmed down. Okay. With the security guard using the loudspeaker to clear the way, and with the majority of the people present being students, they were very disciplined, and the commotion was quickly quelled. The security guard confirmed the situation and called out over the loudspeaker, Does anyone have any candy? Someone's fainted from hypoglycemia. Gu Qinghwan, upon hearing the word hypoglycemia, patted Su Xinghe. Go to class and get some Coke. I have some in my drawer. Takeout usually comes with a small bottle of Coke, and since she doesn't drink much at home, she brings it to school and keeps it for when she wants. Su Xinghe immediately ran to class, while Gu Qinghwan ran forward. I have candy. As she spoke, she had already grabbed a lollipop and walked out into the crowd. She tore off the wrapper and held it to the lips of the girl sitting on the ground with her head bowed. Hold it in. Don't swallow it. But she wasn't worried. She still had the lollipop in her hand. Although she also had hard candy, she didn't know the girl's condition. If she accidentally inhaled it and it got stuck in her throat, that would be terrible. A lollipop was better. Thankfully, the girl was in good condition and took the lollipop after a while. Su Xinghe had also come running back, panting. Class monitor, Coke. Gu Qinghwan took the Coke and shouted to the others, Be careful. Don't let it splash on you. The students nearby immediately moved out of the way. She finally unscrewed the bottle cap. Although her hands were covered in foam, it was a minor issue. The girl temporarily put away the lollipop and slowly drank half a bottle of Coke. Her complexion gradually improved. Gu Qinghwan's hands were sticky, and seeing the girl was alright, she left. Su Xinghe saw her run off, and thought about following suit. Class monitor, why don't you stay over there? I need to go wash my hands. Gu Qinghwan frowned and spread her fingers apart, otherwise, they stick together, which would be unpleasant. Are you going back? Su Xinghe asked again. What for? Gu Qinghwan was surprised. It's almost morning reading time. Su Xinghe choked. Should he praise the class monitor for her love of learning? We're filming the program anyway, so there'll be plenty of opportunities to participate, Gu Qinghwan said. Maybe you get used to it later. Su Xinghe thought about it and agreed. There were still many days left, so why rush? Gu Qinghwan stopped, and Su Xinghe followed suit. Why aren't you leaving? Gu Qinghwan pointed at the sign at the door, somewhat speechless. Are you coming with me to the women's restroom? Su Xinghe immediately ran faster than he had just delivered the Coke. I was careless. What a shame. When Gu Qinghwan washed his hands and returned to class, he saw Su Xinghe standing at the podium, gushing to the students about the hypoglycemic rescue incident. You have to be so dramatic? Gu Qinghwan marveled. Class monitor. I want a Christmas Eve present too. Bao Qingsong raised his hand. Gu Qinghwan had already prepared everything. He opened his school bag and pulled out a large bag. Do you want apple slices, green apple candies, or green and red apple flavored lollipops? The students saw this, thinking it meant the whole class would get a share. Immediately, a group of them rushed over to grab the presents. Gu Qinghwan, protecting his school bag, squeezed out from the crowd and returned to his seat. Why did you think of giving Christmas Eve presents? Jiang Chuchu asked. Because I bought some delicious apple slices. Apples are like peace apples, perfect for giving today. But apple slices alone are a bit boring, so I also bought some apple-flavored candy. Gu Qinghuan said seriously. What about tomorrow's Christmas present? Jiang Chuchu asked. I go back and ask Santa Claus for them. Gu Qinghuan said confidently. Given her classmates' financial situation, a Christmas Eve gift would suffice. Jiang Chuchu was amused and extended her hands to Gu Qinghuan. Give it to me. Gu Qinghuan played dumb. What? Jiang Chuchu said angrily. Look at how tightly you're holding your school bag. You must have something good in there. Is it for me and Xinbao? After saying this, she added, half-threateningly, if you dare say otherwise, you're dead. Gu Qinghuan shook her hands in agreement, then pulled 2 wrapped boxes from her school bag and handed the polka-dot wrapper to Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu took it and immediately unwrapped it. Is this a plush pendant? The one in her hand was a ragdoll cat-shaped pendant, which, upon closer inspection, resembled her mop. Gu Qinghuan showed her own pendant from the side of her school bag. Mine is a black cat. Her family used to have black cats. Although Jiang Chuchu had other cat breeds at home, this ragdoll cat was the only one she bought that looked most like her mop. Jiang Chuchu immediately hung it on the side of her school bag. Yu Xian, who had just arrived, waved to her. Come and open your presents. Yu Xian held up a gift box wrapped in star-patterned paper, still a little puzzled. What is this? Qinghuan gave us Christmas Eve presents. Unwrap them quickly and hang them together. Jiang Chuchu pointed at the pendant on her school bag. Yu Xian finally realized what was going on and unwrapped the paper. However, she was much more careful, slowly peeling along the joints. After unwrapping them, the paper and ribbon remained intact. As Jiang Chuchu had expected, Yu Xian's pendant was a cow cat that looked a lot like Sesame. Yu Xian was reluctant to hang it on her school bag. What if it fell off? Gu Qinghuan, noticing her concern, said directly, this way, everyone will know we're good friends. Yu Xian then solemnly hung the pendant on her school bag, tugging on it twice to make sure it wouldn't fall off. Gu Qinghuan nodded with satisfaction and pulled out some apple slices, shoving them towards Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian. Hurry! Eat your apples. She hoped her friends and classmates would remain safe. Chapter 116. On a domestic flight, in the first-class cabin, a dark-haired man lay quietly on a comfortable bed. Xia He opened her eyes, staring at the familiar scene before her, quietly waiting for that familiar figure to appear. Traitor. A childish yet cold voice rang out, and Xia He looked in the direction of the voice. This time, he appeared on the hotel windowsill. The boy, about 1.12 meters tall, barely taller than the windowsill, sat there, dressed in Xia He's familiar preppy-style suit, a white shirt, light brown shorts, a dark brown twill tie, and black leather shoes. He looked polite and well-behaved. He shouted again, Traitor, why did you do that? The boy stared at Xia He, demanding mercilessly. Why did you switch Xia Suerong's medication? Wouldn't it be better to let him be driven insane by his own 2 sons? Why didn't you send Xia Xiaozhu the evidence of Xia Nanji's embezzlement of public funds? Why didn't you send Xia Nanji the evidence of Xia Xiaozhu's leaks to the rival company? Wouldn't it be better to let them fight each other? Why? Why? Question after question. Until the last one. Why don't you just die? Xia He took a deep breath. Perhaps because he was dreaming, he didn't feel any better. The boy twisted his wrist, brought the suddenly sharp dagger to his neck, and cut without hesitation. Blood splattered, but it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He fell backward again, falling off the windowsill. Even without seeing, Xia He knew he would hit the ground and turn into a muddy mess. Drowning, electrocution, poisoning, lying on railway tracks, self-immolation, swallowing a gun. The boy sat on the windowsill, his voice still icy. Do you know what the most disgusting thing about you is? We agreed not to grow taller, never reach adulthood, and absolutely die as a child. For this, we thought of so many ways to die together, and I died so happily over and over again. But why did you ask to grow taller? Why did you live past midnight on your 18th birthday, December 24th? That's not right. You should have died on December 23rd. You're not a child anymore. 5-year-old Xia He roared at 18-year-old Xia He with anger and despair, as if he was trying to tear his heart out of his throat. Xia He just stared at him quietly. Little Xia He jumped down from the windowsill, staring at the only door in the hotel room. If you could just die as a child, Mom and Dad would open this door. They wouldn't abandon me, but would take me with them. I could die with Mom and Dad. How happy it would be. I almost laughed just thinking about it. But you ruined everything. Everything. You traitor. You won't come back. Xia, he finally spoke. Because Mom and Dad wanted me to live. You know this too. It was just my fantasy, just like you. Are just my fantasy, Xia, he said. Every fantasy is a possibility. Little Xia, he said, you were destined to have countless fates that would lead to your death on this very day. Why change your destiny? Xia, he was dazed for a moment before slowly smiling. It's not about changing your destiny. It's just creating new possibilities for your destiny. Little Xia, he looked at him deeply and finally said, get out of here. You're no longer qualified to be here. You're no longer Mommy and Daddy's child. You're just Xia he. Xia he opened his eyes. He looked out the window. It was a beautiful sunny day. Getting off the plane and onto solid ground was still a little strange for Xia he. Although there was Wi-Fi on the plane, Xia he didn't mercifully tell Xia Suerong that he was returning home until just before boarding. He knew how much he'd be bombarded with messages if he turned on his phone, so he turned it off. Sure enough, upon opening it, he saw multiple voice messages from Xia Suerong on WeChat. Even Chung Dongshu had sent quite a few, and he didn't know if Xia Suerong had used his phone. Xia he didn't bother clicking on any of the messages. He casually scrolled through his moments and saw new photos from Jiang Chu Chu and Yu Xian. They were animal pendants of the same style, but with different designs. The accompanying text was similar, something like thank you, Qinghuan, for the Christmas Eve gift. Xia he thought for a few seconds, then opened the chat with Gu Qinghuan. Xia he, I want a Christmas Eve gift too? Gu Qinghuan, let's talk after class. Xia he checked the time and saw it was almost time for class, so he put his phone away in frustration. He didn't have much luggage and was wondering if he should just go straight to Mingda. He hadn't taken a few steps when he saw Chung Dongshu, who had come to pick him up. With his current appearance, even if he walked right up to Chung Dongshu, he wouldn't necessarily recognize him, right? Xia he thought this as she walked over without looking away, only to be quickly stopped. Master Xia he, welcome back. Chung Dongshu remained polite. Xia he pulled down her mask, her expression sullen. How did you recognize me? You look even more like Mr. Jihan now, Chung Dongshu replied. Xia he was silent for a few seconds. Let's go. After getting in the car back to the Xia family, Xia he sat in the back seat, staring at her own reflection in the window. Suddenly she asked, how tall is my father? Chung Dongshu replied, Mr. Jihan was 1.78 meters tall. Xia Jihan, Xia Suerong's youngest child, was born with a congenital deficiency and was often sickly as a child. His height was the result of the Xia family's careful care. What about my mother? Xia he continued. Miss Su Qiu is 1.62 meters tall, Chung Dongshu replied. Given Su Qiu's family background, the fact that she started working after graduating from junior high school, had a poor diet, and had to do hard labor, being 1.62 meters tall was considered quite good. Xia he sighed heavily. 1.7 meters, so be it. He suppressed his growth for so long, and for him to still reach 1.7 meters, that was already pretty good. As for whether he be called short in the future, Xia he had long since gotten used to it. Being short wouldn't stop him from beating people up. But speaking of which, with his height changed so drastically, there might be some unfamiliarity with his movements, and he need more practice. Is Xia Su still at the old house? Xia he asked suddenly. Chung Dongshu paused. Usually, young Master Xia Su is in school, and only comes home on weekends or holidays. This weekend, plus next week's New Year's Day holiday, right? Xia he rubbed her chin. Is that so? Chung Dongshu struggled to continue. Let's go to the mall first. I buy some new shoes. Xia he said, new shoes are stiffer, so I think they hurt more when you kick them. Chung Dongshu wordlessly turned the steering wheel and drove towards the mall, silently praying. He hoped that when young Master Xia Su came back this weekend, he'd be wearing thicker pants to withstand kicks. Chapter 117. After morning classes, Gu Qinghuan finally had time to properly reply to Xia He's message. Based on her recent observations, Xia He must have gone abroad, to a country with a time difference of at least 5 hours. Normal to this time, Xia He wouldn't message her. He was probably asleep. Now that he's replied so promptly, could he be back home? Or has he finished his work? Thinking of this, Gu Qinghuan swiftly replied to her phone. No pendant, only apple slices and apple-flavored candy. Xia He replied quickly, then I want some too. Gu Qinghuan, how do I give it to you? Xia He, I be back to school this afternoon. I pick it up from you after school. It seemed he had indeed returned home. Since he had said so, Gu Qinghuan let him go. She gathered the remaining apple slices and candy in her bag and prepared to pack them all for him. This afternoon, Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chu, and Yu Xian had lunch together. As a return gift for a Christmas Eve gift, Jiang Chu and Yu Xian decided to treat Gu Qinghuan to a meal on the second floor of the cafeteria. As they entered the cafeteria, they saw someone filming on the first floor. A young man, standing in front of the camera, was holding a plate and talking to a man wearing glasses, who looked like an assistant. From a distance, the three of them couldn't hear what they were saying. Gu Qinghuan patted his chest and said, "It's a good thing we're eating on the second floor today." Looking at the students around them, they knew how slow the food would be. Jiang Chu tried to identify the celebrity, but failed. She didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry. As for Yu Xian, even though she had also asked Chui wanting to sign a consent form, she was mainly there to participate. On her own, Yu Xian didn't really want to get close to the camera. The three of them held hands and ran upstairs, ready for a good meal. Perhaps because many people were downstairs, the second floor was less crowded than usual. More importantly for Gu Qinghuan, the limited edition dishes hadn't been ordered yet. Butter and honey Orleans roast chicken, Spanish paella, chocolate stump cake. Order another salad. Gu Qinghuan was content. I feel like I can skip dinner after this. Jiang Chu was still studying the menu. Would you like to order some chicken skewers, or pasta and steak, or something? Eat now, and we order more if you're not full. Yu Xian felt that this was more than enough for the three of them. The stump cake had been made in advance, and was served first after ordering. It even had a puppy made of fruit and cream sitting on top. Who wants a puppy? I don't want one, Gu Qinghuan said bluntly. Neither do I, Jiang Chu waved her hand. I like the chocolate crust on the outside of the cake. I want it. Yu Xian raised her hand slightly. She had always loved cake decorations, like buttercream flowers, figurines, and small animals. Okay, I cut it off for you. Gu Qinghuan cut the puppy and the cake underneath it, carefully pushing it onto Yu Xian's plate, making sure it wouldn't tilt or fall over. Yu Xian also cautiously took the plate, placing it in front of her, and took another photo of the puppy with her phone. Gu Qinghuan cut a similar-sized piece of cake for herself, and Jiang Chu sat down and took a bite. The crispy chocolate crust melted quickly upon entering her mouth, blending with the dense buttercream and soft cake base. The sweetness was so pleasant that it lifted her mood. Gu Qinghuan cupped her hands over her face. It's delicious. Cake, if you eat too much at once, you get tired of it, but having it every once in a while is truly blissful. The paella and roast chicken were quickly served. Gu Qinghuan, donning disposable gloves, was shredding the roast chicken when a strange voice suddenly rang out from the table. Hello, can I have an interview? Gu Qinghuan was so engrossed in her food that she didn't hear what the other person was saying. She looked up, still clutching the large chicken drumstick she just torn off. What did you say? He said he wanted an interview, Jiang Chu repeated. The man who had appeared at their table was the celebrity who had been filming downstairs. No one was filming nearby, only curious glances at the students. Yu Xian, already seated inside, had moved a little further inward, somewhat cautiously. Gu Qinghuan said, "Oh," and said, "Hello, the interview's in advance. Can I tear the roast chicken apart first?" The male star immediately laughed and waved his hands repeatedly. You go ahead. Gu Qinghuan immediately resumed tearing the roast chicken apart. She tried roast chicken from Kentucky, McNulty, and Wawa, and she also frequently bought Orleans roast chicken from the supermarket. She was quick, precise, and ruthless in her work. In just a few minutes, the whole roast chicken was reduced to scattered strips, with only the drumsticks and wings remaining intact. Gu Qinghuan tossed the clean chicken carcass into the trash can, placed one drumstick each in Jiang Chu and Yu Xian's bowls, and then 2 wings in her own bowl. All right, what do you want to interview? The male star was still looking down at the trash can. You really practiced your bone-breaking skills, little classmate. Thank you so much, practice makes perfect. Gu Qinghuan modestly said. Why did you give the chicken leg to your friend? Aren't you going to eat it? The male star raised his head and asked. Because I like chicken wings, Gu Qinghuan replied. My friends are treating me to this meal, so I'm definitely going to eat my favorite part. The male star then turned to Jiang Chu and Yu Xian, who were watching the show while eating chicken legs. Do you like chicken wings? Jiang Chu swallowed the meat in her mouth, wiped her mouth, and said slowly, I like chicken legs and wings equally. This meal is for her. If you want some, you can go home and have the kitchen make it for me. Uxian also spoke up. I prefer chicken legs. We discussed this when we were ordering. She said she wanted wings, and I wanted chicken legs, so it's perfect this way. The male star looked at Gu Qinghuan again. And the rest of the chicken? What are you doing? Gu Qinghuan, still wearing disposable gloves, was cradling a large leaf of lettuce from the vegetable salad in her hand, stuffing it with chicken, salad, and paella. She then wrapped 3 large rice dumplings, one for each person. Make it a northeastern rice dumpling. Gu Qinghuan said, it tastes so delicious. Male celebrity, how do you turn a table full of Western food into a northeastern rice dumpling? Jiang Chuchu and Uxian didn't know what the male celebrity was thinking, but they were enjoying their meal. It wasn't that the original way of eating was bad, or that the food wasn't delicious. It was just that it felt more appetizing this way, the so-called rice tension. The male celebrity was envious and mentally repeated, I gain a pound today. I gained 10 pounds on camera tomorrow at least 20 times before he finally managed to hold back. He then remembered he was still in the middle of an interview. All the questions he asked were random, drawn in by the attention, and weren't part of the original interview. The male celebrity quickly displayed his professional demeanor. Do you know me? The 3 of them shook their heads in unison. The male celebrity's heart took a 100/3 critical hit. He took a deep breath. So, do you know about the upcoming Mingda show? Gu Qinghuan nodded. The male star was delighted and was about to start promoting it when he heard Gu Qinghuan say, from December 27th to 31st, a reality variety show, co-produced by several entertainment companies, including Jinding Entertainment and Ween Entertainment, in collaboration with the local government, Public Security Bureau, Education Bureau, and other departments, will be held at Mingda High School. The show features 4 guests from the entertainment industry. They will form teams with the students and, after 5 days of planning and rehearsals, perform at the Mingda New Year's Eve Gala on January 1st. The judging will also be live-streamed online. After this long speech, Gu Qinghuan looked at the male star again. Am I right? Male star, yes, absolutely. Male star, but someone stole my words. Chapter 118. The male star whose line was stolen was sad for a few seconds, then he pulled himself together and put on a businesslike smile. I'm Li Yi from Huarong Entertainment. My English name is Wing. Hearing the name Wing, Gu Qinghuan had a vague impression of him. He seemed to be the second male lead in an idol drama that Gu Haiyan had been following. She asked uncertainly, are you the second male lead in a drama called Moonlight? Memorizing the 2 words Moonlight was already quite difficult for Gu Qinghuan. She had only stood next to Gu Haiyan and looked at them for a few moments while going from the bedroom to the living room to get some water. As for the name Wing, it was mainly because Gu Haiyan muttered, why do Chinese actors have English names? That she remembered it. Louis suddenly became excited, finally recognized. Yes. It's me. The show is called Moonlight Touching. After being called by name, Louis relaxed. Since you know what we're filming, are you interested in joining my team? Jiang Chuchu immediately looked at Gu Qinghuan, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Someone's invited us. Gu Qinghuan pretended not to notice. She asked, why me? Actually, I saw you helping out this morning. I think you're calm, have good judgment, and are quick to react. You're perfect for a team member, Li said. Gu Qinghuan said, but I don't know any of those talents like singing and dancing. Li choked. Wasn't Mingda a private high school? He assumed children from wealthy families would learn some talents. However, he quickly said, I haven't decided what show I'm going to perform yet. I invited you because of your personality. Any performance isn't just about being an actor in the spotlight. There's a lot of work behind the scenes and off stage, and I think you're very suitable for this kind of work. After hearing this, Jiang Chuchu and Uxian felt a surge of favor towards Li Yi. Being able to follow Gu Qinghuan's words so smoothly wasn't a pre-memorized line, but rather his genuine thoughts. At least judging by his attitude, Li seemed quite serious. Gu Qinghuan also thought it was a good idea. She didn't have to go on stage, and she didn't mind the logistics. Can I consider it? Gu Qinghuan asked. She had to wait and see how things went. After all, if she agreed outright, and Li Yi's team later found someone she didn't get along with, then it would be a bit too much for her to withdraw. Of course, Li Yi replied immediately. He was just trying to invite her, and whether or not she would agree depended on Gu Qinghuan's willingness. Besides, he had an ulterior motive. The production crew had filmed Gu Qinghuan's assistants that morning. If Gu Qinghuan really became his team member, the production crew would definitely air the clip, and wouldn't his group become a hot topic? Okay, let me introduce myself. I'm Gu Qinghuan from Class 3, Grade 1, Gu Qinghuan said. Li Yi nodded. indicating he remembered and would tell the production team. If Gu Qinghwan agreed to join, he could contact them and tell them his name. After concluding the invitation, Li returned to the first floor for his lunch. He planned to explore the area to see if there were any suitable students to invite. While Gu Qinghwan and Li were talking, Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian had been quietly eating their northeastern big rice buns. Now that they were gone, Yu Xian asked, "Qinghwan, do you really want to join? Let's see for now. There's no rush." Gu Qinghwan took a big bite of his rice bun. It would get cold if he didn't eat it now. Yu Xian thought about it, and it was clear that filming wasn't until the 27th, so it was still early. Jiang Chuchu asked, "Do you want me to check if this person has any issues?" Although her current impression of Li was favorable, there were no guarantees in the entertainment industry. Can it be checked? Gu Qinghwan belatedly realized that with the Jiang family's power, they could indeed investigate. It's a piece of cake. Jiang Chuchu was confident. How about checking? Gu Qinghwan was eager to act. Check. Yu Xian was much more decisive than her. She absolutely had to be fully prepared. The three of them finished their large rice rolls and cakes, but unfortunately, they didn't finish several of the other dishes. The cake shouldn't have been eaten first, it would have been too filling. Since Gu Qinghwan had used serving chopsticks when making the rice rolls, she simply mixed the remaining salad, paella, and roast chicken together, asked the waiter for a few extra lettuce leaves, and wrapped them in a giant rice roll. Jiang Chuchu smiled as she took a photo of the giant lunchbox. "I need to show Mom." But before posting, she thought for a moment and decided to send it to her family group chat. Jiang Yuxuan! Exclamation mark Jiang Yuxuan. Which store sells lunchboxes this big? Zhu Qinghuan, are you in the school cafeteria? Jiang Chuchu, Qinghwan made it herself. We didn't finish our lunch, so she packed up the leftovers like this. Jiang Chuchu, by the way, she made us lunchboxes like this before. Picture Jiang Yue, her again. Zhu Qinghuan, that's great. I go get some northeastern cuisine tonight too. Jiang Yue, how about we go to that northeastern restaurant we used to eat at? Zhu Qinghuan, sure, what time are you finishing up today? With just a few words, the two of them decided to spend some time alone together that evening. Jiang Chuchu wasn't about to step over and act like a third wheel. Li had reminded her, and she decided to have the kitchen make her Korean fried chicken tonight, so she could indulge in some wings. Jiang Yuxuan, studying alone in another city, felt ignored by his family again. Angrily, he decided to call his roommates to go out for some northeastern cuisine. It's just a big lunchbox, isn't it? Take it. The waiter packed the remaining cake in a special box. Gu Qinghwan, clutching the bag containing the giant lunchbox in her left hand and the cake in her right, headed to the student union. Jiang Chuchu planned to sleep in her lounge today, while Yu Xian went to the clubhouse. The calligraphy club had an impromptu meeting at noon. Gu Qinghwan didn't have a refrigerator in her office, but there was a large refrigerator in the student union's common area, primarily for drinks, though some people also used it for fruit and ice cream. It was used more frequently in the summer, but now it was much emptier. Gu Qinghwan decided to leave the lunchbox and cake there for now, and take them away after school. She put sticky notes with her name on the plastic bag and cake box, put them in the refrigerator, and was about to return to the office to sleep when she ran into Bai Han as he stepped out of the elevator. Bai Han was accompanied by a young woman wearing a long trench coat and high-heeled, square-toed boots. Gu Qinghwan estimated that she was only slightly shorter than Zhang Shurchen. The woman's long black hair fell below her shoulders, dyed a darker purple-red from the midsection. From below, it looked like rising flames, absolutely beautiful. Gu Qinghwan had researched online and immediately recognized this person, Bai Hanshan's sister, Bai Qiyin. Good afternoon, Bai Han greeted Gu Qinghwan. You arrived just in time. My sister's been clamoring to see you. Bai Qiyin was surprised. Are you Gu Qinghwan? Gu Qinghwan smiled back. Hello, artist sister. As soon as this address came out, Bai Qiyin confirmed it. She stepped forward, took Gu Qinghwan's arm, and looked her over. I thought you were some kind of supernatural being, but you look so nice. She wanted to say ordinary, but decided that wasn't the right word. In a hurry, she changed her words and used Bai Hanshan's description. Gu Qinghwan was a little confused. Supernatural being? Nice kid? Bai Han coughed twice, trying to distract Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan, take my sister to your office to talk. I have something to do with the production team, so I be leaving now. With that, he left Bai Qiyin and decisively walked away. Bai Qiyin glared at Bai Hanshan's back. What's wrong? He asked. It's obvious he's just annoyed by her, isn't it? Never mind that, brother. She finally got to meet Gu Qinghuan, and she needed a good chat. Chapter 119. Gu Qinghuan also wanted to ask Bai Qingyin about Plan B, so he took her to his office. As the door opened, the calico cat, resting on the scratching post, raised its upper body. Seeing a stranger behind Gu Qinghuan, it sat up alertly. Gu Qinghuan unpacked a piece of freeze-dried chicken breast and gave it to the cat, telling it to eat quietly and not to worry about the surroundings. You have a cat here? Bai Qingyin, intrigued, wanted to move closer to take a look. The calico cat grabbed the freeze-dried food and ran to a corner, staring at Bai Qingyin as if it would run away if she approached. Bai Qingyin gave up observing the calico cat in frustration and turned to inspect the office. The calico cat then put the freeze-dried food down and began to eat with a sizzling sound. The most eye-catching thing was, of course, the 3 human-sized doghouses leaning against the wall. Bai Qingyin asked, "Is this for you and your friend?" Gu Qinghuan nodded. "The green one is mine. If you want to give it a try, you can use the green one." The implication was that the other 2 colored ones couldn't be used. After all, her friends might not agree. Not only had she offered to try, but she had also considered her friends' feelings. Bai Qingyin felt that Gu Qinghuan was truly a good kid. She happily slumped into the green doghouse. "Okay, I give it a try." Gu Qinghuan boiled water in a kettle. "It's just plain water. Want some?" "Yes," Bai Qingyin replied. As a high school student, she usually ordered takeout for drinks, so plain water was enough. Gu Qinghuan added some cold mineral water to a disposable paper cup, poured the water in, and made sure it was the right temperature before handing it to Bai Qingyin and pulling up a chair to sit across from her. "Which celebrity is Jinding Entertainment planning?" Gu Qinghuan asked directly. Bai Qingyin, appreciating this straightforwardness, immediately replied, "Lu Rong was a contestant on Jinding's girl group talent show last year. She ranked 3rd in overall popularity when the show aired and ultimately debuted as a member of the group. However, that girl group is now defunct. According to rumors within Jinding, they're expected to officially disband in March of next year, and the 7 members are currently seeking their own paths. Are you sure you can trust them?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Bai Qingyin wasn't angry at being questioned. After all, if Jinding discovered what they were doing, they would definitely face bad consequences. At least she had the backing of Wing Entertainment, but Gu Qinghuan wasn't so sure. She replied, "Yes, that girl is very smart. Before I contacted her, she behaved very obediently within Jinding. If it weren't for the police tip, I wouldn't have guessed she actually been protecting other girls within Jinding." With the police testimony, Gu Qinghuan's trust in this idol named Lu Rong increased significantly, but she still wanted to see for herself. In Mingda, her student identity was her best shield. Under the guise of joining in the fun, any covert observation would be dismissed as curiosity or fandom. By the way, Gu Qinghuan thought of Li. "Sister Bai, do you know Li?" Being addressed so crisply by a high school girl as Sister Bai brightened Bai Qingyin's mood, making her feel much younger. "The actor from Hua Rong participating in this show? Although he's not in the same field as me, Hua Rong has a good relationship with us, Wuyin. I heard a little about him. He's a professional actor, a key talent at Hua Rong. He's got great acting skills. He's said to be a bit of a fool, but things in this circle are unpredictable. At least on the surface, he has a good reputation." Gu Qinghuan thought about his previous conversation with Lu Yi and felt that maybe he really was a bit foolish. Bai Qingyin finished her sentence before realizing, "You're asking about him. Have you already met him?" "We met in the cafeteria, and he invited me to join the team," Gu Qinghuan said. Bai Qingyin was shocked. Is the power of a good kid really that great? It's only been half a day, and someone's already extended an olive branch. She had originally wanted to invite Gu Qinghuan. Thinking of this, Bai Qingyin immediately said, "Why don't you join my team?" Gu Qinghuan paused. "Sister Bai, you're definitely going to prepare a music program, right? I can sing and hum along, but I can't hit the high notes at all. I'm always off-key without listening to the original song. Who says I have to sing? Besides, I'm a singer-songwriter, so creation is the priority." Bai Qingyin was quite confident. "Don't rush to agree. Once I prepare the program, you be interested." Gu Qinghuan hesitated. "Then I think about it." Had she said that not long ago, with her words, Bai Qingyin felt much more satisfied. She gulped down the water in her paper cup and stood up to say goodbye. "Then you should get some rest. I go back and prepare. If anything comes up, tell the production team you're looking for me, and I make sure everything's done." The words sounded familiar to her. Gu Qinghuan watched Bai Qingyin leave, and threw the disposable paper cup she left behind into the trash can. He saw that the calico cat had finished eating the freeze-dried food and lay back on the scratching board. She couldn't help but squat down and said to the calico cat, "I seem to be quite popular." The calico cat opened its eyes, glanced at her, and closed them again. When will this biped learn to speak? It can't understand. So what's the point of talking to it? Gu Qinghwan stood up, drew the curtains, and decisively lay down in his doghouse for a nap. Never mind, it was still early, resting up was more important. After a good nap at noon, Gu Qinghwan returned to class refreshed. As soon as she reached the classroom door, Gu Qinghwan was caught by Bao Qingsong, class monitor. "I heard that Li asked you to be a team member during lunch?" Gu Qinghwan sighed. "I really admire your intelligence network." Bao Qingsong scratched his cheek sheepishly. "Isn't someone posting on the love wall?" Of course, he got the message quickly. However, the key to staying under the guise of a confession wall is to keep one's true identity a secret, so he simply said, "I saw a post on the confession wall, and a lot of people are asking about you right now." Gu Qinghwan pulled out her phone and refreshed it, only to see the latest post. Judging from the post, the person who posted it seemed to be a fan of Li. Gu Qinghwan initially assumed the person wanted to know her identity to get her autograph or something, but a closer look revealed they were trying to sell her a product. "Our Wing is a good kid, and his acting is amazing." 1,000 words condensed into one sentence. Feel free to join the Li team. Although there's a clear fan filter, it's still a good way to gather intelligence. Fans, while they may not know their idols' true selves, are sure to know their personas. Once you understand these settings and test them face to face, you know if Li is truly what they appear to be. Of course, some settings are specifically designed to attract fans, but as long as the impact isn't significant, Gu Qinghwan won't make any hasty judgments based on them. She quickly added the WeChat ID provided by the student who submitted the article. "Hello, I'm the person in your article. I'd like to know more about Li. Could you tell me?" The other person asked a few questions, then, after confirming her identity, sent her one document and compressed file after another, launching into a frenzied promotional mode. If it weren't for the start of class, Gu Qinghwan seriously doubted the other person would talk until their phone ran out of battery. Chapter 120. Gu Qinghwan spent the entire afternoon between classes roughly organizing the information provided by the fan, noting the key points, and then amicably ended the conversation with the fan. Xin Yu looked at her notes, amazed. "You wrote so carefully, I almost suspected you were really going after a celebrity. Know thy enemy, and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles, Gu Qinghwan replied. Su Xinghe suddenly leaned over and said sheepishly, "Squad leader." The lingering ending of the tone gave Gu Qinghwan a chill, and she asked warily, "What's going on?" Su Xinghe clasped his hands over his chest, pleading, "Squad leader, I remember you're close with Vice President Bai Han, right?" Gu Qinghwan immediately realized what he was about to say. "You want Bai Qingyin's autograph?" "As expected of you, you're the squad leader." Su Xinghe flattered her. "Can you get an autograph for me from the goddess? If not, you can introduce me to President Bai, or I can ask him myself." Gu Qinghwan figured that since Bai Qingyin had already invited her to join the team, getting an autograph shouldn't be difficult, but she still needed to confirm the situation first. She said to Su Xinghe, "Wait a minute, I ask." Su Xinghe thought she was asking about Bai Han and jumped up and down excitedly. "Class monitor. You're the best class monitor." Gu Qinghwan messaged Bai Qingyin, "Hello Sister Bai, just to ask, do you mind signing autographs for fans?" Bai Qingyin's reply was quick, "Real fan or fake fan?" Gu Qinghwan, "During school, I could almost always see him listening to your songs after class." Bai Qingyin replied with a cow emoji, "Sign, of course." Gu Qinghwan asked again, "Can you bring him in for an in-person autograph?" Bai Qingyin, "That's fine, but you have to tell him I don't do signings or take photos with him, and he can't be too noisy." Since her debut, Bai Qingyin has always been polite to her fans. While grateful for their love, she never gets too close to them, focusing solely on her career. Fans knew their idol's style from the start and had no objections. Focus on your career. If you're in the music industry but don't release new songs, what kind of singer are you? So other fans. Meet them at the airport, cheer them on, dominate the shopping malls, and rank on trending searches. Bai Qingyin's fans. Buy albums, listen to her songs, and discuss her new songs, each one more professional than the other. Occasionally, they go to various games to catch Bai Qingyin. Stop playing games. Have you finished writing new songs? Have you scheduled a concert tour? To the point, Bai Qingyin only added people she knew as friends on her game account, and she frequently changed her name. Gu Qinghuan and Bai Qiying made an appointment to meet during break tomorrow morning, and she said to Su Xinghe earnestly, I get it for you. Come with me to pick it up tomorrow during break. Bring your autograph stuff with you, and don't make too much noise. Su Xinghe was so excited at the first part of the sentence that he lost his mind, assuming she was just going to deliver the autograph stuff tomorrow and then pick it up after it was signed. She completely ignored Gu Qinghuan's words. Let's go get it together. From today on, whatever you say, class monitor, is what you're going to do. I follow your lead. No, I follow your lead. Su Xinghe danced with joy. Gu Qinghuan, that's not necessary. After resolving Su Xinghe's issue, Gu Qinghuan shouldered her backpack, grabbed the apple slices and candy she packed, and texted Xia He, where are you? I find you. Xia He, I'm waiting outside your office. Gu Qinghuan, I be there right away. Her lunchbox and cake were still in the student union refrigerator, so she could grab them after giving Xia He her Christmas Eve present. However, as she hurried to the office door, she saw a boy who was a head taller than her. Gu Qinghuan, System, is there any drug in this world that can increase height quickly? How can I buy it? System. The system didn't answer, so Gu Qinghuan could only walk over and look the boy up and down. Although he had grown a bit, he could still recognize Xia He's face. Gu Qinghuan tooted, you said you had something to do, so you were going to grow taller? It's only been less than 2 months, and you've grown so much. Are there any side effects? Xia He wore her usual smile. Yes, it hurts like hell. It hurts so much that I feel like dying would be easier. Gu Qinghuan looked up at him, reached out, and touched the top of his head, and said in a more serious tone, you tried so hard. That's amazing. Xia He let her touch her for a moment, then dodged Gu Qinghuan's hand, and said sternly, I can only touch you once. I'm hoping I grow taller in the future. Having your head touched won't make you grow taller. Will you still call me sister? Gu Qinghuan asked knowingly. Starting this morning, Xia He had been calling her you. Xia He shook her head, her lips still curved. No more, because I can't be a child anymore. The can't be was a bit concerning, but seeing that Xia He didn't intend to say it directly, Gu Qinghuan didn't ask any further questions. She handed the bag to Xia He. Merry Christmas Eve, eat more apples, and stay safe. Xia He took the bag, muttering, how shabby, as he quickly opened the bag and stuffed some apple slices into his mouth. Gu Qinghuan watched him eat and casually asked, you're going back to school too, right? You missed nearly 2 months of classes, and you're in your 2nd year of high school. Can you catch up? I'm in the competition class. Xia He said this lightly. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. She was ready to fight these geniuses. Xia He stuffed another candy into her mouth, grimacing at the sour taste of the green apple. After finally getting used to it, she continued, I heard you've been doing a lot lately. Who told you that? Gu Qinghuan asked immediately. Xia He casually crunched the candy in her mouth. I have my sources. It's over anyway. If you want to know the details, you can ask your sources. Gu Qinghuan repeated Xia He's statement. The two stared at each other for a moment, then shrugged in unison. Alright, everyone has their own secrets, so let's each use our abilities to uncover them. Gu Qinghuan. Anyway, Xia He couldn't have guessed the existence of the system even if she racked her brains. Are you planning on participating in the next variety show? Xia He asked. I don't know yet, Gu Qinghuan replied, but 2 celebrities have already invited me. If I'm interested, I go. There were only 4 celebrities in total, and 2 of them had invited her. Even if Xia He had no interest in the entertainment industry, she knew how envious others would be if they heard this. Xia He shook her head. I received the gift. I'm leaving now. He prepared to go back and practice kicking Xia Su. Gu Qinghuan was about to wave goodbye when Xia He, as if remembering something, added with a smile, actually, today's my birthday. Gu Qinghuan was shocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Waiting here. With that, she sprinted off, returning with a cake and a Big Mac lunchbox, fresh from the refrigerator. She thrust the cake into Xia He's arms. Happy birthday. Xia He looked at the cake box. If I'm not mistaken, this is a takeout box from the cafeteria. Yes, it happened suddenly, and I only have the leftover stump cake from lunch to give you. Gu Qinghuan said confidently. Did you buy it? Xia He asked. Chu Chu and Xi and Bao paid. Gu Qinghuan remained calm. Xia He was speechless for a rare moment. However, he had never wanted to celebrate his birthday before, so he had never received a cake on his birthday. Now it felt quite fresh. Next year, Xia He said, I invite you to my birthday party next year, so you can see what a real birthday cake looks like. Gu Qinghuan readily agreed. Okay, let's make it a grand affair. I go and eat and drink for free. Xia He left with the cake. After getting in the car, he said to the driver, let's go back to Grandpa first. How could I not show off a birthday gift after receiving one? Chapter 121. When Xia He burst into the study, Xia Suerong was checking in with Cheng Dongshu about Xia He's condition. Seeing him, his brows jumped. Why are you back? Shouldn't this kid come back this weekend to kick Xia Su's ass? I came back to show you the birthday cake I received. Xia He pulled a chair over and sat at the table, unpacking the boxes as she said, bring 2 plates. Cheng Dongshu called the servants, who brought not only 2 plates, but also a fork and a cake knife. Xia He gestured, then cut off a small piece for Xia Suerong as if giving alms, and put the rest on her own plate. Xia Suerong's face darkened. Who gave you this cake? What's with this cake that looks like leftovers? Xia He forked a piece into her mouth and said, give it back if you don't want it. Xia Suerong snorted, slowly picked up the fork, scooped up a piece, and put it into her mouth, saying, it's just average. Xia He said casually, then prepare me a cake you think is good next year. Xia Suerong raised his eyelids. Are you willing to celebrate your birthday? And take over all the shares and assets that should belong to me? Xia He said, including the portion currently held by those 2 must be taken care of, not a cent less. Xia Suerong scolded, why are you calling you uncle and uncle? Cheng Dongshu's sweat dropped. Old man, by saying that, aren't you admitting that Xia He's those 2 refer to Xia Nanji and Mr. Xia Xiuzhu? Xia He didn't respond. She finished her cake without even cleaning up, and simply walked away. I'm leaving. I come back this weekend. Don't bother looking for anything else. After the study door closed, Xia Suerong pointed at it and cursed, look at that bastard. He just irritates me all day long. Seeing the takeout boxes on the table, along with cutlery stained with cream and cake crumbs, he grew even angrier. You're taking everything home. Haven't you ever eaten something good? Cheng Dongshu kept quiet, pretending to be a potted plant. That being said, you ate it when young Master Xia He gave it to you just now. Xia Suerong waved his hand dismissively, telling Cheng Dongshu to quickly remove these things that annoyed him. He stood by the window for a moment before making another arrangement. Donate some money to Mingda to improve the cafeteria's quality, so he doesn't bring back such mediocre food next time. Gu Qinghuan didn't know yet that the cake she had sent had earned Mingda a substantial sponsorship fee. She returned to that dark space. To be more precise, thanks to Yu Xian's last calculation, it now looked more like a starry sky. Gu Qinghuan, who else has reached their mission progress so soon? System, no. Gu Qinghuan was a little disappointed, but then, reflecting on the lack of significant activity recently, she quickly adjusted her mindset. So why did you call me here this time? The system hesitated. One person's fate has undergone a significant change, and the database may be affected. I need to inform you of this. The mention of database also made Gu Qinghuan concerned. She had previously suspected the system of being omniscient, meaning it knew everything that would happen in the future. But now that the system was saying the database could be affected by a single person's fate, it meant it wasn't complete, which was a bit strange. The system also sensed Gu Qinghuan's confusion. If the host doesn't mind, I can explain it from the beginning. The most fundamental question was where the system's database came from. The host should have noticed this. Why are these people the targets of your mission? Given the diversity of fate, everyone has a most hopeless fate. So why does the system single out Gu Qinghuan's classmates as the ones facing the temptation of rebirth, and not others? Simply because it's a fact that has already happened. The system said, the world has long been fighting that thing. To minimize losses, it has evolved a preventative measure, extreme conditions experiments. Based on its understanding of that thing, it screens those likely to be chosen by it, then replicates their fates and places them in the same world line. This method not only determines who the thing will tempt, but also serves as a trap for it. Of course, this is just an experiment, only fate is replicated, no human will is invested. To put it in another way, an appliance with only a shell and no circuit board is practically inoperable. Once it knows whose fate the thing will choose, and what kind of fate it will choose, the system will record these individuals' fates, and then enter the real world to select hosts for the mission. Gu Qinghuan struggled to understand. So, your current database was formed through this experiment? System, yes, now comes the key point. Host, how do you think the experiment should be terminated? Gu Qinghuan, isn't it just recycling? System, yes, recycling. To do this, a device capable of destroying all destinies and self-destructing is required. Gu Qinghuan had a bad feeling, but she could only listen as the system continued. Host, the self-destruct device in this world you inhabit is Xia He. No matter what fate she chooses, Xia He will unwaveringly commit suicide the day before her 18th birthday. At the same time, he would never choose rebirth. Even though he harbored fantasies of dying with his family, he knew better than anyone that his mother and father had chosen to keep him alive out of love. He couldn't betray that love, but as he grew up, he couldn't find anything in his own life that matched that love. He concluded that continuing to live would only betray that love, and so he repeatedly stumbled towards death. Such a person was the perfect choice for a self-destruct device. System, he was the only conscious person in the entire experiment, and this was contracted with him. But after the experiment ended, this memory was erased. System, he wanted to know if, under extreme conditions, something could arise that would give him hope for life and keep him going. System, unfortunately, no such thing occurred in the experiment. Not everyone released into the experiment would be selected by that thing, making it difficult to identify those worth focusing on. But Xia He did it. He found all the people selected by that thing, and completed the system's data. And in the end, he destroyed everyone's fate, then destroyed himself. From a certain perspective, he had found and killed all the reborn reserves in this world. After listening to the system's explanation, Gu Qinghuan was silent for a long time before calmly asking, "So now that Xia He is still alive, do you suspect this will have a significant impact on the database?" System, yes, after all, he has that ability, which might affect your mission. Gu Qinghuan said, "I don't think so. I think he's just a mission target. However, he's not my mission target, but his own. I'm here because you, the system, chose me, and you were able to complete the database and select me for the mission because Xia He assisted in the experiment. Although I certainly have made a significant contribution," Gu Qinghuan boasted unceremoniously, "this is also the result of his own choices." There was no sympathy, no pity. When she saw someone who had put in the effort and received the due reward, she felt only genuine joy. Gu Qinghuan was in a good mood. "I'm growing more and more confident. Even Xia He, who was deemed a self-destruct device, has a new fate, so the others will definitely be fine too. I want to create more." Miracles of Fate. Chapter 122. Despite hearing such serious news from the system, Gu Qinghuan's life went on much the same as usual. In the system's words, Gu Qinghuan only needed to follow her heart. Her faith and determination were the best weapons to help her complete her mission. Today was December 25th, Christmas. The origin and meaning of Christmas were completely unimportant to Gu Qinghuan. She was lucky enough not to misspell Christmas in her English essay. The point is, many restaurants are offering Christmas specials today. Gu Qinghuan, for lunch, should I order this place's Christmas fried chicken combo or that place's Christmas pizza combo? Image Jiang Chu Chu. Breakfast's barely over, and you're already thinking about lunch? Songyi, I choose pizza. Qin Yu, fried chicken. Xie, damn it, I'm still trying to control my weight. Gu Qinghuan, look at this sushi gift box at Xie. That's too much. Su Xinghe, what do you want for lunch today, class monitor? I got it covered. Yu Xian, I brought cake for you and Chu Chu at Gu Qinghuan at Jiang Chu Chu Gu Qinghuan. Xinbaomwa. The class 3 chat room had been buzzing since early morning. By the time Gu Qinghuan arrived, everyone had already received the latest solution. A newsletter from Baoqing Song. The second floor of the cafeteria is open for free at noon today. Everyone can choose a limited set meal. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. Baoqing Song beamed with joy. Yes. I heard that a parent complained last night that the food on the second floor needed improvement and donated a large sum of money. The school is organizing an event where everyone can leave feedback after eating to facilitate improvements. Gu Qinghuan immediately clasped her hands together, her tone incredibly sincere. I don't know which student's parent you are, but thank you. She lowered her hands and patted Baoqing Song's shoulder solemnly. I have another task for you. I understand, Baoqing Song said shrewdly. I've been asking around about the limited edition set menu. I'm sure I have some information by break time. Gu Qinghuan clapped her hands. You're worthy of me. Su Xinghe approached stealthily. Class monitor, next time you want to eat, just tell me what you want, and I'd be there right away. Go buy it right now. Qin Yu had just arrived at his seat when he heard Su Xinghe's speech, and goosebumps spread across his skin. What are you trying to do with your attention? How can that be called attention? Su Xinghe said righteously. It expresses my respect and admiration for the class monitor. It's a true reflection of my inner feelings. Gu Qinghuan couldn't stand it anymore. Rubbing his arms, he said earnestly, I remember. Come with me during recess. Don't be so cheesy. Su Xinghe calmed down a bit, smirking as he returned to his seat. To prevent his smirk from continuing too long and making Chinese teacher Lu Yezi suspect her prize student of having a brain attack, Gu Qinghuan grabbed Su Xinghe and ran off during recess. Mingda took the filming of this program very seriously, having specially cleared out 2 large conference rooms and several offices in the administration building for the production team and the artists. Su Xinghe was still laughing halfway through the journey, but by the time they reached the administration building, his smile had ceased. Squad leader, why did you bring me here? Su Xinghe was terrified. Go get an autograph. I agreed with Sister Bai. She signed it for you right now, but it's just an autograph. Don't expect anything else, and don't brag about it to your fans, Gu Qinghuan said. Absolutely not. Su Xinghe agreed reflexively, finally realizing what Gu Qinghuan was talking about. If they hadn't already entered the administration building, he would have been transformed into a screaming chicken toy. What? Going to meet Bai Qingyin in person. Su Xinghe's heart rate instantly shot up to 120, and he hopped around like a rabbit. Gu Qinghuan, unable to bear watching, walked to the security guard's entrance to the program team's area and politely said, Hello, I'm Gu Qinghuan from Class 3, Grade 1. I already made an appointment with Sister Bai Qingyin. She pulled out her student ID and then dug Su Xinghe's out of his pocket, his brain suddenly short-circuiting with excitement, and handed both to the security guard. The security guard looked at Gu Qinghuan and Su Xinghe, carefully checking the names and photos on their student IDs. He nodded slightly and handed them back. Miss Bai's assistant has already said hello. Come on in. With that, the 2 security guards pulled open the tape at the entrance and let Gu Qinghuan and Su Xinghe in, using the intercom to notify those inside. Dizzy, Su Xinghe followed Gu Qinghuan inside, his voice weak. Am I about to see my goddess? Yes, hold on. Don't faint. If you do, you won't get an autograph. Gu Qinghuan warned sternly. Su Xinghe suddenly shuddered, calmed down, and his expression became more normal. I understand. Just as they reached the corner of the corridor, they heard hurried footsteps. It was a young woman in a black short jacket, her hair tied in a simple ponytail. She seemed to be running, her hair swaying. Seeing Gu Qinghuan and Su Xinghe, the young woman stopped and asked, Is this Gu Qinghuan? Hello, I'm Gu Qinghuan, Gu Qinghuan replied. The young woman nodded and said, I'm Xiao Tao, Sister Bai's assistant. Follow me, I take you to her lounge. Wait a moment, I check. Gu Qinghuan took out her phone. Gu Qinghuan, Sister Bai, is your assistant called Xiao Tao? The one with the ponytail and the black short jacket? Bai Qingyin, yes, that's right. You're quite vigilant. Gu Qinghuan put her phone away and nodded to Xiao Tao. I checked. Thanks, Sister Xiao Tao. This alone made Xiao Tao stunned. Your vigilance is comparable to that of a professional fan. Gu Qinghuan smiled modestly. After all, she was connected to the entertainment industry, and as a minor, she had to protect herself. The 2 followed Xiao Tao to a lounge. Pushing the door open, Bai Qingyin, seated on the sofa, greeted them with a hand, Good morning. Su Xinghe nearly fainted, but Gu Qinghuan helped him up. Hold on. Don't embarrass yourself. Su Xinghe pinched his thigh, barely managing to steady himself. He pulled a large square cardboard box from the paper bag he was carrying. Ms. Bai Qingyin, I'm a fan. Gu Qinghuan examined the box. What is this? Thankfully, Bai Qingyin provided an answer. You actually bought vinyl? Great, this was something she had no experience with. Gu Qinghuan silently averted her gaze. Yes. Su Xinghe answered loudly, I finally got it. Bai Qingyin smiled, grabbed a quick-drying marker from the table, signed her name on the vinyl cover, and handed it back to him. Thank you for your support. A simple thank you from an idol is obviously incredibly powerful for a fan. Su Xinghe, clutching the vinyl, was so excited he could barely speak. I will always support you. As they left the administration building, Su Xinghe's steps were still unsteady. He clutched the paper bag containing the vinyl to his chest. Squad leader, am I dreaming? You asked me that 3 times since we left the lounge. Gu Qinghuan sighed heavily, ask me again, and I grab your bag. Su Xinghe reflexively clutched the paper bag, then realized Gu Qinghuan was joking and chuckled. Squad leader, you're amazing. I admire you so much. Keep this a secret. I don't want to be asked for autographs every day. Gu Qinghuan warned him. Su Xinghe immediately swore, if I tell anyone about this, I fail the Chinese language test in the college entrance exam. Gu Qinghuan believed him. A high school student, who always scored above 140 in Chinese, could be so sincere in making such a vow. Chapter 123. Gu Qinghuan and Su Xinghe returned to the classroom. Just as Bao Qingsong posted the lunch combo he inquired about in the group chat. Someone didn't know how he managed to even get a copy of the cafeteria poster for the entrance, and it was now hanging on the blackboard. Gu Qinghuan was filled with admiration. You're truly capable. Everyone was buzzing about which combo to order, but Gu Qinghuan quickly decided. She had Western food yesterday for lunch, so today she'd go for Chinese. She was going to invite Chu Chu and Xinbao to join her for the 3-person mutton hot pot combo. Unfortunately, Jiang Chu Chu flatly refused. My family and Qin Yus are having a dinner party tonight, and we're having roasted whole lamb. I don't want to eat lamb for lunch. Oh, then remember to take a picture. I want to see roasted whole lamb too. Although Gu Qinghuan had tried dishes, like roasted lamb chops, she had never tasted a whole roasted lamb. Gu Qinghuan asked Yu Xian again, but Yu Xian was also hesitant. Sorry, Qinghuan, I'd love to have lunch with you, but I'm not a fan of lamb. Hey, are you allergic to lamb? Gu Qinghuan suddenly became nervous. Yu Xian quickly shook her head. No, I'm not allergic. I just haven't liked the taste of lamb since I was a child. I was once scolded by my adoptive mother for it, and I dislike it even more. Forget it, I find someone else, Gu Qinghuan said readily. After a moment's thought, she addressed the somewhat disappointed Yu Xian. It's just that we can't have lunch together this time. Don't worry about it. We have plenty of opportunities to eat together later. Xinbao, I think it's good that you expressed your wishes directly instead of forcing yourself to accommodate me. So don't feel pressured. Yu Xian nodded, feeling a little more relaxed. In reality, she was just remembering that Gu Qinghuan had, in a normal way, rejected her when she wanted to buy a tablet. That's why she was trying to honestly express her feelings. Despite being rejected by her 2 friends, Gu Qinghuan was still single-mindedly determined to eat mutton hot pot. Unfortunately, by then, everyone had basically decided on their set lunch menu. Gu Qinghuan asked around in the class group, but couldn't find 2 people. Everyone had basically decided on their set lunch menus, and a few people had signed up for group meals, but those were already decided. With so many people in the class, finding 2 more people was surprisingly difficult. She was just considering heading to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria for lunch, hoping to share a table with anyone interested in mutton hot pot, when someone suddenly approached her and said, Class monitor, you want mutton hot pot but can't find anyone to share it with, right? Gu Qinghuan looked up. It was Ai Ning from her class. She wasn't very familiar with Ai Ning, or perhaps they had a minor feud. When the study group first started, Ai Ning had said a few things about the teacher, and she caught him and gave him a lecture. After that, Ai Ning had become more obedient, though she also seemed to be avoiding her. However, Ai Ning and Song Yi seemed to have a good relationship. Gu Qinghuan would sometimes hear him and Song Yi calling each other uncle and nephew. Gu Qinghuan's comment on this was, male friendships aren't just about father and son, they can also be uncle and nephew. If Qin Yu knew Gu Qinghuan felt this way, he would definitely laugh his stomach off. Ai Ning wasn't avoiding Gu Qinghuan, she was simply embarrassed. Gu Qinghuan, of course, didn't know this truth. She met Ai Ning's gaze and said frankly, yes, do you want some shabu shabu? Want to share one? It's not impossible. As Ai Ning finished speaking, Gu Qinghuan immediately said, if you don't like hot pot, don't force it. Ai Ning's assertiveness instantly faded a bit. No, I'm not forcing it. He was a little annoyed. Why couldn't this mouth speak for itself? He just heard Gu Qinghuan was looking for a lunch partner, and since he didn't really care about lunch, he wanted to help. Hearing Ai Ning's reassurance, Gu Qinghuan perked up. So we're going to go for it. Let's go have hot pot together. Ai Ning decided to shut up her useless mouth and nodded in response. Gu Qinghuan clenched his fist. Great, just find someone else. Unfortunately, by the time they left for the cafeteria, they still hadn't found anyone. Seeing Ai Ning looking a little unhappy, Gu Qinghuan comforted him, don't worry. I don't believe there are so many people in school, and no one wants to eat mutton hot pot. I just stand by the cafeteria door and see if anyone's interested. I invite them over. Ai Ning imagined standing at the cafeteria door in winter, looking at the people coming and going expectantly, hoping to find a companion to eat mutton hot pot with. How could his hack be so pitiful? Ai Ning said decisively, I know someone I can invite. Class monitor, please wait. He made a phone call, and then walked to the cafeteria with Gu Qinghuan. When they reached the door, Gu Qinghuan immediately spotted a girl looking around. Seeing her and Ai Ning, her eyes lit up, and she ran over. Hello. The girl greeted confidently, my name is Yiming. Which Ming? Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but think about it. After all, there was a Ning next to him. He Ming clearly knew what Gu Qinghuan was thinking, and burst out laughing. It's the Ming and Sour Lemon. Gu Qinghuan looked from Ai Ning to He Ming. The two looked nothing alike. They didn't seem like a family with coherent names. She tentatively asked, do your two families know each other? Yes. He Ming nodded readily. Ai Ning clearly didn't want to dwell on the topic any further. He urged, aren't we going for shabu shabu? Hurry up. He Ming took Gu Qinghuan's arm with a familiar air. Come on, come on. It's so cold, shabu shabu is perfect for warming up. Ai Ning isn't talkative, but He Ming is quite talkative. By the time the food was served, Gu Qinghuan had already gotten a general idea of He Ming. She was a student in class 10 and had known Ai Ning since childhood. The two mothers met on the high-speed train. Ai Ning's mother, Ai1, was suffering from morning sickness. The man sitting next to her looked down on her. When she asked if she could ask the flight attendant for a cup of hot water, he pretended not to hear through his headphones. He Ming's mother, He Jingcheng, was sitting across the aisle from the same row. Seeing this, she reached over, grabbed the man, and demanded to switch seats. The man was about to lose his temper, but when he saw He Jingcheng crush an apple with one hand, he immediately backed down and obediently changed seats. He Jingcheng was a former weightlifter. For the rest of the trip, He Jingcheng took care of Ai1, and as they interacted more, they became familiar with each other. After marriage, Ai1 lived in her husband's hometown, far from her own family. Unexpectedly, her husband, who had been so considerate and gentle before marriage, had become a completely different person after marriage. He demanded that she do all the housework and quit her job, using sweet words like, I support you, so you don't have to work so hard. Ai1, feeling she needed to have her own source of income, refused her husband's offer. Later, she unexpectedly became pregnant. This sudden event disrupted her plans and forced her to abandon her bid for the department manager position. Her health was not good, and an abortion might affect her future fertility. Since she truly loved children, she decided to give in. Unexpectedly, when she requested leave to return home early due to illness, she overheard a conversation between her husband and mother-in-law. It turned out that her husband had deliberately punctured the condom, hoping to force her to return to the family so that he could compete for the department manager position. Iwan was so furious that she shook with anger. She took a long leave from work, bought a high-speed rail ticket, and returned home to discuss the divorce. Because the situation was so sudden, and she hadn't made much preparation, she had such a messy time on the high-speed train. Chapter 124. He Jingcheng was a different story. She was born in the mountains, her family was uneducated, and her childhood name was Hidayah. In elementary school, she was selected for the provincial team because of her exceptional talent. She was trained and became a weightlifter. He Jingcheng was named by her coach, inspired by the saying where there is a will, there is a way. Although people often say, it doesn't sound like a girl's name, He Jingcheng really liked it. Through her hard work, she won national championships, and later successfully transitioned into coaching, establishing a happy family. The only regret was that she had been married for almost 5 years, and still hadn't gotten pregnant. She and her husband had both had health checkups, and there were no problems. The doctor could only offer comfort that it was just not meant to be. He Jingcheng was taking this high-speed train because he had been invited by the local provincial team to coach their training. Coincidentally, Ai1, who had been suffering from severe morning sickness, experienced a significant improvement after drinking the lemonade mixed water He Jingcheng had prepared for her. After the two got off the high-speed train, He Jingcheng learned that Ai1's hometown was near the training base she was heading to, so he decided to go all the way and accompany Ai1 back. After Ai1's family learned of her husband's misdeeds, they strongly supported her divorce. Her father recruited a dozen strong men and led a motorcade to beat up the men and move their belongings overnight. Her mother stayed home with Ai1 to support her pregnancy, saying that to combat the bad genes of a scumbag, she needed to teach her children well from the womb. Because their home was close to the training base, which was open to visitors, Ai1, when she felt down during her divorce, would come to watch He Jingcheng train his children. After seeing He Jingcheng intermittently for over half a month, Ai1 couldn't help but feel that He Jingcheng wasn't feeling well, seemingly easily fatigued. She suggested he go to the hospital for a checkup. The results were beyond He Jingcheng's expectations. She was pregnant. The estimated time of the pregnancy was probably a few days before the high-speed train ride. Ai1 repeatedly denied that it had anything to do with her, but He Jingcheng and her husband agreed that it was a blessing brought by Ai1. Ai1 explained that her acquaintance with He Jingcheng was due to his proactive assistance, and that any blessing at all was He Jingjing's own. In short, our two families became good friends. He Ming said with a smile. Ning and I were named after the lemons my mother squeezed for Aunt Wan. Since Ning was born first, we got the character Ning, and since I'm a few months younger, we got the character Ming. Gu Qinghuan listened to He Ming's talk while eating mutton hot pot, and his appetite improved considerably. Ai Ning fidgeted restlessly as he listened, using his serving chopsticks to scoop mutton into He Ming's bowl. He just wanted her to eat more, so he wouldn't have time to nag. He muttered, "What's there to talk about the past?" He Ming argued, "It was obviously wonderful. The friendship between elders is so wonderful. I want to be friends like you." Ai Ning paused, a hint of subtle annoyance in his tone. "Eat yours." Gu Qinghuan pricked up her ears. He Ming stuffed a piece of mutton into her mouth and muttered quietly, "We're in different classes in high school now, and Ning, you're ignoring me. What's going to happen if our friendship of all these years is severed?" Ai Ning remained silent, and with no one to respond, the atmosphere at the table suddenly cooled. Gu Qinghuan swallowed the meat in her mouth and spoke decisively. "By the way, Ai Ning, did your mother get a successful divorce?" Her question immediately diverted Ai Ning's attention. "Of course she did. That scumbag, he was quiet after a beating. Within 2 months of the divorce, he quickly found a new wife. When I was a child, he had no presents at all, and didn't pay child support on time. But after I started junior high, he often contacted me secretly, trying to curry favor with me." At this point, Ai Ning's face showed obvious disgust. "Why would I curry favor with you?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "His remarried wife couldn't get pregnant, and after testing, they found out it was his problem." Ai Ning had originally wanted to just say weak sperm, but since the two people at the table were both women, he changed his tune. He felt like I was his only offspring, so he wanted to curry favor with me and have me provide for him in his old age. Ai Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Support is based on support," Gu Qinghuan said, blinking as he began to offer bad advice. "Let him transfer a few tens of thousands to you first, and see how much a father loves you." He Ming burst out laughing, almost losing his grip on his chopsticks. "Right. Let's get practical." Ai Ning took note. "That makes sense. Next time he pesters me, I tell him that. As for support, while it's calculated based on your future income, from what I learned, there are 2 ways to get away with it." Gu Qinghuan held up 2 fingers. Ai Ning and He Ming focused intently. "First, delay it. Just don't pay it. Forget about it when asked. Too busy. At worst, let him sue. Wait until the verdict comes out. It's no problem to delay it for a few months each time. Secondly, the law stipulates a duty of support, but it doesn't say it must be paid. How can giving material goods, like rice, flour, grain, and oil, not count as support?" He Ming suddenly realized, giving a box of instant noodles every month is also okay, right? Gu Qinghuan nodded secretly at this quick realization. Ai Ning impressed. "Okay, that's how I deal with him from now on. By the way, does your mother know he's contacted you?" Gu Qinghuan asked casually. "I didn't tell her because I didn't want to worry her." Ai Ning's voice trailed off. "My mother's job has been tough since she was little. She's been out early and back late, running around everywhere, doing field research and writing reports and proposals on the computer. Only in recent years, as her position has gotten higher, has things become a little easier. I don't want her to be associated with that scumbag because of me. Sometimes I feel that if it weren't for me, my mother wouldn't have to work so hard, and she'd be able to start a new family and have better children." "Stop!" Gu Qinghuan shouted immediately. Ai Ning was startled and reflexively shut up. "Did Auntie say that to you? Did she say you were a burden?" Gu Qinghuan asked. Ai Ning thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. But she was indeed very busy, so busy that she often didn't see Ai Wan when she was little. When the school held parent-teacher conferences, it was always her grandparents who attended as parents. So he felt a little resentful, feeling that Ai Wan didn't care about him, and Gu Qinghuan would always give him earnest lectures, but at the same time, Ai Ning felt that since he was that man's son, it was normal for Ai Wan to not want to see him. Gu Qinghuan ate a piece of meat before saying, "I think you should think this way. You protected your mother. If I hadn't been pregnant with you, Auntie wouldn't have discovered how terrible her ex-husband was, and she wouldn't have decided to divorce him. You helped her escape that hellhole. So, I think you were born to protect your mother, and you should be proud of that." Chapter 125. Ai Ning held his chopsticks blankly. He had never imagined such an explanation could exist. He wasn't a bad product born from that scumbag's genes, but a guardian born to help his mother escape the pit of hell. Thinking of this, his mood completely changed. He Ming looked at Gu Qinghuan with admiration. She had always thought it was absurd that characters on TV could convince others with just a few words. Now it seemed true. There really were people who could bring about such enlightenment with just a single word. She knew her childhood sweetheart had always been concerned about being the child of that scumbag, but she had always tried to persuade Ai Ning that he was different from that scumbag and to find the differences between them. She hadn't expected such an explanation. It had greatly broadened her horizons. Gu Qinghuan, feeling a little greasy from eating too much meat, began to simmer down her greens. She had seen Ai Ning's personality before, a bit stubborn, but actually quite good, even a bit sensitive. After hearing about his family situation today, Gu Qinghuan wasn't completely sympathetic, so she tried to persuade him from another perspective. Rather than dwelling on his annoying biological father, wouldn't it be better to think about how he could help his mother? Ai Ning suddenly stood up and said, "Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom." With that, he hurried off, leaving Gu Qinghuan and He Ming sitting still. He Ming came to her senses, and said enthusiastically to Gu Qinghuan, "What else do you want to eat? I help you clean it." Gu Qinghuan couldn't stop him, so he obediently accepted the offer and waited for He Ming to feed him. "Ai Ning told me about you a long time ago." He said the class monitor was incredibly impressive. He Ming stared at the slices of meat and said, "I was curious too. Today I finally get the chance to meet you." Gu Qinghuan stared at the ceiling. I don't think it was anything nice. The only thing she remembered most was her bothering Ai Ning and lecturing him. He Ming laughed. "No, really, they were all compliments. Although Aunt One seems a little pitiful from what you just said, she's actually quite remarkable." After her divorce, she returned to her hometown and took over the old factory left behind by her family. Her family was originally planning to sell the factory, but Aunt One took it over and steadily built it up. Now she's a prominent local entrepreneur and has even been awarded the Women's Day Red Flag Award. I admired Aunt One since I was a child, but she's so busy. As a son, it's normal for Ai Ning to feel lonely and for his mother to dislike him. I want to comfort him, but I can't find the right comfort. At this point, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Qinghuan. "Liang, hearing you say that just now, I'm so impressed. You can actually think that way. You comforted him so quickly." Gu Qinghuan felt a little embarrassed by the compliment, but after thinking about it, he said, "Actually, regarding the alimony issue I mentioned earlier, if you don't want to have much contact with your biological father, just stay away and regularly deposit the minimum alimony ordered by the court into his account. Sometimes, instead of wasting time and energy entangled with someone you don't like, it's better to focus on yourself." He Ming rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. "Then I think a combination of the two approaches would be best. First, spend some time and energy arguing with him to make him behave himself. Then, tell him to get away and just pay him regularly." Gu Qinghuan gave a thumbs up. "That's a good idea. Using them interspersed, the other party will surely be the first to get overwhelmed." "That's right," He Ming said with a grin. "Anyway, we can just outsource the lawsuit to a lawyer. We don't care about the money, we just don't want him to have it easy." At this moment, Ai Ning had returned. Her face didn't show much, but her hair was slightly damp at the temples and forehead, likely from washing her face. It was unclear if she'd been crying. Of course, there was no need to expose such things. Crying was a way to calm down. Gu Qinghuan said, "Keep eating. There's plenty more." Ai Ning sat down again, her expression much brighter. "Okay, let's keep eating." The three of them finished lunch happily. He Ming even added Gu Qinghuan on WeChat, saying she wanted to chat more. Gu Qinghuan was full and wanted a drink. After a few seconds of hesitation between takeout and the cafeteria's small supermarket, he decided to go with the small supermarket, where he could drink immediately after buying. She said goodbye to Ai Ning and He Ming and went to the small supermarket. The items in the small supermarket weren't cheap. Gu Qinghuan picked and chose, finally setting her sights on the chocolate milk in the hot drink cabinet. There was only one carton left. Wasn't this heaven's choice? She was destined to get it. Gu Qinghuan took out the chocolate milk and was about to pay at the cashier when someone suddenly ran over, hastily opened the cabinet door, reached out, paused in midair, and let out an "ah" sound. "Excuse me," the young woman asked anxiously, "do you have any more of this chocolate milk?" "Yes, I get it for you." The cashier pulled a few cartons from the warehouse, handed one to the young woman, and put the rest back in the hot drink cabinet. "This is cold. Do you have any hot ones?" The young woman was already at a loss. The cashier shook her head. "No, we don't have any. We have to wait a while to heat it up." "How long?" the young woman asked. "I haven't really noticed that," the cashier said. "Maybe it take 10 minutes?" She could see the young woman was anxious. Why don't you go to the kitchen and get some hot water to scald it? The young woman shook her head. No, this kind of paper box will absorb water, and there will be water stains on the edges. He'd definitely be angry. Buying it for someone else? And the young woman doesn't look like a teacher or someone from the program team. Gu Qinghuan pondered and handed over the chocolate milk in her hand. Hello, is this what you want? Yes. The young woman nodded subconsciously, then realized, Sir, are you going to give it to me? Well, I don't have to drink this, so you can take it and pay. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. If you don't hurry, it get cold. Thank you, thank you. The young woman thanked him twice, paid the bill, quickly stuffed the chocolate milk into her arms, and ran off again. Gu Qinghuan picked out another carton of soy milk, paid the bill, and drank it as she went to the office. When she arrived at the office, Yuxian was already there, cleaning the calico cat's litter box. The cat was perched on a nearby cabinet, looking down from above. Xinbao, I do it. Gu Qinghuan put down her soy milk and went over to help. I've been taking a nap here. Isn't it my duty to help out? Yuxian cleaned up quickly and went out to take out the trash. When she returned from washing her hands, she casually asked, Is the mutton hot pot delicious? It's delicious. Gu Qinghuan nodded. When I get home tonight, I leave a comment on the cafeteria's official account and give my opinion. By the way, Xinbao, what did you have for dinner? I had clay pot rice noodles, Yuxian replied. In winter, clay pots are better at keeping the heat in, and eating them warms your whole body. A few minutes later, Jiang Chuchu arrived. I thought you were already asleep. Waiting for you. Gu Qinghuan brought out their blankets. Although we didn't eat together, we could still take a nap together. Chapter 126. Bai Qingyin went to the restroom and, on her return, heard a familiar scolding voice from the adjacent lounge. The next moment, she saw the assistant next door running out, her nose red. The assistant immediately spotted Bai Qingyin. Her eyes, initially flustered and sad, forced a smile upon seeing her. Sister Bai, good afternoon. What's Xiao Yi mad about again? Bai Qingyin raised her chin towards the door of the adjacent lounge. The Xiao Yi they were referring to was Yiweiyu, 21 years old, who debuted through a variety show in the second half of last year. After the audition, Yiweiyu signed a contract with an entertainment company called Jinxiu Culture. Jinxiu Culture is a newly established subsidiary of a well-established film and television media company, and its development prospects are highly anticipated in the industry. Because it was a new company, Yiweiyu had assumed that as a rising star, he would receive a significant amount of resources. Unexpectedly, the two sides had very different philosophies. Jinxiu Culture chose Yiweiyu because of his acting talent. They hoped he would receive professional training, first to solidify his skills and develop stronger professional abilities, and then, leveraging the connections and resources provided by the parent company, pursue a professional career. Yiweiyu disagreed, however. He believed that since he came from a talent show, he should capitalize on the popularity of dating shows and idol dramas to attract a large following. Then, he could secure a few big-name endorsements, and the money would flow in. After months of arguing, both sides compromised. Yiweiyu continued to receive professional training while appearing on several variety shows, even serving as a regular guest on one. As for film and television dramas, Jinxiu Culture felt Yiweiyu's skills were not up to par and looked down on online dramas, so they kept him in the dark. The young woman was the assistant Jinxiu Culture had assigned to Yiweiyu. Her name was Tang Huitsai, and she was only 22 years old. Yiweiyu and his agent had a serious conflict, so most of the communication between the company and the artist was handled through Tang Huitsai, a transfer station. Jinxiu Culture had received word of the show's details from the official sources, and had originally planned to arrange for another artist to participate, but for unknown reasons, Yiweiyu had volunteered. Jinxiu Culture didn't think much of it, believing they were just joining in the fun, so they let Yiweiyu come. However, just from Yiweiyu's performance yesterday, Bai Qingyin could tell, he was actually planning to connect with Jinning Entertainment. Lu Rong didn't give him a good look, so he went to contact the Jinning Entertainment agent who had accompanied Lu Rong. Bai Qingyin was stunned when she learned this. Some people's bad luck is truly their own fault. However, Bai Qingyin did have a good impression of Tang Huitsai. In just the past 2 days of interaction, Bai Qingyin could tell that Tang Huitsai was quite capable at work. If she weren't responsible for Yiweiyu, her future would have been bright. Unfortunately, no one knew what drug Yiweiyu had drugged her with, but Tang Huitsai was incredibly considerate and loyal to him. Hearing Bai Qingyin's question, Tang Huitsai simply smiled and apologized. No, it's just that Weiyu's been trying to control his weight lately, and hasn't been eating enough carbohydrates. so he's in a bad mood. I hope you can forgive me, Sister Bai. Bai Qingyin glanced at the water stain on Tang Huicai's shoes. She couldn't tell if it was latte or milk, but it looked like it had been splashed on her trouser legs. Since the other party was willing to endure it, and Bai Qingyin was an artist from another company, it wasn't appropriate to say too much at this moment. She nodded slightly, and returned to her lounge. Bai Qingyin's assistant, Tao Jing, was quietly eating a boxed lunch in the lounge. Seeing Bai Qingyin enter, he whispered, Sister Bai, there was a fight next door again. Yi Weiyu said the drink Tang Huicai bought him was cold, and he got mad at her. I'm thinking of switching lounges. Bai Qingyin was also having a headache. On this show, she and Lu Rong were equally popular, but Lu Rong's popularity was still higher, mainly because Jining Entertainment was so good at creating fandoms. Lu Yi was third in popularity. He also rose to fame in the first half of the year thanks to his role as the second male lead in Moonlight. Finally, there was Yi Weiyu. He was the least popular of the four, so it was understandable that he was upset, but Bai Qingyin wasn't his mother, so why should she spoil him? Xiao Tao, contact the director later and tell him I'm planning to walk around campus this afternoon to look for good candidates. The preview is coming out tonight, so I see if I can get some more shots. Bai Qingyin said. Tao Jing agreed immediately. Got it. Elsewhere, after cleaning his trouser legs and shoes, Tang Huicai returned to the lounge. Yi Weiyu, now calm, sat down in a chair with a dejected look on his face. Seeing Tang Huicai enter, he offered a guilt-filled apology. Vivian, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you just now. He covered his face, his voice muffled. I just realized that I haven't found a suitable student since yesterday. I was too anxious. The preview is coming out tonight. If I don't find good material, I'm sure I won't be noticed in the preview. He lowered his hand and looked at Tang Huicai expectantly. Vivian, please help me. If this keeps going on, I'd be completely invisible. Tang Huicai took a deep breath. She truly loved Yi Weiyu. Ever since she first watched that talent show, she always thought he was dazzling and dazzling. That's why she chosen Jinxiu Culture as an assistant, wanting to work closely with Yi Weiyu, hoping he could shine even brighter. She knew Yi Weiyu was impetuous, and that rushing for success wasn't a good thing, so she always tried to appease him. But whenever Yi Weiyu asked her in that tone, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Tang Huicai consoled herself. Since she already joined the show, it was normal to want more screen time. If she didn't fight for it, she'd get nothing. She was Yi Weiyu's assistant, so of course she had to help him. I heard something from the production team. It seems Lu Yi and Bai Qingyin have the same name on their list of students they want to work with, Tang Huicai said. Yi Weiyu was surprised. Aren't they the same name? They're in the same class, so I think it's unlikely they're different people. Tang Huicai said. Director Su and Director Wu also think it's interesting and plan to edit some footage around it. If Yi Weiyu also invite this student, it will create a conflict point, and they definitely include all three of you. Yi Weiyu's interest was immediately piqued. He wasn't interested in the student himself. In his opinion, the focus of this show was on the artists. So, he hadn't carefully selected the students to join the team yet, instead focusing on what he would perform, planning to find a few students to serve as supporting actors later. Since it didn't matter who he chose, he might as well compete with Bai Qingyin and Lu Yi for the role. It would definitely be something to watch. Okay, we go find that student this afternoon and act naturally. Yi Weiyu made an immediate decision. By the way, what's that student's name? Tang Huicai replied, Gu Qinghuan. Class 3, Grade 1, Gu Qinghuan. Chapter 127. HU. Gu Qinghuan sneezed loudly as she stepped out of the student union building, caught in the cold wind. Uxian pulled a tissue from her pocket and handed one to Gu Qinghuan. Cold? Jiang Chuchu touched her forehead. The temperature is normal, maybe it was just the wind. Gu Qinghuan took the tissue sheepishly, blew her nose, and muttered, I'm fine. She wiped her nose, threw the used tissue into the trash can by the roadside, and perked up again. Besides, I have PE class this afternoon, and I want to play badminton. The mention of PE made Uxian grimace. Although she had decent stamina, the 800-meter run in Class 3's PE class was too much for her. Gu Qinghuan didn't like the 800-meter run either, but she forced herself to run. It only took a few minutes, and after that, she could go to her choice of free play area. However, when it was time for physical education class, great news arrived. It was raining. It wasn't heavy, but the teacher couldn't let the students run in the rain, so she told everyone to gather in the indoor gymnasium. No running today. After a quick warm-up and a few routine tests, the physical education teacher let everyone go and went back to her office. Gu Qinghuan and Ming Xiaolan ran to get their badminton rackets, while Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian went to reserve the court. Ming Xiaolan was incredibly popular during physical education class. She played all kinds of ball games, and she was quite good at it. She was skilled at catching and feeding the ball, and she would even give her opponents pointers. Playing with her was incredibly enjoyable. But Ming Xiaolan had the final say on what kind of ball to play, and no one would force her. For example, last time during P class, Ming Xiaolan wanted to play ping pong, and Gu Qinghuan could only watch helplessly as she headed for the table. This time, it was finally Ming Xiaolan's turn to play badminton. Gu Qinghuan instantly perked up, grabbed her racket, and vowed to get a double-digit score from Ming Xiaolan today. As for winning a set, never mind, one should know one's limits. Ming Xiaolan had her own racket, which she had brought with her to help Gu Qinghuan and the others choose a good one. Gu Qinghuan felt the racket Ming Xiaolan had helped her choose, and found it felt quite comfortable, instantly boosting his confidence in scoring. The four of them decided their order of play by playing rock paper scissors. A set had 21 points. The first person to reach 21 points won. If they lost, they would be the next person to take over. If they won 2 sets in a row, they would be the next person to take over. The next person to take over would be responsible for scoring, and the round would continue in this manner. Today, Gu Qinghuan was the first to take the court, and he faced Ming Xiaolan right away. She hoped for a double-digit score, but unfortunately, her angle wasn't right, and the ball went out of bounds. Her first game against Ming Xiaolan ended in just 8 points. Even though 8 was close to the smallest double-digit score of 10, Gu Qinghuan felt she could definitely get more than 10 today. The next game was between Yu Xian and Ming Xiaolan. Yu Xian's strokes were a bit soft and slow, but she could play for a long time. Gu Qinghuan was studying Ming Xiaolan's movements when she heard a commotion at the gym entrance. She instinctively looked over and immediately saw the cameras. Which artist had arrived? Bai Qingyin, Lu Cheng, or the fourth person whose name she didn't know yet? Gu Qinghuan looked closer and saw that the person in the middle seemed to be a man, and judging by his hair color, it wasn't Li either. His hair was dyed gray-brown, while Li Yi's was undyed. It looked like the fourth person, and Gu Qinghuan averted his gaze. Jiang Chuchu, who hadn't even entered the stage yet, also paid some attention to him. After seeing the person clearly, she frowned with a hint of disdain. Do you know him? Gu Qinghuan was curious. I do. His name is Yu. He was a guest on a lifestyle variety show my mom was watching a while ago. Jiang Chuchu whispered. My mom was watching TV, and I was combing the mop next to her when I heard a male guest asking questions like, I don't understand anything. And when I asked him to do something, he either messed it up or couldn't do it. It made my blood pressure soar. And then he apologized so sincerely, which was really frustrating. Later, I searched online, and all the reviews of him were like, stupid beauty, admit your mistakes, which was completely different from what I expected. Gu Haiyan generally didn't watch lifestyle variety shows, especially those with cooking. She couldn't understand. The artists on the show made all the same cooking mistakes she made, yet their dishes were still praised for being delicious. In the end, she could only conclude that it was just acting, or that the finished product wasn't anything like what the artists had prepared. She simply stopped watching these kinds of variety shows. Gu Qinghuan consoled her. The whole point of a show is to create conflict to generate interest. Besides, maybe that's just their character, or maybe it's just a deliberate act. Jiang Chuchu thought about it and, regardless, she had no interest in Yu, and had no intention of joining in the fun. Gu Qinghuan didn't care either. For her, getting 10 points from Ming Xiaolan today was more important. Yu wandered around the venue, pretending to look for students he planned to invite, but actually searching for Gu Qinghuan. He was also anxious. Tang Huicai had tried his best to inquire, but the security guard in charge, while remembering the student, couldn't quite recall her and couldn't describe her appearance. Tang Huicai couldn't easily check the surveillance footage, so he inquired about Class 3's schedule for that afternoon and headed directly to the scene to look for her. Yu understood that to be noticed by both Bai Qingyin and Li Yi, this Gu Qinghuan must be quite striking. If not photogenic, then at least distinctive. But Class 3 had 22 students, and he counted them one by one, but couldn't see any that stood out. Is it really Class 3? Yu was already getting a little impatient. Did you get it wrong? Tang Huicai pursed her lips and whispered, It's Class 3. The security guard checked the student IDs, and both of them were from Class 3. Besides Gu Qinghuan, there was also a boy named Su Xinghe. Do you know what Su Xinghe looks like? If not, look for him first, and then find Gu Qinghuan later, Yu said. Tang Huisai still remembered the security guard's description of Su Xinghe. After looking around and identifying several boys who looked similar, Yi Weiyu went to question them one by one. The real Su Xinghe, after completing the test, returned to class breathlessly. After all, it was free time, so what was wrong with him returning to class? Oh, heaven and earth! If you've given him such a useful brain, why not give him a developed athletic ability? The boys from class 3, still in the gym, were both excited and confused. Everyone's family was indeed well off, but unlike the Yin family, they were in the entertainment industry, so they still felt nervous about facing people on TV when it came to idol stars. Besides, if they were chosen, they would be on TV with the artists during the filming of the show, and everyone was quite excited. But what kind of student was this artist named Yi Weiyu looking for to work with? After asking 3 people, it seemed more like Yi Weiyu was here to conduct background checks than to find team members. Chapter 128. Qin Yu was also asked this question, and ended the conversation in confusion. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he felt. He ran over to Jiang Chuchu and whispered, "What you told me before was true. This Yi Weiyu is weird." As he spoke, he drew a circle on his head with his index finger, implying that Yi Weiyu had a mental problem. Jiang Chuchu laughed, and Gu Qinghuan was curious. What kind of student is he looking for? I don't know. He asks all sorts of random questions, like do you know about the show? Do you know the other artists? Who's your favorite? He acts like a TV host, Qin Yu said. Qin Yu came during the basketball substitution and left after speaking. Just as Yu Xian had lost to Ming Xiaolin, and Ming Xiaolin had won 2 games in a row, they were both dismissed, and it was Jiang Chuchu and Gu Qinghuan's turn to play. Yi Weiyu searched around but couldn't find Su Xinghe or Gu Qinghuan. Furious, he was about to leave when he caught sight of Jiang Chuchu and stopped. "This girl's quite pretty," Yi Weiyu whispered. "If I can't find the Gu Qinghuan, finding a pretty one wouldn't be a bad idea." Tang Huisai looked at Jiang Chuchu and felt she looked familiar. "Wait, she looks..." Before she could finish her words, Yi Weiyu had already reached the sidelines and called out to Jiang Chuchu, "Hello, classmate. Interested in chatting?" Gu Qinghuan, intently preparing to jump up for a smash, was distracted by the sound. He landed on the smash, tripped over his own foot, and fell flat on his face. Jiang Chuchu was startled, and Yu Xian, watching nearby, rushed over immediately. "Qinghuan, are you okay?" "It's okay, just a little painful." Gu Qinghuan helped Yu Xian to her feet. She hadn't jumped high, and she landed on her butt, so she hadn't hit her tailbone. Other than the pain, there was nothing else wrong. The classmates gathered around. "Class monitor, are you okay? Why did you fall? Does it hurt?" Song Yi and Ai Ning quickly came over with a few cushions. "Come on, sister, sit on them." "Not really," Gu Qinghuan said, feeling both amused and embarrassed. "It'd be fine in a moment." Jiang Chuchu came over, expressionless. "Lie down and rest." Gu Qinghuan, "Oh." She obediently lay down. Seeing that she was indeed fine, the classmates followed Jiang Chuchu's lead, turning to look at Yi Weiyu, who was still in a daze. Tang Huisai vaguely saw a group of little sheep suddenly transform into big bad wolves. Jiang Chuchu, still holding a badminton racket, slowly tapped the palm of her other hand. "Could you please explain what you're trying to do?" Gu Qinghuan, still sprawled on the mat, rubbed her arms. Jiang Chuchu's tone was truly intimidating. She peeked through the crowd, and was surprised to find someone familiar standing next to Yi Weiyu, the young woman she met at the convenience store at noon. Hearing Jiang Chuchu's question, Yi Weiyu felt a momentary irritation. He had recovered from the shock of the girl who fell was Gu Qinghuan. Judging from her expression, he knew she was quite popular in the class, demonstrating her interpersonal skills. In that case, Yi Weiyu felt that it wasn't just a publicity stunt, but a genuine invitation to Gu Qinghuan. But now, after being questioned by Jiang Chuchu, he felt a little embarrassed. It was just a fall. Was there any need to make such a fuss? Besides, how could someone fall so easily? Maybe Gu Qinghuan did it on purpose, just to attract his attention. He was about to frown when Tang Huisai, standing next to him, intervened. She bowed her head apologetically, and said to Jiang Chuchu, "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. Yi Weiyu was just trying to find students to form a team as quickly as possible, and he got a little impatient." Jiang Chuchu's eyebrows rose. "Do you know me? What's your name?" "I'm Tang Huisai. I once attended Miss Jiang's 15th birthday party with my mother." Tang Huisai still lowered her head. Jiang Chuchu was a bit surprised. The last name was Tang, and there was a gemological term like fire. Was it the Tang family she knew? Why would the daughter of the Tang family work in the entertainment industry? If it was an endorsement deal, it would be fine, But this clearly looks like an assistant, right? She put aside her doubts for the moment, her tone calming. I understand, but you shouldn't speak so suddenly in your haste. You could have waited until we were done with this one. My friend fell because of him, so you should at least apologize, right? Jiang Chuchu cast her gaze at Yi Weiyu. Yi Weiyu's face turned pale. Asking him to apologize to a high school student? How would he face anyone if word got out? Yet, judging by Tang Huicai's attitude, it was clear that Jiang Chuchu was not a simple person. Yi Weiyu ultimately chose to swallow his anger. Sorry, I was too anxious. Jiang Chuchu turned sideways, asking the students around her to move aside so that Gu Qinghuan could see. Apologize to my friend, not to me. Tang Huicai finally saw Gu Qinghuan's face clearly, and she was stunned, yet also overwhelmed by guilt. She had never imagined that the Gu Qinghuan she and Yi Weiyu were looking for was the girl who had helped her at noon. She was busy serving drinks to Yi Weiyu at the time, so she hadn't had time to ask the girl's name, but she was determined to thank her when she had the chance. She had originally assumed that a girl favored by both Bai Qingyin and Lu Yi would be eager to show off. Yi Weiyu's presence would bring the girl even more attention, which wasn't a bad thing for a girl who wanted to show off. She had interacted with Gu Qinghuan before, so she knew she wasn't trying to show off. Otherwise, she would have introduced herself to her at noon. After all, anyone with a quick mind would have guessed she was also from the production team. Tang Huicai felt deeply ashamed for her misunderstanding and the trouble she had caused Gu Qinghuan, and she could barely lift her head. In contrast, Yi Weiyu felt only frustration. Gu Qinghuan was still a little confused, but she felt Jiang Chuchu was right. Yi Weiyu did need to apologize. It had nothing to do with his status. If he'd done something wrong, he should apologize. Just looking at Yi Weiyu's expression, she knew he was only being pressured by Jiang Chuchu, offering a forced apology, not a hint of sincerity. Or rather, he was probably cursing her inwardly. The pain in her, but wasn't so severe anymore. Gu Qinghuan climbed to her feet and said bluntly, no need. What happened just now was enough. I'm fine now. Jiang Chuchu disagreed, but seeing Gu Qinghuan's frank expression, she said nothing, leaving it to Gu Qinghuan to figure things out. Gu Qinghuan took 2 steps and stood in front of Jiang Chuchu, meeting Yi Weiyu's gaze. She maintained a smile and said, Mr. Yi has been searching here for quite some time, but to no avail. It seems our classmate doesn't quite meet your needs. Please find someone more suitable. The students in class 3 understood. Okay, we get it. During the filming of the program, this person won't get any help or cooperation from class 3. It just so happened that everyone was annoyed with Yi Weiyu. He caused their class monitor to fall, and he refused to apologize. And yet he still acts like an idol. How about being even more ruthless? Let's all go and cause trouble while Yi Weiyu is filming. If Bai Qingyin knew what the people in class 3 were thinking, she definitely complained. Why does Yi Weiyu need to cause trouble? He's already connected to Jin Ding. He's doomed sooner or later. Chapter 129. Yi Weiyu mumbled a few responses and turned to leave. Tang Huicai handed her business card to Gu Qinghuan, telling him to contact her if he had any questions, and then followed him out. After the group left, Qin Yu immediately said, Pooh! Is filming a few variety shows so impressive? Gu Qinghuan glanced at Tang Huicai's business card and casually stuffed it into her pocket. Then she clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Well, she coughed twice. Actually, I suspect he might have been targeting me from the beginning. Does he have a grudge against you? Jiang Chuchu's eyes sharpened. No, to be precise, he might have been targeting Gu Qinghuan. It just so happens that I am Gu Qinghuan, Gu Qinghuan explained. Everyone was confused. Huh? Xian and Jiang Chuchu suddenly understood. Is it related to the incident with Lu Yi? The mention of Lu Yi brought back memories. Ming Xiaolan immediately asked, did he know Lu Yi invited you and wanted to snatch you away? He just didn't know what you looked like, so he's been looking for you for so long? Gu Qinghuan nodded, thinking that maybe Bai Qingyin would be involved, since she had also received an invitation from Bai Qingyin. Bao Qingsong's eyes widened. He's planning to invite you, and he still has this attitude? Okay, forget about this guy. Just figure out what's going on. Gu Qinghuan clapped her hands. Anyway, I already rejected him, but I didn't discuss it with everyone. I'm sorry that I rejected him on behalf of the whole class. Class monitor, don't apologize for this, Ming Xiaolan said immediately. Based on his attitude, no one in our class would want to join his team. The other students nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Who wants to work with someone like that? Okay, Gu Qinghuan smiled. Everyone, go ahead and play. I'm going to play too. There was really no point wasting a good gym class on someone like that. Everyone returned to their original court and continued playing. Are you really okay? Jiang Chuchu asked. To be honest, it still hurts a little, but it's not a big deal. Gu Qingwan tried running a few steps and felt fine. She decisively swung her racket again. Quick, that spike just now counts for me, right? Now it's 6-5. Jiang Chuchu confirmed that she was fine before continuing her game. By the end of gym class, Gu Qingwan had had her fill of tennis and successfully won a good 12-point game against Ming Xiaolin. On their way back to class, Gu Qingwan asked, Chuchu, you said yesterday you were going to investigate Li. Why don't you investigate Yi Weiyu as well? Yu Xian was clearly still upset about Yi Weiyu causing Gu Qingwan's fall. I think Yi Weiyu needs to be investigated more than Li. Ming Xiaolin interrupted, Class monitor, do you want to teach Yi Weiyu a lesson during filming? Gu Qingwan looked up at the sky. Everyone was really turning into a troublemaker. She said seriously, not necessary right now. He just wanted to use me for attention. After suffering this loss today, he should probably behave himself. After all, this is my personal matter. Involving everyone else is a bit exaggerated. I wait and see. Of course, if he does something bad again, I definitely ask for your help if needed. After all, Ming Xiaolin nodded in understanding. Okay, if he doesn't, that's great. If you do, feel free to contact us. Jiang Chuchu was already sending messages, asking people to investigate Yi Weiyu. Ever since the last plan to trap Team 12, Jiang Yue had assigned Jiang Chuchu an assistant. More accurately, he assigned one of his secretaries to Jiang Chuchu, giving her someone to work with. Of course, this secretary wasn't just responsible for execution, they also provided advice and reported important matters to Jiang Yue. Jean Jubao had just finished organizing the information she gathered when she received a new message from Jiang Chuchu, and her movements froze. She closed her eyes, squinting only slightly, to read the text on her phone screen, and breathed a sigh of relief. A colleague nearby leaned over and asked, What does the young lady want you to do now? Same as yesterday, investigating a minor celebrity. Jean Jubao sent Li Yi's information to Jiang Chuchu, and then continued organizing Yi Weiyu's. That's right. When she checked on Li Yi, she checked on the other three too. Just a little organization is all that's needed. A qualified secretary should consider everything their boss asks before making any requests, just in case. Although she had signed a supplementary contract with her boss, Jiang Yue, which reduced her duties and increased her salary, Jean Jubao was still nervous about being Jiang Chuchu's assistant. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and she was genuinely worried about upsetting Jiang Chuchu and getting laid off. Thankfully, Jiang Chuchu was quite polite, and Jean Jubao was gradually getting used to her. She was sorting through the documents when she saw another message from Jiang Chuchu. By the way, check on his assistant, Tang Huicai. No need to check her identity, just when she started and what she does on a regular basis. Jean Jubao had never checked on an assistant before, and she felt crestfallen. She hadn't been prepared enough. She took a sip of her coffee. Go ahead and check it out. There's always work to do. With a loud thud, the cup was slammed down on the table with such force that Tang Huicai suspected it would shatter. Yi Weiyu hung up the phone with his agent, angrily tossed it onto the sofa, then raised his cup again and drank the remaining cold water. After leaving the gym, he immediately called his agent and asked them to contact the production team immediately to ensure that what happened that afternoon wouldn't be included in the preview. As expected, his agent got angry again, telling him to stop causing trouble next time and to behave himself. Then, he hurried to find the production team. This time, Yi Weiyu had no nerve to refute and could only curse in his heart. It's all that girl named Gu Qingwan's fault. Are Bai Qingyin and Li out of their minds? They actually want to invite such a common student to join the team. Do they have any vision? Experience tells Tang Huicai that it's best to stay away from Yi Weiyu when he's sulking, but she's worried about him smashing things and causing trouble, so she can't leave the lounge. She was just thinking about how to calm him down after Yi Weiyu's outburst when she heard him call her name, Huicai. Tang Huicai was stunned. It wasn't Vivian. She still remembered how Yi Weiyu, after hearing her self-introduction, had explained in surprise, how could you have such a cheesy name? Since then, he's always called her by her English name. Why did he suddenly call her by her name this time? Feeling a little uneasy, she took a step forward. What's wrong? That beautiful girl, the one you call Miss Jiang, who is she? Yi Weiyu stared at Tang Huicai intently. Tang Huicai explained, that's Jiang Chuchu, the daughter of the Yongchang group, and Jiang Yue is her father. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Yi Weiyu still felt a jolt of fear at the mere mention of Yongchang group. That was a close call. he thought to himself, looking up at Tang Huisai, his thoughts stirring. To be able to attend the birthday party of the daughter of the Yongchang group, what was Tang Huisai's status? Judging by Jiang Chuchu's reaction, it was clear she had some impression of her. Yu Weiyu resisted the urge to ask directly and smiled at Tang Huisai. Luckily you're here today, otherwise, if I had offended the Jiang family's daughter, I'd be in trouble. Surprisingly. Not angry? Tang Huisai hesitated, suppressing the uncomfortable feeling welling up in her heart. She simply lowered her head and said, "This is my job as an assistant. That's all for today. Wait until the trailer comes out, and tomorrow we think about how to get more attention on the show." Yu Weiyu smiled casually. The term we gave Tang Huisai another pause. She softly agreed, okay. The emotion seemed to surge even more intensely. Chapter 130. After finishing her homework that evening, Gu Qinghuan stretched and picked up her phone, only to see the message Jiang Chuchu had sent her half an hour earlier. The two documents in the message contained Jiang Chuchu's summary of Li Yi and Yu Weiyu's information. Jiang Chuchu. Simplified version. Li Yi is fine, Yu Weiyu is rubbish. Over. Gu Qinghuan. So concise. Even after half an hour, Jiang Chuchu responded immediately after receiving Gu Qinghuan's reply. You can read the details yourself. My summary is mainly for your convenience. Gu Qinghuan. Okay. Gu Qinghuan. By the way, what's the story with that young lady named Tang Huisai? Jiang Chuchu. The Tang family originally made jewelry. Their family is headed by women, and capable female descendants can choose to inherit the family business or venture out with the family's startup capital. Today, Gu Qinghuan met Tang Huisai, a member of the Tang family's jewelry branch. According to Jiang Chuchu, Tang Huisai possesses remarkable talent and is a hard worker, making her future as the heir apparent almost certain to succeed the line. Jiang Chuchu. I asked my mother, who knows more about the Tang family, but isn't entirely sure why Tang Huisai ended up as an assistant to a minor celebrity. I just heard there was a dispute between Tang Huisai and her family. Gu Qinghuan wanted to say it sounded like a love story, but she didn't know the actual situation, so it was best not to say such things out loud. Gu Qinghuan. Let me take a look at the information first. I ask you if I have any questions. Jiang Chuchu. You're welcome. Oh, and don't forget to watch the trailer. It's supposed to be released at 9 o'clock. Gu Qinghuan didn't really pay much attention to the trailer. She went to look at the information and, in the process, pondered whether she should join Li Yi or Bai Qingyin's team. 5 minutes before 9 o'clock, Yu Xian carried Jima into the living room, turned on the TV, and tuned to the appropriate channel, intently awaiting the trailer. To be precise, the 9 o'clock broadcast was an official promotional interview for the entire program, and the actual trailer would likely air in the middle or at the end of the interview. Although it was possible to watch it on a phone, how big was the phone screen compared to the TV screen? It definitely looked better on TV. Yu Yuan heard the noise, and ran out to see what Yu Xian was up to. Since no one was home tonight, she secretly pretended to have a late-night snack, and sat down in the living room, seducing Jima. Yu Xian, seeing her like this, said nothing, simply letting go of her hand, and letting Jima be drawn to the freeze-dried food Yu Yuan had dropped on the floor. Why aren't you watching it in your room? Yu Yuan asked softly, teasing Jima. I took the TV off because I didn't think it was going to be useful. Yu Xian replied, do you know the name of the program? I know. This rare opportunity to show off in front of Yu Xian immediately piqued Yu Yuan's interest. Although I heard this news from Yin Shengqing, as long as she doesn't mention Yin Shengqing, it'd be fine. The program's name is Walking with the Light. Firstly, our school's name is Mingda, which means the virtue of brightness, which points out that the filming location is Mingda. Secondly, it refers to the youth as light and brilliance, illuminating the entire world. The artists on the show will collaborate with the youth and perform together. After explaining the meaning, Yu Yuan added a bit critically, but I think the name is a little too formal. It can't be too abstract for an official program. Yu Xian simply nodded as she listened, but once the interview began, she immediately shifted her attention to the TV. The program began with an explanation of its origins. The interviewees were all heads of relevant departments and entertainment companies. Even the principal of Mingda made an appearance. The program was then introduced, and the 4 guests appeared. The guests were interviewed individually, with Lu Cheng appearing first. Lu Cheng's appearance was striking and radiant, with upturned eyebrows and imposing almond-shaped eyes. Her beauty was striking and her demeanor mature, but her reputation within the industry has been mixed. Some called her pretentious, while others called her a rational and ambitious individual. Overall, her popularity was quite high, so it was no surprise that she was ranked first. The interview questions were the same. Why do you want to participate in this program? Followed by what kind of performance do you plan to perform? And finally, what kind of students do you want to work with? Lu Chung answered the first two questions quite well, very much in her own style, but her response to the last question was somewhat ambiguous. Since the program is called Walking with the Light, the students I want to work with naturally have to embody the image of light. Actually, through my initial research at Mingda, I already have a list of candidates I'd like to invite. Whether they make it to my team is still a question, so everyone can wait and see. Yu Yuan rested her chin on her hand. I saw Lu Rong these past couple of days. She came to our class specifically. It seems she didn't choose anyone from our class. Midway through her sentence, she realized that the reason Lu Rong had come to class 12 was because of the presence of Yan Zhenqing, the eldest son of Jinding. Yu Xian would undoubtedly be upset if she said that, so she'd better quickly change the subject. Yu Xian remained non-committal. I met Li Yi and Yi Weiyu so far. Yu Yuan was about to ask about those two, but then the TV showed Bai Qingyin again. Unlike Lu Rong, Bai Qingyin had a more independent and fashionable image, sharp and striking, and answered questions with a straightforwardness. Because of this, Bai Qingyin's distress became quite different when answering the third question. I almost finalized the program, but the students I wanted to invite haven't responded yet, which is quite frustrating. She's not absolutely necessary, but I feel like it would be more comfortable with her. Never mind, let's wait until the actual filming. Li Yi's performance was quite official, answering every question seriously, and with a natural and generous attitude. His answer to the third question was, I will invite students who are suitable for my program. The specific requirements will be known after the show begins. But I really want a stabilizing force, someone who can keep the balance, someone with good command and coordination skills. It would be great if we could invite him. Yu Yuan hesitated. She had seen the school's confession wall, and knew about Li Yi's invitation to Gu Qinghwan. Is he talking about your class monitor? Definitely. Yu Xian's answer was firm. In her mind, Gu Qinghwan was the strongest stabilizing force. Yu Yuan thought about Class 3's plan against Class 12, then recalled her own interactions with Gu Qinghwan, and nodded silently. Finally, the fourth question came. Yi Weiyu. Yu Xian frowned, but listened reluctantly. Compared to the previous three, Yi Weiyu's answer seemed much more evasive and vague, and seemed a bit lacking in planning. Yu Xian was just thinking this guy was a complete idiot when he answered his third question. I hope to create fond memories of this show with the students. We're all part of the show. No one is superior or more special. So, I'm looking for students who can understand and get along well with each other. Yu Xian was silent for a few seconds, then pulled out his phone. Troublemakers. Yu Xian, are you all watching the interview? Did you hear Yi Weiyu's answer? Bao Qingsong, yes. Xie Xiangxue, I suspect he's being sarcastic. Qin Yu, don't doubt it. He's the one. Chapter 131. Troublemakers. Su Xinghe, mountain streams rise and fall easily, and the hearts of villains change easily. Ming Xiaolan, speak in a human way. Su Xinghe, this is the first time I met someone so petty. Song Yi, he was clearly in the wrong. How dare you say we're hard to get along with? Bao Qingsong, this kind of person is like that. They've been praised for too long, and have fans to help them. They have no real talent, so they can't stand being wronged at all. Xie Xiangxue, asking him to apologize for his mistakes is nothing compared to being wronged. Jiang Chuchu, some people are seeking death, so don't give them a chance. Yu Xian, I don't understand. He should already know your identity, Chuchu, right? Why would he say such a thing? Qin Yu, Chuchu, go ahead. Get him. Let him see the power of the Jiang family. Jiang Chuchu, is adding fuel to the fire fun? Qin Yu, behaving well. JPG Ming Xiaolin, is it possible that he's not trying to provoke Jiang Chuchu? He just thinks we won't think too much. Bao Qingsong, just because we're young doesn't mean we're stupid. The atmosphere in the group chat was abuzz. Jiang Chuchu provided information, and a group of people analyzed it, plotting how to deal with Yi Weiyu. Yu Xian was pondering this when she suddenly heard a familiar voice on the TV. From December 27 to 31st, a reality variety show co-produced by multiple entertainment companies, including Jinding Entertainment and Ween Entertainment, in collaboration with the local government, the Public Security Bureau, the Education Bureau, and other departments, will be held at Mingda High School. The group chat seemed to have been paused. No one posted any messages. Yu Xian looked up suddenly, and saw Gu Qinghwan's serious face on the screen. Yuan, chewing on an apple, said, Isn't this your class monitor? How come she's in charge of introductions? Before she finished her words, Uxian quickly raised her phone and took a picture of the TV. The chat group almost exploded simultaneously. Song Yi, my sister? My sister? Xie Xiangxue, our class monitor. She glows. Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan. No, what were you guys talking about? I can't even scroll through my 99 plus messages. Gu Qinghuan. What do you mean by I glow? Uxian, picture AI Ning. Shared to moments Gu Qinghuan. Huh? The conversation between Li Yi, Gu Qinghuan, and the others in the cafeteria was indeed included in the trailer as a minor highlight. I wonder if it was because the whole thing was so interesting that it wasn't edited much, just a bit sped up. At the same time, viewers watching the interview online were also discussing this clip. Li Yi, brother, I'm really afraid you get beaten for asking that question. Listening to the sound of falling snow. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard. Someone in the square is already cursing, saying YY is trying to sow discord among the girls. Dong to Detong, all three girls answered confidently, that's great. Losing weight is about eating better. No, this guy's a real foodie. Do you know what time it is? Lu Zizhan Nancy, I want some northeastern rice dumplings too. I want them now. Sack wholesale. Shaking your heads together is so cute. I have a few sacks here. Which one do you like? Wing soaring to the sky, although Wing's expression was so cute when he was told he didn't know her and had his words interrupted. Screenshot. Screenshot? Screenshot by Ming Yoyu. I feel like there's more after the girl's introduction, but it hasn't been released yet. My guess is that this girl is the key figure Lee wants to invite. This comment from netizen by Ming Yoyu received a lot of likes, and it's clear that everyone else felt the same way. After seeing the photo Uxian posted in the group chat, Gu Qinghuan tried to feign sleep. But she was a step too slow. Gu Haiyan knocked on Gu Qinghuan's door. Is Huan asleep? Gu Qinghuan said, come in, with a look of despair, and Gu Haiyan rushed in immediately. Huan, you're on TV. Gu Haiyan's eyes lit up. Yeah, the one I told you about earlier, Gu Qinghuan replied. My colleague called me. She praised you for being photogenic, and not at all stage fright. Gu Haiyan's face flushed. Gu Qinghuan collapsed onto the bed. It was over. For at least the next 3 years, her mother's colleagues would mention her as on TV whenever they mentioned her. She knew Lu Yi was collecting material and had a chance of being selected, but she hadn't expected it to be so long. She assumed it was just a compilation of the student selection process, a flash-forward compilation, leaving the audience to guess which students would be chosen. Gu Haiyan sat on the edge of the bed, poking the fallen Gu Qinghuan, and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Are you embarrassed? I just feel a little embarrassed that the elders know about my daily life. Gu Qinghuan muttered. You're doing great. Mom is happy for you. I'm also proud to see you grow up to be such a wonderful person. Gu Haiyan patted Gu Qinghuan's head. Gu Qinghuan blinked. Can I order a midnight snack to celebrate? Not today. It's already quite late. Gu Haiyan flatly refused. How about what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? I buy it for you. Then I have Shengjianbo and pot stickers. Gu Qinghuan agreed. The one at the entrance of the alley? Gu Haiyan confirmed. Yes, I want the pot stickers with fresh meat, and the Shengjianbo with tofu and vegetables. Gu Qinghuan immediately ordered. Okay, your dad and I will go buy them tomorrow morning. Gu Haiyan stood up. Go to bed early. I'm sure a lot of classmates will be looking for you tomorrow, right? Gu Qinghuan thought, not just tomorrow, but already the class chat is buzzing. After Gu Haiyan left and closed her door, Gu Qinghuan immediately grabbed her phone. The class chat was still buzzing with discussion about this matter, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't bear to watch. She thought for a moment, then decisively brought up the previous discussion, about Yueyu. The tone in the group immediately shifted to condemning Yueyu. Gu Qinghuan was pleased, just ignore her. Jiang Chuchu, this time, it's not about you. He's playing tricks on our class. Song Yi, that's right. Get him. Gu Qinghuan, I take the lead this time. I have a ready-made ladder right here. Uxian, are you going to join Li Yi's team? Gu Qinghuan, yes, he's quite sincere. Li Yi's attitude is indeed very good, and his needs are very clear. Jiang Chuchu's investigation has proven no problems. We can give it a try. Gu Qinghuan, but tomorrow, I first find out what kind of performance he wants to perform. Once I'm sure I don't need to be on stage, I join. Gu Qinghuan, after that, I can use my identity as a student participating in the program to gather intelligence on Yueyu. Getting something done isn't easy, but messing it up is much easier. Given Yueyu's personality, Gu Qinghwan felt it wouldn't be difficult to get him the title of worst program. After she said this, everyone waited for the class monitor's follow-up arrangements. Gu Qinghwan then contacted Bai Qingyin and declined her invitation. Bai Qingyin, what a shame. But actually, after the trailer came out, I guess you were going to join Li Yi's team. Gu Qinghwan, even if I join them, it won't affect my ability to help Sister Bai. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Bai Qingyin joked, you're the one who said it. Don't even think about running away if something happens. Gu Qinghwan agreed immediately. Given Bai Qingyin's personality, she wouldn't really leave her with something she couldn't solve. She thought for a moment and asked, Sister Bai, you and Yueyu are not related, are they? Bai Qingyin, no, it's better to stay away from people like that. Gu Qinghwan's heart trembled. Is there something wrong with him? Bai Qingyin, that guy took advantage of this show to avoid his agent and company and have a private relationship with Jean Ding. Bai Qingyin, it seems he wants to switch to Jean Ding. I can only wish him good luck. Gu Qinghwan, that's great news. Bai Qingyin, Gu Qinghwan, regarding Yueyu, our class has a little project. Sister Bai, are you interested in joining? Chapter 132. Tang Huicai stayed up all night last night promoting her show, only managing to snooze for 2 or 3 hours in the early hours. She now relied on coffee for energy. She downed the rest of her black coffee in one gulp, then stood up and walked to the hotel balcony. She stretched and stared blankly at the gray sky outside. Because of her family's education, she had been exposed to jewelry since childhood, and her mother had always praised her intelligence. She was indeed very smart. While others were still in elementary school, she was already sitting in a junior high classroom. While others graduated from college, she had already returned from abroad with a master's degree. She had always been the youngest student in her class. Other students admired her, but they also intentionally or unintentionally avoided her. Even with her excellent grades, she would be secretly criticized behind her back. What else can that kid do besides studying? What? A lot. She was a highly professional jewelry appraiser and a talented jewelry designer. The first piece of jewelry in the Yao series, designed at the age of 15, remains a classic entry-level piece today. But after returning to China, she was eager to create better designs, but her submissions were repeatedly rejected. She had a huge argument with her mother, unable to understand why she, who had always encouraged her to experiment, had become so critical. There's nothing wrong with my design. It's just that your vision isn't up to date. If I could just make it, it would definitely be popular. She shouted at her mother. But her mother just scowled. If you still don't realize where your problem lies, I won't let your designs appear in any of the Tang family stores. As a mature, independent designer, you have to figure out your own problems. Don't always expect me to teach you. In a fit of rage, Tang Huicai ran out of her home. While wandering aimlessly through the streets, she stopped by a store and bought a drink. The store had a screen where the owner was replaying Yueyu's talent show. Tang Huicai stood nearby and watched for a while. She saw Yueyu on stage, shyly yet diligently performing his performance. Like Jinxiu culture, Tang Huicai also sensed Yueyu's charisma in his performance. He was like an unpolished stone, and she couldn't help but wonder how brilliantly he would eventually shine. She returned home and told her mother that she wanted to meet Yueyu, believing he could be a source of inspiration. She pondered the matter overnight, and gave her answer the next day. Yes, but simply interacting with him is too one-sided. I can discuss with the CEO of Jinxiu culture, and have you accompany the artist named Yueyu as an assistant, observing him closely. But only for 1 year. If you don't produce any results within a year, then come back and accept my arrangements, so you can recognize your own problems. Tang Huicai was a little surprised by her mother's sudden generosity. Still angry at the time, she deliberately said, "Aren't you afraid I've fallen in love with him? If you like him, then so be it," her mother said, completely unconvinced. When have the women in our Tang family ever lacked men? Even if you come back pregnant, I don't care. If you want to have the baby, stay with me. If not, have an abortion. What if I don't come back? Tang Huicai continued. Her mother was amused. Huicai, this is your loss, not mine. You are indeed an excellent heir, but you are not the only one. In the Tang family, succession is determined by ability, not by mother-daughter relations. As a mother, I hope you can find your way out of your current situation by observing your muse. But as the head of the family, I can only say that you are still too young. Tang Huicai left the Tang family furious, vowing to spend the next year drawing inspiration from Yueyu, and slapping her mother in the face with her best designs. But when did she stray from her ideals, and become what she is now? Tang Huatsai was a bit dazed. She arrived at Yueyu's side just as his conflict with his agent was at its height. She immediately became a stopover, running around. To polish Yueyu, this rough diamond, she had put in a lot of effort, searching for him and his agent. The balance between the two. She earned Yueyu's gratitude, his dependence and trust. Only she understood his vulnerability and pain, and only she could soothe him. Every time she saw Yueyu gleaming before the camera, she felt her hard work was worth it. But was her wish to be Yueyu's assistant? The ringing of the alarm clock interrupted Tang Huatsai's thoughts. She hurriedly washed and changed her clothes, then knocked on Yueyu's door. "Weiyu, it's time to get ready." The promotional video was released last night, and today the production team would begin explaining the detailed arrangements. For example, where on Mingda campus were cameras, which areas were accessible, which areas were off limits, and the time schedule. All of this needed to be clarified today. After all, he's an artist, so image management is crucial. Yueyu definitely had to get up early to style his outfit. The door opened quickly, so quickly that Tang Huatsai was surprised. In the past, she had to knock 2 or 3 times before Yueyu would even impatiently come to open the door. Yueyu was almost done packing. "I'll be right there." "Huatsai, wait a moment." Tang Huatsai walked into the room and, as usual, checked Yueyu's backpack, adding a few things he might need. Yueyu came out, changed, and seeing Tang Huatsai's preparations, he immediately said, as usual, "You're so thoughtful. If you weren't here, I definitely missed something." "It's not a big deal." Tang Huatsai withdrew her hand and told him about last night's promotions. Yueyu was a little impatient, and he was about to say, as usual, "Can't you just tell me what to do?" But he held back. Although he wasn't sure about Tang Huatsai's identity, he still had to put in a little more thought. Yueyu asked, "So what should I do?" Tang Huatsai compared the PR department's suggestions and repeated a few requests. Yueyu readily agreed, "I understand. I find a way to do it today." Then he changed the subject. "You're the only one who cares so much about me. The company doesn't care about me at all." Tang Huatsai's lips moved. She wanted to say that these were the results of the company's PR department's late-night efforts, analyzing the current buzz about the show, fan reviews, and current trends. While she had actively collected feedback from the fan group, this wasn't solely her achievement. Rather, it was the result of the company's care for Yueyu. What had Yueyu done when this happened before? It seemed disdainful. Even if he complied, he still say she needed a better plan. Not wanting to further exacerbate the conflict between Yueyu and the PR department, she simply bore the brunt of it. Yueyu must have known this, that this wasn't something she could do alone. So, when he blamed her, Tang Huatsai could accept it. Yueyu wasn't blaming her alone. But on the other hand, when Yueyu took all the credit for her, Tang Huatsai found it difficult to accept. She followed Yueyu silently, riding with him to the stylist's place. But then, something seemed to make a slow, cracking sound. Chapter 133. December 26th, Thursday. Tomorrow, the program Walking with the Light will officially begin recording. However, starting today, many students, in accordance with their previously signed consent agreements, will switch to online classes at home. Class 3 is undoubtedly the most well-attended and active class in the entire school, bar none. Gu Qinghuan was greeted by applause upon entering the classroom, startling her so much that she slammed the door shut, suspecting she had entered incorrectly. Bao Qingsong, who was sitting near the door, flung it open and pushed Gu Qinghuan in. "Class monitor, what are you doing? Everyone's celebrating your appearance on TV." Gu Qinghuan covered her face. "No thanks." She was a little overwhelmed by the fanfare. "All right," Bao Qingsong quickly changed his tone. "Then let's discuss how to deal with Yueyu." At these words, the entire class lit up. Gu Qinghuan sighed inwardly. When it came to stirring up trouble, her class was unrivaled in the entire school. She waved at the window, and the students seated by it immediately scrambled to close it and draw the curtains, ensuring that no one outside could hear. Mingda classroom had excellent soundproofing. With the doors and windows all shut, even the neighboring classes couldn't hear anything. Gu Qinghuan cleared her throat. "I contacted Sister by Qingyin." Class 3. Sister by Qingyin. "Wait! By Qingyin." Su Xinghe clutched his chest. Did this mean he could see his goddess again? Gu Qinghuan had already considered all this last night. She had discussed it not only with Bai Qingyin, but also with Bao Rujian and the several people in charge of Plan B. To prevent any potential complications, officials on Lu Cheng's side have advised against direct contact with Gu Qinghuan. For now, the decision will be made by the officials, who will adjust the matter based on Lu Qing's input after the next meeting. What Gu Qinghuan will share with her classmates has also been determined after consultation with the officials. Sensitive or significant matters will also be withheld from her. While the officials were somewhat uneasy about involving a group of students in the operation, considering that Plan B was originally proposed by Gu Qinghuan, a student, they chose to turn a blind eye. It must be said that in school, being a student is the best camouflage. It might actually come in handy. Simply put, the last counterattack plan against Class 12 wasn't the entire plan, Gu Qinghuan said. At that time, I also contacted by Qin and the police and developed a plan targeting the Yin family. The students below the podium scratched their ears. No, class monitor, are you going to do something so big? Bao Qingsong looked inscrutable. You don't know that, do you? My sister contributed to the connection with the police. Wait a minute, you're going to target the Yin family, Jinning Entertainment, the officials? Jiang Chuchu had learned a lot from her father, Jiang Yue, lately, and her mind was racing. This time, walking with a light? She didn't finish her words, and Gu Qinghuan nodded. Yes, this program is actually aimed at targeting the Yin family. Based on what she had learned from the officials last night, the original plan was for Lu Rong to subtly leak some inside information about Jinning Entertainment during filming. The details were scattered and didn't seem like a big deal. Officials would seize the opportunity to spread rumors, claiming they would conduct inspections and rectifications related to the leaks. The key point, however, would come after this. While Jinning Entertainment was busy rectifying these issues, officials would swiftly launch a surprise attack on the truly serious issues under investigation, essentially catching them off guard by making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. The entire plan would conclude on New Year's Day, moving at a brisk pace, with virtually all personnel already deployed. Under these circumstances, Gu Qinghuan's desire to join would be difficult in theory. However, there were those who would seek their own ruin and use it as fuel for the attack. According to the original plan, Lu Rong's leaks on the show would inevitably implicate herself. Even with official endorsement, some would still believe Lu Rong was no better. Her past achievements, the hard work she had put into them, would be misunderstood and condemned. Lu Rong had long been prepared for this. She had indeed benefited greatly from Jinding, and even if she had secretly protected many people, she deserved to pay the price. Jiang Chuchu pondered. So, the revised plan is to protect Lu Rong and push Yue up? Yes. Gu Qinghuan nodded readily. The authorities also believe that those who carry firewood for the public should not be left to freeze to death in the snow. Lu Rong has done well within her capabilities, and we can't let her sacrifice any more. Now that Yue has offered himself, with him as a target, we can remove Lu Rong. Even if it takes a little more effort, everyone thinks it's worth it. Also, this will further reduce Jin Ding's suspicion of Lu Rong, allowing her to seize more evidence from them during the chaos. The students in Class 3 were getting increasingly excited as they listened. Isn't this plot more thrilling than some spy films? More importantly, being there yourself is much more exciting than just being a spectator. Gu Qinghuan clapped his hands. We have to wait and see the results of official contact with Lu Rong, but it shouldn't be a problem. So, our next tasks include the following. First, infiltrate Yue's team. This task is the most difficult. After all, after what happened yesterday, it's unlikely he accept our class. After joining the team, you have to gain their trust, observe their movements, and pass on information promptly. This requires a high level of personal strength and character. Second, be a good extra during the filming of the program. This mission is no small feat upon discovering something fishy about Yue, especially his connection to Jin Ding's agent. You must cleverly draw the cameras over. Additionally, sometimes you need to create conflict and create a positive atmosphere, requiring a high level of adaptability. Third, there's the logistics work you're all familiar with. You experienced it last time. It's trivial, inconspicuous, but crucial, and requires a high level of mobility. It requires meticulous attention, keen observation, and a sense of the overall situation. As Gu Qinghuan spoke, everyone began to consider which mission they were best suited for. Today, I try to find out from Li Yi and Bai Qingyin about Yue's program type, and quickly identify the right person for the first mission. Gu Qinghuan said, the rest is up to you all. Qingyu gasped. Don't be surprised, you seem to be taking everyone's fun. How can this be called fun? Gu Qinghuan said seriously. We're fighting crime. Qingyu gave a thumbs up, as expected of a troublemaker. Jiang Chuchu held her forehead. She had indeed guessed Gu Qinghuan had other plans, but she hadn't imagined they would be so exaggerated. Thinking of what the Yin family would face in 6 days, Jiang Chuchu felt a certain gloating pleasure. However, by noon, when Gu Qinghuan returned to report the results of his investigation, Jiang Chuchu's smile was gone. You mean me? Jiang Chuchu pointed at herself in disbelief. I'm fit to join Yiweiyu's team? Chapter 134. Gu Qinghuan shrank back. Yiweiyu thinks he's the star of the show, and the students are just supporting characters. He only wants good-looking students to compliment him. But he doesn't want boys. He doesn't want to be outshined by better-looking boys. Objectively speaking, the most eye-catching students in our class are you and Xie Xiangxue. When Qin Yu heard the phrase good-looking students, he was eager to try out for Yiweiyu's team. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, his face suddenly turned contemptuous. Su Xinghe is absolutely right. This guy is so petty. Qin Yu said disdainfully. He's an idol who debuted on a talent show, yet he's so concerned about being outshined by a male student. Xie Xiangxue was also upset. Why is he afraid of being outshined by a male student, but not a female one? Doesn't this mean he thinks women are inferior to men? If Jiang Chuchu was still furious when she heard the result, she calmed down after hearing Gu Qinghuan's retelling of Yiweiyu's thoughts. She said to Xie Xiangxue, "Don't go. I do it." Among the girls in class 3, Jiang Chuchu and Xie Xiangxue were indeed the most eye-catching in appearance. Gu Qinghuan didn't use the word beautiful or anything like that, and the other girls understood. As the daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Chuchu's demeanor was completely different from that of the average student. Even without making any movement, she was instantly distinguishable from most others just by standing there. Xie Xiangxue, having practiced dancing since childhood, had a graceful figure, lively eyes, and expressive body movements. Coupled with her 1.73-meter height, she also stood out in the crowd. Gu Qinghuan stretched her neck. "Are you willing to go?" "I was very angry at first, but now I think it's a good idea." Jiang Chuchu's lips curled up as she sneered. "If you dare treat me like a vase, you should be prepared to be smashed to pieces with a hammer." Gu Qinghuan recalled Jiang Chuchu's meteor hammer portrait and, out of humanitarianism, mourned for Yiweiyu for 3 seconds. By the way, Jiang Chuchu recalled, thinking back to Gu Qinghuan, "Tang Huicai gave you her business card, right?" Gu Qinghuan nodded. "You want to join Yiweiyu's team through her?" "Yes," Jiang Chuchu pondered. "I think she's a good place to start, and I care a little about her, so I like to learn more about her." After a pause, she felt a little unsure again. She looked at Gu Qinghuan and said, "If there are any communication problems, you might need to help." Gu Qinghuan immediately patted his chest. "Leave that to me." Jiang Chuchu added Tang Huicai's WeChat, and went back to thinking about her own tasks. Qin Yu watched Jiang Chuchu leave, and stroked his chin. "Actually, I think Chuchu's a good choice. Think about it, Yiweiyu wouldn't dare mess with her now that he knows her identity. Others might take a bit of heat, but with Chuchu, only Yiweiyu would have to bear the brunt of it." Gu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. "That's right. And Chuchu can ask anything she wants to know directly without worrying about Yiweiyu's suspicions. Or rather, even if he did, it would be useless." By the way, Qin Yu thought, something occurred to him. Who will be in charge of the overall command this time? "Well," Yu Xian suddenly asked. "Can I give it a try this time?" Qin Yu was surprised. Gu Qinghuan had considered Yu Xian, but he hadn't expected her to bring it up herself. "Of course," Gu Qinghuan said readily. "It would be even better if Yu Xinbao were willing to help." Last time, when Jiang Chuchu was making plans, she asked Yu Xian to be her assistant, considering their familiarity. Although it didn't appear that Yu Xian was doing any specific work, most of the arrangements were made through her. From this point of view, Yu Xian must be quite adept at assigning tasks to her classmates. The only question was whether she could coordinate the overall situation and formulate a plan. However, Gu Qinghuan felt that this was nothing to worry about. Just do it as it comes. Even if there are mistakes, it's no big deal, just make adjustments in time. The important thing was that Yu Xian had the idea to try it herself, which was great. Yu Xian nodded solemnly. "Qinghuan, you and Chuchu both have important tasks, and I want to help everyone, so I want to give it a try." She didn't want to just watch her friends as they worked hard. She needed to hone her own abilities. "Okay," Gu Qinghuan said. "Xinbao, gather everyone's opinions first, see what kind of work they like to do, and then make reasonable arrangements." After that, she looked at the somewhat nervous Yu Xian and added, "Chu and I will help you check." This made Yu Xian relax a little. "Okay. I try my best." After school that afternoon, Gu Qinghuan informed her family that she would be home late and headed straight to the administrative building where the production team was located. According to the production team's arrangements, filming for Walking with the Light will officially begin tomorrow morning. Students like Gu Qinghuan, who have already been confirmed to join, will directly join the team tomorrow morning, and the artists will continue to recruit new members. The assistant director's surname was Wu, and his full name was Wu Cha-xiao. He was responsible for explaining the precautions to Gu Qinghuan and the others. Besides Gu Qinghuan, there was another student present today. Gu Qinghuan was stunned when she saw the other person. It was someone she knew, or rather, someone whose information she knew. Ningfu, Gu Qinghuan, let's get to know each other, Wu Chanxiao said cheerfully. Although he thought last night's trailer was okay, he was a little surprised by the boss's satisfaction. He secretly inquired about it, but found nothing. Director Su Hanhai did seem to know something, but she just said she would find out later. Wu Chanxiao didn't care anymore, and just focused on filming the show. Gu Qinghuan looked at Ningfu in front of her with curiosity. She had previously asked Bao Qingsong to look up Ningfu's information. She had thought Ningfu would be bullied in class, but, well, she was indeed being bullied in an isolated way, but no one cared. Bao Qingsong found very little, mainly because Ningfu had been so secretive. He searched for a long time before finally finding a 5-year-old news report about a girl with the same name as Ningfu who had won a singing competition. The key point was that the competition had strict regional restrictions. The eligible elementary schools all had military and political backgrounds. After this, Bao Qingsong quickly called it a day and reported to Gu Qinghuan, "Don't worry about Ningfu. If she's really being bullied, that's the principal's problem." So Gu Qinghuan ignored her after that, but now that they actually met, she was still a little curious. "Hello, my name is Ningfu." Ningfu's bangs were a bit long, and she had a basic bob cut, paired with black framed glasses. She was indeed quite unremarkable. Her greeting was quiet, but Gu Qinghuan's hearing was excellent, so she could hear Ningfu's words clearly. "Hello, my name is Gu Qinghuan." Gu Qinghuan smiled. "I'm joining Li Yi's team. What about you?" "I'm on Bai Qingyin's team," Ningfu said softly. While the two were talking, the 4 artists arrived. Li Yi was delighted to greet Gu Qinghuan. "Welcome aboard." Lu Rong glanced at her, then, as if uninterested, averted his gaze, and sat down in the center chair. Bai Qingyin nodded slightly at Gu Qinghuan, then sat down on the sofa next to her with Ningfu, chatting quietly. Yu Weiyu glanced at the 3 groups and felt that Lu Rong, like him, hadn't found a suitable student yet. He decided to discuss this with Lu Rong. But before he even approached Lu Chang, he saw him pointing to the other side. "There's a seat over there." The subtext was, "Sit over there, don't even come close." Yu Weiyu's face darkened instantly. Unfortunately, he had the lowest initial popularity among the program team, so he didn't have the guts to confront Lu Cheng. He could only swallow his anger and move to the seat Lu Cheng pointed to. He had already made a good impression on Lu Cheng's agent. Once he joined Jin Ding, he would definitely take Lu Cheng's seat. Chapter 135. Seeing everyone arrive, Director Su Hanhai signaled the staff to close the conference room door before beginning his program explanation. The name Su Hanhai sounds impressive, but he's actually quite thin. Gu Qinghuan estimated Su Hanhai to be about her height, probably under 40, with a neat buzz cut and a calm, steady gaze. She began, first of all, "Thank you all for your support and participation in this program. Over the next 6 days, we will work together to complete the filming of Walking with the Light. For the first 5 days, please form your own teams. The minimum number of students you can gather is 1 and the maximum is 24. The program will air every night at 9 p.m., and filming will run from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Due to official requirements, this program prioritizes authenticity and continuity over entertainment. While this has reduced the complexity of editing and production, the workload remains substantial. To ensure the quality of the program, we will collect and edit the filmed content in 2-hour cycles. After the day's filming, we will summarize and finalize the editing. Please take note." At this point, Su Hanhai was talking. Lu Cheng asked, "How long will each episode be?" 90 minutes, Su Hanhai gave a clear answer. "Every day, we will conduct a brief interview with you to summarize the day's events. The interview will last approximately 6 to 8 minutes. Gu Qinghuan calculated that, on average, the remaining time for every 2 hours might be less than 7 minutes, or even less. Li probably guessed what Gu Qinghuan was thinking and explained to her in a low voice. "It's not about evenly editing out a certain length from each segment, but about editing out the best clips from each group as options, and then compiling them into one episode." Gu Qinghuan suddenly realized, then, if someone doesn't have a highlight reel. Li shrugged. "For the sake of fairness, we at least give them a few clips, but how the audience will perceive them is another matter." Walking with the light is so immediacy driven that even if an assistant were to inquire about others' progress, there wouldn't be enough time to adjust. After all, Mingda students aren't extras, and the final day's performance couldn't be faked. With official backing, Su Hanhai wasn't worried about any artist getting in trouble. It was entirely up to her to determine how much footage she'd get on this episode. The two of them whispered to each other, but it didn't matter. After all, others were asking Su Hanhai new questions, mostly about possible issues that might arise during filming. Su Hanhai answered a few questions, confirmed everyone was generally well informed, and arranged for the photographers and crew to follow him. That was basically the end of the show. However, she reminded Gu Qinghwan and Ning Fu, if you have any requests, you can contact the program staff directly. I already made arrangements. After all, they were still students, and they needed to be mindful of the social impact. Su Hanhai took their opinions very seriously. Gu Qinghwan and Ning Fu both nodded obediently. Wu Chaoxiao even called them aside and reminded them of some entertainment industry tips. After the short meeting, Gu Qinghwan packed her bag and headed home. Lu Yi added her on WeChat, saying they had something to discuss, and then hurried off. After finishing her homework that evening, Gu Qinghwan shared her progress in the class group. Starting tomorrow, I'll be filming the show with Lu Yi. No more classes. Jiang Chu Chu, is this the real reason you agreed to participate? Gu Qinghwan, hey. Uxian, I lend you my math notebooks. Xiexiang Xue, I take care of my English notebooks. Su Xinghe, I take care of Chinese. Gu Qinghwan, thank you, I don't want any. Jiang Chu Chu, I already discussed it with Tang Huizai. Yi Wei Yu will come to class tomorrow to invite me. Qin Yu, he actually has the nerve to come to our class. Gu Qinghwan wanted to say that Yi Wei Yu acted as if he hadn't seen her today, but after thinking about it, she realized it had something to do with her lack of presence, so she didn't say it. Jiang Chu Chu, as long as he can get attention on the show, it's worth it to him. Gu Qinghwan, Chu Chu, how did you convince Tang Huizai? Jiang Chu Chu, I didn't need to convince her. I just made it clear I wanted to join, and she was eager for me to join. Gu Qinghwan was silent. Won't Yi Wei Yu be suspicious? Jiang Chu Chu, I actually took advantage of Tang Huizai in this regard. Yi Wei Yu really wanted Jiang Chu Chu to join his team, and he also realized that Tang Huizai had some connections. In this situation, if Tang Huizai took the initiative and offered to help him contact Jiang Chu Chu, Yi Wei Yu wouldn't suspect anything was wrong with Jiang Chu Chu. He would simply assume it was Tang Huizai who did it. Su Xinghe, the Discipline Inspection Commission is really good at manipulating people's minds. Jiang Chu Chu, ? Su Xinghe withdrew a message. Qin Yu, don't be a coward. Qin Yu withdrew a message. Uxian, since Yi Wei Yu is confirmed to be in our class tomorrow, let's give him a head start. The group chat was abuzz with discussion about how to deal with Yi Wei Yu tomorrow. Seeing Uxian's enthusiasm, Gu Qinghwan gathered everyone's opinions and formulated a plan. Plus, Jiang Chu Chu was free and had given Uxian considerable guidance, so tomorrow should go smoothly. Gu Qinghwan then went about her business with peace of mind. She still had to discuss tomorrow's filming with Lu Yi. Then, Lu Yi's first message made Gu Qinghwan's vision darken. Lu Yi, meet at the school gate at 6:40 tomorrow morning, okay? Although filming began at 7 a.m., and arriving early was indeed necessary, the thought of waking up early made Gu Qinghwan feel completely nauseous. She replied thoughtfully, I take the bus to school this morning. Lu Yi, I see. I pick you up tomorrow morning. Would you mind sharing your home address? Gu Qinghwan texted him the name of her residential complex. A few minutes later, Lu Yi sent her a new schedule. I pick you up at your complex gate at 6:30 tomorrow morning. We discuss it in the car, and we start filming right after we get to school. Is that okay? Gu Qinghwan suddenly perked up. Okay. If that's the case, it wouldn't be much different from her usual wake-up time. Lu Yi, that's settled. Go get some rest. Gu Qinghwan replied, okay, and immediately went to bed. Tomorrow was going to be a tough battle, so she had to prepare well. December 27th, Friday. Considering that his daughter was filming a program starting today, Wang Jian had ironed Gu Qinghwan's school uniform that morning. Gu Haiyan was still a little worried. Be more careful in front of the camera. Gu Qinghwan nodded obediently. I understand. When she arrived at the entrance of the community, she immediately spotted a white new energy vehicle parked on the side of the road. Although she had confirmed it was a new energy vehicle from the license plate number Li had sent her the previous night, Gu Qinghwan was still a little surprised when she actually got in. I didn't expect celebrities to use new energy vehicles. Lu Yi smiled. It's very convenient for commuting, and it's more discreet. People will just think you're an ordinary worker. Gu Qingwan thought about it, and realized that she saw at least 4 or 5 of the same vehicles on her way to school every day. Louis asked, "Are you nervous?" Gu Qingwan shook her head and asked, "Have you thought about what program you're going to prepare?" Louis replied, "I'm an actor, so I rather perform a play or a skit." Chapter 136. When Gu Qingwan mentioned the play, the scenes from Thunderstorm and Tea House immediately came to mind. She thought for a moment and asked, "How do you view your professional qualities?" Although Louis was somewhat surprised by her question, he still answered calmly, "I have confidence in my abilities." Gu Qingwan immediately said without hesitation, "Then I perform skits." "Why did you choose skits?" Louis asked with interest. "First of all, let me be clear. I don't mean to look down on skits," Gu Qingwan swore, raising his hand. "It's just that while dramas have ready-made scripts, generally speaking, they advance the plot through dialogue, which means a lot of lines need to be memorized. Even if we could finalize the script and gather the cast today, and have the team start memorizing lines immediately, 4 days would be too tight for rehearsals. If you choose a play you already studied, like Thunderstorm, the lines might be easier to memorize. However, wouldn't performing this at the New Year's Eve party be a bit of a letdown? Another point, because you, Louis, are so professional, I suspect you unconsciously be demanding when it comes to dramas, which could be quite stressful for a high school student." Louis pondered this seriously, while Gu Qingwan waited for his response. Then Louis suddenly laughed. "Actually, that's what I thought." He pulled a few folders from his briefcase. "These are the scripts for a few skits I prepared. I'm planning to choose one to act in." Gu Qingwan held his forehead. "Are you testing me?" "Yes," Louis admitted readily. "After all, you're the anchor I found. I need to understand your attitude and philosophy before I can decide what to do next." "So what are the test results?" Gu Qingwan asked. "You're very opinionated and can express your views clearly, logically. Louis praised him non-stop. "I think you can go for it. What if I said I wanted to do a play, or if you were the one making the decision?" Gu Qingwan asked. "Then I have to spend some time getting you to understand my ideas. Once we're on the same page, we can prepare the show." Louis spread his hands. "Okay." Gu Qingwan didn't mind. "It's better to have a smart artist than no one." She thought for a moment, then added, "But it's a good thing we're not filming right now. Otherwise, if this segment was picked up, you'd probably get criticized online again." Louis uttered, "Huh? What are you criticizing me for?" "You're criticizing me for setting a trap for a young girl, for embarrassing someone you hired, or for saying you're too much of a dad and testing you." Gu Qingwan was quite eloquent. Louis waved her hand. "Curse if you want. If you don't curse in front of me, I pretend you didn't see it." In the director's room, Wu Chang glanced at Su Hanhai with a smile. "Director Su, do you want to edit in the scene with Louis and Gu Qingwan?" Su Hanhai didn't even blink. It really showcases both of their personalities, and it creates a good atmosphere. Besides, since she spoke first, the audience can't argue. What's the point of controversy in an officially endorsed program? It's just not fun if it gets out of hand. She smacked her lips again. These two don't need a skit. They're clearly treating it like a daily routine. Wu Chang smiled and rubbed the back of his head. After tonight's show, Gu Qingwan and Louis would know there were cameras in the car too. There might be no fun tomorrow. But who knows? Maybe these two will get even more excited. Gu Qingwan and Louis, completely unaware of the car's security cameras, arrived at the school gate at 6:50. They exited the car, one after the other. There were already 2 cars at the school gate, a Nani van and a regular sedan. Lu Rong was standing in front of the Nani van, flipping through a stack of papers, unsure of what they were. Bai Qingyin was still in the passenger seat, reclining her seat, and dozing off with her eye mask. Louis led Gu Qingwan forward and greeted, "Sister Lu, good morning." Lu Rong closed the papers in her hand and said, "Good morning." Gu Qingwan noticed that her gaze lingered on him a little longer, at least longer than it had on Louis. Did they contact the authorities last night? Did they know about Yi Weiyu's scapegoat? Gu Qingwan speculated. Louis went to greet Bai Qingyin again. "Sister Bai, good morning." Bai Qingyin took off her blindfold and squinted to identify her. "Good morning, you two look so energetic." "Because it's about to start today," Gu Qingwan hinted. Bai Qingyin, understanding her meaning, perked up a bit, smiling. "Indeed, it's about to start." "Louis, I don't know if it's his imagination, but it seems murderous." The last Nani car arrived, and Yi Weiyu hurried out. "Sorry, I got stuck in traffic, and am a little late." "Are you okay?" "No," Louis replied, "it's just in time." Gu Qinghuan glanced at Tang Huicai, who was carrying a bag and coming down behind Yiweiyu, and was looking forward to the showdown between Yiweiyu and Jiang Chuchu today. Just as they were thinking about this, Wu Changshao appeared in front of everyone with 4 groups of photographers. As agreed yesterday, filming will begin today, Wu Changshao said, still sporting a friendly smile. To ensure the program's progress, we set 2 deadlines in advance. First, your group's program must be finalized and submitted to the Mingda Student Union's Arts and Culture Department by 12 p.m. on December 30th at the latest. Failure to do so will be considered a withdrawal from the performance, resulting in a failed show. Second, rehearsals will take place during the day on January 1st. Therefore, the night before, December 31st, at 7 p.m., each group must deliver all props and costumes needed for their performance to the equipment and costume rooms. The music must also be burned onto a CD and submitted, or transferred via USB drive to the control room's computer. The program team and the Mingda Student Union will inspect the items to ensure they are all correct, and will be responsible for all items. If any unforeseen circumstances necessitate replacements, the program team will not be responsible for any consequences. Gu Qinghuan pricked up her ears. That last part sounds incredibly profound. The artists themselves have all been through the rigors of the entertainment industry, so they're naturally aware of the program crew's thoughtful approach. Under these circumstances, if problems still arise, they truly must look within themselves. Seeing everyone accept the 2 arrangements, Wu Changshao readily announced the start of filming. Lu Yi exchanged a few friendly pleasantries with the accompanying cameraman, then asked Gu Qinghuan, "Would you like to introduce yourself to the camera first? Demonstrate?" Gu Qinghuan urged. Lu Yi nodded, then smiled and briefly introduced herself to the camera. Gu Qinghuan watched from the side, and Lu Yi urged her on. Speaking into a camera was a delicate matter. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then, imitating Li Yi's earlier manner, introduced herself. "I'm Gu Qinghuan, a student in Class 3, Grade 1, Mingda High School. I be joining Li Yi's team this time, recruiting members, and presenting a wonderful performance for the gala." After saying this, she took a step back and looked at Li Yi. "How is it? Your expression is a bit stiff, and your wording a bit too official," Li Yi commented. "This isn't the first time you heard me sound official," Gu Qinghuan pointed out bluntly. Lu Yi shut up in frustration. Well, it looks like he have to deal with that incident of having his words interrupted the whole show. Chapter 137. Ning Fu didn't meet Bai Qingyin at the school gate this morning. It seemed Bai Qingyin wanted to invite her there for today's filming. So, with his teammates, Lu Yi seemed to be making pretty good progress. Students were arriving one after another. Seeing the production crew at the gate, many gathered curiously to watch. Qin Yu raised his hand and greeted Gu Qinghuan, "Class monitor, good morning." Zhang Zhanshan was also standing nearby, but she didn't dare to call out. When Gu Qinghuan looked over, she waved back. The basketball team had morning practice, and Qin Yu and Zhang Zhanshan had actually arrived earlier than the production crew. As soon as practice ended, they rushed over to watch the fun. "Good morning." Gu Qinghuan also raised his hand and greeted the 2. "Class monitor, what's your group performing?" Qin Yu continued to call out. Gu Qinghuan looked at Li Yi, who thought for a moment. Since the decision had already been made, outright announcing it might even help promote it and recruit more actors. On the other hand, getting ahead of the game would also prevent other groups from competing in the same program. Thinking this way, Li Yi nodded at Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan understood his meaning and replied, "We're going to perform a skit." "Skits are great." Qin Yu immediately perked up. He just loved watching the action. If Gu Qinghuan knew what he was thinking, she'd have to reply, "Who in our class doesn't like watching the action?" Lu Yi studied Qin Yu's face. "Are you interested in participating?" Qin Yu was stunned by the sudden address, but then he realized what was going on and shook his head repeatedly. "No, I'm busy." Class 3 still had to figure out how to tie up Yiweiyu and Jin Ding and throw them into the gutter, so they had no time for other programs. Lu Yi clutched his chest, looking deeply saddened. He realized he was always being humiliated by Gu Qinghuan and her friends. Gu Qinghuan, seeing more and more people gathered, suggested to Lu Yi, "Why don't we go inside and discuss this? It's still too cold outside." Lu Yi thought about it and agreed. It didn't matter if he got cold, but if the students got cold, he'd be in trouble after tonight's broadcast. "Okay, let's find an empty classroom," Lu Yi said. "No need, I have my office," Gu Qinghuan replied. 5 minutes later, Lu Yi and the cameraman who was filming the show, Follow PD, were standing in Gu Qinghuan's office. The calico cat, huddled in the cat bed Gu Qinghuan had built for it, a cardboard box covered in old towels, straightened up when he heard the noise and stared at the stranger at the door. Lui looked around. You actually have an office? Yes, I'm a member of the student union. Gu Qinghuan boiled a pot of water. Let's use this as our base for the time being, but don't go near that area. Gu Qinghuan pointed to the area with the calico cat. It's very aggressive. It snort if a stranger gets close. Keep at least 3 meters away. She pointed to the 3 doghouses along the wall. The green one is mine, and the other 2 are my friends. You can rest in mine if you want, but don't touch my friends. Lui placed his briefcase and the scripts on the table. Now, let's think about which script we should choose. Gu Qinghuan handed the hot water to the cameraman and the production manager, and a cup to Lui before sitting down across from him. At this point, the PD took on the responsibility of sparking a conversation. Aren't we casting first? Gu Qinghuan and Lui said in unison, let's choose the script first. Time is tight, and we're looking for actors ourselves, so it's better to finalize the script first, and then find actors based on the script's requirements, Lui said. That way, the invited students will know what they're supposed to do right away, saving a lot of time and allowing them to focus on rehearsals, Gu Qinghuan added. After that, the 2 exchanged a glance, a mutual sympathy evident. Then each picked up a script and began to sift through it. Li's scripts were also prepared by his agent, and he had only skimmed through them briefly before beginning the detailed screening. He had originally planned to instruct Gu Qinghuan on how to select the right script, but instead, Gu Qinghuan offered his own insights as he flipped through them. This is quite funny, but there are too many internet memes, and some are rather vulgar. It's better to be careful with the school's New Year's Eve party. This one is legitimate, but a little too serious. It's a bit out of place for students to perform. This one is okay. It's quite lively, but some parts are out of touch with the present. Let's keep it for now, and fix any issues later. Lui fell into deep thought. After Gu Qinghuan had reviewed the script, he asked, are you interested in being a producer? Gu Qinghuan found herself constantly asking herself the soul-searching question, me? She pondered for a moment and said frankly, you think I have this talent only because I'm the audience. I view these scripts from a student's perspective. Of course, I can select what they want to see, which makes me appear professional. If it were another genre, like a workplace drama, I'd be completely blind to it. It wouldn't be suitable at all. Lui nodded and said nothing more. However, he felt that Gu Qinghuan's ability to quickly analyze herself rationally and answer his questions objectively indicated that this kind of mentality would ensure success in any field. The 2 of them worked together and finalized the script within a single class period. Although the show was filmed and broadcast the same day, the script remained confidential for now, as they wanted to save the surprise for the evening party, in front of the cameras. Gu Qinghuan actually liked the script. It told the story of a high school student who accidentally acquires a watch that can change time. By turning it back, he changes many things. For example, after knowing the answers to a test, he retakes it and gets a high score, enjoying everyone's praise. Or, he pranks a teacher he usually dislikes, then returns to his previous state and pretends nothing happened. Or, he persuades his family to buy a lottery ticket with the potential to win big, thus buying a new game console. In short, the early stages are filled with hilarious moments. But when the excitement wore off, the high school student began to realize that things weren't as simple as they imagined. The questions he couldn't solve remained unanswered, and when others asked for help, he couldn't answer them, having only memorized the answers. In an effort to set a trap for the teacher, the high school student eavesdropped on the teacher's conversation and realized that the teacher had good intentions for him. After winning the lottery, his family became chaotic, their usual peace gone. The high school student began to reflect on himself and confront his inner needs. What do I really want? High scores, admiration, and wealth? No, I want recognition, to soar freely into a wider world. But to soar, one must possess strong wings, clear goals, and unwavering determination. Without strength, everything is just castles in the air. The fervor and lavishness gained through watches can only bring temporary happiness, not true happiness. The high school student finally turned back the time to the day when he got the watch. Instead of picking it up, he strode towards his future with high spirits. Chapter 138. Li's evaluation of the script was, although the core plot is common, the plot is very compact and interlocking, and the theme and ending are in line with mainstream values. Some of the lines are a bit awkward. Li pointed out the only flaw. Can it be changed? Gu Qinghuan asked. I have my agent ask the author of this script. Lui sent a message to his agent. Gu Qinghuan flipped open his notebook and began to consider the actors to cast. The adult roles will primarily be the teacher and the protagonist's parents. Since Li is already there, there's no need to find anyone else. Lui can play both the teacher and the protagonist's father with a simple change of costume. For the audience, having one person play two roles is also a highlight. Walking with the Light is a variety show after all, and the artist's presence needs to be emphasized. Gu Qinghwan looked across at Lui, feeling that he would appreciate this kind of performance. Next came the roles of the students. One would be the protagonist, and there would have to be at least two other classmates. One of them is responsible for supporting the protagonist, encouraging them to reach their so-called happy destination. The other is responsible for raising questions, allowing them to realize their own problems in moments of emptiness, and thus spark reflection. To put it simply, one plays the villain and the other the villain. This way, at least 3 actors would be enough. As for the other parts, they would have to confirm with the director first. Gu Qinghwan wasn't sure if Lui could directly provide the costumes and makeup. It seemed unlikely, as that would lack the appeal. The audience would probably prefer to see the artists working harder. The author has agreed to the revisions, but she'd like to be responsible for personally incorporating feedback, Lui said. That's easy. Once the actors are assembled, we can have a voice or video conference to discuss the script. So let's go find the actors now, Gu Qinghwan said, then shared his thoughts on the casting. Lui was indeed very interested in playing 2 roles simultaneously. No problem. Let's start by finding 3 actors. Do you have any recommendations? Gu Qinghwan rubbed his chin. I do. A few minutes later, Gu Qinghwan and Lui appeared at the door of Class 6. Their decision-making phase on the script had timed perfectly. First period had just ended, and by the time they arrived at the Class 6 door, it was time to dismiss, so it wouldn't affect the class. Gu Qinghwan poked his head in the doorway. Hello, is Lu Jian here? I'm Gu Qinghwan from Class 3. I need to talk to her. The people in Class 6 were excited at the mere sight of the cameraman following Lui, and they quickly went to call Lu Jian. Thankfully, Lu Jian had also signed a consent form, so she was at school right now. Hello, I'm Lu Jian. Lu Jian stood in front of Gu Qinghwan and Lui, a little reserved. This is Lu Jian, the study committee member for Class 6. Gu Qinghwan introduced her to Lui and the camera. In the last midterm exam, Class 6 ranked first in the grade in average score, and Lu Jian was first in the class and second in the grade. Lui looked admiring. You're a real ace too. Lu Jian scratched the back of her head sheepishly. What's up? She glanced at the camera. Are you trying to get me to perform? It wasn't hard to guess. The show officially started filming today, so that was the only reason they come over. That's right, Gu Qinghwan nodded readily. We're planning a skit, and we need a positive character who reminds the protagonist to face reality and reflect on themselves. I think you're perfect, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. Lu Jian paused. Why me? Last time, you helped someone in our class without knowing me. I think you have a strong sense of justice, and your academic prowess is a good match, so I came to ask you. Gu Qinghwan replied. Lu Jian was clearly delighted by the compliment, but upon seeing the camera, she instinctively touched her face. Is my image okay? Of course, Gu Qinghwan said matter-of-factly. I think you can bring this character to life. Lui gasped and couldn't help but pull the PD aside to secretly complain. If any director says that to me, I'd play any role. The PD nodded, thinking the scene would definitely be included in tonight's filming. Lu Jian was genuinely moved. She subconsciously wanted to nod, but Gu Qinghwan held her back. She took out the script and walked over to the side, letting Lu Jian read it while she explained it. She quickly outlined the plot, mainly analyzing the character with Lu Jian, and telling her she had to help with line revisions later. Lu Jian picked out the key points and read through them. Her academic master's ability to summarize was truly remarkable. She nodded. The script is indeed quite interesting, and I think this role has some resemblance to me. Then you should think about it for a while, and give us an answer by noon, so we can discuss it with our family, Gu Qinghwan said. Her reminder brought Lu Jian back to her senses. She realized she really had to tell her family. Okay, I contact you once I'm sure. Let's add WeChat. After the two added each other on WeChat, Gu Qinghwan and Li ran off. Let's go, next one. The group followed Gu Qinghwan again. On the way, Li chatted with her. You're quite thoughtful. You even asked her to communicate with her family. After all, her family might have different opinions. If both sides hold opposing views, it's naturally a good thing if she can convince them. If not, I ask her opinion. Gu Qinghwan said. If she wants to participate, then I'd be responsible for persuading her and making her promise. If her family convinces her, then I find the next one. Lui was about to come up with some extreme hypothetical, but then thought better of it. If it aired and was criticized again, His agent would definitely make countless calls. He changed the subject. Which role are you looking for next? The main character, Gu Qinghwan, said without turning back. This time, she stood at the door of Class 12. Gu Qinghwan said calmly, "Hello, I'm looking for Yu Yuan." The people in Class 12 looked at her with a look of horror. Ever since Yang Xiao and the others' false accusation failed, Class 12 has practically avoided Class 3. While the entire class wasn't involved in the false accusation, it's common between classes, and it's easy for one individual to be implicated as the whole. Class 12 always feels like they've been slapped in the face when facing Class 3. While they haven't pressed the point, they lack the confidence to simply avoid it. Yan Jingqing's usual demeanor seems unchanged, but he's noticeably colder towards Yang Xiao and the others. Lately, he's been so preoccupied with his relationship with Lin Xiaoxue that he's even been less active in showing off in class. However, the people in Class 12 think this is a good thing. Now, the monitor of Class 3 has come looking for me. What's she up to? The people from Class 12 nervously called out to Yu Yuan, who nervously stood before Gu Qinghwan. What do you want? Gu Qinghwan raised his voice to ensure the students nearby could hear. Our group is going to perform a skit, and I think you'd be suitable for the lead role, so I came to ask you. Why didn't you go find Yu Xian? Yu Yuan blurted out. You're closer to her, right? She has her own things to do, and you're her sister. I don't know many people there, but I thought you'd be a better fit, so I came to ask you. Gu Qinghwan said. The people from Class 12 were immediately relieved. While they were a little surprised that Yu Yuan had a sister in Class 3, it was understandable that she'd bring her sister along because she was close to her sister. As for whether anyone suspected Yu Yuan of tipping off Class 3, that's impossible. Yang Xiao and the others were acting on a whim. Yu Yuan had no contact with them, so how could she have told Class 3 in advance? Come to think of it, Yu Yuan's situation is quite difficult. On one side is her sister, and on the other is her classmate. Remaining silent in front of both sides is the best option she can offer, right, Gu Qinghwan? Clearing suspicion is that simple. Chapter 139. The Yu family had signed Yu Xian's consent form, so naturally they wouldn't leave out Yu Yuan's. Rather, according to Yu Winli and Cui Wanning, Yu Yuan was more suited to appearing on stage. However, facing Gu Qinghwan, Yu Yuan had no idea what to do. Her relationship with Yu Xian had indeed improved recently. They were no longer hostile to each other, and they could get along like normal people, giving and taking. But Gu Qinghwan was different. Last time, Gu Qinghwan had been so friendly to her, yet she lost her temper at them, and slammed the door, and left, utterly rude. Yu Yuan also wanted to find an opportunity to apologize to Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chu, but her relationship with Yu Xian wasn't close enough to ask Yu Xian to arrange a party. Concerned about the relationship between Class 12 and Class 3, Yu Yuan couldn't go to Class 3 to find someone, so the matter was put off. She also knew that this playing dead behavior wasn't a good idea, and wouldn't solve anything. The problem was, she didn't know what to do. From childhood, her family had always expected her to be well behaved. As long as she obeyed and followed instructions, there would be no problems. Even if she encountered any problems at school, she could tell Cui Wanning, and her mother would naturally tell her what to do. For example, after learning that she was in the same class as Yan Zhengqing, Cui Wanning told her to get along well with Yan Zhengqing. Although Cui Wanning seemed a little unhappy when she learned of Yan Jingqing's affair with Lin Xiaoxue, she also urged her to get closer to Lin Xiaoxue. However, forget about being friends at school. Don't bring Lin Xiaoxue back to the Yu family. Gu Qinghwan was different. When she came to pick up Yu Xian to go to Jiang Chuchu's house, she had greatly angered Cui Wanning and Yu Jinxin. She had once tentatively asked Yu Jinxin if he wanted to befriend Gu Qinghwan, but Yu Jinxin flatly rejected the idea, saying it would be better to go directly to Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghwan was just lucky, a villain who had achieved success. He also said, "How could that ugly duckling possibly be my sister? The only sister I recognize is Yu Yuan. So will you listen to me?" Yu Yuan wanted to say that the ugly duckling was the real swan, but facing Yu Jinxin's scrutinizing gaze, she could only put on her usual smile. Of course I'm on my brother's side. Now, Gu Qinghwan stood before her openly, inviting her to star in the Luyi program. Yu Yuan was completely at a loss. Gu Qinghwan seemed oblivious to Yu Yuan's nervousness. She pulled her aside and, just as she had with Lu Jian, explained the script and the role. Finally, she said, "Talk it over with your family. Whether you're going to act or not, give me your answer during lunch break, okay?" At the word okay, Yu Yuan instinctively nodded, okay. After nodding, she realized something was wrong. She was used to hearing Cui wanting say this, so she nodded subconsciously. The problem was, she was now facing Gu Qinghuan. Unfortunately, Gu Qinghuan didn't give her a chance to change her mind. She cheerfully said, "Okay, Li and I will go find the next actress. I wait for your answer." With that, she waved to Yu Yuan and, just as the bell rang, she scurried off. Li followed her to the stairs, and turned to see the girl named Yu Yuan returning to the classroom. He couldn't help but ask, "Is she okay?" From the perspective of the role, she's a good fit among the people I know. It all depends on her willingness to participate. Gu Qinghuan replied. The students resumed their classes, and Gu Qinghuan and Li strolled around the campus. I chosen 2 people in a row, and it was all my decision. Will I be accused of nepotism? Gu Qinghuan rubbed his chin. I don't see you know those 2 very well. Li said seriously, for me, this is fine. I rather focus on the show than on student participation. The PD and cameraman exchanged glances. These 2 really are the epitome of criticizing the audience, leaving them with nothing to rant about. There's one last role left. I need to think about who to cast. Gu Qinghuan sat down on a bench, pondering. Although this isn't exactly a villain, it's bound to evoke a negative impression. I think you're a good fit, Li said suddenly. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. I told you, I only want to work in logistics. Can you act? Li looked at her sincerely. Gu Qinghuan glared at Li for a moment, then pressed her temples in a headache. To be honest, she had initially been more resistant to song and dance performances, because her singing and dancing were just average. Meaning she could just fill in the gaps with chorus or group dance. Now it's a skit, and I'm not the lead, so it sounds. Okay, seeing she didn't answer, Li thought there was a chance. Give it a try? If both of them are willing, then I give it a try. Gu Qinghuan lowered her hand. Lu Jian and Yu Yuan didn't know each other, and it was only because of her matchmaking that they were able to perform in the same skit. If she added another student, then all 3 of them wouldn't know each other, making coordination more difficult. Gu Qinghuan stood up. The next step will have to wait until lunch break to see if the actors can be confirmed. For now, let's go back to the office and revise the script. The Lui crew can take a break from filming for now, while Yu Weiyu's crew is still busy filming. Yu Weiyu didn't head straight to class 3. Instead, he made a pretentious stroll around the school, passing several classrooms and greeting the teachers and students. The class was in session. Seeing Yu Weiyu approaching, the students sitting by the windows in class 3 immediately sounded the alarm. They pretended to need some fresh air and half opened the windows. The students understood. Yu Weiyu is here. Jiang Xinhua, the math teacher in class, asked, why do the students seem so alert all of a sudden? She was puzzled when she noticed a commotion outside. Within seconds, Yu Weiyu appeared outside the half-open window. Yu Xian was a little surprised. She hadn't expected this secret code to be so effective as a trap. It was winter, and the windows were mostly closed, with only half open. Yu Weiyu, wanting to talk to someone in the classroom, naturally chose to walk towards the open window. The person who suggested this secret signal was Yao Shaili, the student sitting by the window, known as Sally. It sounded like an English name, and indeed it was. Sally was taken from Agatha Christie, the queen of suspense, and Mary Shelley, the mother of science fiction. The Yao family was a family of scholars, with generations of people engaged in literary pursuits, ranging from the more commonplace, like writing and screenwriting, to the more esoteric, like oracle bone inscriptions. Yao Shaili had grabbed 2 books, Murder on the Orient Express and Frankenstein, during her grab your 1-year-old ceremony, and her family gave her this name. Seeing Yu Weiyu approach the window, as she had expected, Yao Shaili pushed her glasses up, a satisfied smile curling her lips. The fish had arrived, time to reel in the nets. Want to understand each other? No problem. Doesn't that mean you figured out Yu Weiyu's intentions? As for getting along? That's Jiang Chuchu's turn. Chapter 140. A camera appeared outside the classroom, and Jiang Xinhua couldn't pretend she didn't see it and continue teaching. She had to coordinate with the program for the next few days. She put down her textbook for a moment and politely asked Yu Weiyu, are you looking for a team member? Actually, I'm mainly here to apologize. Yu Weiyu looked shy and embarrassed. It must be said that Yu Weiyu's appearance quite fits the image of the pure male student. Many fans simply adore his looks. Class 3 students, now they know to apologize. What were they doing before? Isn't it because filming has officially begun, and they're pretending in front of the camera? Yu Weiyu had already discussed this with the production director, and the director brought up the subject. Speaking of an apology, what happened? Yu Weiyu bowed his head apologetically and said, I disturbed the class 3 students' physical education class while I was investigating the situation on campus. Yu Xian was somewhat relieved that Gu Qinghuan wasn't there. Although, given Gu Qinghuan's personality, she probably wouldn't bother to argue with such a person. She didn't want him to hear such disgusting words. Song Yi and Ai Ning's fists stiffened. Why didn't this guy tell her about causing Gu Qinghuan to fall? Yao Shaili sneered inwardly. She glanced around, her eyes signaling, I'm going to do it. Students around, you go. We're still feeling disgusted. Yao Shaili picked up on Yu. Oh, I remember now. It was you who appeared from the sidelines yesterday, disrupting the performance of our Discipline Inspection Commission. She didn't give Yu a chance to say anything more. She turned and called out to Jiang Chu. The Discipline Inspection Commission, they're here to apologize to you. For now, let's not bring the topic back to Gu Qinghuan. The squad leader has his duties. Class 3 will deal with this fish on their own. Jiang Chu first asked Jiang Xinyu, teacher, why don't I go out and talk to him? Jiang Xinyu agreed, and Jiang Chu stood up and left the classroom, heading to the small garden outside with Yu. Class 3's classroom was on the first floor. During breaks, everyone would go there to exercise, but in winter, only a few pines remained green. Jiang Chu stood before Yu, still confidently facing the camera. It's really not a big deal. You don't have to be so polite. Yu's smile froze for a moment. Of course, he didn't want to apologize. With cameras around, his apology would likely be edited into tonight's program, subject to audience scrutiny. However, Yu endured this humiliation. If he could get Jiang Chu to join his team and spread the word that his teammate was the daughter of the Yongchang group, it would surely attract considerable attention. Besides, once Jiang Chu joined his team, she'd still have to listen to him, and he had plenty of opportunities to get back at her. According to what Tang Wucai had told him, Yu said sincerely, actually, besides apologizing, I have something else to ask of Miss Jiang. Jiang Chu's eyes narrowed. Here she was, she wasn't going to miss this change in address. She acted decisively, raising an eyebrow. Do you know who I am? Yu was polite. Yes, a friend of mine knows Miss Jiang, and he reminded me. Jiang Chu was unconcerned. What do you want to ask of me? I'd like to invite Miss Jiang to join my team and perform together, Yu said immediately. Jiang Chu stared at him intently. Honestly, she wanted to embarrass Yu a little longer. If nothing else, wasting a day of his time wasn't bad at all. But thinking about it, joining the group sooner would also allow for an earlier investigation into Yu's situation, so it would be better not to waste time. What kind of performance do you want to do? Jiang Chu asked. From what she said, it sounded like there was something going on. She didn't know if it was because of Tang Wucai's favor. Yu thought that if this could change the attitude of the Yongchang group's daughter, it seemed Tang Wucai's background was indeed quite impressive. He cleared his throat. Regarding the performance, I have a preliminary idea. A talent show. Yu's idea was that he would sing in the front, while a wall of rice paper would be erected behind him. Jiang Chu would write poems and songs related to the songs, and then find a few students to dance with him. To be fair, this program was not bad. Jiang Chu felt that even writing poems related to the songs could liven up the atmosphere. Plus, programs like this were usually included in the first few programs of the evening party to set the tone. Jiang Chu didn't know if this show was Yu's own idea or someone else's suggestion, but it was much better than she expected. She flickered a hint of interest. Sounds good. Yu smiled. Miss Jiang, are you interested? Jiang Chu didn't comment, simply saying, contact me once you found your dancers. Also, just call me by my first name. Don't use Miss Jiang anymore. She could easily predict that when tonight's show aired, many viewers would be surprised by Yu's politeness, and then it would be time to expose her identity. Jiang Chu hadn't deliberately concealed her identity, so having it revealed didn't matter to her. However, the thought of others being led by Yu to investigate her made her feel uneasy. To Yu, Jiang Chu's answer was no different from an agreement. He smiled at the camera, his expression brimming with confidence. I think this is halfway to success. Since Jiang Chu said so, let's go find a dancer. Jiang Chu returned to the classroom, and Jiang Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone. I can go back to class. Her gaze fell on the empty seat in front of Jiang Chu again, and she frowned. The class monitor isn't here today. Is she filming a program? Yes, she's joined the Lui team. They say they're going to perform a skit. They're probably busy looking for actors right now, Xinyu replied quickly. Jiang Xinyu was worried, and Yu Xian immediately said, I make up for the classes Qinghuan missed these days. Don't worry, teacher Jiang. Jiang Xinhua trusted the words of the best math student council member. She also knew that Yu Xian and Gu Qinghuan had a close relationship, and would definitely not let her friend's grades decline. Jiang Chuchu was writing furiously at her desk. Finding a dance partner wouldn't be difficult for Yu. Just ask each class if they have any dancers. If she worked quickly, Yu could finalize the group today. She needed to carefully review the previous conversation, analyze Yu's personality and thoughts, and then discuss the next steps with Yu Xian. When get out of class was over and Jiang Xinhua left the classroom, Class 3 immediately closed the windows and doors and drew the curtains. Yu Xian took the podium and said, "First, let's count the number of people coming to school tomorrow." Excluding Gu Qinghuan, who wasn't present, Yu Xian, who was on the podium, and Jiang Chuchu, who was definitely going to be there, the remaining 19 people all raised their hands. Yu Xian remained calm. Tomorrow is Saturday. Although the school is allowing students to enter due to filming, we still need to explain this to parents. Classmates, understood. Over the weekend, everyone should carefully monitor the progress of each group and report promptly in the group chat. Be discreet and avoid being discovered. I'll be making adjustments at any time, so please pay attention to the group chat messages. Got it. Everyone, remember to watch tonight's show and pay attention to the live comments, barrage, and other social media trends. If you find any issues, report them immediately in the group chat. Don't speak without permission. Discuss and provide appropriate guidance. Understood. Bao Qingsong flexed his fingers. He was the main man in this job, and it was time to show his skills. Chapter 141. Lunch break was almost over. Gu Qinghuan patted her rumbling stomach and weakly cried, "I'm so hungry." Lui looked up from the pile of manuscripts on the table and scratched his hair. "Let's go to the cafeteria on the second floor. Let's order takeout. I like some high-calorie food and a cup of milk tea to replenish my sugar intake." Gu Qinghuan pulled out her phone to order takeout. Halfway through, she looked at the PD expectantly. "Will takeout be reimbursed?" The PD nodded. "Food and beverages are reimbursed at a rate of 100 yuan per person per day." Gu Qinghuan pondered for a few seconds, then tentatively asked, "If Lu Jian and Yu Yuan are confirmed to join now, then our team can get 400 yuan per day for food and beverage expenses reimbursed." Lui saw through Gu Qinghuan's thoughts. Gu Qinghuan immediately pulled out his phone to contact Lu Jian and Yu Yuan, but Lui quickly stopped him. "Keep your image. Do you know the difference between 200 and 400? Gu Qinghuan shouted. Lui was speechless. Fortunately, just as Gu Qinghuan finished speaking, Yu Yuan called first. Perhaps she had asked Yu Xian for Gu Qinghuan's number. "Hello?" Gu Qinghuan answered. "I discussed it with my family, and Mom agrees to let me participate in your performance. I also told my teacher." "Where can I find you now?" Yu Yuan asked. Gu Qinghuan gave the office address, hung up the phone, and raised his arms. 300. Lui gave up trying to stop him, feeling helpless. While Gu Qinghuan excitedly prepared some milk tea, Lu Jian sent a message. "My family's agreed, and they said they come see my performance. I meet you later." After giving Lui his address again, Gu Qinghuan made 2 yes signs with both hands. 400. Within minutes, Yu Yuan and Lu Jian arrived at the office door. As soon as they entered, Gu Qinghuan stopped them. "We get a 400 yuan meal allowance a day. Should we eat it all at noon or save half for dinner?" Before Yu Yuan could react, Lu Jian understood and immediately replied, "I have tutoring in the evening and need to be home on time. I can eat my evening portion at lunch." After she finished, Yu Yuan understood. "I have piano lessons at home tonight, so I won't eat at school. Then finish it all in one meal. Order takeout." Gu Qinghuan waved his hand. "Hamburgers. Milk tea." Ordering the takeout went smoothly. Lu Jian, not fussy about the food, joined Gu Qinghuan for a set meal for 2. Yu Yuan was a little hesitant. Lui, sensing her concerns, invited her to order a light meal from his usual restaurant. After ordering the takeout, Gu Qinghuan immediately switched back to work mode. She handed the photocopied first draft of the script to Lu Jian and Yu Yuan. "Take a quick look at this first draft and, within 10 minutes, share your overall thoughts on the script." About the script, not the characters. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and Gu Qinghuan took the opportunity to organize her manuscript and prepare the second draft. Lu Jian finished reading first and said bluntly, "It's perfect for the school's New Year's Eve party. Some of the lines are too cliched, and the emphasis seems a bit too much on the theme." Yu Yuan couldn't help but glance sideways. She heard Gu Qinghuan call this girl Lu Jian when ordering takeout, but she only knew her name. Judging from her reading speed and her speech, Could this be another top student? Yu Yuan, the underachieving student, felt a surge of pressure, even nervously expressing her own opinions. I think this version of the script has too many scenes, making it a bit complex for a skit. Gu Qinghuan nodded readily. You're both right. Lu Yi and I share the same view. So this morning, we worked with the original author to revise the script. She handed the second version back to the two of them and briefly explained. We retained the time travel setting, but we eliminated the watch prop and adopted the Yellow Millet dream format. We compressed the entire plot into a single setting. The school. The story begins on the second day, with the failure of the exam, the teacher scolding, and the lottery win. These plot points are explained through character dialogue, starting with the first day. The protagonist falls asleep on the desk, wakes up, and finds himself back on the first day. He then decisively calls his family to buy lottery tickets and successfully passes the exam. The middle section is similar to the first version of the script. At the end, the protagonist regrets his decision and decides to rely on his own strength. After falling back asleep, time returns to the real second day, where everything is back to normal. Lu Jin pondered, it's indeed condensed a lot in terms of plot. This simplifies the storyline and allows it to be told in just over 10 minutes. However, wouldn't that also make it seem too preachy? So, we need to revise the lines and the performances. Gu Qinghuan spread his hands. We need to discuss the best changes together. The four of them continued their discussion. After a while, the takeout arrived, and they temporarily put down the script and started eating lunch. Yu Yuan devoured the takeout, finding it quite refreshing. Lu Yi, assuming she didn't like the taste of light meals, joked, it doesn't taste like anything, does it? Being on camera meant watching your weight, and he was used to it, but light meals low in salt and fat were probably too much for a still-growing student. Yu Yuan quickly shook her head. No, I think it's quite delicious. Lu Yi nodded. You said you were going to learn piano tonight? Are you an art student? No, it's just my personal hobby, Yu Yuan said. She really loved the piano because when playing, all she had to do was think about the music. Her hands were wings, allowing her to soar freely above the sky of keys. Lu Yi talked with Yu Yuan for a while, and felt that the protagonist was indeed a good choice. At least, her confusion and lack of independent thinking were a good fit for the script. After lunch, Lu Jian returned to the classroom. She had a performance and couldn't attend class, so she needed someone to help her take notes, and was planning to ask the teacher if she could copy the courseware. Gu Qinghuan had kindly provided a recorder, a stockpile from Jiang Chuchu's previous operation. Since the contents had been cleared, it could be borrowed. Yu Yuan knew her academic performance well, it couldn't be that bad, so she decided not to bother with the effort. It was only lunch break, and she had no idea where she was going. Back in class, her classmates might ask her about the show, and she worried she'd make a mistake. After all, she wasn't as talkative as Gu Qinghuan, and revealing the show's content ahead of time would be troublesome. Yu Yuan, are you going to take a nap? Gu Qinghuan asked. As an artist, Lu Yi had his own lounge, and the PD and cameraman had left with him, expecting to return in the afternoon. Yu Yuan hesitated. I stay here for a while. You can sleep in my bed, the green one. Gu Qinghuan pushed Yu Yuan toward the wall. Then where are you sleeping? Yu Yuan asked unconsciously. Gu Qinghuan took out her phone and typed. Gu Qinghuan, Yu Yuan's bed is mine. Can I sleep in yours? Xin, you can sleep in mine. I won't be there at noon. Gu Qinghuan, okay. Jiang Chuchu didn't reply, probably because she was busy. Gu Qinghuan showed Yu Yuan the chat log and then tucked her into his bed. Go to sleep. We continue discussing the script this afternoon. We try to finalize it today. Yu Yuan let out a nervous oh and huddled back in her bed. Gu Qinghuan drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Would a good performance count as an apology to Gu Qinghuan? Yu Yuan thought. Then, she would have to be more active this afternoon. Chapter 142. Gu Qinghuan's body clock was working perfectly, waking up on time. She woke Yu Yuan, opened the window for some fresh air, and then dragged her to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. Yu Yuan was still a little sleepy, and with her eyes closed, she took the disposable paper cup. The moment the water reached her mouth, she was instantly awake. It was so cold. She spat out the water with a groan, feeling like her teeth were freezing. No hot water. Gu Qinghuan, standing beside her, also spitted out the mouthwash. Doesn't this make you feel more energetic? Yu Yuan was speechless. This was too much. They returned to the office, and before the other two arrived, they began discussing their own lines. Not long after, Lu Jian arrived with several notebooks and exercise books, saying they could take notes and do homework while they were discussing the discussion. Gu Qinghuan, a semi-student, and Yuan, a poor student, stood in awe. No wonder he's a top student. When Li arrived, he met 3 pairs of eyes the moment he entered. For a moment, he wondered if he was late. He glanced at his watch and asked, "Am I late?" "No, we were just bored and betting on which foot you walked through first," Gu Qinghuan said seriously. Li tried to recall the foot he stepped through, but to no avail. "Who won the bet?" "We all won," Gu Qinghuan replied. "We all bet on the right foot." "Li, that's not a bet." After their trash talk, the 4 of them, along with the remote scriptwriter, sat down to revise the script. The writer spoke only, his face invisible, using a robotic voice converted by a voice changer. It was a little strange at first, but it became more manageable after a while. A 15-minute skit script only had 3,000 or 4,000 words. With everyone's suggestions, it wasn't slow to revise, but it required repeated review and revision. Sometimes, after revising something later, the beginning wouldn't feel right, requiring another revision. It was quite a chore. After finishing, the 4 of them gathered around the table to review the lines, fine-tuning any awkward, incoherent, or unclear words before finally finalizing the draft. "Finally, it's done." Gu Qinghuan slumped down on the table. "I didn't expect just polishing the script would take so much work. I really underestimated acting." Li Yi's eyes drifted. Well, he was actually treating these students with the same standards as a professional actor. While he wasn't expecting them to reach professional standards, compared to the many entertainers in the entertainment industry who can't even memorize their lines, they were putting in quite a bit of effort. Li Yi sent the revised script electronically to Gu Qinghuan, who forwarded it to Yuan and Lu Jian. He said, "I submit the program application to the student union right now. I contact the production team about props and costumes, and we try to finalize them by the weekend." Gu Qinghuan immediately created a group chat and shared the script. "Aren't the props and costumes provided by the student union?" Lu Jian asked. The PD explained, "Our program has its own budget, so we don't rely on Mingda." "Will the production team also reimburse these expenses?" Gu Qinghuan was curious. "Judging from the subject matter, your program should be able to borrow on-campus tables and chairs. As for the costumes, although Mingda has uniforms, they generally don't match the actual uniforms, so you need to prepare them separately." The PD replied, "There's a limit on this funding, so please be aware of that." Well, Yuan tentatively raised her hand. "Is it okay if students prepare their own?" The PD said tactfully, "For the sake of fairness, we might review any props students prepare on their own." Gu Qinghuan understood. Mingda has so many wealthy students. If everyone prepared their own, it would likely become a competition of material means, negatively impacting the program. Therefore, they'd probably be stricter. "Then I leave it to Li Yi." Gu Qinghuan clasped his hands together. "Be sure to post it in the group chat before choosing clothes. Let us make the decision." Li Yi stared at Gu Qinghuan. "Are you worried I picked something ugly?" Gu Qinghuan's expression remained unchanged. "Clothes aren't beautiful or ugly, they're just suitable. I'm just worried about our differences in dress sense." Li Yi thought about it, and saw a point. "Then I'd post it in the group chat, and you can choose. Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow are weekends. I hope you can squeeze in at least a full afternoon for rehearsal." Li Yi added another request. The 3 students reviewed their schedules, and decided to spend the entire Sunday rehearsing. Lu Jian and Yuan both rescheduled their other plans for Saturday, taking care of them all within a day. "I'm free both weekends, so I'd be here on Saturday too." Gu Qinghuan raised his hand. "Would you like to go gather intelligence with the other 3 groups tomorrow?" Li Yi looked at the PD, who nodded. "There's nothing against it in the rules. You're free to do what you want." Indeed, the production team was quite looking forward to seeing Li Yi and Gu Qinghuan wander around the groups. It would add to the fun. Li Yi's group's first day ended successfully, a remarkably efficient one. The 3 students went home, surprisingly leaving school around the same time as usual. Li Yi then went to film the day's wrap-up interview. After returning home and having dinner, Gu Qinghuan began painstakingly receiving the notes her classmates had sent her for the day. Homework could be avoided, but not classes. Gu Qinghuan copied and questioned as she went along, feeling that her life was still too much. Jiang Chuchu suddenly blurted out, "This undercover agent can't last a minute loading. GIF." Gu Qinghuan instantly perked up. "Hurry and bring the melons over." Jiang Chuchu, Yi Weiyu's team is ready. For dancers. 2 of them are his fans. One is the Curly King, and the other is Lin Xuxue. The class chat was instantly flooded with ellipsis. Jiang Chuchu, 2 fans, it seems one is a girlfriend fan, the other is a mom fan. Curly King was not only curly himself, but also demanding others to do the same, giving orders in the chat room. Lin Xiaoxue hadn't said anything yet. Qin Yu, that's so tragic. Xie Xiangxue, how could Lin Xiaoxue be here? Jiang Chuchu, I was snooping in the group chat, and according to those two fans, when Yi Weiyu was selecting people, a boy accompanied Lin Xiaoxue. Bao Qingsong, could it be? Jiang Chuchu, Yan Zhengqing. Yao Shaili, he really has Jin Ding's leg to his chest. Yu Xian, that's good. Yi Weiyu will definitely try to contact Yan Zhengqing through Lin Xiaoxue. Chuchu, you have to keep a close eye on him. Come on. JPG Jiang Chuchu, I do my best. Gu Qinghuan, imagine you're a sniper lurking in the darkness, waiting for the right moment. Jiang Chuchu, stop imagining that. Jiang Chuchu, I see you're quite happy. How is the show filming today? Jiang Chuchu, it's okay if you don't tell me. We see it soon. Gu Qinghuan didn't want to look at her phone anymore. She found studying more interesting. Time quickly arrived at 9 o'clock in the evening, and the first episode of Walking with the Light began airing on time. The students of Class 3 prepared snacks and, for once, seized control of their parents' living room televisions. They confidently declared, "Our school show is airing tonight, of course I have to watch it." Within minutes of the show starting, Gu Qinghuan and Li Yi's conversation generated a buzz. Happy Friday. Luckily, we're not filming right now. Melon Eater, Aya, this makes me laugh. I really want to know how my sister feels right now. Your Mantis is here, just about to scold YY for sounding so cheesy, but my sister steals the line. When the snow melts, this sister is a master at stealing lines. She even steals Li Yi's line in the trailer. The Class 3 group chat was even more lively than online. Su Xinghai Gu Qinghuan, squad leader, did you see that? Song Yi at Gu Qinghuan, sister. There's a camera in the car. Jiang Chuchu at Gu Qinghuan, haha Gu Qinghuan, enough. Stop it ing me. Chapter 143. Gu Qinghuan lay back on the sofa. It was the first time she felt so empathetic towards an artist. Gu Haiyan, who was also watching the show, patted Gu Qinghuan's head while suppressing a laugh. Don't worry about it. You're doing great. In the group chat, Yu Xian and Bao Qingsong had already started urging everyone to monitor public opinion. With a class, it shouldn't be a problem if they could monitor a few major public platforms. The audience's reaction was quite positive. Some did find Li Yi's "let me test you" attitude offensive, but Gu Qinghuan herself had already stated that during the show, and the issue had already been resolved. It would be pointless to bring it up again. Li Yi's group had quite a lot of footage in the early stages, mainly because they were moving so fast. While other groups were still struggling to find cast members, Gu Qinghuan and Lu Yi had already finalized the script and were looking for cast members. Everyone in the class chat was taking screenshots or copying audience comments. Bao Qingsong, I'm thinking, I don't even play it at double speed. Bao Qingsong, what do you mean by double speed? Even 10 times speed isn't that fast. Bao Qingsong, thank you, sister, for bringing us Wing to such a high level. Bao Qingsong, who understands the meaning of giving this character real life? Bao Qingsong, could you lend me your mouth for a couple of days? Bao Qingsong, I feel incredibly powerful right now. Xie Xiangxue, Bao Qingsong, how can you be so quick? I was still taking screenshots when you posted it. Ming Xiaolin, this one is hilarious. It says we must protect the class monitor's mental health. If she gets into trouble, she'd be the one to make fun of her. Qin Yu, I don't know if the whole school will be the one to be fooled, but our class is already a troublemaker. Yu Xian, you actually cast Yu Yuan as the lead. Gu Qinghuan, yeah, I think it's quite suitable. Yu Xian, I was wondering why her mother called her into her room to talk tonight. She was probably giving her some advice. The fast early stages resulted in fewer shots in the later stages. After all, the Lu Yi team was busy discussing the script, so 2 shots were a plus. But the takeout part was pretty endearing. The office worker who saw this after get off work felt so healed. Such a vibrant kid. That's 400 yuan. 400 yuan in meal allowance. What a fabulous image. Burgers and milk tea here, light salad over there. A Dieter is at a loss as to what to do. This girl is so cute too. Her name is Taro Ball. Go order some Taro Ball milk tea now. Why don't you mention the other girl? Is it because the academic aura is too dazzling and you can't look directly at her? I'm not saying anything bad about the academic girl. I'm not playing with abstractions anymore. JPG. This group is truly packed with talent. There's both academics and talents. Art needs people to have a heart. So YY is redundant. If YY is redundant, why not look at the YWY group? That's truly redundant? Class 3 was absorbing the comments forwarded by Bao Song, and when they saw this one, their spirits perked up. It's here. UXIN immediately directed, everyone, get ready. Collect comments about Yueyu. The entertainment company is definitely more experienced than us, and may already be using trolls or deleting comments to manipulate the hype. Take screenshots and save them. Everyone replied in unison, got it. The first half of the show featured more footage of the Lily group, but there were also shots of the other 3 groups. For the sake of continuity, the director didn't edit according to the timeline, instead trying to combine shots from the same group. The Lily group's storyline was almost over, and surprisingly, it wasn't Lu Rong's turn, but Yueyu's. Yueyu's progress was much more pedestrian. It wasn't particularly exciting, but it wasn't boring either. Many viewers in the live comments were discussing the Lu Yi team, or perhaps looking forward to the Bai Qingyin and Lu Chung team. This infuriated Yueyu's fans, who retorted, this is Xiaoyu's home turf. Are you bringing up other teams just to get your master scolded? The bystanders watching the show were stunned. Master? What master? An official, nationwide variety show set in a high school, and we're going to see your fandoms fighting? The hot-tempered ones rolled up their sleeves and got to work, instantly devastating the comments and comments. Qingyu, although, it seems no one's discussing you, Chu-Chu. Ming Xiaolin. A few comments did mention the potentially influential background of the Discipline Inspection Commission, but they quickly faded due to lack of attention. Xie Xiangxue. Even Yan Zhengqing wasn't mentioned much. All the talk was focused on Yueyu's fan war. Bao Song. I noticed quite a few people bringing up Yueyu's past negative material while arguing with Yueyu's fans. Do you want to record it? Jiang Chu-Chu. Xinbao, you make the decision. UXIN pondered for a moment before replying in the group chat. No, we're dealing with him, and the important thing is exposing his relationship with Jean Ding. We're collecting comments now primarily to gauge public opinion. In short, Team 3 is collecting reasons why people don't want to see Yueyu. This way, Jiang Chu-Chu can guide Yueyu into more unpleasant scenes later. If Team 3 also dwells on so-called entertainment industry negative material, they'd be on the wrong track and be drawn into the fandom's logic, which will only put them at a disadvantage. UXIN, just take a look at the negative material. Treat it as gossip. We can proceed as planned. Jiang Chu-Chu was relieved to hear UXIN's words. Watching her friends grow little by little is truly wonderful. Gu Qinghuan, let me interject. Since the authorities are replacing Lu Rong with Yueyu, they might also be keeping an eye on this negative information. UXIN, yes, we don't have the ability to verify it either. It's better to proceed at our own pace. The students understood and expressed their understanding in the group chat, then continued to record. After Yueyu's segment ended, the barrage of comments suddenly quieted down considerably. The next person to appear was Lu Rong. Everyone sorted out the information they had just gathered, discussed it in the group chat, and also watched the subsequent programs. Gu Qinghuan never expected that Lu Rong would open the show by asking who was the top student in the grade. After getting the list from the principal, he went straight to find someone. Su Lin, who was in the first year of high school, declined her invitation for the simple reason that he was busy. Lu Rong had the most fans, and since he was raised by the Jean Ding team, his rank was much higher than Yueyu's. Seeing signs of criticism against Su Lin in the comments section, UXIN discussed it with everyone and decisively called Su Lin. Su Lin, we're not sure if the comments about you are going unchecked. We'd like to help you with some guidance. Is that okay? Su Lin was stunned. Why me? UXIN replied. Because you're not what they say you are. We want to help you. Everyone's learning was thanks to Su Lin's guidance. They also knew that although Su Lin seemed aloof and unapproachable, she wasn't arrogant. Since she was such a good person, why couldn't they help her? Su Lin clutched her phone, its paint chipping, speechless for a moment. UXIN and the people from Class 3 were all concerned for her, standing in her shoes and offering her goodwill. Thank you, Su Lin said softly. If it won't cause you any trouble, I leave it to you. UXIN replied with an emoji that said leave it to me. UXIN, work. Chapter 144. UXIN, watch your words. Don't play the victim. Maintain your image. If you can make sense, just state the main points. Don't write long essays. If you're unsound, just report it. Gu Qinghuan, if you're unsure about your comments, post them in the group chat. I check them. Qingyu, Bao Song, lend me a SMF account. I curse those who haven't been reported yet. Su Xinghe, take my part in the curse. Yao Shaili, then I keep an eye out for any professional online trolls. After a while of hard work, the negative comments gradually came under control. Some people, after hearing the explanation, spontaneously helped spread the word, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Song-yi, I suddenly understand the job of a firefighter. John Chanchan, I'm not very good at commenting, so I just report them slowly. I probably reported around 30 people. Yao Shaili, ha ha ha, I infiltrated a fan group for Lu Rong, and they're all wondering how they came across an online troll. Ai Ning, how could a cyber army compare to us? Jiang Chuchu was speechless. 22 of them, with clear goals and division of labor, and well-reasoned and well-founded ideas. Although they were concentrated on a few major platforms, they were incredibly effective, far superior to those cyber armies who were just trolling. Of course, this was also because the flames of anger were suppressed as soon as they started. If the rumors had fermented for a while before they were launched, it would have been beyond the control of Class 3. Ming Xiaolin, by the way, after Lu Rong said goodbye to Su Lin, he went to find the top student in the second year of high school. It turned out to be Bai Han's Han. Xie Xianxue, the key point is that Bai Han's Han agreed. Lian Fenghe, Lu Rong and Bai Han's Han are going to perform a duet recitation. The theme is our youth. Gu Qinghuan had been busy instructing everyone on how to speak, and because typing was too slow, he sent a voice message. Now, his mouth was dry from talking, and he ran to get some hot water. After seeing Lian Fenghe's line, she searched for the recitation of our youth. She found it fascinating, but she wasn't sure how the two actors' performance would pan out. The audience's discussion shifted from Su Lin to Bai Han's Han, and Su Lin was effectively carried over. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment and sent Bai Han's Han a message. Senior Bai, are you also performing at this New Year's Eve party? Bai Han's Han replied with 5 words. My sister arranged it. I see. Bai Qingyin and Lu Rong's middleman has gone from an official to Bai Han's Han. But why did she sense a deep sense of resentment in those 5 words? Gu Qinghuan shook her head, dismissing the image of a resentful Bai Han's Han from her mind, and continued watching the show. The Lu Rong and Bai Han's Han team-up was quite interesting, primarily because they both looked great on camera, and the images alone were a feast for the eyes. The comments were also very friendly. It seemed everyone has a love for beauty. More importantly, Bao Qingsong quickly sent a new message. Lu Rong issued a statement. Calling it a statement might sound too formal. It simply asked for everyone's support for the show's launch, and that the 2 invited students, whether or not they agreed, were both exceptionally talented. Finally, he promised to perform well in the upcoming recitation, and asked everyone to look forward to it. He also attached a photo of his recitation script. Ming Xiaolin, this PR is incredibly fast. Qin Yu, if Yu had half her emotional intelligence, I would have shown some mercy. Jiang Chuchu, what do you mean by showing some mercy? Qin Yu, the difference between 9 and 10 steps. Gu Qinghuan scrolled through the fan replies. While the fandom's bewitched frenzy was still palpable, it had to be said that an artist's attitude was crucial. At least they seemed decent. Finally, it was Bai Qingyin's turn, a surprisingly exciting performance. Upon arrival, Bai Qingyin chatted with the production designer, revealing she had found a team member to collaborate with. She then proceeded to describe her program concept. She planned a singing program, but the performance would not be hers. Her teammates would be responsible for providing the music and direction. It wasn't just any song, but a narrative piece encompassing multiple characters. She had actually prepared the music and lyrics long ago, but she hadn't been able to deliver a varied performance, so it had been sitting there. This was a chance to use them instead of letting them collect dust. The mere mention of Bai Qingyin's new song was enough to generate buzz, instantly surging the program's popularity. Bai Qingyin, accompanied by the cameraman and production designer, arrived at the empty classroom she had reserved in advance. Even in the hallway, she could hear several people singing, some female, some male, some childish, some youthful, some mature, some seasoned. The PD couldn't help but interrupt. Teacher Bai, our program requires only students as team members, not faculty members. No, I only invited students. Bai Qingyin opened the door to the empty classroom. Standing at the podium was a single person. Bai Qingyin walked over to Ning Fu and solemnly introduced her to the camera. My only team member, Ning Fu. Outwardly, she still looked like the familiar Ning Fu that Gu Qinghuan was familiar with, but now her entire demeanor was completely different. It was the confidence of someone in her field of expertise, proud but not arrogant, assertive but not overbearing. She looked like a finely crafted gem, gleaming and shimmering. With a clang, the mug fell to the ground, shattering into useless debris. Yu came out upon hearing the noise. After watching his part and feeling pretty good, he calmly headed to the comments section on his profile to enjoy the fanfare. He left Tang Huatsai to continue watching the rest of the show, summarizing the key points, so he could understand the other contestants' performances and formulate appropriate countermeasures. Although he felt a little annoyed by the noise, thinking of Tang Huatsai's background, Yi Weiyu suppressed his anger and prepared to show some concern for her. However, Tang Huatsai, who usually noticed him the moment he came out, was now fixed on the girl on the TV screen, her gaze intense and obsessed. Just like the look Tang Huatsai had when she first appeared before him. Yi Weiyu's heart tightened for no apparent reason, as if he were about to lose something. He instinctively moved in front of the TV, trying to block Tang Huatsai's view. "Huatsai, why did you break the cup? If you get hurt?" He didn't finish his words when Tang Huatsai brushed him aside. "Don't block it." Yi Weiyu's eyes widened in surprise, almost suspecting her hearing was failing. "What did you say?" The camera now moved away from Ning Fu, and Tang Huatsai reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Seeing Yi Weiyu, she was stunned. "Yi Weiyu, what are you doing here?" Yi Weiyu keenly noticed that she was addressing him as Yi Weiyu instead of Weiyu. He forced a dry smile. "I heard you break the cup." Tang Huatsai lowered her head, only then noticing the broken pieces at her feet. But she didn't have time for that right now. She hurriedly packed her things, put on her coat, grabbed her bag, and left. "I'm going out for a bit. Stay in the room. I notify the front desk and arrange for someone to come and clean it up." "Wait!" Yi Weiyu tried to grab Tang Huatsai's arm. "Where are you going so late?" Tang Huatsai's mind was filled with the scene just now. The inspiration that had seemed to have dried up for nearly a year suddenly burst forth. She couldn't wait to get to the studio and start sketching designs. Which series? No, there was no other choice but the Yao series. Yi Weiyu's interruption was extremely annoying to Tang Huatsai, who was already overwhelmed with inspiration. "I have my own things to do. Don't bother me." With that, she grabbed Yi Weiyu's wrist with her other hand and skillfully pressed acupressure points. Yi Weiyu felt a pain in his hand and instantly lost his strength. Tang Huatsai immediately freed her arm, opened the door, and rushed out. Yi Weiyu froze in place. He took 2 unconscious steps and stepped on a broken mug, causing him to stumble. He fell to the ground, thankfully avoiding the fragments. A fragment landed right in front of him, and he recognized it. It was the mug he had casually given Tang Huatsai shortly after she joined the company. It was a mug she had once cherished. Now, along with the coffee inside, it shattered onto the floor, a messy mess. Chapter 145. With such a rich pre-bedtime activity, Gu Qinghuan slept soundly. Not having homework was such a blessing. When she woke up the next morning, she felt incredibly energetic. The weekend program would continue filming as usual, but the students could decide whether to attend or not. If the students didn't come, it would be the artist's turn. Of course, how could Gu Qinghuan miss such a great opportunity to watch a show? She woke up half an hour later than usual, bought pork tenderloin patties and soy milk for breakfast, and leisurely took the bus to school. Several people in the class group had already arrived and were chatting. "Qinyu, the morning air is so nice." "John Johnson, didn't you just sneeze?" "Xiaxiangxue, I just happened to take a picture of it." "Qinyu, withdraw. Delete. Jiang Chuchu, saved, sent to my brother, sent to your brother." "Qinyu, Jiang Chuchu." Gu Qinghuan swallowed the last of the pork tenderloin patty and typed on his phone. "Where are you guys?" "John Johnson, Qinyu and I are practicing on the court. It's very close to Yi Weiyu's group's practice room. The 4 girls dancing are making a lot of noise, and we can hear it from here." "Xiaxiangxue, I'm in the practice room on the same floor. The school allows students to request practice rooms freely. I specifically asked a senior from the club to reserve one for me yesterday." "Jiang Chuchu, I'm in the practice room, practicing my willpower while writing large characters." Everyone expressed their heartfelt sympathy for Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghuan arrived at the school gate and messaged Lu Yi, "I'm at the school gate." Lu Yi replied a few minutes later, "The scriptwriter and I are in the square behind the administration building, discussing the performance. Come over." "The scriptwriter is here?" Gu Qinghuan, curious, swung her bag behind her, held it with one hand, and ran towards the square. When she excitedly ran to the square, she immediately spotted the production director, the cameraman, Lu Yi, and... "Huh?" Gu Qinghuan slowed down, looking in surprise at the boy sitting with Lu Yi. Wen Yi had been a little nervous, but when Gu Qinghuan called out his name, he instantly relaxed and a smile spread across his face. "You still remember me?" "Of course I do," Gu Qinghuan nodded. "You're the author? Did you write this script?" "To be precise, It's a joint project between my mother and me. When Yi replied, she wrote the outline, and I'm responsible for the details. Since I was in charge of all the revisions yesterday, when Mr. Le suggested the author take on the script and direct the performance, my mother asked me to come. Gu Qinghwan looked at Wen Yi carefully. He looked very different from the 2 previous times she had seen him. If Wen Yi had seemed prickly before, with a hint of anger in his silence, his demeanor now was much calmer and more stable. Lu Yi asked curiously, you two know each other? It's a bit of a coincidence, Gu Qinghwan replied. The details involved Wen Yi's personal affairs, and Gu Qinghwan wouldn't speak unless he brought them up. Wen Yi was quite frank. My family was having a rough time, and I ran into Gu Qinghwan by chance. She gave me some advice. Did she help? Gu Qinghwan asked. Yes, Wen Yi nodded heavily. Sister Lu provided the store's surveillance footage as evidence, and customers there also taught me how to contact my mother's former breakfast shop customers. Many people remembered what happened and offered testimony, even accompanying me to the courthouse. Su Lin and her mother also provided the police report receipt, and a letter of guarantee Zhang Guangzong wrote to exonerate himself. Taking all of this into consideration, the court determined that there was a high probability that Zhang Guangzong would continue to harm my mother, and the application for a protective order was successfully granted. Zhang Guangzong is a bully, especially since his mother is already in prison. He's afraid he'd be arrested, so he's staying away. Lu Yi felt the situation was a bit serious and quietly spoke with the production team to ensure these clips wouldn't be aired. Gu Qinghwan was also happy for Wen Yi after hearing this. So, how are you and your mother doing now? Wen Yi's smile deepened. After the protection order was issued, the community women's director came to see my mother. Knowing my mother's cooking skills, she invited her to mentor us at the night market food court we were planning to build. Although my mother's hand was injured, she couldn't work for long periods of time, so short-term mentoring was no problem. Many of the stalls there even paid my mother extra money to regularly research new flavors. After doing this for a month, a popular online vendor suggested my mother start her own media career. I joined her, learning how to film, edit, and post short videos. After I gained a following, businesses approached me about collaborations. One company said I was a good editor and asked if I was interested. That's how I got into short dramas. Here, Gu Qinghwan roughly guessed his next move, and then you discovered that short dramas were profitable, so you started trying your hand at scriptwriting? At this point, when he felt a little embarrassed, actually, I only wrote stories that catered to the market, hoping to cash in quickly. If I were to come up with this script, you definitely wouldn't have chosen it. During our discussion yesterday, you seemed very familiar with the script, which shows you put a lot of effort into it. Isn't that enough? Gu Qinghwan said, let's work together in the next rehearsal. When he hummed, I do my best. Seeing the harmonious discussion between the two, Lu Yi was quite pleased. Just as he was thinking he could leave Gu Qinghwan and Wen Yi alone and let them figure out how to perform, he saw Gu Qinghwan turn his head. Have you submitted the registration form? Have you requested the props? Why haven't the costumes been sent yet? Gu Qinghwan bombarded him with 3 questions in a row. Lu Yi's expression froze, and he involuntarily shrank his neck. I submitted the registration form, but we're still finalizing the prop list, and we're waiting for the electronic catalog for the costumes. Gu Qinghwan looked disappointed. Get moving. Lu Yi, are you the instructor for the military training? However, what Gu Qinghwan said made sense, so Lu Yi dutifully went to meet him. When Yi noticed the camera wasn't pointing in their direction and quietly asked Gu Qinghwan, are you still receiving tutoring from Su Lin? Gu Qinghwan nodded. Yes, but I'm on hold because I have to film the show this week. When Yi hesitated before asking, well, I watched the show last night, and I saw people scolding her online. Do you know how she's doing now? Gu Qinghwan looked at Wen Yi for a moment, then straightened his tone. First of all, the people who scolded her last night have basically calmed down now. With Lu Rong personally speaking out, it won't have much of an impact. As far as I know, she doesn't take it personally. She noticed that Wen Yi visibly relaxed after she said this, clearly genuinely worried about Su Lin. Secondly, Gu Qinghwan continued, I want to know why don't you ask her yourself. From their first meeting, Gu Qinghwan could sense that Wen Yi must be fond of Su Lin, but his affection was too reckless and presumptuous. Although Wen Yi had changed somewhat, he still seemed timid. Wen Yi froze for a moment before saying bitterly, the gap between her and me is enormous. It's not about family, it's about me. I'm completely no match for her. Chapter 146. Gu Qinghwan remained calm when he heard Wen Yi say this. I heard others say that you used to get into fights and conflicts frequently. Was there ever a time when you committed a crime? Wen Yi leaped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No. Back then, I was beating up those thugs who were extorting protection money from students. I only beat them up until they paid me back and stopped me from coming again. The conflict started because they were saying bad things about my mother, so I beat them up. Here, his mood darkened again, and he whispered, I know beating people is wrong, and using violence to solve problems is no different from being a beast, but at the time, I really had no other choice. My teacher back then was very snobbish. He only showed favoritism to students who gave him gifts. When I reported it to him, he'd just say things like it takes two to tango. Gu Qinghuan understood Wen Ye's situation. At that age, his perspective was still narrow, and he had no idea how to ask for help. He chose to speak with his fists, a very direct approach. Then don't dwell on the past. Gu Qinghuan said bluntly, if you're always trapped in the past, you never be happy. What's important is to live in the present. Also, when the mistakes you made come back to haunt you, admit them, and take responsibility. Su Lin has her own ideas, and neither you nor I can impose our own on her. But I think, no matter what, making yourself a better person isn't a bad thing. When he fell silent, and Gu Qinghuan didn't disturb him, instead sorting out the notes she had added to the script. After a long wait, when he finally spoke, I made up my mind. I need to live my life first before worrying about these things. Gu Qinghuan smiled and said, then let's continue discussing the performance. Take a look at this line of mine. The two continued chatting. The PD, who had been listening silently, finally turned on the microphone again. It was a commonplace truth, and everyone understood it. The key is to have someone to confide in, someone who will listen and respond. Having someone to connect with your emotions and provide them with positive guidance will prevent you from dwelling on your own thoughts and becoming increasingly paranoid. Gu Qinghuan didn't have many lines to recite, and discussing them with Wen Yi was a way to deepen her memory. So by the time the discussion was over, she had almost memorized her lines. With nothing else to do, Gu Qinghuan naturally found something to do. Lu Yi. Let's go check on the other three groups. Lu Yi had just finished finalizing the prop list, and when he heard Gu Qinghuan call his name, he thought he had another job. I didn't expect them to just go and watch the fun. Should we hurry? Lu Yi immediately took Gu Qinghuan and Wen Yi and headed towards Lu Rong's group, which was closest to their own. The four artists and the director would report their daily schedules in a shared chat group, primarily to facilitate camera rotations. Arriving at Lu Rong's group's practice room, Lu Yi greeted Lu Rong warmly, and Gu Qinghuan and Wen Yi were also polite. However, facing Bai Han, Gu Qinghuan felt much more relaxed. Senior Bai. Bai Han nodded at her. Are you here to scout the enemy? How can you say enemy? How could we be enemies? Gu Qinghuan said righteously, I just had a lot of free time, so I came to see if there was anything going on. Bai Han held his forehead. He was sure that what Gu Qinghuan wanted to see was why his sister wanted him to work with Lu Rong. But he wouldn't say that in front of the camera. Are you close? Lu Rong asked with interest. Not really close, but we know each other, and she's easy to get along with, so we can chat. Bai Han spoke objectively. Gu Qinghuan nodded, and asked, how's the rehearsal going? I gone through it a few times, and am planning to break it down line by line. Bai Han replied. Want to go see how the other two groups are doing? Gu Qinghuan invited him. Before Bai Han could reply, Lu Rong stood up and said, let's go. I was thinking of checking on Bai Qingyin's teammates. So the group headed to Bai Qingyin's group. Today, Bai Qingyin had moved to a dedicated music studio, so no one could hear her in the hallway. Lu Cheng walked in front, knocked on the door, then stepped back, calmly waiting for Bai Qingyin to open it. Bai Qingyin opened the door, and was startled to see a crowd. So many people? Are you here to pick a fight? Lu Cheng rolled his eyes unceremoniously. Who has the time to pick a fight with you? Let me see your well-hidden treasure. Gu Qinghuan peeked in from the side, caught Ning Fu's eye, and raised his hand to greet her. Ning Fu, I'm here. You know her too? Lu Yi was shocked. No, we just met once. We just introduced ourselves. After answering, Gu Qinghuan ran over to Ning Fu, his eyes shining. I saw the show last night. It was amazing, wasn't it? How long have you been practicing? The three artists stared in surprise. Wow, they're talking about how long you practiced instead of how you did it. That's a presumption of Ning Fu's dedication. Ning Fu said sheepishly, not long. I just love playing different characters since I was little, and over time, I developed different voices. Can you imitate my voice? Gu Qinghuan asked. Ning Fu replied, I try. When she spoke again, her voice was already about 80% similar to Gu Qinghuan's. Gu Qinghuan was completely impressed and eagerly asked, I'd like to ask, If someone who loves to show off and flaunt their voice were using my voice, how would they speak? Ningfu thought for a moment. Then the pitch should be higher, and the intonation should be more focused, emphasizing the things you want to show off, like... Gu Qinghuan quickly pulled out his script. This line. Wait a minute. Bai Qingyin realized, you're here to see the instructor. Gu Qinghuan evaded the question. Sister Bai, we're visiting the various groups. Do you want to go see Yi Weiyu's group? Bai Qingyin was amused and folded her arms. Sure, let's go. On the way to Yi Weiyu's group, Lu Yi complained. Can't you just ask me for instructions? Gu Qinghuan said sincerely, your teaching is so difficult. I don't understand. Lu Yi had a solid foundation from a professional background, but there was a problem. In his mind, much of the content was common sense. Lu Jian is a top student who can force understanding with his knowledge and brains. Yu Yuan has studied piano for many years, so her knowledge of music theory can also come in handy. Only Gu Qinghuan was left useless. Lu Yi covered his face and reflected deeply. Because Gu Qinghuan's performance was so good, he had actually forgotten that this kid was just an ordinary high school freshman. He said solemnly, I changed my teaching method. I guarantee you understand. Gu Qinghuan struggled. Wouldn't it be better if I just imitated Ningfu? That was Ningfu playing your role, not you. Lu Yi said seriously, you have to create your own character based on your own understanding. Gu Qinghuan was silent for a moment, then sighed. The acting is so contagious. For a moment, I thought I was in some inspirational TV show about the entertainment industry. Lu Rong, who was listening in, laughed unceremoniously. A large group of people now arrived outside Yi Weiyu's group's practice room. While everyone was still in the hallway, a shrill soprano voice rang out. This dance move is better. Two other female voices rang out in quick succession. Your moves are too flashy. You just want to be the center of attention. Then another timid female voice. Everyone, stop arguing. Jiang Chuchu, who had moved her desk outside to practice calligraphy, saw Gu Qinghuan and the others, calmly pulled out her earbuds, and greeted everyone. Hello. Gu Qinghuan. No, that's not good at all. Chapter 147. Jiang Chuchu's calm demeanor clearly shocked everyone. Hello, what happened? Bai Qingyin spoke first. The situation inside wasn't suitable for my practice, so I came out, Jiang Chuchu replied. Everyone had watched last night's show and knew Jiang Chuchu's name. The artists had also done their own research and knew that she was the daughter of the Yongchang group. As for the students at Mingda, they were even more familiar with Jiang Chuchu's identity. Jiang Chuchu put down her brush and looked directly at Gu Qinghuan. You didn't bring any gifts? Gu Qinghuan dug into his pockets and pulled out 4 white rabbit candies. Candy? Sure, some sugar. Jiang Chuchu held out her hand. Gu Qinghuan ran over excitedly and placed the candy in Jiang Chuchu's hand. Oh yeah, Lu Yi remembered, you're the monitor of Class 3, and she's in Class 3 too. Chuchu is the discipline committee member of our class, Gu Qinghuan replied. Jiang Chuchu unwrapped a candy and stuffed it in her mouth. Are you here to see Yi Weiyu? Yes, to see how things are going. Lu Cheng gestured inside. It looks like your group isn't doing well. Jiang Chuchu didn't comment, then turned and opened the practice room door and went in. As the door opened, the noise intensified considerably, but the few people inside quickly noticed the crowd outside and quieted down. The tallest girl had a pair of sharp, almond-shaped eyes, and her glance was extremely aggressive. What's going on? Bai Qingyin led the way in. We're here to visit. She glanced around. Where's Yi Weiyu? The other 2 girls, dressed somewhat similarly, exchanged glances. The one with a hairpin in her bangs spoke first. Xiaoyu said he had something to do this morning and would be late. Let's rehearse first. The girl with the side ponytail followed suit. He'd be here soon. You guys wait a moment. Lin Xiaoxua had been standing quietly to the side, not interrupting at this moment. Gu Qinghuan leaned over to Jiang Chuchu and asked, what were the names of those 3 girls? I can't remember. Last night, her focus was on the verbal battle between Yi Weiyu's fans and the general audience. Later, she was preoccupied with Su Lin's fan backlash, so she hadn't memorized the names of the 3 dancers. Jiang Chuchu whispered, the tall one is the curling queen I'm talking about. Her name is Mei Qingying. Her mother is a renowned ballet dancer, and her father is the principal dancer of an orchestra. Xie Xiangxue said that, in terms of talent, Mei Qingying is undeniably number 1 among Mingda's dancers. The one with the hairpin is Mu Tianxiang, and the one with the side ponytail is Fang Xiao. They both excel at dancing, so they're naturally competitive. Mu Tianxiang is Yi Weiyu's mom fan, and Fang Xiao is his girlfriend fan. Whenever they have a disagreement, they argue furiously. It's just that Mei Qingying's been drawing the attention, so they haven't argued that often. Gu Qinghwan felt a headache listening to this. This situation is too complicated. Jiang Chuchu spread her hands. Fortunately, I'm in charge of the calligraphy performance. I can just focus on my own practice and don't have to worry about them. Li eavesdropped on Jiang Chuchu's words. It was remarkable that Yi Weiyu had gathered these people on the same team. Lu Cheng took out his phone and called. My agent seems to have exchanged contact information with Yi Weiyu. I should ask him to call Yi Weiyu over, so we can all get together and chat. Gu Qinghwan and Jiang Chuchu exchanged a glance, then secretly scurried off to a corner to post a message in the class group chat. Gu Qinghwan, Lu Rong has started. She's hinting that Yi Weiyu and Jin Ding's agent are having a private relationship. Jiang Chuchu, and she definitely broadcast this, since it explained why Yi Weiyu hasn't arrived yet. Bao Qingsong, understood. Keep an eye on the comments section tonight to see if anyone mentions this. If so, chime in. If not, I start a Smith account to mention it. Xie Xiangxue, I thought I heard you guys say you were going to call Yi Weiyu over? Hasn't he arrived yet? Gu Qinghwan, yes. Lu Rong is calling to let anyone know. Is anyone at the school gate? Keep an eye out. Lian Fenghe, I'm here. I take it on a club job today, and am here to manage the horticulture club's greenhouse, which is near the school gate. Jiang Chuchu, it took about 7 or 8 minutes to get here from the school gate. Once I'm sure Yi Weiyu has shown up, I find a topic to talk about. Once he arrives, it'd be a good time for him to have a word. Qin Yu, what topic can we use to lead Yi Weiyu into a suicidal situation? Bao Qingsong, from what I've seen recently, his most vulnerable point is his self-proclaimed excellence despite having no real achievements, right? Ai Ning, ha ha ha, what a truth. Jiang Chuchu, okay, I know what to say in that case. Jiang Chuchu put down her phone. Lu Rong had already finished her call, and said her agent had notified Yi Weiyu, and that he would be here soon. Everyone was standing there awkwardly, staring at each other. Gu Qinghwan then brought in a stack of cushions from outside. This practice room is primarily used for dance, so one wall is covered in mirrors, and the floor is covered with special carpeting, making it difficult to place chairs. The table Jiang Chuchu had brought out of the practice room was just a lightweight folding table covered with a water-based writing cloth. No ink was needed, just a bottle of water and a brush. Gu Qinghwan spread a cushion on the floor. Let's sit down and talk. Standing is too tiring. Lu Yi immediately came over to help. Let me do it. Although there were 4 groups, Lu Rong's and Bai Qingying's groups only had 2 people each. Li Yi's group, including screenwriter Wen Yi, actually made up 5 people. However, Lu Jian and Yi Yuan weren't here today, so it was just Lu Yi, Gu Qinghwan, and Wen Yi. Yi Weiyu's group ended up being the largest. Not counting him, there were 5 people present. The 4 groups sat in a circle and chatted. Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao were the most cautious, very much like the Yi Weiyu fans Gu Qinghwan had seen last night. They definitely had bad intentions towards me. Mu Tianxiang asked, what are you all here for? Bai Qingying spread her hands and said, the performers for each group have been decided. We learned about their respective performances from the program last night, and I wanted to check in on everyone's progress. Lu Rong said bluntly, you still want to show off your precious little one, right? The students' attention immediately shifted to Ning Fu. Judging from last night's performance, Ning Fu's performance was indeed the most outstanding. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Ning Fu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She nodded awkwardly, now looking as inconspicuous as usual. Lu Yi raised his hand and said frankly, actually, our group was originally visiting to check in on the other groups. Of course, another reason was that the other 2 performers weren't there today, so progress was temporarily stalled. So we decided to do something else to change our mood. Lu Cheng bluntly replied, our group came first. Since our performance is a recitation, I go check it out with the Bai group. Mu Tianxiang's expression brightened slightly after hearing the 3 artists' comments, but she remained wary and spoke in a stern tone. We have a lot to do, and may not have time to entertain you. If we're still in the choreography stage, we'd be busy. Bai Qingying nodded in understanding, but as soon as she finished speaking, Mei Qingying's face darkened. Lin Xiaoxue hesitantly said, well, the music hasn't been decided yet. We each submitted a song yesterday, and Mr. Yi said he would make the decision. Bai Qingying was stunned, and somewhat perplexedly asked everyone's question, so what are you arguing about? Mei Qingying replied bluntly, I wanted to see how good they were, and whether they could achieve the effect I was looking for. It turns out there's a huge difference. The practice room fell silent. Jiang Chuchu decisively pulled out a pair of spare earplugs and handed them to Gu Qinghwan, who quickly put them on. As soon as they put on their earplugs, Mu Tianxiang and Fan Xiao shouted, "What do you mean by huge discrepancy? It's obviously you who won't cooperate at all. Can you please consider the actual situation? This is Xiaoyu's stage, not just yours." Gu Qinghuan shook Jiang Chuchu's hand with a heavy expression. This was too bad. Chapter 148. Mei Qiying, Mu Tianxiang, and Fan Xiao started arguing, leaving Lin Xiaoxue bewildered. Jiang Chuchu pulled Gu Qinghuan aside. She wasn't worried about a fight, but simply wanted to get away from them. Lu Yi hesitated to step forward to break up the fight, but was pulled back by Bai Qiying. "You're not from the Yi group, don't go over there. They're just arguing. We see what happens if a fight breaks out." After that, Bai Qiying raised her chin towards Bai Han. "Pay attention. If they start fighting, stop them." Bai Han gave an obedient "oh." Lu Rong looked from Bai Han to Bai Qiying, a look of surprise on his face. "I remember you have a younger brother. Bai Hanshan's surname is also Bai. Could that mean? She's my sister. He's my brother." Bai Han and Bai Qiying answered almost simultaneously. The cameraman, whose two cameras were focused on this side, suddenly perked up. "Great, here comes the highlight." As for Mei Qiying and the others arguing, their segment wasn't really a highlight. Although there were cameras filming, Su Hanhai would most likely edit it out, otherwise it would damage Mingda's image and lower the quality of the show. Conflict isn't a bad thing, arguing is a form of communication, but pure bickering is boring. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu saw the noise subside over there, so they took off their earbuds and began to watch the live show. "I actually drafted your brother into the team." Lu Rong held his forehead, looking like he had a headache. Bai Qiying deliberately threatened her. "I have a complete overview of your show's progress. I'm sure it will win." Lu Rong lowered his hand. "You don't believe in your brother?" Bai Qiying was stumped. Bai Han sighed heavily beside her. "Are you planning to have your brother deliberately make a major mistake during his performance, so that my team loses to you?" Lu Chung pressed on. Gu Qinghuan poked Lu Yi, signaling with his eyes. "Go ahead. We can't give up." Lu Yi thought that made sense. "Our team is very confident in our program. I think if the opponent deliberately lets us down to lose, we won't be happy even if we win." Jiang Chuchu said slowly, "You don't want Ningfu to feel so embarrassed when she wins, do you?" Bai Qiying immediately corrected herself. "Of course not. We will win fair and square." Mu Tianxiang, who was still arguing with Mei Qiying nearby, heard this and immediately pointed the finger at her. "The winner will definitely be our Xiaoyu." At the same time, Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu received a notification in the class group chat. "Lianfenghe, Yi Weiyu is here." He asked the security guard to open the door and drove straight to the building. He'd be there soon. Luckily, Lianfenghe has good eyesight, and he saw Yi Weiyu roll down the window and reveal his face for security to verify his identity. Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu exchanged glances, just in time. Jiang Chuchu spoke, her tone tinged with irritation and displeasure. "Mu Tianxiang, I have to say, our group is the slowest progressing right now. The song hasn't been decided yet, and the dancers are constantly arguing. It's okay with me. Once the song is decided, I pick a poem or song that fits the theme, manage my writing time, and I complete my task. But you guys can't. Right now, it looks more likely that the show will be ruined by the dancers." Mu Tianxiang choked. She wanted to retort, but no words came out. In a panic, she blurted out, "No way. Xiaoyu will definitely find a way." It was at this moment that Yi Weiyu entered the practice room. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to Yi Weiyu. He was a little flustered, forcing a smile. What happened? Assistant Director Wu Changshao had learned this morning that Mei Qiying and the others had arrived separately from Yi Weiyu, so he assigned 2 camera crews and production managers to Ye's group. At this moment, the production manager, who had been pretending to be a statue in the practice room, came over and briefly explained the situation to Yi Weiyu. Yi Weiyu grew increasingly frustrated. He had only arrived a little late, and so much had happened. Why were none of these dancers reliable? Speaking of unreliable, he thought of Tang Huitsai. Last night, after Tang Huitsai ran away, no matter how many messages he sent her, she wouldn't reply, and when he called her, her phone was off. His agent quickly assigned him a new assistant, but she was nothing compared to Tang Huitsai. She only told him about the next day's schedule, a chaotic mess, completely lacking Tang Huitsai's thoughtfulness. He protested to his agent, demanding Tang Huitsai return, but he simply replied coldly, "Ms. Tang has her own things to do." Her own things? What could she possibly be doing? Didn't she like him? She should be doing things for him. Yi Weiyu was so upset, he couldn't sleep well the whole night. When the alarm went off that morning, he threw his phone away. When the production team contacted him, he simply said he had something to do that morning and would be late. He had already decided on the program framework. Couldn't the students make their own decisions? They could discuss who had chosen the most suitable song, and then choreograph the dance. Don't bother him with such trivial matters. With this thought in mind, Yi Weiyu took a nap in the hotel until Lu Rong's agent called him, and then he started to panic. The director had arranged a car for the production team and cameraman, and Yi Weiyu didn't have time to pack, so he followed in a hurry. Arriving at Mingda, he found the situation even worse than he imagined. Suddenly, Yi Weiyu wondered why he come to a school to babysit a bunch of minors. However, walking with the light was an official collaboration, and if he dared to walk away now, he would offend the authorities. He had no choice but to continue. He mentally prepared himself, then approached Mei Qingning and the others, putting on a businesslike smile. Sorry, I'm late because of something, and I delayed your progress. Let's decide which song to choose now. Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao were immediately moved. One thought Yi Weiyu was a sensible and kind child, the other thought he was considerate and gentle. Mei Qingning immediately played her chosen song on her phone, and spent several minutes describing her choreography and stage effects. Following Mei Qingning, Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao also introduced their own song selections and choreography. It was obvious that, besides being inadequate, their preparations weren't as good as Mei Qingning's. As for Lin Xiaoxue, she was clearly just going through the motions, intending to choose from the other three proposals. Yi Weiyu didn't care. Lin Xiaoxue had been recommended by Yan Zhengqin, so as long as she didn't cause any trouble, he didn't care. Let's just follow Mei Qingning's plan, Yi Weiyu said solemnly. Do you understand? Mu Tianxiang pursed her lips. Fang Xiao was a little reluctant, but since their idol had said so, they could only nod and agree. Jiang Chuchu felt like fuming at this. He didn't explain his reasons for his choice, and yet he expected others to understand? Did he treat them like worms in his stomach? Besides, Mei Qingning was indeed thoughtful, but just from her description, Jiang Chuchu could already imagine how complex the choreography must be. With Mu Tianxiang, Fang Xiao, and Lin Xiaoxue's abilities, could they perform such a dance? And how complete could they possibly be in such a short time? Jiang Chuchu frowned and asked Yi Weiyu, is that the decision? Yi Weiyu seemed oblivious to her skepticism and smiled. Yes, you can also choose the appropriate poem based on the music. Jiang Chuchu wanted to roll her eyes. She suspected Yi Weiyu wasn't paying attention at all. If he couldn't keep up, he might even blame the students. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuchu winked at Gu Qinghuan. Come on, it's our turn to perform. Chapter 149. Gu Qinghuan understood and immediately said, So, Chu, your group's program has been finalized. We be busy now. I think it's a bit uncertain. Jiang Chuchu looked at Yi Weiyu and the others with a speechless expression. Given our group's current situation, it seems we won't be able to keep up. Bai Qingyin and Lu Cheng realized something, but without looking at each other, they tacitly avoided joining the conversation at the right time. Bai Qingyin leaned over first. Can't keep up? She stroked her chin. It's possible. Yi Weiyu's face grimaced. I trust my teammates. They be fine. Trust isn't just words, Bai Qingyin said sharply. You couldn't even make it to the shoot on time today. If I were your teammate, I wouldn't believe you. The cameraman was filming with gusto, and the artists were arguing. That was the real fun. Bai Qingyin's retort left Yi Weiyu speechless. Fortunately, Lu Cheng intervened. He has his own things to do. Since he told me in advance, it's not a big deal. Lu Cheng glanced at the nervous Mei Qingyin and the others and continued. Besides, Yi Weiyu has already decided on the songs to perform. We just need to follow the steps. Jiang Chuchu interrupted, but this step by step. It seems a bit difficult to achieve. If anyone else had said this, Yi Weiyu would have definitely accused them of meddling, but since Jiang Chuchu was his teammate, Yi Weiyu couldn't refute her. Lu Cheng pretended to think for a moment, then smiled and said, How about this? My program is pretty easy. I help oversee Yi Weiyu's side. She vaguely mentioned, he's still a newbie, after all, and inexperienced. Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath. If Yi Weiyu heard this, wouldn't he be furious? Jiang Chuchu had expected Yi Weiyu to refuse out of pride, but after a few seconds of hesitation, he gratefully agreed. Thank you, Sister Lu. Come to think of it, Yi Weiyu had always wanted to climb the Jin Ding ladder, and the opportunity to interact more with Lu Rong would be exactly what he wanted. Bai Qingyin said nonchalantly, Then you help me. I've shown off enough and need to get back to rehearsals. Ning Fu and I will definitely take first place. Lu Rong simply smiled and didn't respond, turning back to discuss things with Yi Weiyu. Gu Qinghuan asked Jiang Chu. Now that he's here, we should prepare properly, right? This meant that everyone at school could start keeping an eye on him. Jiang Chu understood. Well, I get to work on it too. Let's start by selecting the appropriate poem based on the song. In other words, her approach would depend on Yueyu's movements. Luyi approached Wenyi, who had remained silent. Now that we rested enough, it's time to get to work. The student union has notified me to pick up the props. Shall we go and study the stage set together? Okay. Gu Qinghuan agreed immediately, looking at Jiang Chu reluctantly. Let me know if anything comes up. Don't eat the melon alone. Share it in the group chat. She wants to see the fun, too. Jiang Chu patted her shoulder. Go on. The four groups went their separate ways. Gu Qinghuan and Luyi went to the student union to move the props. Wenyi came to help. While the camera wasn't facing them, Wenyi whispered, that celebrity named Yueyu doesn't seem like a good person. Gu Qinghuan looked around, making sure the PD was away, then asked him quietly, why do you think so? I've been studying speaking skills lately to improve my script, Wenyi explained. He clearly made the decision just now, but he's trying to convince others to understand. He's effectively taking away their right to object. He's manipulating their thinking. Gu Qinghuan remained non-committal. My only advice is to stay away from him. Wenyi nodded. He had no real connection with Gu Qinghuan, so he just wanted to give her a heads up. Since she already had her head in the clouds, there was no need to elaborate. The following day, Luyi, Gu Qinghuan, and Wenyi found a secluded open space and began planning the set. Luyi's mini classroom for actors resumed. When filming a TV show or movie, the director will arrange multiple camera positions to select the most appropriate angles. However, in a live performance, the audience's position remains fixed, so the set design must carefully consider the audience's perspective. It was just a few sets of tables and chairs, but Luyi helped when he arranged the positions, and had Gu Qinghuan stand in the audience area to see how it would look. After a long day of repeated adjustments, they finally finalized the set. Gu Qinghuan stood beside the tables and chairs, looking back at where he had stood before. A sudden surge of nervousness washed over him. What should I do? My legs are a bit weak right now. Don't look at the audience. Look at your fellow performers. Imagine the audience doesn't exist. Luyi turned Gu Qinghuan's head around. Distractions mean you're not focused enough. Look at me! Read your lines. Gu Qinghuan, is it too late to run away now? Of course not. Thankfully, despite his strictness, Luyi wasn't pushy. For now, he only wanted Gu Qinghuan to adapt to the stage. After when he helped with the set, he excused himself, saying he had something to do. Gu Qinghuan and Luyi, with their 200 yuan meal allowance, ran to a nearby restaurant for some zhuzhapot. Luyi glanced at the crowd, then at Gu Qinghuan, who was unfazed and focused on eating, and said, if only I could channel the same concentration you have when eating into my performance. Gu Qinghuan spat out the chicken feet bones and continued, then I just imagine myself eating next time I perform. Luyi, not really. I'm mainly worried she'd get nauseous on stage. During lunch, the electronic catalog of clothing arrived, and Li shared it with the group's small group chat for everyone to choose from. Lu Jian and Gu Qinghuan both chose a school uniform, a dark blue and light blue color block jacket-like uniform with long sleeves and long pants. Yu Yuan preferred a school uniform that resembled a baseball jacket, also color-blocked, but in a beige and light green combination. Although the odds were 2-1, Yu Yuan insisted, the outfit you chose is cool-toned, which doesn't match the style of our skit. Plus, the jacket is too stuffy. When the stage lights shine on it, it'd definitely be scorching hot. Lu Jian, will it be very hot? It's December, and I'm afraid of the cold. Yu Yuan, it's very hot. The stage lighting will be so strong you won't be able to see clearly downstage. Plus, the jacket's stiff texture will affect your movements during the performance. Luyi, I agree with Yu Yuan on this point. However, I can bring you both outfits tomorrow, so you can try them on before making a decision. There's still time. That's not bad. Gu Qinghuan nodded secretly, then saw Luyi post. So, which outfit should I choose? Gu Qinghuan, a shirt and tie is classic. Lu Jian, a V-neck sweater over it. Preppy style. Yu Yuan, by the way, we still have to choose clothes as parents, right? The group chat suddenly became lively. Seeing them chatting animatedly, Li silently messaged his assistant, send all my outfits over tomorrow, and let's choose on the spot. Chapter 150. Gu Qinghuan didn't stay at school that afternoon, so Li told her to go home and rest so she could focus on tomorrow's joint rehearsal. Watching Li and Gu Qinghuan say goodbye, The PD asked. Actually, why don't you two rehearse first? With your level, Lui, you should be able to play all the roles. Li said frankly, I can do it, but Gu Qinghuan and the other two students need to get used to each other. If they get used to my acting first, they might not be used to it tomorrow. For the school's New Year's Eve party, it's better to let the students showcase their unique talents. That way, they'd be more comfortable performing. The PD secretly gave Li a thumbs up. Although he seemed silly at times, when it came to acting, Li was truly serious and dedicated. The afternoon was relatively uneventful. Seeing that Yueyu didn't have much to monitor, Jiang Chuchu told everyone to go back, and she would monitor him herself. Gu Qinghuan spent her time at home thinking about how to perform, practicing on her own, and reading the progress Jiang Chuchu posted in the group chat. By the time tonight's show airs, the comments and barrage will be much more lively. Team Lu is so hardworking. They arrived on time at 7 a.m. on Saturday morning, and without a word, they just started practicing. Team Bai is really dedicated too. They actually started with physical training. Sigh, the speed at which Sister Ningfu's voice changes is truly shocking. Team Le called the screenwriter over. It's actually a younger brother, and he looks pretty handsome. Team Yi. Oh my god, I feel so bad for the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. This is both pathetic and hilarious. Why hasn't YWY come out yet? Take care of the fans. From here on, the comments and barrage took a turn for the worse. During yesterday's show, one of Yueyu's reasons for inviting Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao was because they were his fans. Now that things have gotten this far, while some are criticizing Mei Qingning for being too harsh, many of Yueyu's fans feel that Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao's bickering is truly embarrassing for the fans. Baoqing Song. Someone's already found Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao's accounts and is cursing. Xie Xiangxue, how horrible. How could someone curse them for breaking their legs? For dancers, legs are really not something to worry about. Aining, are these people crazy? Why aren't they scolding Yueyu for not doing anything? Qinyu, why are people scolding Chu Chu? Jiang Chu Chu, she's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and she doesn't even care. She's like a coward. Qinyu, don't look. I'm reporting it. Jiang Chu Chu, that really made me laugh. Jiang Chu Chu, I'm going to send a lawyer's letter. Less than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chu Chu's account posted a post, directly displaying screenshots of the accounts that had insulted her, along with a lawyer's letter. Jiang Chu Chu, you have 2 hours to delete the inappropriate comments and apologize separately, or I will sue the platform for your personal information. And Yueyu, manage your followers. The class chat was silent for a few minutes. Ming Xiaolan, the Discipline Inspection Commission is so cool. Yao Shaili, so cool. I got some writing material. Uxian, Chu Chu, are you okay? Jiang Chu Chu, I'm fine. My brother's already handling it. Gu Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family is truly domineering. Gu Qinghuan, those idiots, YWY, must have hit a wall, ha ha ha. Gu Qinghuan, what I'm saying is, as the team's founder, YWY should be responsible for managing the players. Why is he blaming a bunch of little girls? Jiang Chu Chu, what are you doing? Gu Qinghuan, I'm showing you something fun. Oh, and I also saw this. Picture Gu Qinghuan posted a netizen-made meme, a screenshot of Yueyu's expression after listening to the PD's explanation, with the caption, Did I offend you? Jiang Chu Chu, puff. Qinyu, you're right, this meme is so fitting for our class. Su Xinghe, that's right, he offended us. The accounts Jiang Chu Chu had targeted quickly deleted their posts and apologized. The less courageous ones simply shut down their accounts and ran away. Jiang Chu Chu's scam boosted her fame and gained a significant number of fans. Yueyu's popularity plummeted, while the other 3 groups were generally normal. The Lui group wasn't fully present today, so their screen time was significantly reduced. At first, some people found Gu Qinghuan's attempts to join in the fun annoying, but after a few groups had finished, the audience's attitude changed. My sister truly has a wide range of connections. I begged my sister once again to lend me her mouth. When the phrase "How long have you practiced?" came out, by Qingyin, Lu Cheng, and Li Yi's expressions changed. If I heard that, I have cried. It felt like my hard work had been recognized. She and the eldest daughter of the Jiang family are both so adorable together. They're adorable sharing candy, and they're adorable sharing earplugs. They're truly good friends. However, the audience praised Lu Cheng the most, as she had taken over the supervisory duties of the Yi group. Lu Cheng's fans were putting Yueyu's fans down, and coupled with Jiang Chuchu's earlier at ing of Yueyu, Yueyu's fanbase suddenly became a hot topic. People have many reasons for chasing idols, but aside from some extreme fans, most people don't want to fall in love with someone with a problem. This is exactly what Yueyu is like now. His perfunctory approach to the show and his irresponsibility to his teammates stand in stark contrast to the other three groups. This has caused fans to wonder, is this guy still worth liking? If Tang Huasai were to answer, it would be not. She hadn't rested during the day yesterday, so after watching the show that evening, she rushed to the Tang family's nearest studio and stayed up all night, furiously sketching. She had no time to eat, so she opened a few bottles of meal replacement shakes and continued sketching while drinking them. It wasn't until tonight, when Tang Huasai remembered that Ningfu would appear on the show, that she temporarily left the studio. She then witnessed Yueyu's current state. She could easily guess that Yueyu had originally intended for her to select the songs and then communicate with the other members. Now that she left, and Yueyu's relationship with his agent wasn't good, things were naturally in shambles. It's amazing. Yesterday, she was still agonizing over Yueyu, but today she's practically a joke. Tang Huasai pondered this, downing another meal replacement shake. She decided to use her mother's credit card and head to Yunjin Building for a spa treatment. A good rest would allow her to draw in a more perfect state. She swiped her phone twice, rewatching the clip of Ningfu and Gu Qinghuan's conversation. A new inspiration struck her, and she quickly opened her notes and jotted down. Buzz. Lu Rong's phone vibrated. She opened WeChat and saw a message from Yueyu. Sister Lu, have you seen what's going on online? He really came to see her, Lu Rong thought, nervously replying, I saw it. This is going to be bad if it keeps going on. Please deal with it quickly. Yueyu, my relationship with my agent is bad. He said this was my fault and told me to handle it myself. Yueyu, but I really don't know what to do. Sister Lu, how do you handle situations like this? Lu Rong scoffed and replied slowly, I never encountered a problem like yours. I don't have any experience. Yueyu was silent for several minutes before sending a new message. Sister Lu, could you ask your agent for help? Here it comes. Lu Rong sat up straighter. Well, I can't say. After all, you're from Jinxiu culture. Asking Jin Ding for help isn't appropriate, right? Yueyu, I can't help it. Jinxiu culture is going too far. Lu Rong, I can't make the decision. Why don't you ask him yourself and see what he says? Yueyu, okay, sorry to bother you, Sister Lu. After ending contact with Yueyu, Lu Rong breathed a sigh of relief. She lay in her chair for a long moment before sending a message to Bai Han. How are the preparations going? She was asking about the official small moves against Jin Ding, asking if they were ready. Bai Han replied in the agreed-upon code, not bad. Lu Rong, then let's start tomorrow. I'm almost done here. Yueyu went to see Jin Ding's agent. Based on Lu Cheng's understanding of agents, Jin Ding wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Not to mention that Yueyu was a promising prospect for Jinxiu culture, and could even give Jinxiu culture a run for its money. Bai Han replied, okay. The fish has taken the bait. Time to start casting the net. Chapter 151. The public opinion sparked by Walking with the Light on Saturday night hadn't subsided until Sunday morning. Or rather, it had only intensified. Jiang Chuchu's lawyer's letter warning had clearly garnered considerable support. Even when Yueyu posted a midnight post about restraining his fans and apologizing, he was savaged by night owls, and even made the top 5 trending searches for that time period. Why didn't he apologize sooner? He deliberately chose the middle of the night, when no one was around. It's not sincere at all, the top comment even directly questioned. If the girl didn't have the backing of Yongchang Group, would you apologize? While Gu Qinghuan, Yi Yuan, and Lu Jian were busy playing Miracle Wings on Sunday morning, the official website of Walking with the Light issued a statement regarding the situation, urging viewers to view the show with caution. At the same time, the various cooperating officials also stepped in, stating their commitment to strengthening the online ecosystem and launching an investigation. AAA, Brother G, this time it's not that I don't want to do it, it's just that I can't. Ji Sheng took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled heavily, his face filled with disdain. He'd been a manager at Jin Ding for so many years, and only Lu Rong had become a prominent figure under his wing. Unfortunately, this woman was disobedient, and he hadn't benefited much in recent years. Unexpectedly, when Lu Rong participated in a program, someone approached him. Ji Sheng's impression of Yueyu was just that, a young, energetic newcomer who thought he was so great, but in reality, his greed and arrogance were all too apparent. That didn't matter, At least he had a good appearance. He knew a boss who liked Yi Weiyu's type. Yi Weiyu seemed eager to leave Jinxiu culture, and Jin Ding didn't mind paying the penalty, but they had to first confirm that Yi Weiyu was worth the price. Ji Sheng's priority was to stabilize Yi Weiyu. Jinxiu culture's agent's reluctance to care for him was perfectly fine. His timely assistance would surely strengthen Yi Weiyu's loyalty. He urged Yi Weiyu to apologize late at night and appear haggard and aggrieved on the show today. After tonight's show aired, he would release evidence of his discord with Jinxiu culture and shift all his problems onto the company. Yi Weiyu's poor performance stemmed from the incompetent agent and assistant assigned to him by Jinxiu culture. The assistant focused solely on personal matters, neglected his work responsibilities, and the agent ignored him. After mobilizing public sympathy, Jin Ding could then step forward to criticize him and, naturally, recruit Yi Weiyu, which would improve Yi Weiyu's reputation. So now we need to recruit some trolls to inflict even more abuse on Yi Weiyu. The more severe the abuse he endures now, the more likely it is that once the truth comes out, people will find excuses to exonerate Yi Weiyu out of guilt and a desire for compensation, allowing him to escape the infamy in one fell swoop. The problem is, now that the authorities have suddenly announced an investigation, the trolls won't dare to continue. Ji Sheng simply thinks they're being overly cautious. With so many trolls under their belt, are they just targeting this one group? Don't they know how to divert the authorities to investigate other companies? Once, when Jinding was about to be audited, they used this tactic to divert the authorities to investigate another company. He shook off the ash from his cigarette and sent a message to the trolls. Really not doing it. AAA, you should find someone else. Ji Sheng didn't say much. They're just tools. If they're not good enough, just find another one. He contacted several more online scammers, and finally found one willing to take on the job, asking for a slightly higher price than usual. After Ji Sheng had negotiated, he sent the bill directly to Yi Weiyu. Yi Weiyu had been quite pleased with Ji Sheng's plan, but when he saw the bill, he was stunned. Why do you want me to pay? Ji Sheng, oh? The question mark made Yi Weiyu's scalp tingle, and he quickly changed his tone. Sorry, I never dealt with anything like this before. Ji Sheng, you're not a Jinding employee now, so how can you use the company's account? Or do you want me to pay for your help? Xiuya, that's not how it works, right? Yi Weiyu, no, of course not. Brother Ji, you misunderstood. I'm just inexperienced. Of course, I pay for this. Yi Weiyu reluctantly transferred the money from his own account to Ji Sheng, rounding it up. The extra money is for Brother Ji's hard work. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Ji. Ji Sheng simply accepted the money, and didn't contact him again. Yi Weiyu rubbed his face, walked out of the bathroom, and returned to the practice room. Jiang Chuchu looked up at Yi Weiyu, knowing he must have been up to something in the restroom. Unfortunately, she couldn't follow him there. Mei Qingying, worthy of being the king of dance, had already prepared the complete choreography last night, and was directly teaching Mu Tianxiang and the others how to dance today. Maybe it was because of the fans scolding last night, but Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao came this morning with red eyes, and were much quieter during practice. They danced to Mei Qingying's instructions, but as Jiang Chuchu had expected, keeping up with her level was indeed a challenge. Thankfully, Mei Qingying was very serious when teaching, and she didn't curse or quit if someone couldn't teach her. Practicing session after session like this was quite effective. The girls had been practicing for a long time, and it was time for a break. Jiang Chuchu put down her pen and asked casually, Mr. Yi, don't you need to practice? Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao, who had been exhausted, suddenly perked up, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Yi Weiyu. The advantage of being in a group with an idol is that you get to see their performance live. Yi Weiyu felt a little embarrassed. Last night, after Jiang Chuchu asked him to manage his fans, his agent immediately called, scolded him for causing trouble, and then hurried off to pass on a message to the Jiang family. Several of his endorsements also sent messages, politely stating that they would consider renewing their contracts after the current contracts expired. It was then that he truly realized the significance of the Jiang family behind Jiang Chuchu. So now that Jiang Chuchu had spoken, he didn't dare to refuse outright. He simply smiled and said, I'm practicing at the hotel tonight, but since you mentioned it, I practice some more. It had to be said that Yi Weiyu was indeed a true talent who had emerged from talent shows. Even with just headphones and the accompanying instrumental, he could sing with flying colors. Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao were thrilled, and after Yi Weiyu finished, they applauded vigorously. Mei Qingying nodded, as long as Yi Weiyu didn't hold her back. Lin Xiaoxue, on the other hand, had been texting on her phone while Yi Weiyu was singing, not really listening. Yi Weiyu felt a little uncomfortable seeing Lin Xiaoxue's expression. Should he at least show some reaction? But remembering that Yin Zhengqing was standing behind her, Yu held back again. He consoled himself by saying he could hold it in for a few more days. Once this show was over, he could leave Jinxiu culture and head to Jinding, where he would naturally honor Yin Zhengqing. Jiang Chuchu excused herself from practice and went out for a walk to rest. She found a quiet spot to check the class chat. Jiang Chuchu, what's the situation now? Uxian, something's not right. Too many people are cursing Yu, and the cursing is going too far. Su Xinghe, indeed, although it was quite enjoyable at first, the more I watched, the more it started to feel off. Ming Xiaolin, I observed it for a while, and it seems like it's the same group of people, repeating the same old things over and over again. Yao Shaili, I infiltrated Yu's fan group. The atmosphere there is very subtle. Even though some people have left, the remaining ones seem to be getting increasingly paranoid and crazy. Bao Song, I get it. This is fan abuse. Chapter 152. Qin Yu, fan abuse? Su Xinghe, to put it simply, it's the whole world is treating my idol badly. My idol is in a terrible state, and only we, the fans, can protect him. Xie Xiangxue, that's indeed the situation right now. So, was he being abused intentionally? Su Xinghe, it should be said that Yu asked for the abuse last night, but the abuse now is particularly excessive, and that's intentional. Song Yi, he deliberately allowed himself to be abused like this? Why? Yao Shaili, let me analyze this. According to what Su Xinghe just said, fan abuse is intended to make fans more sympathetic to the idol, which in turn will inspire them to continue supporting the idol. Su Xinghe, yes, that's what's called fan retention. Yao Shaili, but it can't just keep on being abused, right? Now these comments have reached the point of smear campaigns. I can't stand it. The people in Class 3 are well aware that Yi Weiyu was pushed forward to replace Lu Rong, to be tied up with Jin Ding and thrown into the abyss. But even the people in Class 3 couldn't stand it, let alone ordinary netizens, Bao Song, reporting. The latest developments, some netizens have already started to refute the comments, saying things like, Yi Weiyu certainly didn't do a good job, but he shouldn't have deserved this kind of treatment. Yao Shaili, I see, that's the effect the people manipulating these comments are going for. As long as they can clear the dirt on Yi Weiyu later, they can turn the tables in one fell swoop. It's like in a mystery novel, where the person who appears to be the real culprit is ultimately revealed to be a complete frame-up, and they receive everyone's comfort and sympathy. Uxian at Gu Qinghuan, can you ask by Qingyin? Check on the situation. Gu Qinghuan, what's going on? Jiang Chuchu, scroll up. Gu Qinghuan, I finished reading. Wait a minute, I go check on the situation. Although Uxian told her to ask by Qingyin, Gu Qinghuan thought for a few seconds and decisively contacted Bao Rujian. Everyone was busy filming the show right now. If anyone noticed, she and Bai Qingyin would be sending and receiving messages at the same time, and the news would leak out, which would be disastrous. On the other hand, Gu Qinghuan was convinced that the situation was under official control. Bao Rujian was startled by Gu Qinghuan's sudden call, and even more shocked after seeing Gu Qinghuan's question. Bao Rujian, at this moment, my desire to arrest Gu Qinghuan and force him to apply for the police academy reached its peak. She consulted with people from other departments, gathered their opinions, and then responded, the group currently launching verbal attacks against Yi Weiyu is indeed organized. This troll army is currently under surveillance by the internet police, and they have undercover agents infiltrating the group to determine who orchestrated it. Gu Qinghuan, is it Lu Rong's agent? Bao Rujian, that's our suspicion, but to hold anyone accountable, we need clear evidence. Gu Qinghuan thought, the authorities are also working very hard. Unlike her, who has the system in hand and can act directly after confirmation. She continued, are we just going to watch Yi Weiyu proceed as planned? While everyone's goal is indeed to deeply bind Yi Weiyu and Jin Ding, if things continue like this, Yi Weiyu will be whitewashed for a while Jinxiu culture will also be criticized, not to mention the netizens' perception. Thinking this way, I felt quite unconvinced. Bao Rujian set a smiley face. Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. Our focus has never been Yi Weiyu, but Jin Ding, right? Gu Qinghuan was a little surprised. Neither his expression nor his tone resembled Bao Rujian's. Did someone else behind the account? Judging by her persuasive tone, she might even be a leader. She replied docilely, okay, we keep our composure. Gu Qinghuan returned to the class chat and shared the official conclusions, reassuring everyone. Some of the students in Class 3 quickly figured it out, while others needed more time. Uxian asked everyone to refrain from commenting at this time, and to avoid excessive subjectivity. UXIN. Whatever happens between celebrities, fans, and ordinary viewers is outside our scope. Mingxiuan. That's right. The official mission is to investigate Jin Ding, and ours is to tie Yi Weiyu to Jin Ding. Bao Song. And our mission overlaps with Lu Rong's. We're just taking advantage of the situation. We can actively participate, but there's no need to be too persistent. Su Xinghe. That's right. Why not vote for the class monitor and the discipline inspection commission? Jiang Chuchu. Gu Qinghuan. What do you mean by devoting? Su Xinghe. It's short for devoting, awarding a vote, meaning to give you some popularity. Jiang Chuchu. I don't want it. Gu Qinghuan declined. After Su Xinghe's interruption, the atmosphere in the class group relaxed considerably. The students who hadn't figured it out finally understood. Everyone's just here to join in the fun, and the point is to have fun. If you're not having fun, there's no point in forcing yourself to join in. It's better to find something else to enjoy. After a full day of rehearsals, all 4 groups made quite good progress. The evening show was broadcast, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious than the previous night, making one wonder if the verbal spat was real. After a day of abuse, Yi Weiyu's fans were deeply moved by their idol's seriousness and responsibility that evening, and they were even more convinced that yesterday's incident was just a fluke. Fans spontaneously organized themselves, using the comments section to promote Yi Weiyu to passers-by, attempting to prove that yesterday's problems had a reason and weren't Yi Weiyu's fault. Indeed, many passers-by, having watched Yi Weiyu being harshly criticized during the day and then watching the show at night, felt that Yi Weiyu was apparently quite normal and might have been framed. So, out of pity, they sided with Yi Weiyu. Ji Sheng, it's about time. Yi Weiyu hesitated. Isn't it too soon? Ji Sheng, what's so fast? You only been filming the show for a few days? Why don't you seize the opportunity? Ji Sheng, look at your agent, assistant, and Jinxiu culture. Have they helped you in any way today? Seeing the word assistant gave Yi Weiyu a sting. He opened his phone and looked at the chat box between him and Tang Huicai. Tang Huicai hadn't replied to him yet, completely refusing to offer any explanation. His eyes grew fierce and determined. She was the one who let go first. So, it's no wonder he did something to protect himself. He messaged Ji Sheng. Let's get started. Jinxiu culture. Yi Weiyu's agent, Wei Chenzhou, worked all day. First, he confirmed that the Jiang family wasn't angry. However, Jiang Yuxuan, the eldest son of the Jiang family, did indeed threaten to investigate those who dared to go to Jiang Chuchu's place and cause trouble. Wei Chenzhou had to apologize profusely, swearing that this had nothing to do with Yi Weiyu or Jinxiu culture, and only then did he barely escape being implicated. In addition, Wei Chenzhou worked hard to maintain relationships with several brands that had signed endorsement contracts with Yi Weiyu, ensuring that they wouldn't at least consider him in breach of contract and demand his immediate termination. After all this, Wei Chenzhou was relieved to see that Yi Weiyu's performance on the show was okay. Just as she was about to rest, she received a call from the assistant newly assigned to Yi Weiyu. The assistant panicked on the phone. Wei, Sister Wei, this is bad. Check the trending searches. Wei Chenzhou, filled with a foreboding, opened the trending search list and scrolled down a few items before a line of text caught her attention. The evidence of Yi Weiyu's mistreatment by Jinxiu culture was confirmed. Wei Chenzhou's vision darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table. The pain in her palm sobered her up a bit. She clicked on the trending search, found the expose, and read it quickly. She was silent for several minutes before calling her superiors. This time, it's my fault, Wei Chenzhou said gravely, but Yi Weiyu can't be kept. Chapter 153. The Class 3 chat room was buzzing with activity. Bao Song, he did it. He really did it. Uxian, calm down. Yi Weiyu and Jin Ding can't be officially tied together until Jin Ding officially declares its stance. Xiexiangxue, although the trending search is titled Real Hammer, I don't think Jinxiu culture can explain away all this so-called evidence. Jiang Chuchu, that's exactly the effect we're aiming for. With both sides offering their own explanations, the truth doesn't really matter. It all comes down to which side netizens want to believe. This also suggests that Yi Weiyu and Jinxiu culture didn't get along, giving Yi Weiyu even more reason to break up with them. For netizens, whether it's the artist or the company, it's none of their business, they're just there to watch the fun. On the other hand, after a day of fan abuse, fans are naturally more willing to believe their idols have been wronged. All the accumulated resentment and heartache suddenly dissolved into anger and accusations directed at Jinxiu culture. Jinxiu culture's response was incredibly quick. Less than half an hour after the hard evidence was released, they issued a concise statement, stating that they were compiling the relevant evidence and expected to release it within an hour. Gu Qinghwan, why another hour? Yao Shaili, I have school tomorrow, but I can't stop refreshing. Su Xinghe, my all-powerful class monitor, does anyone have any information I can ask? I'm so anxious to not get this melon. Gu Qinghwan, who can I contact? Ah. Qin Yu, no way, you can actually find someone. Jiang Chuchu, I think I know who she's looking for. Gu Qinghwan, wait for my news. Having hurriedly posted the message in the class group, Gu Qinghwan quickly dug out the business card Tang Huitai had given her, requested a friend request, and added her own name. In less than 3 minutes, Tang Huitai accepted her friend request. Gu Qinghwan began to act. Miss Tang, I saw the news online. It said that the assistant assigned by Jinxiu Culture treated Yi Weiyu badly. Is this referring to you? If necessary, I can help to testify. This wasn't a lie. Gu Qinghwan remembered clearly that Tang Huitai had gone to such lengths to buy Yi Weiyu a hot chocolate. How could she possibly treat him badly? It's natural to seek information while also upholding justice. Tang Huitai's message was quick. Thank you for your kindness, but don't worry, Jinxiu has already informed me. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. Gu Qinghwan quickly sent a message. Is the situation serious now? Would Yi Weiyu continue filming the show? Tang Huitai, the show should continue, but not necessarily as a Jinxiu Culture artist. Tang Huitai actually didn't plan to continue participating in this matter. She sent a few design drafts to her mother today, and received a rare compliment. Now that she found inspiration, there was no need to wait until the 1-year agreement expired. She no longer needed Yi Weiyu, and was packing her things to return to the Tang family. While her mother said she wait and see, she couldn't let anyone smear her. She naturally assigned someone to suppress the online comments. Gu Qinghwan had reached out to her and defended her, and Tang Huitai was quite touched. Even though she was still a child, she was much more responsible than someone else. So, she also let him slip a few details, hoping Gu Qinghwan would understand and distance himself from Yi Weiyu on the show. Gu Qinghwan replied, I understand. Thank you, Miss Tang. She immediately returned to the class chat to celebrate. Jinxiu Culture has decided to dump Yi Weiyu. The class chat was instantly flooded with countless messages about fireworks, interspersed with celebratory emojis. With the conclusion now established, everyone stopped frantically refreshing Jinxiu Culture's official account. Those who needed to go to bed went to sleep, but Bao Qingsong and Yao Shaili, 2 night owls, remained steadfastly awaiting official news. Gu Qinghwan had been rehearsing all day and was quite tired. She told Bao Qingsong and Yao Shaili not to stay up too late and went back to bed. The next morning, Gu Qinghwan heard the alarm go off, but without even opening her eyes, she fumbled for her phone, unlocked it with a habitual movement, and read the message Jinxiu Culture had posted the previous night. Jinxiu Culture did not directly refute the allegations made by the marketing account, but instead released the training plan specifically designed for Yi Weiyu since signing the contract. Every detail was meticulously considered, and it was immediately clear they were aiming to establish Yi Weiyu as a talented, versatile star. The instructors they invited were also renowned in their fields. At the same time, at Yi Weiyu's request, Jinxiu Culture arranged several variety shows for him, secured him suitable endorsements, and released a breakdown of his performance since signing the contract. In short, Jinxiu Culture has done its utmost to honor him. If this is considered harsh treatment, it simply means the two parties are not on the same page. This not on the same page was exactly what Yi Weiyu wanted. In response to Jinxiu Culture's statement, Yi Weiyu sounded aggrieved and regretful, stating that he truly couldn't adapt to Jinxiu Culture's arrangements, and that the two sides had many differences in development philosophies. Immediately afterwards, Jin Ding's official account posted a highly suggestive post. Fans, already grieving for Yi Weiyu, took notice and flocked to Jin Ding's homepage, asking if they were trying to poach him. Jin Ding didn't offer a direct response, but did like one of the comments. Fans were immediately overjoyed, praising Jin Ding as unique and incomparable. Some even went directly to Lu Rong's homepage to call him senior, asking him to take good care of Yi Weiyu, their junior. Gu Qinghwan grew more sober the more she watched, her stomach starting to feel a bit uneasy. She got up, changed, and while washing up, she messaged Lu Yi, has last night's incident been resolved? Lu Yi, you didn't wake up to gossip, did you? Gu Qinghwan replied guiltily, with a you're so smart emoji. Lu Yi, we talk in person at school. Gu Qinghwan quickly packed up, quickly finishing the candy triangles Wang Jian had bought, and the millet porridge Gu Haiyan had cooked. I'm going to school. After 3 episodes of the show, Gu Qinghwan, wearing her Mingda uniform again, was quickly recognized on the bus, and some even greeted her. However, if someone tried to take a photo, Gu Qinghwan would immediately cover her face with her hands, feigning shyness and avoiding the camera. People nearby would think she was shy and tell them to stop. Gu Qinghwan then lowered her hands and smiled at the person who had helped her. As a minor, appearing on television was inherently sensitive, and she had to be mindful of protecting her image rights. Gu Qinghwan was surprisingly the first to arrive at school today. Lu Jian and Yuan arrived at the office shortly after, both looking rather down. Gu Qinghwan studied him for a moment. "What time did you go to bed last night?" Lu Jian coughed softly. "Not long, maybe around 12. Yuan hunched her neck and didn't reply. She stayed up past 1, so not being late was a good thing. When Li arrived, the three of them were excited. He must know more inside information. Li pretended not to notice and feigned a greeting. He had the PD and cameraman shoot some footage, then pulled the three of them aside to chat. The cameraman and PD knew what Li was about to say and tactfully paused filming. Jinding will hold talks with Jinxiu Culture this morning. Li burst into the news with a bombshell. If nothing unexpected happens, both companies should issue a statement by noon. Chapter 154. Gu Qinghwan immediately asked, "Is Yi Weiyu moving from Jinxiu Culture to Jinding?" Lu Jian had a bad impression of Yi Weiyu because of Saturday's show, and even after witnessing the fan abuse yesterday, she remained unmoved. After hearing Li and Gu Qinghwan say this, she was simply curious. Is it so easy for an artist to change companies? Li replied, "Normally, it's not that simple, but this situation is special. From what I heard, both sides seem quite eager." Jinxiu was completely disappointed with Yi Weiyu. The penalty stipulated in the contract wasn't ridiculously high. With Yi Weiyu's income, he could always squeeze out a little. If he truly found the company's arrangements unacceptable, why didn't he just pay the penalty and leave? Even if he had already found a new company and wanted to leave, he shouldn't have made such a scene. Such a big scene during the filming of the show was undoubtedly a blow to Jinxiu. However, Jinxiu didn't intend to continue to spar with Yi Weiyu. For such a large company to target an insignificant artist would be a low point. Since Jinding was willing to pay, they could just give more compensation and invest in the next artist. Jinding, however, had a different perspective. They were used to showing off their power, and seeing Jinxiu acting like this, they simply wanted to add insult to injury. At 10:30 a.m., both Jinding and Jinxiu released simultaneous statements, announcing that Yi Weiyu had transferred from Jinxiu to Jinding. Jinding even went so far as to publicly disclose the amount of the liquidated damages, demonstrating their generosity and discernment, while simultaneously criticizing Jinxiu as greedy and profit-driven. While this amount was considered normal in the industry, it was still quite high for the average person. Yi Weiyu publicly expressed his gratitude to Jinding on the platform, vowing to work hard to repay him. Fans were deeply moved, feeling they had witnessed history, and angrily questioned the authorities, asking why they weren't cracking down on the exorbitant liquidated damages in the entertainment industry. "Official, you're the one who said that, aren't you?" As expected, at noon, local authorities launched a new round of crackdowns, targeting the contracts between major entertainment companies and artists. When Ji Sheng and Yi Weiyu were called into the general manager's office, they immediately spotted Yan Zhengqing, sitting on the sofa, playing with his phone. Ji Sheng greeted him warmly. "Why are you here today, Mr. Yan?" Yan Zhengqing looked up, but glanced past Ji Sheng and said to Yi Weiyu with interest, "How's Xuxua doing in your team?" Yan Zhengqing's father, Yan Guanglei, sat behind his desk. He didn't even blink when he heard Yan Zhengqing's words. She was just a girl, a casual crush from school. He could do whatever he wanted with her. It wouldn't cause any major trouble. In fact, Jinding's decision to transfer Yi Weiyu so decisively was also due to Yan Zhengqing's words. Yi Weiyu hadn't expected to be singled out, and replied with trepidation, "She performed quite well." He tentatively asked, "Should we choose Miss Lin as the lead dancer?" Yan Zhengqing waved his hand, "No need. Why would she be so conspicuous? I don't want her to draw too much attention. Isn't it enough for me to be watching her?" Yi Weiyu immediately changed his tone. "Young Master Yan is right." "All right," Yan Guanglei said gravely. "Since you're here at Jinding, you must work hard for them from now on. Ji Sheng, take good care of him." Ji Sheng respectfully agreed. As he led Yi Weiyu out of the office, he happened to pass by the head of the legal department. Without giving it much thought, he simply instructed Yi Weiyu first, "Finish filming Walking with the Light. There's a new drama coming up in January. I take you to meet some people then, and you can join the crew once you built up some rapport." Yi Weiyu was immediately overjoyed. Jinding had the best of both worlds. With connections and a script, he could get a role immediately. He asked for leave from the production team this morning and had to return to filming this afternoon. Besides anything else, judging by Yan Jingqing's attitude just now, Yu needed to build a good relationship with Lin Xiaoxue. In the afternoon, as soon as Yu returned to Mingda, Jiang Chuchu immediately reported the situation in the class chat. Xian, the rapport is truly complete. Xie Xianxue, but he's just joined Jin Ding. If he's dragged into this, will others think he's innocent? Ming Xiaolin, it would be best if there were some way to expose his true colors. Jiang Chuchu. I'm recording. Yao Shaili, what happened? Jiang Chuchu, Yu is mad. There's a major problem with the show. Xian, what happened? Jiang Chuchu. In short, there's still zero progress on costumes, props, and so on. Su Xinghe, huh? Isn't it due to the student union tomorrow? This is indeed outrageous, but upon reflection, it's quite normal. Although there weren't any explicit requirements, the other three groups did have their artists prepare costumes and props, and some even had to prepare the accompaniment. Yu had been busy these past few days trying to clean up his act and build good relationships with Mei Qiying and the others, but he hadn't done any logistical work. Jiang Chuchu, he's blaming us now, completely ignoring the cameraman. Oh, maybe he thinks now that he's joined Jin Ding, he can get the production team to skip this part. Gu Qinghuan, will your show still be on time? Jiang Chuchu, after cursing, he ran out to make a phone call, probably asking his agent for help. Of course Yu had to find Ji Sheng, or rather, he could only find Ji Sheng. As for Lu Rong's attitude, he didn't care at all. Yin Guanglei arranged for Ji Sheng to lead him, so it was only natural for him to find Ji Sheng. How could Lu Rong dare to object? Of course, Lu Rong had no objection, rather, it was exactly what he wanted. Bai Han, following Bai Qingying's instructions, cooperated with Lu Rong, acting as if he felt for her injustice, while Lu Rong magnanimously said it was nothing. However, after this scene aired tonight, it was Lu Rong's fans' turn to criticize him. What the hell? You're a newcomer, and you're asking your senior's agent to run errands for you. Even if someone explained that Ji Sheng was also Yu's agent, Lu Cheng's fans, who were also raised by Jin Ding, still had plenty of reason to criticize him. Don't the artists and other groups contact each other themselves? Only he wants to be treated specially. I feel bad for our Cheng. He's worked for Jin Ding for years, and now he has to give way to a newcomer. No, what's Yu capable of? Why? Yu's face darkened. Just reading the comments from Lu Cheng's fans, especially those who called him incompetent, filled him with rage. He'd been busy all day with Ji Sheng, barely finishing up the logistical work. Tomorrow, he had to try on clothes for the team members. Even after all this, what right did these people have to say about him? If Jiang Chuchu knew what he was thinking, she'd probably say, why didn't you just get it done sooner? Yu felt wronged, not to mention that Lu Cheng hadn't said anything yet. Shouldn't he at least manage his fans? He'd completely forgotten how he previously allowed fans to cyberbully Jiang Chuchu and the others. Yu's escape from Jinxiu had been too easy. He easily established a relationship with Jinding, and with a little public opinion, his fans sympathized with him and protected him. Jinxiu agreed to let him go without giving him any hard time. Furthermore, after switching agencies, Jinding not only assigned Lu Cheng's agent to manage him, but also quickly arranged a new drama for him. In Yu's eyes, he was the one Jinding valued. In short, Yu was getting carried away, unwilling to take any offense. Yu, Lu Cheng, why don't you explain this to your fans? Lu Cheng saw the message, but she didn't reply at all. Now she needs to fan the flames. She felt quite emotional. Before, she was Sister Lu, and now she's just Lu Cheng. How quick she changes her attitude, but then again, just looking at the conflict between Yu and Jinxiu reveals just how short-sighted he is. After a long while without a reply, Yu grew even angrier. Just because she has a few more years of experience, she's putting on airs with him? Fine, wait until they're in front of the camera, and see who gets the short end of the stick. Chapter 155. The final day of filming for Walking with the Light was uneventful. The official performance begins tomorrow, and all groups are engaged in intense final preparations. Gu Qinghuan's time spent consuming melons while performing has inevitably distracted her attention. Fortunately, she's a supporting role, so Li barely lets her off. Lu Jian's performance was quite natural, and while some of her lines were a bit stiff, it was more than adequate for the school's New Year's Eve party. In comparison, Yu Yuan, the lead, faced the greatest pressure, and Li held her to the highest standards. However, to Yu Yuan's own surprise, she performed quite well. Lui was also surprised. He had indeed sensed from the beginning that Yu Yuan was well suited to the role, but he had no high expectations for her acting. Acting, then, is about making others see what they want to see. The problem is that people's understandings vary widely. One's own understanding and others are completely different things. Not to mention that it's easy for people to slack off on their own. Once they do, their characterization will crumble. But Yu Yuan excelled in this area. She met all of Li Yi's requests, and as long as she stayed on stage, she could maintain them. Li Yi stroked his chin and, while Yu Yuan and Lu Jian were acting together, chatted with Gu Qinghuan. Do you know what's going on in Yu Yuan's family? I don't know. Gu Qinghuan lied with his eyes wide open. This kind of question would be best answered by Yu Yuan herself. Her situation is so unique it could easily cause harm. Lu Yi asked casually, and since Gu Qinghuan was more familiar with Yu Yuan's sister, he didn't take it seriously. He continued, it seems she's very accustomed to sensing other people's emotions and responding quickly. She can even pin others' demands on herself for extended periods of time. While this is a good thing for an actor, she's just an ordinary student, so this habit is a bit overwhelming. Gu Qinghuan simply hummed to him and said nothing more. After the segment was over, Yu Yuan came over to drink some water and asked with some anticipation, how was my performance? Very good, much better than mine. Gu Qinghuan was speaking the truth. She could only play herself at best. Playing someone else wasn't very good. Yu Yuan grinned, about to be happy, but then she restrained herself and said, not really. You acted quite well after all. Gu Qinghuan, still able to be polite, handed Yu Yuan her water cup and said, let's go through it again this afternoon. We send our things to the student union in advance and wait for tomorrow's rehearsal. Yu Yuan nodded and asked, will anyone from your family be coming to watch the gala tomorrow? For this filming, students who haven't requested leave can watch the gala in the Mingda Auditorium. However, there are only so many seats, and with parents, there wouldn't be enough space, so only some of the students' parents will be invited to attend. Gu Qinghuan's family situation wouldn't have meant she'd been invited, but since she was participating in the show, she also had a spot to watch it live. No, Gu Qinghuan shook her head. I was just given a spot. My mom thought it would be better to watch it at home with my grandma, so I returned the invitation. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried her mom would notice something was amiss when she arrived. While Gu Haiyan probably wouldn't stop her, if it was serious, she'd definitely ask about it afterward and give me a serious lecture. My mom will be coming over, and she said she'd give me a surprise. Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled when she spoke of this. Recently, Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning's attitude towards her had warmed up because of her performance. Cui Wanning even looked for clips of the Lu Yi crew online, praising her performance and saying she hadn't brought shame to the Yu family. Though she felt a little sorry for Yu Xian, she was genuinely happy to have her family's attention. Gu Qinghuan's initial reaction wasn't that the surprise was a good one, but seeing Yu Yuan's anticipation, he didn't say anything. He simply patted her shoulder and said, then we put on a good show. Yes. Yu Yuan nodded vigorously, and went to rehearse the next segment with Lu Yi. Gu Qinghuan sent a message to the three-person group chat. How's Yi Wei doing today? Jiang Chu. Nothing unusual, but it seems like he's been holding it in. Gu Qinghuan, is everyone in class ready? The live broadcast starts tomorrow. Yu Xian, no problem. We identified the locations of the fixed cameras from the past few days of programming. We direct them there if needed. Yu Xian, tomorrow's the live stream. Besides rehearsals, each group will have to come up with their own gimmicks. To maintain the buzz in their group's live stream, they won't refuse any students who approach them. Yu Xian, I prepared 5 plans for now. We decide which one to use based on the situation, but signing autographs and conducting research seem to be the most suitable. Gu Qinghuan gave Yu Xian a thumbs-up emoji. Yu Xian had organized the plan quite well, steadily and methodically. Although it was a bit less aggressive, that was also because this show was filmed for the public, and any misstep could easily lead to exposure, so this was sufficient. After their final rehearsal that afternoon, the Lu Yi group handed everything in to the student union. As the first group to submit, the student union examined it with exceptional care, taking a long time. Just as they were almost finished, the Lu Rong group arrived. The Lu Rong group handed in their costumes. Gu Qinghuan looked at the 4 dresses, each covered in a duster, and asked curiously, why did you prepare for backups, just in case of any accidents? Bai Hantan added, that's what Lu asked. They'd be separated when we put them away later. So cautious, perhaps a lesson learned from being tricked. Gu Qinghuan sighed. The 4 dresses were checked and registered quickly. The student union staff quickly attached number tags to the clothes and handed the same registration tags they had received when they were collected to Lu Rong. She didn't rush to leave, but instead chatted with Li about the program. All the programs had been decided yesterday, and everyone had received the program this morning. As expected, Yueyu's group's performance came second, after the opening large-scale dance. It featured dance, calligraphy, and singing, creating a lively atmosphere. Next came Mingda's own performance. The guitar club prepared a singing and accompaniment performance, but it was more of a situational presentation. Fourth was Liu's skit. Followed by the fifth, Ning Fu performed, accompanied by Bai Qingyin. The sixth and seventh performances were also Mingda's, and the eighth was Lu Cheng's duet recitation. With this, all performances of Walking with the Light were completed, and online voting began for half an hour. As the evening concluded, the voting also ended. The vote count and rankings were announced, and the first-place team was congratulated. The live broadcast concluded, and a compilation of the performances will be released online in a few days. Do you feel pressured being last among the four groups? Louis asked. The pressure has actually lessened. Lu Cheng smiled. Just then, Yueyu's group arrived. After hearing what Lu Cheng said, Yueyu immediately added, I think it's better to move forward. If you don't fight for anything, you have nothing. Chapter 156. Lu Rong could hear what Yueyu meant, but he didn't bother to argue with him. To put it simply, Yueyu was a scoundrel with a powerful ego. Rather than argue with Yueyu, she'd rather do what she needed to do. She nodded at Li and said, I have other things to do today, so I'd be leaving now. With that, she left. Seeing Yueyu's frustrated expression, Li, fearing it would implicate the group, decisively told Gu Qinghuan and the others to leave. Gu Qinghuan followed suit. She now saw Yueyu as a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump for many more days. The show that night was uneventful. After all, it was the last day of recording, and everyone was wrapping up, with nothing new to air. On the other hand, Jinning was trending again. The authorities had been investigating online scams and contracts for the past few days. They also been investigating safety issues and fire protection, leaving several companies in a state of flux. Of course, Jin Ding was found to have the most problems. Officials issued a notice demanding rectification within a specified period, which led to it becoming a hot topic again. Fans were still trying to whitewash the company, saying it was being manipulated by rivals due to its recent popularity. In the general manager's office, Yan Guanglei rubbed his temples as he listened to reports from the legal and agency heads. He felt a rare headache. Did Lu Cheng request a contract termination? Yan Guanglei asked. Her contract was also under investigation. Rectifying it would be very troublesome. There are issues with her previous compensation and work assignments. She said she would not pursue the matter if the contract was terminated, said the legal department head. The agency head was even more hesitant. Besides Lu Cheng, there are quite a few other artists in the same situation, so things are quite chaotic right now. Yan Guanglei pressed his temples again. Under normal circumstances, this situation would have been suppressed, resolved one by one. But right now, it's too busy. A few days ago, Jinning had many agents and assistants cooperating with the investigation into the Troll Army incident. Although Ji Sheng was Lu Rong's agent, he had just taken over as Yueyu's manager, and there was a lot of work to do with the Walking with the Light production team. Today alone was incredibly busy. Many people were also busy dealing with inspections, both large and small, and even had to work overtime on New Year's Day. After all, the first working day after the holiday was when the authorities would inspect and rectify the situation. Why is it so busy? This thought flashed through Yan Guanglei's mind. But he didn't dwell on it. Mainly because while these things might seem overwhelming, they were actually trivial matters, not worth worrying about. He adjusted his tie and casually made arrangements. Don't worry about the rectification. I have dinner with Director Wan later, and see if I have the time. Remember to prepare some gifts. If you're too busy to handle other minor matters, assign people from other departments to handle them first. We get through these few days, and then we see. Try not to contact me during the day tomorrow. There's an official New Year's Entrepreneurs Symposium, and I heard the Xia family will be there. Yan Guanglei needed to rest up tonight, and get ready tomorrow morning before heading to the venue to see if he could discuss a partnership with the Xia family. If the deal didn't go through, he'd probably go back to the company to handle work. However, if it did, he'd definitely have to talk more with the Xia family and skip the company. He'd go directly to the Mingda Gala. With the two current Golden Tripod artists on Walking with the Light, Yan Guanglei naturally had to attend. Not to mention that Jiang Yue would definitely be there too, since the Jiang family's daughter was on the show. Yan Guanglei's plan was thorough, and his subordinates followed suit. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the neon-lit city below, his lips curled. Another year ended, another began, and he would stand taller. Be careful. Don't fall. On New Year's Day, Gu Qinghuan had just gotten off the bus when he heard someone shout at the school gate. After all, it was a New Year's Eve party that would be featured on a variety show, so Mingda had to decorate the campus with extra gusto. Gu Qinghuan watched people unload flowers from trucks and basins, and couldn't help but sigh, Mingda is so rich. Thank you, Principal. Lian Fenghe popped out from the side, her tone quite sincere. Good morning, Lian Fenghe. Why are you thanking the principal? Gu Qinghuan greeted him. Lian Fenghe chuckled twice. Good morning, class monitor. I'm telling you, all the plants used on campus today were ordered from us. Gu Qinghuan looked around and asked in a low voice, are you making a lot of money? Not only are we making a lot of money, but we also spread our reputation. Lian Fenghe shook her head. A while ago, a customer ordered a batch of flowers, but they disappeared after the flowers arrived. Just when my family was worried, the school suddenly showed up, and we handed them over. At this point, Lian Fenghe smiled again and said, it seems Dean Zhang suggested it. He said he saw flowers on the podium every time he passed by our class. He got curious, so he asked the teacher and learned that my family was in the flower business, so he recommended it to me this time. Gu Qinghuan gave a thumbs up. Excellent. This is the reward for your perseverance. Lian Fenghe scratched her cheek a little sheepishly. That's an exaggeration, but my dad was really touched when he found out. He even said that if I were really interested, he wouldn't stop me from applying for the horticulture major. As he spoke, he noticed Li approaching with a cameraman and hurriedly said goodbye to Gu Qinghuan. Good luck with your performance, class leader. We do our best today, too. Bye. By the time Li arrived, Lian Fenghe had already vanished. He felt a little regretful. I was planning to interview your classmates. Don't force people to be interviewed. Besides, you get scolded by the audience if you say that. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. The audience in the live stream barrage was about to scold. I just experienced the power of a professional word stealer. Then come and say hello. The live stream has begun. Li gestured for Gu Qinghuan to look at the camera. Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment, waved at the camera, and smiled brightly. Happy New Year, everyone. By the way, I had a ham and egg sandwich this morning. Caught off guard by the New Year's greetings, the audience was stunned at first, then laughed and enthusiastically reported breakfast in the barrage. Got it. Eggs are the way to go on New Year's Day. Going to buy some tea eggs now. Already eating, but it's just a boiled egg. Ah, my sister and I are eating the same thing. The production staff staring backstage were puzzled. Why had the music group's live stream suddenly become so lively? Louis couldn't help but laugh. Okay, after saying hello, it's time to get some hair done. Let's go to the makeup room. As an artist, Louis naturally woke up early to finish his hair. However, Gu Qinghuan and the others had to wait until school to put on their makeup, and they might have to make adjustments repeatedly. When Gu Qinghuan arrived at the makeup room, Yu Yuan was already applying her makeup. Because the makeup artist was applying foundation, Yu Yuan couldn't speak, so she just blinked at Gu Qinghuan. Good morning. Gu Qinghuan greeted Yu Yuan. Each group could only hire one makeup artist, so Li had told them last night that they didn't have to arrive so early. After all, the next one would have to wait until the previous one finished. Lu Jian decided to come later. She was a little nervous about her performance last night, and after finally falling asleep, she thought it would be better to get some extra sleep. Gu Qinghuan, simply thinking about the sandwiches in the refrigerator, had gotten up on time for breakfast. Afterward, bored at home, she came early. The live stream camera couldn't focus on Yu Yuan, who was getting her makeup done, so it fell on Gu Qinghuan. Li made small talk, purely to keep the live stream buzzing. You're going to perform tonight. Are you nervous? Is everything okay? Gu Qinghuan thought for a moment. She felt Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu would be more nervous. Rather than nervous, I'm more excited. If the camera wasn't on her, she really wanted to ask Bao Rujian if the trap set up against Jin Ding was complete. Li, assuming she was in a good mood, was just beginning to sigh when Gu Qinghuan's gaze shifted from Yu Yuan to him. Teacher Lu, interview. Gu Qinghuan began in a business-like tone. What do you think your program will rank in today's show? What do you think is the advantage of your program compared to the other three groups? Regarding today's gala, what do you want to say about yourself? And what do you want to say to the audience? A barrage of ha-ha-ha's flashed across the live stream. Li, where did this unconventional host come from? Why would I mess with her? Chapter 157. Jiang Chuchu didn't have time to care about how noisy the Li group was. Today's entire performance was live-streamed, so it wasn't convenient for her to check her phone, so she wore a watch. UXIN's unilateral message to her served only as a notification. She arrived at the school leisurely. The 4 dancers had already arrived and were getting their hair done. Stage makeup is already intense, and with Mei Qingying and the others in charge of the dance, the hairstyle alone took considerable time. Jiang Chuchu's makeup was done by her mother, Zhu Qinglan. She was in charge of the calligraphy performance, so she didn't seek to be overly conspicuous. A simple and elegant look was all that was needed. As for her attire, Jiang Chuchu wore a jacket and skirt. To facilitate her brushwork, the top had straight sleeves and was primarily off-white. The bottom was a red, horse-face skirt, both embroidered with various floral patterns. With Miss Zhang's elegance, simply standing there in this outfit was enough to attract attention. The others were getting their hair done, so they naturally had no time to live-stream with Yiweiyu. So, he turned his attention to Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu calmly said, "Okay, let's go for a walk. It's boring to stay indoors all the time." How could he set him up if he didn't get him out? Yiweiyu thought about it, and realized it was too noisy in the dressing room. He followed Jiang Chuchu out. Jiang Chuchu's steps seemed casual, but she was actually leading Yiweiyu to a location with public security cameras. Their conversation was quite ordinary. Yiweiyu initiated the topic, and she took over, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Chuchu's watch, hidden by her sleeve, vibrated. Her expression remained unchanged until she heard the familiar disciplinary committee. Yiweiyu looked towards the source of the voice and smiled. "Your classmates are saying hello to you." The boy running over looked pale and thin, with a camera strap around his neck. He was carrying a rather large camera, and several bags slung across his body, making one worry he might collapse under the weight. The cameraman took a closer look. It was a Canon R5 II with a 24 to 70mm lens. Seeing the lens bag hanging from his body, he bet it was an 18 to 200mm. Conclusion: as expected of a Mingda student, he's got a lot of money. He wants a new camera too. Jiang Chuchu greeted him. Shi Guanghui. Shi Guanghui was in class 3. His father was an archaeologist, his mother an explorer. He had been traveling around the world with his family since he was a child, and his greatest passion was documenting life with his camera. His family usually forbade him from bringing his equipment to school, but this time, because of the party, they allowed him to bring it. Guanghui. Yiweiyu didn't quite catch it. Upon hearing Yiweiyu's words, Shi Guanghui immediately corrected him. "It's light painting. Drawing with light is the literal meaning of the Greek word for photography." Yiweiyu, somewhat embarrassed, complimented, "What a sophisticated name." He muttered to himself, "It's just a name. Why are you talking about Greek?" Shi Guanghui didn't dwell on the topic any further, but excitedly greeted Jiang Chuchu. "You look really good today, Jietti. Can I take a picture of you?" "Take a good picture." Jiang Chuchu raised her chin. "Remember to send it to me when you're done." "Okay." Shi Guanghui readily agreed and found a spot around school to take 2 photos of Jiang Chuchu. Presuming Yiweiyu's fans in the livestream were about to get angry, Shi Guanghui turned his camera back to Yiweiyu. "Mr. Yi, would you like to take a few pictures?" Yiweiyu was about to refuse when Shi Guanghui pulled up a few original photos of Jiang Chuchu he'd just taken and showed them to him. "My technique is pretty good." Yiweiyu was stunned by this. He hadn't expected the photos to be so good, and he couldn't even say no. He hypocritically agreed and began filming. While the cameraman was focusing on Yiweiyu, Jiang Chuchu took out her phone to check the class chat. "Qin Yu, Shi Guanghui is here. Xia Xiangxue, I checked the price of his camera. If it gets bumped and broken. Su Xinghe, pray for the camera. Uxian, don't worry. Shi Guanghui's job is just to provoke Yiweiyu. And since this is just the beginning, Yiweiyu shouldn't get angry so quickly." It looked like this was just the appetizer. Jiang Chuchu rubbed her chin. When Shi Guanghui finished filming and showed Yiweiyu the original photos, the cameraman also leaned over to take a picture. Fans in the comments were screaming, "This little brother takes really good photos. Name him Xiaoyu's personal photographer." Shi Guanghui, "I'm not in favor." He boasted with feigned pride and enthusiasm. "Isn't my photo good? I took photos for other groups before. This one was for Bai Qinyin, and this one was taken during a clothing fitting for Lu Rong's group." Seeing the photo of Bai Han's Han in Lu Rong's group, Yiweiyu's expression changed. Qinyu still remembered the time when Yiweiyu didn't want male dancers. Ha ha ha, look at his expression. He's completely broken. Sushinghe, Bai Han and my goddess are definitely alike. This face is amazing. Ming Xiaolan, huh? Isn't Bai Hanshan's outfit similar to Yi Weiyu's? Yao Shaili, let me put it objectively. Yi Weiyu and Lu Rong share the same agent. His aesthetic may have been influenced by Lu Rong, so when choosing clothes for Yi Weiyu, he followed Lu Rong's taste. Yao Shaili, not to mention they're both from Jinding. If the clothing was provided by the same brand, the clash would be even more pronounced. Qinyu, the problem is, Yi Weiyu doesn't look as good looking as Bai Han right now, ha ha ha. Ouch, the comments are starting to talk about Bai Han. Someone's comparing the two, and Yi Weiyu's fans are cursing. Jiang Chuchu's mouth twitched. She decisively put her phone back and stepped forward, saying, "Have you finished taking the photos? I send them to you when they're ready." No need. There's still a difference between students and professionals. Yi Weiyu's face grimaced, but after saying this, he remembered he was live streaming and quickly said, "Of course, having this level now is pretty good." Shi Guangwei curled her lips. "Forget it, I'm leaving now. I still plan to take a picture of the class monitor." Jiang Chuchu said goodbye to Shi Guangwei and continued to tour the campus with Yi Weiyu, even taking a walk around the auditorium, which was being decorated. Yu Xian had been planning to continue with her autograph request, but Jiang Chuchu observed Yi Weiyu's state and told her to take a break. Although the reason was unknown, it seemed Yi Weiyu cared more about Bai Hanshan's photo than anyone imagined. The people in Class 3 hadn't expected that Lu Rong's disregard for Yi Weiyu yesterday would have left him feeling frustrated until now. After realizing he might not be as good as Bai Han, Yi Weiyu's negative emotions quickly intensified. Back in the dressing room, Mei Qingying and the others were almost done with their makeup. Their youthful and beautiful looks temporarily quieted the noise in the livestream room. Yi Weiyu's mood brightened slightly. He thought, no matter how good Bai Han was, he wasn't the star of the show. The audience was surely more focused on Lu Rong. Unlike him, his performance was second, and the entire audience's attention was riveted. He was the absolute star, the center of the show. After comforting himself, Yi Weiyu was just about to liven up the group's atmosphere when a figure appeared at the door. Shang Qing. Lin Xishua's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran towards the person. "Xiaoxue, I'm here to see you." Yin Shangqing wanted to hug Lin Xiaoxue, but instead of throwing herself into his arms, she stopped in front of him and spun around, showcasing her outfit. "Look, isn't this dress pretty?" Lin Xiaoxue said happily. Yin Shangqing was a little embarrassed, but was quickly distracted by Lin Xishua's gesture. "Not bad, but it could be better." "Young Master Yin, the production team has clothing restrictions," Yi Weiyu reminded him. The livestream began asking who Yin Shangqing was, and soon someone told everyone that he was the eldest son of Jin Ding. No wonder Xiaoyu called him Young Master Yin. He was indeed an eldest son. Although the fans were a little uncomfortable with Yi Weiyu's address, they consoled themselves for the moment. If everyone at Jin Ding called him that, then Yi Weiyu should adapt to the local customs. But the fans hadn't yet calmed down. Just then, Bai Han passed by the doorway, caught a glimpse of Yin Shangqing and said, "Yin Shangqing? Come here." Yin Shangqing felt a little uncomfortable, but he went over anyway. He knew what Bai Han was going to say. Last time, he skipped class with Lin Xiaoxue to go racing, and Bai Han had caught them. Yin Guanglei didn't usually interfere with his fun, but he wouldn't allow him to skip classes. If he caught him doing so, he'd suspend his credit card. At the time, he was planning a birthday party for Lin Xiaoxue, so how could his credit card be suspended? After much nagging from Bai Han finally relented, saying he didn't need to notify his parents, but he had to write a self-reflection. Yin Shangqing had no intention of writing a self-reflection, and kept putting it off. He usually avoided Bai Han, but today, in his rush to see Lin Xiaoxue, he'd forgotten about it. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be so cowardly. It was mainly because Yin Guanglei told him that Bai Han had someone behind him, and told him to be careful. Yin Shangqing was called away by Bai Han, and the comments in the live stream paused for several seconds until a new comment flashed by. Laughing, "What's Young Master Yin? Students just call each other by their names, but he's just praising them like a dog." Chapter 158. Yi Weiyu's live stream was rapidly gaining popularity, triggering platform warnings one after another. The staff responsible for monitoring the backstage were shocked and quickly reported it. After investigating the situation, Assistant Director Wu Chanxiao rushed to find Yi Weiyu, explained the situation, and asked him to explain. Since he was going to explain, he couldn't help but show Yi Weiyu the comment. Yi Weiyu stared at the text, his chest heaving, clearly furious. Wu Chanxiao didn't know what to say, so he could only vaguely say, Try to calm the audience. If the noise continues and the platform triggers the mechanism, a traffic reduction would be fine, but getting blocked would be terrible. With that, he left. He had a lot to monitor during today's livestream, so this should be enough. Yi Weiyu returned to the dressing room with a sullen face. Jiang Chuchu could tell he was upset, but she didn't say anything. She simply pretended to play with her phone and retreated to a corner. Yi Weiyu waved at the camera. A smile Jiang Chuchu could tell was fake. "Excuse me, is everyone watching? The assistant director just contacted me and said something unusual is going on in our live stream. Please watch the live stream peacefully and amicably, okay?" Jiang Chuchu immediately switched to the class chat. Class 3 must know what's going on. Sure enough, Bao Qingsong and Yao Shaili created a group document and began posting the latest updates in a timeline. AI Ning, report. Latest discovery. The account that posted that comment is the SMF account of Yi Weiyu's former fan. Bao Qingsong. The former fan announced the shutdown of the site when Yi Weiyu joined Jinding and immediately deleted the account. It's now confirmed she's unfollowed and turned against him. John Johnson. A blind spot in knowledge. Can you explain it in a simpler way? Yao Shaili. Simply put, fans who once loved Yi Weiyu have seen his true colors, turned from love to hate, and are now throwing out all the scandals they have. Bao Qingsong. I have to say, I really enjoyed being a fangirl. This little essay is so memorable. No wonder they say love is as deep as hate. AI Ning. I'm still watching the live stream. I can tell how fake Yi Weiyu's smile is. Su Xinghe, student council member, I don't think I can handle the autograph task anymore. I feel like he'd throw my book away the moment he sees someone else's name in it. Yu Xian. Yeah, I also think the other plans are unnecessary. Bai Hanshan's passing was a stroke of genius. Yi Weiyu is already on the verge of a rage. Jiang Chuchu put away her phone and looked at Yi Weiyu in front of the camera. He was watching his live stream on his phone while answering a question in the comments. In this situation, he should have remained calm, ignored the provocative comments in the comments, and responded to his supportive fans. This way, fans will be more likely to participate in positive discussions rather than verbal spats, and the negative comments will naturally die down without receiving any attention. But Yi Weiyu wasn't calm at all. He couldn't help but glance at the comments calling him ungrateful or flattering, his expression growing increasingly grim. Jiang Chuchu felt uneasy, and decisively went out to find Bai Hanshan. Class 3's 5 plans didn't actually involve just Bai Hanshan. They primarily involved the artists Bai Qinin and Lu Rong. Bai Hanshan was the only male student participating in the 4 groups. Qinyu suggested adding Bai Hanshan, considering Yi Weiyu might be worried about being upstaged by the boys. After finding him, Bai Hanshan readily agreed. He had also learned a lot from Bai Qinin. Through these few days of close interaction with Lu Rong, he had learned even more and developed a deeper respect for him. Since his assistance could accelerate the downfall of Yi Weiyu and Jinding, Bai Hanshan was happy to oblige. The problem was, Yi Weiyu's current state gave Jiang Chuchu a bad feeling. While thinking no one would be that crazy, she reminded herself again, don't be complacent and don't expect others to avoid making mistakes. Thankfully, Bai Hanshan and Yan Zhengqing hadn't gone far, but by the time Jiang Chuchu arrived, they had already finished their discussion and were about to go their separate ways. Yan Zhengqing looked displeased with Jiang Chuchu and walked right past her. Jiang Chuchu didn't even bother to look at him, instead addressing Bai Hanshan, hurry back. Run. Yi Weiyu doesn't seem normal. Bai Hanshan was startled, then smiled, that's perfect. Jiang Chuchu was confused. Before she could ask why he said that, she heard a shout from behind her, Jiang Chuchu. Which group are you from? She turned around and saw Yi Weiyu striding towards her, furious. Bai Hanshan stepped forward, blocking Jiang Chuchu's way. He frowned at Yi Weiyu with displeasure. Mr. Yi, let's talk things over nicely. Yi Weiyu was even more annoyed by Bai Hanshan's protective attitude. A sudden commotion erupted, and the other 3 people from the dressing room emerged. Gu Qinghuan, upon seeing this, immediately found a 20,000 mAh power bank. It was heavy, grabbed it, and rushed to Jiang Chuchu's side. Instantly, the cameras in all 4 live streaming rooms were focused on this area. Le Group Livestream. What's going on? What's YWY doing? Le Group Livestream. This little girl rushed over with a power bank in hand. She's really, I'm crying my eyes out. Equals by Group Live Room. Why is Bai Jia's brother clashing with YWY? By Group Live Room, hurry up and eat the melons. YWY's former fans are quitting and backstabbing her and spreading a bunch of gossip. Lu Group Live Room. TSK. Looking at YWY like this, his defense is seriously broken. Lu Group Live Room. It said that YWY failed to appease the audience, and now the production team has urgently muted his entire live room. Mu Tianxiang and Fang Xiao followed behind Yiweiyu, nervous as hell, but they exchanged a glance and mustered their courage. Fang Xiao spoke first. Xiaoyu, we all know it's not what the comments say. Forget about those people and focus on preparing for the show. Mu Tianxiang tried to defuse the conflict. Xiaoyu, Jiang Chuchu and Bai Hantan already know each other. She must have something to ask him. Jiang Chuchu remained calm. While she hadn't intended to make a big fuss, since things had come to this, she might as well go with the flow. I noticed you weren't feeling well, Jiang Chuchu said flatly. I'm worried you might do something to Bai Han, so I want him to stay away from you. Fang Xiao and Mu Tianxiang's words helped Yiweiyu regain some of his composure. He calmed down from his frenzy and forced a smile. You're not exaggerating. After a pause, he added, the comments in the live stream room really make me sad. People like us who work in this industry, exposed to the camera every day, are under a lot of pressure. As Yiweiyu began to play the victim, the atmosphere gradually calmed down. Jiang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to see Gu Qingwan still staring at Yiweiyu, she couldn't help but say, don't be nervous. He probably won't attack. Watch his right hand, Gu Qingwan whispered. Jiang Chuchu looked over, and saw Yiweiyu's right hand tucked into his jacket pocket. It looked bulging, as if he was holding something. A cell phone? Jiang Chuchu asked. Gu Qingwan shook his head. He tried to pull it out, but a corner of it popped out, and he put it back. I noticed it was a red square box. Jiang Chuchu thought for a moment. Cigarettes? Is he craving cigarettes? Is that why he's so irritable? Gu Qingwan recalled carefully. No, if he's a smoker, he definitely smells strongly of smoke, but I never smelled that before. This reminded Jiang Chuchu that she hadn't smelled any distinct scent of cigarette smoke on Yiweiyu before. Gu Qingwan suddenly said, I have a guess. That's right, I have one too. Bai Han interrupted. The two exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Gu Qingwan continued, does Sister Bai have any plans? It's a plan she and Miss Lu worked on together, and I'm responsible for implementing it. Bai Han shrugged. I'm counting on you. Gu Qingwan decisively dragged Jiang Chuchu toward the music group's dressing room, saying in a voice audible to the live stream audience, Chuchu, come over to my place and rest for a while. We talk when Yiweiyu feels better. Li quickly responded, and Lu Jian and Yu Yuan quickly closed the dressing room door. No matter how lively it is outside, it has nothing to do with our group. While the camera was filming Lu Jian and Yu Yuan comforting Jiang Chuchu, Li whispered to Gu Qingwan, what's wrong with Yiweiyu today? Gu Qingwan's voice dropped even lower. Stay away from him today, and be careful not to let Lu Jian and Yu Yuan get close to him. Lu was about to ask what was wrong, but seeing Gu Qingwan's serious expression, he also became serious. I understand. Gu Qingwan raised his hand and rubbed his temple, his mind frantically calling the system. 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 I'm here, calm down. Gu Qingwan, I just have one question. Did Yiweiyu touch something he shouldn't have? System. Yes, a third-generation synthetic drug, Natasha. Chapter 159. Gu Qingwan's first reaction was to call the police, but then she remembered that the show was already under police surveillance. She felt a headache. How could he have run into this so soon? Gu Qingwan was of course aware of Jean Ding's drug involvement. She had seen Bai Qingyin mention it in the small group chat with her, Bai Qingyin and Bao Rujian. In fact, her suspicions arose from recalling the group chat content. But speculation is one thing, verification is another. Although this fact could further the downfall of Yiweiyu and Jean Ding, the thought of such a sinful and bloody thing so close to home made Gu Qingwan's mood plummet. The system didn't respond, it checked past records. Not everyone at Jean Ding was involved in drugs, it was just that Ji Sheng was the agent Yiweiyu had contacted. Ever since discovering Jean Ding's problems, Lu Rong had pretended to curry favor with Ji Sheng, declaring most of the credit and benefits to him in order to reduce the likelihood of being targeted. Furthermore, she secretly helped other female artists, and although they kept quiet and pretended to have little contact to avoid detection, their relationships were much more harmonious than those of the male artists. Yin Guanglei, believing Ji Sheng to be exceptionally capable and capable of cultivating more cash cows, used this method to tie Ji Sheng to the Golden Tripod's pirate ship. That day, Yiweiyu had exhausted Ji Sheng with costumes and props, so he smoked a Natasha disguised as a cigarette. To curry favor with Ji Sheng, Yiweiyu praised him a few times, and Ji Sheng gave him a pack. He smoked, But due to the strict requirements of Jinxiu culture, he hadn't smoked in a long time. Since Jisheng offered it, he took it. That call was the end of it. Gu Qinghuan said hello to Lu Yi, excused himself to the restroom, and hid in a cubicle to message Bao Rujian. Gu Qinghuan, officer, are you watching the live stream? Bao Rujian, yes, what's wrong? Gu Qinghuan, do you think Yi Weiyu's behavior is off? Bao Rujian didn't reply immediately, but sent back a message a while later. What have you noticed? Gu Qinghuan thought the account might have been run by a different person, and replied bluntly, did we talk about Jin Ding's involvement with drugs in the group earlier? Does Yi Weiyu's behavior just now resemble a drug addiction? I also noticed that his hands were in his pockets, holding something that looked like a cigarette case. The officer in charge of communicating with Gu Qinghuan jumped up, and the swivel chair beneath him slid backward, stopping only after hitting the wall. Captain! This girl is incredible. The police officer pointed at the screen. With her observation skills, is she really a high school student? The middle-aged woman he called Captain patted his shoulder. Don't forget, Plan B was originally hers. The police officer shook his head, muttering, the waves behind push the waves ahead. He picked up the swivel chair and continued chatting with Gu Qinghuan. We discovered this, and have already arranged for personnel to infiltrate the campus. If anything unusual happens, they will be arrested on the spot. With this reassurance, Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. Bao Rujian, keep your distance from Yi Weiyu and prioritize your own safety. Someone else will be responsible for him. Could this someone be referring to by Hans Han? The thought flashed through Gu Qinghuan's mind. After agreeing, he turned back to Yu Xian. Unforeseen situation. All operations against Yi Weiyu have been suspended. Please ensure the live stream is recorded. Yu Xian's input icon stayed on for a while, and finally sent a single message, received. When Yu Xian saw Gu Qinghuan's message, her first reaction was, what happened? Just as she was about to ask, she typed it out and deleted it. Gu Qinghuan had sneaked out to send a message during the live stream, which was definitely no small matter. Considering Yi Weiyu's previous situation, Yu Xian concluded that the immediate task wasn't to inquire about the cause, but to quickly implement Gu Qinghuan's arrangements. She first notified the students responsible for implementing the Plan 1 to ensure they were fully informed, then alerted everyone in the class group. Song Yi, what's wrong? Ming Xiaolin, is there something going on? And judging by the live stream incident just now, Yi Weiyu was in serious danger. Zhang Zhanshan, if there weren't so many people around and cameras pointed at him, I think he would have really attacked by Hans Han. Su Xinghe, I saw the class monitor grabbing a power bank and heading up, and I was really worried. Ai Ning, I'm really worried about what Yi Weiyu might do. Since the operation is suspended, how about I go and keep watch around the venue? Song Yi, take me with you. If a fight breaks out, I guarantee I can hold him down. Zhang Zhanshan, I go too. Since they're all girls, they're easier to take care of. The students were buzzing with discussion. Aside from Ai Ning and the other three who remained at the venue, several others tactfully suggested going to the teachers or school leaders. Yu Xian reviewed everyone's plans and urged them not to make any changes. She decided to remain silent and continue monitoring Yi Weiyu's live stream. The recent live stream incident on walking with a light had quickly become a trending topic, with countless people analyzing it frame by frame. Yao Shaili and Bao Qingsong secretly compiled the group's timeline, deleted any content related to their class, and posted it online. It was immediately cited as evidence. Everyone agreed that Yi Weiyu had simply lost his composure, realizing he couldn't compete with a student, and was therefore angry. His subsequent sympathy was just a facade. Many rival artists, especially those affiliated with Jinxiu culture, came right up to Yi Weiyu's fans and started shouting insults. Words like ungrateful and vampire pierced Yi Weiyu's fans' lungs. Even after the company change, the remaining fans were mostly diehards, yet many couldn't stand seeing Yi Weiyu's demeanor in the live stream. That's unbearable, Xia he muttered to himself, putting down his phone. He looked down at Yin Guanglei, who was chatting with someone downstairs. There's more to bear. The entrepreneur symposium was organized by the government, but it wasn't a formal affair. Before the formal meeting, plenty of time was reserved for entrepreneurs to exchange ideas. Yin Guanglei was chatting with others about the upcoming new policies when someone hissed, the young master of the Xia family is here. Looking up, he saw Xia he coming down from the second floor. The second floor had a lounge, mainly for representatives from key government-affiliated companies, who had rushed back overnight from out of town or even abroad. This lounge was set up so they could rest. However, no one expected Xia Suerong to actually send Xia He, a student who had just reached adulthood, to the meeting. Xia He's attitude was quite calm. He greeted several business representatives with ties to the Xia family, his words and actions flawless, and he steadily dealt with all the inquiries and speculations. The more senior member sighed quietly, as expected of Ms. Su Chio's child. Yin Guanglei had never met Su Chio. Su Chio had passed away abroad when the Yin family rose to prominence. He had only heard a few regretful mentions of him. In any case, Yin Guanglei had come today to visit the Xia family. Whether it was Xia Nanji, Xia Xiuzhu, or Xia he would find a way to make an impression. He pulled himself together and walked toward Xia He. Hello. Xia He's gaze shifted over. Yin Guanglei wondered if it was an illusion, but he thought he saw Xia He smile. Hello. It wasn't Yin Guanglei's illusion. Xia He was genuinely cheerful. Is this Mr. Yin Guanglei? Yes, I am. Yin Guanglei was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Xia He to recognize him. Xia He said, I almost got beaten up by your son at school. Since we run into each other, I'm here to complain. Chapter 160. Yin Guanglei thought for a moment he had misheard. What? Xia He repeated with a smile. I said, your son almost beat me up, and I came to you to complain. To make it easier for Yin Guanglei to hear, Xia He spoke much slower and raised her voice, causing everyone around to look over. The entrepreneur's strange looks made Yin Guanglei's skin sting. He said dryly, Is it really my son? Is there some misunderstanding? Xia He ignored him and simply dropped her smile. It seems Mr. Yin doesn't want to admit it. I thought you knew Yin Jingqing's character very well. How could Yin Guanglei not know his son's personality? He was just trying to be tactful. But Xia He's attitude made it clear that she wasn't going to let him off easily. He gritted his teeth secretly. I'm guilty of neglecting discipline. Is Xiaoyu Xia He okay? Xia He raised an eyebrow. Forget the nickname Xiaoyu. Just call me by my name. After all, you're the elder by age. However, Xia He's attitude toward elders was evident in Xia Nanji and Xia Xiuzhu. Yin Guanglei breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the attention of the people around him increasingly focused, he turned sideways and gestured, Let's sit over there and talk. Xia He didn't comment and followed Yin Guanglei to a corner blocked by two man-high banana bonsai trees. After sitting down, Xia He's attitude seemed to soften considerably, mainly because there was no one watching, so there was no need for such an exaggerated act. I wasn't beaten. I found an excuse to chase Yin Zhenqing away. Yin Guanglei breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, I discipline that little BS **** as soon as I get back. Xia He scoffed inwardly. With no witnesses around, Yin Guanglei could say whatever he wanted. But it didn't matter. He was just using this topic to change the setting. Now that they were alone, there was no need to worry about anyone else overhearing. He said casually, It's really not a big deal. Yin Zhenqing doesn't know me, so he's probably forgotten about it by now. It's just that, Xia He changed the subject, I have something else to ask Mr. Yin. Yin Guanglei really didn't know what else to say. What is it? Mingda recently collaborated with the official production of the program Walking with the Light. Are any of Jinding's artists participating? Xia He seemed to be reminiscing. Who were they? Two. One is from our company, Lu Rong, and the other just transferred from Jinxiu a few days ago. His name is Yiweiyu. Yin Guanglei replied. Oh, I remember now. There are indeed two. Xia He nodded. Han said the artist he works with is female, so it must be Ms. Lu Rong. Yin Guanglei, upon hearing the name Han, immediately followed up, Are you talking about by Han? He's one of your subordinates. He had previously considered having Yin Zhenqing join Mingda's student union, and had someone investigate the union structure. The members remained tight-lipped about the president's identity, with only vice president Bai Han publicly disclosed. As soon as Yin Guanglei discovered that Bai Han was Bai Qingying's younger brother, someone informed him to be careful, so he backed off. He also reminded Yin Zhenqing to avoid the student union and Bai Han, and gave up the idea of having Yin Zhenqing join the student union. Not a subordinate, but a partner. Xia He corrected Yin Guanglei. It's a rare opportunity for him to share the stage with my sister, and I wanted to cheer him up. He added pointedly, Jin Ding should be ready for tonight's voting, right? Hearing Xia He's words, Yin Guanglei felt relieved, understanding his intention. Isn't it just to please his partner, and win over the crowd? Jin Ding had already planned to vote Lu Rong's program first, and since Bai Han and Lu Rong were on the same team, this would be a convenient option. Thinking about it, Xia He was still a student, and her methods of winning over people were limited to this. Yin Guanglei hid his contempt and smiled at Xia He, saying, It's a small matter. Xia He was indeed very pleased with him, even bringing up the topic, after the symposium, why don't we go find a place to eat together? The meeting ended around 12:30, and the company representatives had spoken extensively. In their closing remarks, the leaders specifically addressed questions raised and made promises. After the meeting, an official lunch was arranged, but Yan Guanglei had already made an appointment with Xia He to dine together, so he didn't attend. Instead, he got into the Xia family's car at Xia He's invitation. Mr. Yan, do you have any dietary preferences? Xia He had changed her address, which made Yan Guanglei feel even more comfortable. Earlier at the meeting, Xia He had simply listened to the speeches and hadn't expressed much. This made Yan Guanglei suspect that he was only considerate in his interpersonal relationships, but his actual abilities were far from sufficient. Xia Suerong had arranged for him to come here, perhaps to allow him to see the world. However, this also suggests that Xia Suerong intends to involve Xia He in the Xia family succession, and Yan Guanglei needs to build more connections. I don't have any dietary restrictions, Yan Guanglei said readily. Xia He, you can make the arrangements. Xia He then took him to a secluded private club. Once inside, he sealed his phone in a paper bag and locked it in a single-person locker. The waiter then handed Yan Guanglei a wristband with a small pendant. The pendant had a built-in OTP calculator. The locker door could only be opened by swiping the pendant. This level of confidentiality was a bit high for a private club, and even Yan Guanglei was nervous. Xia He seemed to notice his nervousness and soothed him. This place is for the private use of the Xia family only, so the requirements are so strict. Mr. Yan, please forgive me. Then, vaguely, he added, this is my first time here, and I didn't expect it to be so complicated. If I had known, I would have asked Mr. Yan to dine elsewhere. It seemed the child was trying to show off. Yan Guanglei mentally reassured himself and waved his hand, not really. Thanks to you, I've broadened my horizons. The meal was a delightful one, and afterward, the two of them went to the lounge area to chat, and time flew by unnoticed. Yan Guanglei heard Xia He say a lot of bad things about Xia Nanji and Xia Shouju, and she hinted at some information. This information was extremely useful to Yan Guanglei. If the waiter hadn't come to remind him if it was time for dinner, he wouldn't have noticed it was almost 6 o'clock. Mr. Yan, would you like to have dinner with us? Xia He asked considerately. No, I have to attend the party at Mingda. Yan Guanglei felt a little regretful, but he also cared about the Jiang family. He swiped open the cabinet door and pulled out his phone. The seal was intact. He opened it and found most of the messages he received were unimportant, so he didn't bother to read them. He slipped the phone back into his pocket and said goodbye. Xia He stood at the club entrance, watching Yan Guanglei leave in his car. She said slowly, remember to turn your things in? The waiter next to her immediately obliged. That afternoon, the police first apprehended the traitors associated with the Yan family, and then, with lightning speed, arrested the criminal gangs linked to the Yan family. Although some of the suspects, who had slipped through the net were still texting and calling Yan Guanglei, Xia He brought them here and kept them there all afternoon, intercepting their messages and calls using a fake base station, successfully assisting the police in apprehending them. This method was, of course, illegal. Xia He had simply contacted the authorities after hearing about Bai Qingyin's plans, acting as a scapegoat. By handing over the evidence, the authorities would have evidence against the Xia family. While this wasn't much evidence, it was enough to give the authorities a pretext for investigating the Xia family. He would then have plenty of ways to find evidence of Xia Nanji and Xia Shouju's crimes. As for himself, as long as he continued to act as a good white glove, the authorities would turn a blind eye. Xia He stretched. Okay, now that the matter is settled, I come watch the live broadcast. He began to hum a kunku opera. I watched him build a mansion, I watched him entertain guests, and I watched his mansion collapse. The old man was listening to a rather fitting tune. Chapter 161. Yi Weiyu didn't understand how things had come to this. Having fought so hard to make it out of a talent show, he wasn't going to waste time studying. He wanted popularity and traffic, the ever-increasing numbers in his bank account. In this day and age, what did talent matter? Green screens, post-production dubbing, editing, beautification, there were plenty of ways to complete a film. What was wrong with making easy money, whether it was Tang Huisai, Jinxiu culture, or his fans? Why couldn't they understand him better? Why couldn't they serve as his stepping stones? He had finally seized the opportunity, escaped from Jinxiu culture, and found a reliable agent at Jinding. Why was he still being trampled upon by someone like Bai Han's Han? Yi Weiyu's thoughts were a bit hazy. The only thing he could clearly grasp was, he was still live streaming. Because of the previous dispute, many people had flocked to Yi Weiyu's live stream, many of them just to see if he would continue his madness. Yi Weiyu felt a sensation spreading from his throat. No, from his chest and brain, like a slime mold growing close to the ground, tangling his nerves and expressing a hunger. He swallowed subconsciously, and clutched the cigarette box in his right pocket tighter. He go smoke a cigarette to relax, thought Yi Weiyu. He only be gone briefly, saying the director wanted to see him. He said hello to Mei Qingyin and the others and walked out. He hoped to find a quiet spot, but he was surprised to see quite a few students milling around the venue. Some of the students looked familiar, but Yi Weiyu didn't have time to bother. He avoided the students and found a quiet corner. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it skillfully, and took a deep drag. An unknown fragrance penetrated his mouth, into his trachea, then into his lungs, and was expelled from his nose. Yi Weiyu felt his limbs and internal organs permeated by this fragrance, and his entire being relaxed. His mind grew dull and lazy, neither thinking nor motivated. He stood there for a moment, dazed and lost, like a skeleton propped up by a decaying soul. Then, he saw Bai Han's Han, standing alone. He faced a wall, seemingly practicing recitation, occasionally adding arm movements to express his emotions through body language. Like a clown? Yi Weiyu commented bitterly. If he hadn't taken Bai Han's Han seriously at the beginning of the filming, since yesterday, he had become increasingly intolerant of him. Bai Qingyin's younger brother, handsome, attending a prestigious private high school, topped his grade, and even Yan Zhenqin treated him politely. He was like the perfect male protagonist in a novel. Seeing himself and such a person being displayed together, Yi Weiyu wanted nothing more than to refuse. He was about to turn and leave, when a thought suddenly and uncontrollably occurred to him. Why was he leaving? Why couldn't Bai Han's Han leave? Yi Weiyu, for some unknown reason, walked towards Bai Han's Han. Walking with the Light today had a live stream room for each of the 4 artist groups, as well as an official one. This room could switch between various hidden cameras. Previously, these cameras were used for program recording, but today, Mingda was using them to showcase the campus environment, a promotional tool. Many netizens stayed in this room, curious to see what the private high school looked like, and occasionally posted screenshots from the Walking with the Light plaza. Until someone posted a screenshot with the Yi Weiyu tag. Is this Yi Weiyu? Hiding in a corner smoking? Within minutes, a flood of netizens flocked to the scene. Smoking isn't a big deal, but it's not a small one either. Yi Weiyu is an adult, and smoking is his freedom. The problem is, he's previously marketed as a non-smoker on variety shows. Wouldn't this ruin his image? So, Yi Weiyu was criticized again. Many people also flocked to the official livestream, hoping the camera would cut back to see if there was anything else. The person controlling the feed realized that most people were watching Yi Weiyu, so they stopped the camera, drawing cheers from netizens. As the group watched, someone noticed something was amiss. Is that really a cigarette? Are there any smokers out there who can explain what smoking looks like? Even my ex-boyfriend didn't behave like this. If it's not smoke, what else could it be? Wait, who is he looking at? Ah, it's Bai Han's Han. What's he trying to do? He's walking towards Bai Han's Han. The staff in charge of the live stream quickly reported the situation. Director Su Hanhai and Assistant Director Wu Cha Xiao, after confirming the location, rushed over. Elsewhere, in full view of the live stream, Bai Qingying received a call from her assistant. Her expression immediately changed. What's wrong with Xiao Han? The audience was confused. Bai Qingying, with a grim expression, switched to the official live stream and hurriedly asked Ning Fu, do you recognize where this is, Mingda? Ning Fu looked around and shook her head hesitantly. It seems to be around here, but I don't know the exact location. Bai Qingying ran out of the dressing room and knocked on the band's door again. Seeing Bai Qingying's anxious face, Gu Qinghuan immediately realized something was wrong and stepped forward, asking, what's wrong? Bai Qingying grabbed Gu Qinghuan's hand and anxiously said, please check the official live stream. Help me find it. Yi Weiyu seems to be trying to do something to Xiao Han. Gu Qinghuan noticed that while Bai Qingying was holding her hand, she scratched the side of her palm with her pinky finger. From a visual perspective, this spot was quite hidden, completely hidden from the camera. Oh, Gu Qinghuan realized it was just acting. It looked like Bai Han's Han was carrying out a mission. She also feigned bewilderment, then forced herself to maintain composure, firmly shaking Bai Qingying's hand. I understand. I come and see. I know, Sister Bai, you're acting. I cooperate. Gu Qinghuan immediately called Jiang Chu, Yuan, and Lu Jian to the official live stream to check on the situation, while she quietly logged into the class chat. As expected, The troublemakers had immediately noticed the anomaly in the official livestream. Uxian quickly pinpointed the location by comparing it with the hidden camera she had previously screened. Seeing her presence, Uxian immediately sent her the location. Song Yi and Ai Ning have already rushed over. Qin Yu is following, recording with his phone. John Johnson is at the school gate to call security. Shi Guangwei is also preparing to capture the scene from a distance. Gu Qinghuan quickly replied, "Well done," then moved closer to Jiang Chuchu and whispered her the location. Jiang Chuchu knew the location, and she, Yi Weiyu's team member, could point it out so she could rush out immediately. She immediately said, "I know where it is." After saying that, she shouted to Bai Qingyin, "Follow me," and ran out first, with Bai Qingyin close behind. Gu Qinghuan naturally followed her best friend. Lu Yu was about to catch up, but seeing the bewildered Yuan and Lu Jian, he hesitated for a few seconds before finally stopping. He reassured them, "It seems something's happened, but don't worry. They already gone, and the director is no doubt aware of it. We can just wait here for the results." Someone had to stay behind to stabilize the situation, otherwise the whole scene would be in chaos. He took Yuan and Lu Jian to another dressing room, only to discover that Lu Rong had also rushed over. Bai Han was one of her teammates. So Ning Fu, Mei Qingying, Mu Tianxiang, and Fang Xiao, who had been left behind, also came under Li Yi's care. Despite the nervousness of the livestream audience, they couldn't help but joke after seeing this. So wings aren't wings for flying, but the wings of a hen protecting her chicks. Fang Xiao looked like she was on the verge of tears. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong with him? Don't cry." Mu Tianxiang gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let's not make things worse. Let's just wait for the results." Just looking at her red eyes and clenched fists, she didn't look much better. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. What a sin! Chapter 162. When Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu rushed to the livestream, a crowd had already gathered. Bai Qingyin spotted Su Hanhai and Wu Chaoxiao, but not Bai Han. She immediately rushed over to the two directors, anxiously calling out, "Directors, where's my brother?" Su Hanhai's expression was complicated. Even though she had received official news in advance, she hadn't expected the Bai siblings to be such talented actors. She grabbed Bai Qingyin's wrist and said calmly, "Listen, Bai Han has been taken to the hospital." The cameraman who arrived caught this sentence in Bai Qingyin's live stream, and the audience heard it clearly. Gu Qinghuan immediately looked around. Bai Han had been taken to the hospital, but what about Yi Weiyu? He didn't seem to be there either. Could it be that the plainclothes officers lurking on campus had already apprehended him? She and Jiang Chuchu exchanged glances. Jiang Chuchu directed the camera and led the cameraman to Bai Qingyin's side to investigate. She then stepped back and checked the class chat. Gu Qinghuan sent a melon-eating emoji, and Yao Shaili immediately sent her a chronological breakdown of the progress. First, in the official livestream, everyone saw Yi Weiyu approaching Bai Han. However, Bai Han was standing farther away, so the audience could only see Yi Weiyu grab Bai Han's shoulders, twist him around, and then say something face to face. The distance was too far to hear any sound, and only when Yi Weiyu raised his voice could a few scattered words be heard, essentially questioning Bai Han's intentions to hinder him. Bai Han's expression remained calm, but Yi Weiyu became increasingly agitated, and finally gave Bai Han a hard push. In the footage, Bai Han fell to the ground, his left shoulder landing first. He clutched his shoulder with his right hand and struggled to get up, shouting to Yi Weiyu, "I think I've broken a bone. Call an ambulance." Yi Weiyu, startled, took 2 steps back, seemingly attempting to run. But by then, Su Hanhai and Wu Chaoxiao had arrived. Wu Chaoxiao immediately called 120, and Su Hanhai approached Yi Weiyu, seriously inquiring about the situation. But before he could ask a single question, Yi Weiyu yelled, "It wasn't me," and turned to run. After only 3 or 5 steps, Yi Weiyu was grabbed by a nearby passerby and expertly pinned to the ground. Then, another gloved figure searched his pocket, pulled out a cigarette case, and placed it in the evidence bag handed to him. The passersby took Yi Weiyu away, leaving some others to investigate nearby and meet with the 2 directors. It was then that Bai Qinyin and the others arrived. Gu Qinghuan, absolutely amazing. Qin Yu, class monitor, I saw comments saying those people were plainclothes police officers, and that Yi Weiyu was on drugs. Is that true? Gu Qinghuan, let's wait for the police report. She doesn't know the truth right now, so she can't give any answers on her own. The classmates were starting to get more and more exaggerated in the class chat, but after hearing Gu Qinghuan's words, they calmed down. Right, it's trending, the police will definitely issue a report. There's no point in speculating here. It's better to just sit back and wait for the results. Gu Qinghwan put away her phone, walked over to Jiang Chu, and quietly explained the situation to her. By this time, Su Hanhai had also finished contacting the police. Turning around and seeing the crowd gathered, his headache returned. Cooperating with the authorities was indeed the right thing to do, but now Bai Han's Han had been sent to the hospital, and Yu had been arrested again. What was going to happen to the evening show? Bai Qiying made a few phone calls during this time, and upon returning, she appeared much calmer. I sent my assistant over. The preliminary diagnosis is no fracture, but the doctor said it's best to rest and observe. Lu Cheng, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned again. What should we do now? Su Hanhai frowned. Lu Cheng's program is a duet recitation, and now one person is missing, it's half ruined. Yu's program, both dance and calligraphy, must be accompanied by the singing, so this is ruined too. The three of them pondered a solution. If only Yu's program were removed, it would be acceptable. After all, he'd been arrested by the police, so what was the point of performing? They would just have to comfort the participating students and their parents. But if Lu Cheng's program was also removed, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Jin Ding. They knew full well that Yan Guanglei would be apprehended tonight as well. The problem is that the show is live right now, and netizens don't know the real situation. Yu's fans aside, Lu Cheng's fans will surely start to criticize. We need to find a way to calm the situation down, so we can move on to the next stage. Can I make a suggestion? Gu Qinghwan raised her hand. Tell me about it. Su Hanhai turned his gaze to Gu Qinghwan. The song Yu is going to sing isn't one of his new songs, but a cover, right? Gu Qinghwan asked. Su Hanhai nodded, and Gu Qinghwan continued, so can Sister Bai sing it? Bai Qiying thought for a moment, and shook her head. That song is very popular, and I can sing it. However, this is a Jinding artist show, and as someone from Ween Entertainment, I'm not suitable to sing for them. Then Gu Qinghwan blinked. Can you teach Ningfu how to sing it before the show starts? The three of them immediately shared surprised expressions. The live stream suddenly became lively. Great, let Mingda's students sing. It'd be like an in-school program, and Jinding won't have much to say. Anyone who's watched the White Team livestream knows Ningfu's level. Although it was rushed, it should be okay, right? Maybe Ningfu can sing even better than Yu? Su Hanhai nodded. That should work. Yu's issue is Jinding's. This is Mingda's gala. Let Mingda's students remedy it, and we won't have to worry about Jinding nagging us. What do you have to do with my recitation? Lu Rong looked at Gu Qinghwan. Gu Qinghwan scratched his face. This was a bit of a challenge. He had to memorize all the lyrics in a short period of time, and he had to be prepared to take on the responsibility. The recitation level was more manageable. Under the current circumstances, the audience probably wouldn't mind too much. She was just thinking when her phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, she saw it was Su Lin. Su Lin said straight to the point, Gu Qinghwan, turn on the speaker. Gu Qinghwan did as she was told. Su Lin's voice, as calm and composed as ever, said, I saw your situation from the live stream, and I'm here to help. Really? Gu Qinghwan was pleasantly surprised. Su Lin hummed, I don't want the filming to take up too much of our time. Since we only have one day to help, it's fine. Will that put you in a difficult position? Gu Qinghwan pressed. No, Su Lin said firmly. You spoke up for me earlier, and I want to express my gratitude. This is everyone's party, and I don't want it to be sloppy. Can you finish the recitation and rehearsal in half a day? Gu Qinghwan said, a smile already on his face. I can do it. Su Lin's words were resounding. Chapter 163. It was already completely dark when Yan Guanglei arrived at Mingda. The sun sets early in winter, and he arrived later than usual. By the time he reached the school gate, the invited guests seemed to have already left for the venue, and Yan Guanglei didn't see many other guests. Two guests had just gotten out of a car, and were being led towards the venue, chatting. Yan Guanglei watched from a distance, and was about to approach to greet them, but when he saw that they were from two companies that didn't usually get along, he gave up the idea. The two people also noticed him, and he didn't know if it was Yan Guanglei's imagination, but they seemed to be pointing and talking at him. Yan Guanglei was feeling a bit annoyed. Just as he was wondering if he should create some scandal the next time one of their artists posted something new, a young woman approached him. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yan Guanglei? Yes, I am. Yan Guanglei guessed she was the receptionist. He took a look at her. She looked okay, except for her eyebrows, which looked unpleasant. A woman with sword-like brows wouldn't look so fierce. Your seat is inside. The lighting in the venue has been adjusted to performance mode, so it might be difficult to find your seat. I take you there. Bao Rujian's attitude was quite polite. Yan Guanglei immediately felt that Mingda was quite considerate. He nodded slightly and said, "Lead the way, then." As Bao Rujian had said, the lights in the venue had been turned off, leaving only the stage still brightly lit. Although Yan Guanglei was no longer embarrassed by being late, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward when he realized he was the only one missing from the venue, along with a few others. "By the way, do you know where Mr. Jiang Yue's seat is?" Yan Guanglei asked casually. Bao Rujian walked ahead and said without turning back, "Mr. Zhang's seat is in the first row on the right. I'm not sure of the exact seat number. You can confirm it after intermission or afterward." Yan Guanglei was a little dissatisfied, but since he was just a small host, he didn't take it too seriously. After they sat down and Bao Rujian left, Yan Guanglei looked around, using the stage lights to scan the guests. He didn't seem to recognize any of them. He felt a little uncomfortable again. Wasn't Mingda's seating arrangement ridiculously unreasonable? But everyone else was already seated, and there were no empty seats in the front row, so he had no choice but to remain seated. Backstage, Gu Qinghuan hid by the speakers, furtively watching Yan Guanglei take his seat. Bao Qingsong was squatting nearby, excited and thrilled. "My sister took him there." "Ha ha. Isn't your sister in the Economic Investigation Department?" In situations like this, the criminal police are usually responsible, right? Gu Qinghuan asked curiously. "I don't know. My sister said she didn't know why, but she felt she had to give him a ride, so she applied to the higher-ups." Bao Qingsong rubbed his head. "It's just a matter of walking him to a seat, so it won't have much of an impact." They agreed. Gu Qinghuan said, "Oh," and then added excitedly, "Do you think Yan Guanglei will faint when everyone starts moving and finds himself surrounded by police officers?" "Not necessarily," Bao Qingsong said. "You see on TV, when the villains are arrested, aren't they always asked, 'What do you mean by this?' or 'What evidence do you have?' And I remain silent until my lawyer arrives. Our evidence is irrefutable. We don't need his testimony." Gu Qinghuan waved his hand. "Just arrest him." The host was currently giving the introduction, and the Yi team's program was about to begin. Of course, it was Ningfu's program now. As the introduction concluded, the lights dimmed, and the second program officially began. Amidst the hazy shadows, 2 staff members lifted a screen and pushed it to the back center, securing it. Jiang Chuchu was the first to take the stage, inkstone in one hand and pen in the other, standing in front of the screen. As the music began, for dancers entered the stage from either side, their steps graceful. Amidst the swirling haze of dry ice, Ningfu stepped onto the stage. In contrast to the ancient costumes worn by Jiang Chuchu, Mei Qingying, and the others, Ningfu's outfit, while incorporating some traditional Chinese elements, remained modern. At first glance, it didn't fit the stage atmosphere, but her opening moment instantly changed the audience's impression. If the barrage had sound, the livestream room would surely have been incredibly noisy. "Oh my god, I was wondering if Nymph didn't have time to prepare clothes and had to dress like this, but I didn't expect this to happen after she started." This song is meant to be a nostalgic look from a modern perspective, so it's natural to wear it this way. No, you managed to capture the weight of history so simply? It's so moving, like walking in a museum, listening to a guide explain the history of the artifacts. That clash of old and new is incredible. Watching Jiang Chuchu write is so satisfying. She has that scholarly, unwavering spirit and commanding presence. Her hand is so steady, even the inkstone is held so steady. I'm sure she must have been hanging sandbags on her arms when she was practicing calligraphy as a kid. Jiang Yue was grinning from ear to ear. If he wasn't worried about the noise, he really wanted to pull everyone around and say, "That's my daughter." When the middle opera tune broke out, the entire audience shuddered. On stage, Mu Tianxiang and Fan Xiao, one secretly clenched their teeth, the other pursed their lips and strained their eyes, their movements remaining unwavering. They had already been stunned during rehearsal, but they hadn't expected Ningfu's performance to be even better on stage. They had rehearsed with Yi Weiyu for so many days, so they naturally understood the difference in skill between him and Ningfu. Although their emotions were swirling, complex beyond words, they were now focused on their performances. Ningfu delivered a high-quality performance in such a short time. Su Lin was still rehearsing with Lu Rong in the lounge. Everyone wanted the show to end perfectly, and they didn't want to be a blemish. At the end of the song, the dance, and the book were complete, in perfect harmony, and the audience erupted in applause. As soon as Jiang Chuchu stepped off the stage, Yu Xian quickly took the inkstone from her hand. "Is it heavy holding it all the time?" "Not bad, just a few minutes." Jiang Chu put her pen down and flexed her fingers. Gu Qinghuan sauntered over from the sound system. Chu, you worked hard. Jiang Chu looked at her. Why are you still wandering around? The third program is already on, and then it's your group's skit, right? Why don't you get ready? Gu Qinghuan grumbled, looking for Lu Yi. Aren't you just curious about Yan Guanglei's performance? Qinghuan, you should work hard on your skit too. Yu Xian gave her a fist pump. No problem. Gu Qinghuan smiled. Our show is great too. Yan Guanglei, in the audience, was currently thinking about how to recruit someone. He wasn't particularly interested in the content of Walking with the Light. With so much going on at Jinding, how could he possibly spend so much time watching it every day? Not to mention today's live broadcast. Compared to a variety show with official collaborations and little to show for profit, his conversation with Xia, he was far more meaningful to him. However, he hadn't expected such a promising singer to appear on the show. Even though he didn't know the people around him, he couldn't help but say, that girl just now sang really well, didn't you? The person next to him chuckled. Indeed, she did. But wouldn't President Yin want to sign her? What did he mean by wouldn't? This made Yan Guanglei a little unhappy. He said with a forced smile, Why, you want to sign her too? The other person's smile deepened. I wouldn't dare. If President Yin has the confidence, then go ahead and give it a try. The word wouldn't dare sounded profoundly meaningful. Thinking about the family situation of the Mingda student, Yan Guanglei fell silent. Perhaps the girl had some significant background. He better go back and investigate. Chapter 164. Gu Qinghuan was actually quite nervous as she waited to go on stage. The only time she ever done a group dance with other kids was in kindergarten, and she had no memory of it. She hadn't expected that in high school, she'd be performing on stage, not just on stage, but also live-streamed. But when she saw Yu Yuan next to her getting even more nervous, she suddenly relaxed. She patted Yu Yuan's shoulder, and she flinched. What are you doing? Gu Qinghuan extended her hand toward Yu Yuan and blinked. If you're nervous, do you want a handshake? Yu Yuan hesitated, then slowly shook Gu Qinghuan's hand. Then, she suddenly laughed. What's going on? She whispered. You're nervous too. Your palms are sweaty. It's nice to have someone nervous with you, Gu Qinghuan said confidently. Lu Yi and Lu Jian, who weren't nervous at all, looked at the grinning Gu Qinghuan and Yu Yuan, a little confused. The third program of the evening concluded successfully. Amidst the crowd's applause, the curtain fell, and the staff hurried to replace the stage's scenery. Yu Yuan released Gu Qinghuan's hand. Her monologue was the opening act, so she had to go on stage first. She took 2 steps up the stairs, turned back to Gu Qinghuan, and said earnestly, Let's do our best together. Okay. Gu Qinghuan gave her a thumbs up. Yu Yuan took a deep breath and stepped onto her own stage. The troublemaker Xie Xiangxue. Here we go. Sure Guanhui. Recording ready? Aining. This is my first language program so far. I wonder if it'd be stressful. Jiang Chu. Don't worry, I think Qinghuan's in good spirits. Yu Xian, I'm so nervous. Whether it was Gu Qinghuan or Yu Yuan, Yu Xian was also quite nervous. When the lights were still on, she spotted Cui Wanning, sitting in the middle of the third row, on the left. Yu Xian noticed she seemed in good spirits, chatting with the woman next to her. Judging from her attitude, Cui Wanning seemed to be flattering the woman. She instinctively glanced over there again, but unfortunately, the lights were off, so she couldn't see clearly. The curtains rose again, and the Lu Yi group's skit officially began. The audience in the live stream had been a bit bored after watching 3 song and dance performances in a row, but seeing the Lu Yi group's skit perked up a bit. The Lu group has been pretty steady during filming. I'm looking forward to it. Yu Yuan's reaction to failing the test is exactly like mine. Take down the surveillance camera. Lu Yi, you don't have to act so convincingly when you're scolding students. The psychological trauma of school days is resurfacing. Lu Jian, this nerd, is so impressive. I'm laughing. Gu Qinghuan was acting her natural, wasn't she? She said, she won the lottery, and immediately started planning what delicious food to buy. No, screenwriter, come out and tell me, didn't they change the line where they're calling out the dishes to this? Turkey noodles, snail noodles, spicy hot pot, crayfish, and pickled fish? I suspect Gu Qinghuan didn't even memorize her lines. She just said whatever came to her mind. I remember ordering takeout wasn't done like this during practice. Ah! The applause is thunderous, and my stomach is roaring too. Jiang Chu, backstage, was speechless, especially when Gu Qinghuan's speakers amplified her stomach's growling. The audience was already laughing like crazy, But Gu Qinghwan wasn't embarrassed at all. It might have been a coincidence, but let's just call it a performance. She cleverly tweaked a few words, integrating this little mistake into the plot and sparking even more laughter and applause. The other three were truly impressed. What a strong heart. No, Gu Qinghwan was genuinely hungry. Come to think of it, everyone had skipped dinner to avoid any untoward incidents during the performance, so it was natural for Gu Qinghwan to be hungry. This interruption helped everyone relax a bit, and the performance became more lively and vivid. The early part was chaotic, the middle part was filled with knowing smiles. And in the latter part, despite being a well-known didactic segment, Yu Yuan's performance was truly brilliant. She perfectly portrayed the adolescents' confusion about their current situation, their self-reflection, and their hopes for the future, making the originally somewhat cliched, insightful segment feel sincere and beautiful. I cried. I wish I had thought this way back then. This segment was truly well acted. It was like watching a small tree about to grow crooked, and then gradually straightening itself. It was truly difficult. Her eyes truly brightened. I was so moved. I finally understood. It wasn't the lectures I couldn't handle, it was the forced lectures I couldn't handle. When Yu Yuan woke up again, she eagerly asked for the time. After learning from Gu Qinghwan that she had returned to normal, she smiled brightly with relief. After delivering her final line, the audience erupted in applause again. As soon as Yu Yuan stepped off the stage, she slid down to the floor, holding onto the wall. Gu Qinghwan was about to help her, but seeing Yu Xian, he stepped aside. Yu Xian grabbed Yu Yuan's armpits, lifted her up, and gave her a tight hug. You performed very well, truly amazing. Yu Yuan was still a little dazed. She instinctively hugged Yu Xian back and whispered, Sister, did I really act well? Really? Absolutely. Yu Xian nodded vigorously. Gu Qinghwan then helped Yu Yuan to her feet. Jiang Chuchu came over with 2 cups of hot cocoa. Here, takeout is on the way. We have a spicy hot pot feast later. You ordered takeout? Gu Qinghwan's eyes widened. I ordered for the whole class, Jiang Chuchu said, crossing her arms. Your stomach was growling so loudly, everyone heard it. How could I let you go hungry? Gu Qinghwan was deeply moved and decided to bury this incident deep in her memory and never think of it again. Jiang Chuchu poured more hot cocoa for Lu Yi and Lu Jian. Lu Jian scooped up the hot cocoa, contentedly saying, I think our group performed very well. Lu Yi was also very satisfied. He didn't really care about the ranking. He had participated in this program to change his mood before performing his next play. Judging by the results, he had a blast on the show, and that was all that mattered. While a few people were still chatting, Bai Qingyin's performance, also Ning Fu's second, had already begun. Ning Fu returned to the stage, dressed in a different outfit, but some still recognized her, and a large number of people applauded her as soon as she took the stage. A dynamic melody began to play, and Ning Fu's voice shifted with the song's plot, a virtuoso display. She recounted the past with the vicissitudes of life, depicted fairy tales with an innocent tone, declared battle with a brave voice, and recorded the ending with a happy melody. For the students, this show was incredibly cool and exciting. When Ning Fu concluded her song, she extended her arms and bowed forward to take her bow, and the applause, whistles, and cheers echoed in a lively atmosphere. Wow, the most popular right now. Gu Qinghwan, holding a cup of hot cocoa, peered over the edge of the stage. Jiang Chuchu gave a pertinent assessment. Bai Qingyin's new song, with its varied vocal style and performance that aligns with current trends, is sure to draw a lot of votes. Yu Yuan agreed. She had given her all, and her opponent was truly formidable, so she wasn't disappointed or sad. So this is what it feels like to have no regrets, Yu Yuan thought. If only the things she once gave up could one day become free of regrets. Chapter 165. Mingda's New Year's Eve Gala features a total of 12 programs, culminating with a segment titled Walking with the Light, where the voting results will be announced. After the 7th program, intermission will begin. The audience can use the restroom during this opportunity. Mingda has prepared some snacks and drinks, which are placed on a long table in the common area. Gu Qinghwan and the others, concerned about the strong smell of the spicy hot pot and the risk of contaminating the performing students, ran back to Class 3 and enjoyed their meal. Yu Yuan declined their invitation and excitedly planned to go find Cui Wanning. She still remembered Cui Wanning's mention of a surprise. She had given her all in today's performance and felt pretty good about herself. Although she didn't have the energy to look at Cui Wanning on stage, judging by the applause from the audience, she must have performed well, right? So would her mother be happy for her? Would she be satisfied with her? Although she wasn't the biological daughter of the Yu family, and although her academic performance wasn't as good as Yu Xian's, at least for today's party, as the daughter of the Yu family, she was still something Cui Wanting could show off, right? Yu Yuan quickly spotted Cui Wanting in the crowd. She was holding a sprig of holly, which her classmates from Class 3 had prepared for Jiang Chu Chu and Gu Qinghuan. They had shared a few sprigs from their own bouquets with their classmates. Yu Yuan also received a sprig from Gu Qinghuan. The branches were covered in bright red berries, looking festive and lively. She also looked it up. Holly is given to elders to wish them good health and longevity. Cui Wanting was a bit frail, and always felt the cold in winter, making her prone to illness. Yu Yuan decided to give this sprig of holly to her. Cui Wanting also noticed her and waved, smiling, Yuan Yuan, come here. Yu Yuan trotted over, and was about to speak when Cui Wanting grabbed her hand, and pulled her over to the lady beside her. Yuan Yuan, this is your Uncle Wei's wife. You met her when you were little. Remember, right? Cui Wanting smiled. Because she was still holding the holly, it was inconvenient for her to hold it, so Cui Wanting took the holly, and casually placed it on the table next to her. I remember. Yu Yuan instinctively wanted to look at the holly, but then she remembered Cui Wanting's words about looking at the other person properly when talking, so she restrained herself and shifted her gaze to the lady's face. Her tone became playful and sweet. Is that Uncle Wei Yin? And Aunt Su? Miss Su's eyes immediately lit up with a smile. Yes, I'm Su Jishu. Cui Wanting was also very satisfied, smiling at Su Jishu. Isn't it what I said? Our Yuan Yuan has been obedient and sensible since she was young. Yu Yuan moved her lips, but rather than being obedient and sensible, she wanted to know Cui Wanting's opinion of her previous performance. However, interrupting an elder's conversation was extremely rude, so she closed her mouth again. Cui Wanting and Su Jishu continued their conversation, while Yu Yuan pretended to listen attentively, a smile plastered on her face. Until she gradually noticed that Su Jishu often mentioned the phrase my son in his conversation. Wei Yin and Su Jishu's son, named Wei Xiao, was a few months older than her. He had been unruly and arrogant since childhood. The few times they met as children, he would either pull her hair or throw grasshoppers and longhorn beetles at her. Whenever she cried and went to Cui Wanting would always smile and comfort her, saying that the little brother just wanted to play with her and asked her to stay with him. After that, Yu Yuan stopped crying, but whenever she saw Wei Xiao, she tried to stay away. Thankfully, when she was in elementary school, the Wei family went abroad for career development, and she finally didn't have to see Wei Xiao anymore. Before leaving, Wei Xiao gave her a tin box. Yu Yuan thought it was a gift like candy or postcards, but when she opened it, she found it was filled with cicada shells. She was so frightened that she had a high fever for 3 days, and she still has a fear of these insects. She clasped her fingers together. As the second half of the show was about to begin, Su Jishu returned to his seat. Cui Wanting then pulled Yu Yuan aside and whispered, your brother, Wei Xiao, will be attending Mingda starting next semester. You must get along well with him. Yu Yuan felt her lips tighten, and with great difficulty, she pulled them back. Okay, Mom. Cui Wanting nodded with satisfaction. Wei Xiao really likes you. You two got along well when you were little. Next year, your two families will agree on the marriage, and you can announce it after you graduate from high school. Yu Yuan dug her nails into her palms. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, I don't like Wei Xiao, but seeing Cui Wanting's expression, the words wouldn't come out. She lowered her head, her usual sweet and sensible self. I understand. The lights dimmed again, and the second half of the performance was about to begin. Cui Wanting returned to her seat. Yu Yuan remained standing, a moment before she reached out and grasped the holly on the table. Perhaps after so many years, Wei Xiao is no longer as naughty as he was when he was a child. Although the word engagement sounded distant and unreal, as her mother had always told her since she was little, a girl would eventually marry. Her mother had chosen her marriage partner long ago, and she should be grateful. Yu Yuan thought this as she walked out, somewhat dazed, carrying the holly. The branches had grown somewhat long, their tips scraping against the ground. A few bright red fruits fell, scattering behind her, like bright red tears in the darkness, invisible to all. By the time Yu Yuan came to her senses, she had already reached the door of Class 3. Bao Song spotted her through the window and called out to Yu Xian, student counselor, your sister's here. Yu Xian came out, saw Yu Yuan, and quickly pulled her in. It's so cold outside. Why don't you put on some clothes? She took the holly from Yu Yuan's hand, looked around, and temporarily placed it in the vase on the podium. She then pulled Yu Yuan to sit down and pressed a cup of hot water into her hand. Gu Qinghuan stopped chewing and looked at Yu Yuan's face through the steaming hot pot. She swallowed the fish ball in her mouth, wiped her mouth, and waved to Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, you haven't had dinner yet. Do you want to come over and eat something? Jiang Chuchu ordered a super deluxe set meal, a huge bowl full of food, which everyone shared with serving chopsticks. Yu Yuan wanted to refuse, but the aroma of the hot pot was so overwhelming that her stomach spoke for her. She felt a little embarrassed, while the students in class 3 laughed. Qin Yu shook his head. It's over. Now, every time I hear my stomach growl, I think of that line of dialogue the class monitor recited on stage. Gu Qinghuan pulled Yu Yuan to his side and glared at him fiercely. Try to say it again. Jiang Chuchu raised her fist, and Song Yi and Ai Ning approached Qin Yu with ill intent. Qin Yu immediately became quiet. No, I didn't say anything. Gu Qinghuan withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and asked Yu Yuan, what do you want to eat? As she spoke, she had already found clean disposable chopsticks and a paper bowl. I haven't tried it before. Yu Yuan stared at the ingredients floating in the red broth, unsure of what to say. Can you handle spicy food? Gu Qinghuan asked. Yu Yuan instinctively wanted to shake her head, but paused. Yes. She could handle spicy food quite well, but the Yu family's tastes were mild, so she couldn't say anything. Okay, then I recommend something. Gu Qinghuan skillfully filled her bowl, then scooped half a bowl of red broth, drizzled with chili powder, and pressed it into her hand. Eat it. Yu Yuan took it and slowly took a bite. Gu Qinghuan asked, is it delicious? Yes, it's delicious. Yu Yuan nodded vigorously. That's good. You eat first. The second half has begun, and we continue watching the live stream. Gu Qinghuan said, the performance was a success, the food was delicious, and today was a perfect day, so just be happy. We talk about anything else tomorrow. Yu Yuan clenched her chopsticks, her eyes moist. She lowered her head again, and continued eating. Okay, we talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 166. The first act of the second half was Lu Rong's, and Yin Guanglei was quite satisfied. During intermission, he couldn't find Jiang Yue, and had to regretfully give up. Especially after learning that Jiang Yue had seen his daughter's performance, and had already left, Yin Guanglei suddenly lost interest in staying. However, Director Su Hanhai approached him, and asked him to make a speech as a partner of the program after the artists finished their performances. Yin Guanglei thought about it, and realized that since Jin Ding had 2 artists participating in the program, he was a legitimate representative. Since that was the case, he decided to stay a while longer and leave after his speech. However, after Lu Rong took the stage, Yin Guanglei realized that the situation didn't match his memory. Although he hadn't paid much attention to the content of Walking with the Light, he at least remembered that the student Lu Rong worked with was male. And the student on the stage, despite her short hair, was clearly female. What's going on? Yin Guanglei had a bad feeling. Su Lin stood on the stage, taking a deep breath. Bai Hantan was taller than her, so she couldn't wear his costume. Lu Rong's backup costume didn't fit Su Lin's role in the recitation, so that wasn't an option either. But it didn't matter, she had the perfect costume for this stage. The stage lights shone, and the Mingda uniform, the moment it appeared in front of the students, drew enthusiastic applause. The recitation script was already projected onto the screen behind them, visible to every student. Su Lin was truly the school's recognized academic genius. She had memorized the entire manuscript, word for word, after only silently reading it a few times. The recitation techniques Lu Rong taught her were so effective that she could apply them to other situations, and master them completely after just one session. She had originally thought it would take half a day, but in less than 3 hours, she had already reached a level high enough to perform on stage. Afterward, the two of them continued to hone their skills, polishing their 5-minute recitation to perfection under the gaze of the entire livestream audience. Su Lin's recitation was initially weaker than Lu Rong's, not just due to her technique, but also due to her limited understanding, which prevented her from fully envisioning her future. She knew she was a strong learner, but what she wanted to do in the future? Research, entrepreneurship, or something else? This didn't quite align with her role in recitation. However, as she and Lu Rong interacted during the recitation, she began to strongly display her own unique style. Determination, unyielding spirit, pride, and self-confidence. Her strength and willpower were her greatest and most powerful weapons. No matter how much hardship and setbacks she faced, no matter how deep she was thrown into, she could always climb out of the muddiest swamp. This was the high morale every student longed for, unwavering and invincible. To describe it in 3 words, it was explosive. Later on, Su Lin and Lu Rong's joint recitation ignited the emotions like a flame, growing stronger and stronger, finally like magma powerful enough to engulf everything, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. Oh my god, I have a feeling Su Lin will become something remarkable in the future. She's already remarkable now. Some netizens analyzed the fleeting grade rankings at the time, and the gap between Su Lin and second place was at least 20 points. I underestimated the recitation gently kneeling. What walking with a light? This is clearly walking with nuclear bombs. These students are so powerful, each one more powerful than the other, it's making me lose all confidence. After the recitation, the audience erupted in prolonged applause, which only died down when director Su Hanhai took the stage. Yan Guanglei noticed something unusual. Why was Su Hanhai on stage now? Lu Yi, Bai Qingyin, and Lu Cheng, only 3 artists had performed. Where was the other one? Where was Yi Weiyu? The artist Jin Ding had just poached from Jinxiu culture? Shouldn't Su Hanhai take the stage after all the artists had finished performing before announcing that all the groups in Walking with the Light had finished performing? A bad premonition grew stronger. Yan Guanglei was about to stand when his hands were almost simultaneously pressed down on the armrests by people on either side. Mr. Yan, the man who had spoken to him about Nim, said with a faint smile, his grip so strong that Yan Guanglei suspected his arm was about to break. Where are you going? Yan Guanglei still held on to a last glimmer of hope, a stiff smile. I just remembered, I have something else to do. There's nothing else for you to deal with, the man on the other side said, either at Jinding or elsewhere. Tell the truth. If we catch a few more who slip through the net, perhaps we can commute the death penalty to life imprisonment. The word death penalty drained all of Yan Guanglei's strength. He slumped in his chair, his eyes glazing over. He won every bet for so many years, so why had he lost this time? When had he been targeted? He refused to accept it. He couldn't accept or believe that his fall had been so quiet. Even if it was the end, it was too humiliating. Yan Guanglei lowered his head, as if possessed, as he pondered the unfolding situation, mumbling to himself. Several plainclothes officers nearby were overcome with goosebumps. One of them couldn't help but send a message to the operations group chat. Is Yan Guanglei crazy? What's so crazy about him? He simply can't accept his own failure. Did he still think he deserved a grand closing ceremony? Come on, arresting a criminal with such fanfare? Aren't you afraid he'd get away? It was actually quite grand, with all of us here. They even put on a special program for this. This could fill at least 3 years of publicity. You know what? It was quite a good show. Su Hanhai, observing the commotion from the audience, knew Yan Guanglei had given up, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, everyone was startled when they saw Yan Guanglei leaving. It was only a sudden flash of inspiration that she came up with the excuse of using the speech. Of course, we couldn't arrest anyone during the first half of the show, as it would be bad if we scared the students. During intermission, most people gathered in small groups, so it would be bad if Yan Guanglei bumped into people or took hostages. And now, as Su Hanhai walked off the stage, the 2 plainclothes officers beside Yan Guanglei stood up, flanking him, and calmly walked off. The students and invited parents were a little surprised, but when they realized it was Yan Guanglei, they all looked away. The CEO of Jinding must have watched his own artist's performance, and left after finding the rest of the show uninteresting. What's so strange about that? As for the person next to him, he must have been his bodyguard, right? The lights dimmed again, and the plainclothes officers in Yan Guanglei's row of seats left. Meanwhile, Assistant Director Wu Cha Xiao and his staff returned. Several laptops were set up, the program's online streaming platform opened, and the voting interface was added. Everyone understood, since Yan Guanglei was gone, why not just clear this row and give it to the production team? The audience in the venue could also see the live voting results on the screens. This was so thoughtful. Everyone was actually curious about the voting results, but the students on stage were still performing, and it would be rude to check their phones. Now with a row of laptops, all they had to do was glance at the screens to get the voting results. How convenient. Whoever came up with this trick really understood the psychology of the onlookers. Gu Qinghuan, who had been tentatively questioned by Su Hanhai and given this method, was in a state of annoyance. The camera wasn't even facing Yan Guanglei's row, and there was no scene of Yan Guanglei being arrested in the live broadcast room. She might as well have stayed at the venue. Chapter 167. On the first day of the new year, Walking with the Light was trending countless times. Unexpectedly, the next day, topics like police report on Yi Weiyu's assault incident, Yi Weiyu's drug use, and police report details of the arrest of Jinding General Manager Yan Guanglei became even more heated. Gu Qinghuan was incredibly busy yesterday, and since Mingda had a day off today, He naturally slept through the night, skipping breakfast. By the time he woke up a little after 10, his phone was overflowing with WeChat messages. Jiang Chuchu, tell me the truth about this incident. How much do you know? At Gu Qinghwan Su Xinghe, squad leader. Bai Qingyin issued a statement saying that this operation showed her the power of youth. Was she referring to you? You Xian, although I had some idea, it seems even more exaggerated than I imagined. Song Yi, sister, you're my only sister? So strong. Baoqing Song, he, the police officer who acted as a matchmaker in the statement is my sister, right? Xie Xiangxue, ha, Yin Zhengqing, you come to this. What goes around comes around. Gu Qinghwan closed her eyes and decided to go get breakfast. She left the bedroom to find Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian sitting on the sofa, one holding a tablet, the other on their phone, reading and reading. Hearing the noise, they both looked up at the same time, their gazes fixed on him. Are you up? Gu Qinghwan nodded. I am. Anything to eat? There are scallion pancakes on the table. Heat them up in the microwave. Wang Jian said. Gu Qinghwan heated up the scallion pancakes and returned, sitting on the sofa next to him, nibbling on them, while he listened to what Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian were talking about. Hearing this, she nearly choked. Why are you also paying attention to Jin Ding and the show? Gu Haiyan turned her gaze towards her and sighed. It's a good thing the artist you're working with isn't from Jin Ding. I heard the guy who co-starred with Lu Rong broke his bones because of that drug addict. Wow, you already used drug addict as a general term in her family. Gu Qinghwan cleared her throat. That guy is by Hans Han. I told you, he's a senior in the 2nd grade. He didn't have any fractures, but we weren't sure if he had any other sequelae, so we asked Su Lin to replace him. Speaking of Su Lin, Wang Jian perked up. Yes, Su Lin, your top-ranked girl in the grade, is truly amazing. She performed so well despite such a tight schedule. Gu Qinghwan looked up, feeling proud. Yes, she's amazing. She also taught us so well during tutoring. Having said that, Gu Qinghwan secretly wiped a cold sweat from her forehead. Great. It seems Mom and Dad didn't realize she was involved in this incident. If the authorities knew Gu Qinghwan's thoughts, they'd be speechless. What do you mean by related? Which of the 4 stages of the story, introduction, development, turn, and conclusion, didn't you participate in? After finishing her scallion pancakes, Gu Haiyan sent Gu Qinghwan back to her room to change clothes. They were going to eat at Grandma's house together today. Yesterday, because Gu Qinghwan had to film a program, the family didn't get together. Although Gu Min was happy to see Gu Qinghwan on TV, it couldn't compare to seeing him in person. Gu Qinghwan paused. It just so happened that she also wanted to see Yuan Xiu. Yesterday, when Yuan came to class 3, she knew by her expression that Cui Wang's surprise wasn't a good one. It was just a personal matter involving Yuan, and she couldn't bring herself to ask about it in front of so many classmates. She also sincerely hoped Yuan would put it aside for now, so she chose to keep the matter to herself. She hadn't yet asked Yuan what exactly had happened, but that was enough for her to conclude that Yuan had been treated poorly and was feeling deeply distressed. Although it felt a bit like taking advantage of someone's misfortune, Gu Qinghwan felt that now was a good time to intervene. Her disappointment in the Yu family would help guide Yuan's thinking towards a true family. When Gu Qinghwan and her family arrived at her grandmother's house, they heard Gu Min's call through the door. Is Huan here? Grandma. Gu Qinghwan responded loudly. Gu Min opened the door, sighed, and pulled Gu Qinghwan around, her face beaming with joy. Our Huan is on TV. She's a little star. Gu Haiyan, ignored by her own mother, said, just spoil her. Yuan Xiu was busy in the kitchen. The air conditioner was on in the living room, so she closed the kitchen's glass sliding door to prevent the smell of cooking fumes from wafting in. Gu Qinghwan discreetly observed Yuan Xiu's condition, but couldn't discern anything from her expression. A moment later, Yuan Xiu suddenly put down her kitchen knife and emerged, frantically reaching for the medicine box. Gu Min looked over and said, ouch, you cut your hand. Does it hurt? It's okay. Yuan Xiu smiled. Just put a band-aid on it. Gu Min saw that the cut on her hand was quite large. Haiyan, help Wen Xiu with it. My hand is almost healed now, so I can still cut vegetables. Let Wen Xiu rest for a while. Wang Jian quickly approached. Mom, I do it. I learned a lot from my night school teacher lately. I show you my knife skills. Gu Min glanced at him. Okay, then I see what you can do. Grandma and Dad went into the kitchen. Gu Qinghwan helped fetch the medicine box. Gu Haiyan pushed Yuan Xiu onto the sofa and sat beside her to bandage her. Unable to refuse such a kind offer, Yuan Xiu allowed Gu Haiyan to do what she wanted, apologetically saying, "Sorry to bother you." "It's nothing," Gu Haiyan said as she cleaned the wound. "Cuts are normal. Machines make mistakes, let alone people. Don't take it personally." Yuan Xiao hummed, then fell silent. Gu Qinghuan remained silent, but she noticed that Yuan Xiao was fidgeting. In a few minutes, she'd been bandaging her foot. She moved her foot several times. Getting Yuan Xiao to speak first might be difficult, so Gu Qinghuan waited, deciding to take the initiative herself. "Aunt Yu, did you see our school show yesterday?" At these words, Yuan Xiao's expression suddenly grew anxious. She grasped Gu Haiyan's hand, her expression turning mournful. "Haiyan," Yuan Xiao's voice choked with sobs. "The girl who performed with your daughter yesterday was the lead actress, who performed exceptionally well. I saw her." She couldn't continue, but Gu Haiyan could already sense her intention from the force in her hand. Gu Haiyan tentatively asked, "Do you suspect that's your daughter?" Yuan Xiao said nothing, merely nodded vigorously, her hair falling slightly, her back hunched. "Her features are truly similar to mine as a child, but... She felt the resemblance the first time she saw her last night, and the more she watched, the more suspicious she became. After Gumin fell asleep, she dug up the previous show and began watching it again. Yuan Xiao didn't know if she'd been searching for her child for so long that she'd become obsessed, but she felt it was hers. Then she backed off. Yu Yuan on the show looked so wonderful, healthy and lively, her performance is serious and hardworking. Netizens affectionately called her Yu Yuan, and she was as adorable as a soft, colorful dessert. What mother wouldn't love a child like that? Yu Yuan's adoptive mother must have loved her dearly. For over a decade, she hadn't fulfilled her child's responsibilities. To her, she was a stranger. Even if Yu Yuan was indeed her child, would the child really accept her if she went to recognize her? Chapter 168. Yuan Xiao no longer knew what she was saying. The emotions she had been suppressing since last night seemed to finally find a way out, pouring out all at once. Her tears streamed down her face and onto her legs, staining her gray pants with water stains, leaving mottled black spots. Gu Haiyan simply listened quietly. Gu Min and Wang Jian, hearing the commotion, also ran out of the kitchen and slowly understood what Yuan Xiao was saying. When Yuan Xiao calmed down a bit, Gu Haiyan winked at Wang Jian, who quickly fetched a hot towel. Gu Haiyan took the towel and wiped Yuan Xiao's face, saying calmly, "Sister Yu, don't overthink it. I just want to ask. Do you want to see the child?" Yuan Xiao sobbed and nodded. Gu Haiyan continued, "That's all. If you want to see her, go see her. How you do it is another matter. You have to see her in person, get to know her current situation, and then make any decisions. Otherwise, it's all wishful thinking." Yuan Xiao was enlightened. After a moment of confusion, her eyes gradually cleared. "You're right. I have to figure out what I need to do." Gu Qinghuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Min patted Yuan Xiao's arm soothingly. "Wen Xiao, don't overthink it. You've been looking for your child for so many years. You should at least give yourself an explanation." Yuan Xiao wiped her face with the towel again and said in a hoarse voice, "I will. I was just confused for a moment. I feel much better now." She stood up. "I get back to cooking. We have several delicious dishes today. I promise they be delicious." Seeing Yuan Xiao go back to the kitchen, Gu Haiyan patted Gu Qinghuan's arm, motioning for her to follow her to the bedroom for a conversation. "Your classmate named you Yuan." Gu Haiyan pondered how to start. Gu Qinghuan had already said, she's not the Yu family's biological daughter. When the Yu family was young, their children were swapped by villains. Yu Xian is the biological daughter, and Yu Yuan is the swapped one. Gu Haiyan looked at her strangely. "Did you realize this a long time ago?" "I can't say I haven't." Gu Qinghuan scratched her hair. "I just noticed that Yu Yuan and Aunt Yu look a lot like each other. But Yu Yuan's family situation is quite complicated, so I didn't want to tell Aunt Yu without permission." Gu Haiyan asked, "What exactly is the situation?" Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment before saying, "I can only say that, in my opinion, the Yu family treats her like a valuable commodity." "Did the Yu family treat Yu Yuan well?" "It's hard to say. At least materially, Yu Yuan lived a prosperous life. But she, Yu Xian, and Jiang Chuchu could all see the Yu family's attitude toward Yu Yuan. Gu Qinghuan, in particular, suspected that Cui wanting surprise for Yu Yuan yesterday wasn't a good thing. Otherwise, why would Yu Yuan be so jubilant before going to see Cui wanting, and so distraught after returning? The holly, which she had once held so carefully, now drooped to the ground, and many of its berries had fallen. Just by looking at it, Gu Qinghuan could tell she was in a bad mood. Gu Haiyan took a sharp breath. "Is that so?" "Mom, what do you think is the best approach?" Gu Qinghuan humbly asked. Gu Haiyan frowned. Does Yu Yuan know she's not her biological child? Seeing Gu Qinghuan nod, Gu Haiyan paused for a moment and said, finding the child is the parent's responsibility. Let sister Yu handle it herself. She didn't think Yu Yuan was wrong for not looking for her biological mother. For a high school kid, simply knowing she wasn't her biological mother was terrifying enough. Even if she called the police and found her, what if her biological mother wasn't a good person? Or what if she already had another child, and didn't want her? There weren't always those bad people in the news. They figured the children they sold would grow up and want to find them, sell them for dowry, and marry off their gifted and proud children. These were all unknown risks for Yu Yuan, and she didn't dare gamble. She couldn't even afford to gamble on the Yu family's love for her. Gu Haiyan decided to discuss this with Yu Wenxiu, at least to meet with Yu Yuan first. She looked at Gu Qinghuan and said, if you have a chance, try to understand Yu Yuan's attitude and see how she feels about her biological mother. She understood Yu Yuan, but she also had to consider Yu Wenxiu. If Yu Yuan didn't care about her biological mother and only wanted to live a good life in the Yu family, Yu Wenxiu would only be disappointed even if she found her biological daughter. It would be better for both parties to sit down and talk, then go their separate ways, giving Yu Wenxiu a chance to feel at ease and live her own life. I know. Gu Qinghuan nodded heavily. Even if her mother hadn't told her, she would have done it. Yu Wenxiu's lunch was indeed delicious. Gu Qinghuan barely ate a bite of rice, only eating the vegetables. The salt and pepper shrimp, with their heads, backs, and deveined, were fried to a golden brown, and the sharp-tailed bones removed. When you put them whole, they were crunchy, and the crispy shell enveloped the tender, juicy shrimp. It was simply delicious. The steaming hot pot of cabbage, tofu, and vermicelli was filled with golden brown tofu coated in egg. The broth was fresh and sweet, and a mouthful of nearly melted cabbage and chewy vermicelli warmed my stomach. There were several other dishes, like cola chicken wings, braised lamb, stir-fried potato slices, and braised pork with radish. Although they were home-cooked dishes, Yu Wenxiu made them exceptionally delicious. Gu Qinghuan ate from one dish to another, stuffing himself to the brim, then ran to the balcony to burp. I must find a way to tell Yu Yuan that her mother's cooking is truly delicious. After dinner, Gu Haiyan and Yu Wenxiu discussed how to meet with Yu Yuan, so Wang Jian and Gu Qinghuan went home first. When they got home, Gu Qinghuan finally mustered the courage to confront WeChat and posted a peeking emoji in the class group chat. She immediately blew up another wave of people in the group chat. After finally explaining everything, Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and went to chat privately with Yu Xian, asking what surprise Cui Wanting had given Yu Yuan yesterday. Yu Xian, I think there was only a surprise, not a joy. Yu Xian, at lunch today, my father and mother were talking about Yu Yuan's engagement. Gu Qinghuan, Gu Qinghuan, what were those last two words? Yu Xian, I was shocked too. It seems it was some son of the Wei family, named Wei Xiao. He said Yu Yuan knew him when they were children, and they were childhood sweethearts. Gu Qinghuan, I don't believe it. If they were that close, why haven't I ever heard Yu Yuan mention it? Yu Xian, I don't believe it either. Gu Qinghuan, what did Yu Yuan think? Yu Xian, she said nothing, eating quietly, only agreeing when it was mentioned. Yu Xian, that guy Yu Jinxin mentioned that Yu Yuan was still young and didn't need to get married so early. My mother immediately told me to focus on nurturing her relationship. What if someone else snatched her away? Gu Qinghuan, snatched away? Oh, you mean that Wei Xiao is so fickle, so frivolous, and so clueless that he just jump at anyone's cue, right? Yu Xian, wow. When it's needed, Qinghuan's aggressiveness is truly admirable. Chapter 169. Even if Gu Qinghuan had known what kind of people Yu Wenli and Cui Wanting were, he was still disgusted by the engagement. Why would a high school freshman talk about an engagement? Even if the couple was truly outstanding, it still depended on whether they were compatible. Talking about an engagement before even meeting the person? This isn't feudal times, so why would they be caught in a blind marriage? After chatting with Yu Xian for a few more minutes and clarifying the details of the so-called engagement, Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment before contacting Bai Han. Gu Qinghuan, Senior Bai, how are you? Bai Han didn't reply to the message, but instead called directly, I'm fine. No broken bones, and I'm back home now. After a pause, Bai Han's tone tinged with apology. I'm sorry for causing you trouble yesterday because of an unexpected situation. According to Bai Qingyin and Bai Han's original plan, Bai Han was indeed going to provoke an argument with Yu Weiyu. He found a spot nearby to practice after Yu Weiyu stopped. He had originally prepared a cell phone to record the scene nearby, intending to use the excuse of recording a video to verify my performance. Unexpectedly, there was actually surveillance there, so he took advantage of the situation. The truth was, the students from Class 3 were wandering around the venue in an area without surveillance. There was no need to monitor the area with surveillance, so Yi Weiyu had no choice but to move to the area with surveillance. Bai Han had originally thought that he could simply film the argument between Yi Weiyu and him, but Yi Weiyu, fresh off a drug habit, was so high he attacked. With Bai Han's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to counter Yi Weiyu, but that wouldn't have been enough to prove Yi Weiyu's fault, so he simply fell. He didn't have a broken bone, just a dislocation. It was quickly reconnected after going to the hospital, so it wasn't a big deal. It's nothing. Action plans are never perfect. Besides, even if something unexpected happens, it makes the show more interesting, Gu Qingwan said. Bai Han had also watched the live broadcast, and had to admit that Gu Qingwan's proposed solution was truly perfect. After returning, his sister praised Gu Qingwan endlessly, saying that if Gu Qingwan ever worked in the entertainment industry, he would definitely be a top-notch public relations expert. By the way, I have one more question. Gu Qingwan finished the pleasantries and got down to business. I heard that a student named Wei will be enrolling at Ming the next semester? Bai Han raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed this was the key point of the conversation. He replied, "Wait a minute," checked the records and information on his phone, and spoke again. "I confirm that a student named Wei Xiao will indeed be transferring to Ming the next semester. Would you mind telling me about his family?" Gu Qingwan asked tentatively. Bai Han thought for a moment. "You should be able to find out by asking Jiang Chu, so I give you a brief overview. The Wei family originally dealt in mining, then futures. About 10 years ago, influenced by the domestic situation, they chose to move abroad. In the past 2 years, they turned their attention back to China and moved back home. During their time abroad, the Wei family made a lot of money and developed a network of contacts. Considering this, many people are indeed flocking to them," Bai Han said. Gu Qingwan simplified. "In other words, it's a big piece of meat." Bai Han almost choked. This statement was too simplistic, but it wasn't wrong. He hummed, "But this piece of fat meat isn't so easy to chew." Gu Qingwan understood. Earning money abroad and returning home meant, among other things, that Wei Yan, the current head of the Wei family, was indeed quite capable. "So what's Wei Yao's level?" Gu Qingwan asked again. Bai Han said with some regret, "I don't know about that." Gu Qingwan wasn't discouraged. Just knowing this was already quite good. She thanked Bai Han, thinking that she still had to talk to Yu Yuan first. The Yu family wanted to marry Yu Yuan into the Wei family for their own benefit, but that was a one-sided idea. According to Bai Han, the Wei family wasn't that simple, and they might end up losing more than they gained. The question was, did Yu Yuan want to be the one who got her? As long as Yu Yuan had enough courage and determination, she could break off relations with the Yu family and avoid being Wei Zhao's engagement partner. So, in Gu Qingwan's view, the importance of the engagement actually came second to Yu Yuan, and Yu and Xiao recognizing each other. Even better, reuniting with her biological mother might even provide Yu Yuan with a source of courage. She was just beginning to think about how to find Yu Yuan, when a familiar feeling of fatigue suddenly washed over her. Gu Qingwan perked up, happily lying down on the bed, letting her consciousness sink into darkness. The system had been following the entire program this time, so after confirming the mission was complete, it quickly summoned Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan was also in a good mood. "Did you complete missions for several people this time?" The system responded, "Yes, there are 2 people to settle this mission, Xie Xiangxue and Bao Qingsong." "Host, whose mission do you want to settle first?" Gu Qingwan thought for a moment. "Xie Xiangxue." She mainly wanted to know what kind of insanity Yin Zhenqing had become. The system agreed and began processing Xie Xiangxue's mission. First key node, water throwing incident. Just by hearing the name of this node, Gu Qingwan knew it was related to the day Xie Xiangxue accidentally splashed water on Yin Zhenqing. In real life, she and Jiang Chu had defended Xie Xiangxue, but in this fateful situation, no one came to her aid. Under the scorching sun, Xie Xiangxue stood in the center of the crowd, facing Yin Zhenqing and his subordinates, and the onlookers and curious gazes of those around her. She couldn't explain herself. The students recognized Yin Zhenqing's identity, whispered to each other, and ultimately chose silence. Alone, she faced the 3 people's distortions and malicious intent, desperately trying to explain herself, falling into the trap of self-proclaimed guilt. In the end, Yin Zhenqing sneered, saying, "Ugly people are prone to mischief," and then he walked away with his subordinates. Her testimony was meaningless. Even though the students around her cast sympathetic glances at her, She couldn't bear the humiliation and ran back to the classroom in tears. A few classmates kindly approached her to ask what had happened, but once she explained, they hesitated, unsure how to resolve the situation, and could only advise her not to take it personally. Soon, Lin Xiaoxue arrived. This experience was identical to what Gu Qinghuan had known, except that the situation was quite different when Yan Zhenqing came to see her because of Lin Xiaoxue's sobbing. Class 3's group chat hadn't been established yet, and although Bao Qingsong knew Lin Xiaoxue had come looking for someone, he couldn't bring himself to tell the others. The classmates, confused, simply assumed there was some conflict between Yan Zhenqing and Xie Xiangxue and wanted to quickly resolve the matter so they could all leave. Yu Xian had sprained her ankle and went to see the school doctor at noon. She didn't see Lin Xiaoxue come to see Xie Xiangxue, and naturally couldn't explain her identity. So, Xie Xiangxue had no idea Lin Xiaoxue was the girl who had come to see her, and she couldn't understand what Yan Zhenqing was saying. The grievance she felt at noon, coupled with the questioning now, had left her furious, and she had no idea how to explain herself. In the end, Jiang Chuchu stepped forward and coldly told Yan Zhenqing to get out of the way. Only then did Yan Zhenqing reluctantly leave, saying, "Stay away from Xiaoxue, and don't mess with me." Left behind, Xie Xiangxue, repeatedly vilified for no reason, was she branded as someone who was constantly entangled with Yan Zhenqing. Gu Qinghuan tried to take a deep breath to calm herself, but she was still filled with anger. "Yan Zhenqing, you lunatic." Chapter 170. After cursing, she calmed down and asked the system, why was Yan Zhenqing's departure so easy in this fate? The system replied, "It's mainly because, in the reality you experienced, you and Jiang Chuchu appeared when Yan Zhenqing was splashed with water. Although Yan Zhenqing left at that time, he also accumulated resentment. Because of this resentment, when Yan Zhenqing appeared the second time, he thought he couldn't let him off so easily this time, so he didn't let Jiang Chuchu scare him away. On the other hand, for various reasons, the students in Class 3 learned the truth and sided with Xie Xiangxue, accusing Yan Zhenqing. These accusations also exacerbated Yan Zhenqing's emotions, and he was even more unwilling to show weakness in order to save his own face. Gu Qinghuan pondered, so it seems that my influence on fate can sometimes have a negative effect. The system immediately said, I don't think it's a negative effect. The changes brought about by the host have gained Xie Xiangxue's support. At best, it can be said that it has complicated the situation a little, but the result is far better than the most hopeless fate. How could the host use the word negative to describe himself? It has never seen anyone more positive than the host. After the explanation, the system continued to calculate the next node. Second key node, New Year's Eve Gala. Although the program Walking with the Light did not appear in this fateful episode, Mingda still held a New Year's Eve Gala. In the months since the start of school, Xie Xiangxue had been subject to considerable criticism due to Yan Zhenqing's connection. She finally figured out who Lin Xiaoxue really was. Although she still couldn't understand her thoughts, she resolved to avoid Yan Zhenqing and Lin Xiaoxue. Because of her excellent English grades, she remained the English class representative and gradually made some friends. When Yan Zhenqing's underlings slandered Xie Xiangxue, her friends would speak up for her, ensuring she wasn't isolated. Yan Zhenqing and Lin Xiaoxue, on the other hand, were like a pair of bickering lovers, bickering and breaking up, with neither party ever explicitly stating words like love or dating. However, because they couldn't explain their feelings clearly, Xie Xiangxue's presence made Lin Xiaoxue feel even more threatened. Whenever she spotted her, she would say things like, "Is she prettier than me? Or you and her are a better match." To appease Lin Xiaoxue, Yan Zhenqing naturally had to prove that he didn't like Xie Xiangxue at all. He would call her ugly, claiming she wasn't as talented as Lin Xiaoxue, and claiming he looked down on her. At the New Year's Eve party, Yan Zhenqing learned that Xie Xiangxue was performing a solo dance. Remembering that one of the guests was a dancer who had collaborated with the Yan family, he came up with an idea. So, in public, during the host's post-show interview, what should have been a brief comment turned into a 3-minute, utterly disparaging comment from the dancer. Even though many in the audience considered Xie Xiangxue's performance excellent, they were silenced by the dancer's authority. After the gala, the incident quickly escalated online. Although many dancers disagreed with the dancer, Xie Xiangxue's voice was relatively insignificant, and her words barely made a ripple. Even her dance teacher was affected, subtly expressing her hope that Xie Xiangxue would leave the studio, lest it affect future enrollment. Xie Xiangxue couldn't understand why she had suffered such a sudden misfortune. With the dancer's words in her mind, her dream of studying dance abroad was completely impossible. She was in a daze for a while, until she overheard a conversation between Lin Xiaoxue and Yin Zhengqing, realizing that her experience was just a whim Yin Zhengqing had given to Lin Xiaoxue. She couldn't believe her ears. The life she had planned, the hard work she had put into it, had been trampled upon. Impulsively, she ran up to the two men to confront them, but Yin Zhengqing impatiently pushed her away, pushing her right into the sewer. Xie Xiangxue's foot caught in a crack, and because her center of gravity was unstable, she fell to the ground, fracturing her ankle. She fainted from the pain, but Yin Zhengqing, assuming she was playing weak, took off with Lin Xiaoxue. By the time Xie Xiangxue was finally taken to the hospital by a passing student, it was too late for optimal treatment. Even if she recovered, she would still experience severe pain and could no longer dance as she once did. Her dream of dancing was completely shattered. Deep breathing proved useless this time. Gu Qinghuan angrily swore within the system's space, "Crazy husband. Crazy wife. You're mentally ill." The downfall of the Yin family is too much for him. Unable to bear it any longer, she asked the system directly, "What happened next? Just tell me. I don't want to see it anymore." The system searched the database and succinctly explained, in her senior year of high school, Lin Xiaoxue secured a place to study abroad with the help of Yin Zhengqing and a dancer. While she was away, Yin Zhengqing was bored and thought of Xie Xiangxue, using her as a stand-in for Lin Xiaoxue. At that time, Xie Xiangxue had just recovered from her trauma and had hoped to pass the Gaokao, at least to pursue a dance-related career. However, due to Yin Zhengqing's interference, she was unable to take the Gaokao. Xie Xiangxue's family business also collapsed due to the Yin family's attack. For the sake of her family, Xie Xiangxue finally succumbed to Yin Zhengqing and was confined to the Yin family's villa, only able to see her family once a month. She suffered from severe depression. When Lin Xiaoxue returned to China, Yin Zhengqing ruthlessly kicked her out. On her way out, Xie Xiangxue was involved in a car accident and fell off a cliff, dying. Hearing this made me even angrier. Gu Qinghuan immediately wanted to return to reality, find Yin Zhengqing, and, without saying anything, slap him 180 times with a ping-pong paddle. Xie Xiangxue's mission was concluded, and the brightness in the space increased again. The system asked, "For this personal reward, do you still want to show Xie Xiangxue's current fate to the most desperate Xie Xiangxue, just like last time?" Gu Qinghuan calmed down from his anger, thought for a long time, and slowly shook his head. "Can I keep it for now? Let me finish reviewing Bao Qingsong's results first." The system agreed bluntly. "No problem, this is your personal reward, host. You can claim it anytime you want." Then, begin the conclusion of Bao Qingsong's mission. As the system had previously reviewed, the most crucial turning point in Bao Qingsong's fate was the death of his sister, Bao Rujian. Bao Qingsong was a posthumous child. His father, also a police officer, was killed by a car while arresting a criminal. Bao Rujian inherited his father's police number after joining the force. From a young age, their mother had taught them to be upright. After Bao Rujian's death, his mother also suffered a cerebral hemorrhage in grief, leaving Bao Qingsong alone. Through various means, he discovered that Jin Ding was the mastermind behind the attacks, but the evidence he could gather from the surface was too limited. He decided to undergo plastic surgery, infiltrate Jin Ding under a new identity, and use his own strength to gather evidence of Jin Ding's crimes, which he would then hand over to the public security, procuratorial, and judicial authorities. Unfortunately, at the last minute, he was discovered by Jin Ding's men, who faked his death in a car accident. After the system completed Bao Qingsong's task, it watched as the space brightened again, and Gu Qinghuan's spirit form appeared. Gu Qinghuan, whose figure still seemed somewhat transparent, frowned deeply. After a long moment, he spoke, "I need to think about how to use these two rewards. Can I leave for now?" "Yes, host, you should get some rest." The system considerately escorted Gu Qinghuan out of the space. Reality returned to her consciousness, but unlike last time, Gu Qinghuan couldn't find joy in the face of Xie Xiangxue and Bao Qingsong's desperate fate. Her heart still felt heavy, and she ultimately irritably grabbed her pillow and covered her head with it. She had to carefully consider how to use these two rewards to free Xie Xiangxue and Bao Qingsong, who faced such a fate, from the agony of death. Chapter 171. The New Year's Day holiday quickly ended. Back at school, Gu Qinghuan was still worried about Yu Yuan and Yu Wenxiu's reunion, and the mission rewards for Xie Xiangxue and Bao Qingsong. Qin Yu had been intensively surfing the internet these past 2 days, excitedly planning to discuss the matter with Gu Qinghuan and the others. Seeing her gloomy expression, he couldn't help but wonder, "Why aren't you happy about the success of your plan?" Gu Qinghuan lifted her cheeks, forced a smile, and smiled. Qin Yu was amused. What's going on? Gu Qingwan thought for a moment and asked, does your family have one of those business marriages you see in novels? No, my mom and dad are just in a relationship. Qin Yu replied, and my mom said that instead of using marriage to tie us together, it's better to get a lawyer to draft a contract and have it notarized. Gu Qingwan couldn't help but glance sideways. Your mom is so clear-headed. Qin Yu raised his chin proudly. Of course, my mom is amazing. Jiang Chuchu saw Qin Yu like this upon arriving. What are you bragging about so early in the morning? The squad leader asked me about the marriage, Qin Yu replied. Marriage? Jiang Chuchu pondered. Come to think of it, a few years ago someone approached my dad, saying they wanted to introduce their daughter to my brother. Gu Qingwan was curious. A few years ago? Was your brother an adult then? He had just come of age, and it was because he had his coming-of-age ceremony that someone approached him. Jiang Chuchu shrugged. They just wanted to get to know each other, and my dad couldn't refuse. So they held a few banquets and invited my brother. And then what happened? Gu Qingwan and Qin Yu ate melons together. My brother was fine the first 2 times, but he absolutely refused to go the 3rd time. He said the first time, the girl's perfume was pungent. He tried to keep his distance, but she came right up to him. If he hadn't turned quickly, he'd have spit it all over her face. Jiang Chuchu found it hard to describe. What happened the 2nd time? Gu Qingwan continued, stifling a laugh. The 2nd time, she changed her perfume, so the smell wasn't as strong. But the event was an outdoor barbecue, and my brother loves roasted garlic. He tried to hold back, but the chef's ingredients were so fragrant that he couldn't resist and ordered 5 skewers in one go, driving everyone away. Jiang Chuchu spread her hands. Qin Yu had already fallen forward on the table laughing. Gu Qingwan's eyes widened. Roasted garlic is delicious. After roasting garlic for a long time, peel off the outer layer, and the cloves inside are soft and sticky, without the original pungent smell. They taste a bit like steamed potatoes, sprinkled with barbecue seasoning, and it's delicious just thinking about it. Farts smell really bad after eating. Jiang Chuchu held her forehead. Gu Qingwan stared at the ceiling. This was hard to refute. Jiang Chuchu concluded, anyway, that incident just fell through. My dad told my brother to find a girlfriend if he wants one. After she finished speaking, she realized, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Well, there's a small reason, Gu Qingwan said vaguely. Let's talk about it when we have lunch together today. This we obviously included Xian. Jiang Chuchu nodded. Since Gu Qingwan said so, they could wait until lunch. After Xian arrived, Gu Qingwan mentioned it to her privately, asking if she could invite Yuan to lunch. Xian knew she was going to talk about the engagement, so she simply went to ask Yuan. She replied okay 2 periods later, after the morning class. Yuan didn't have lunch with Lin Xiaoxua today. The Yin family was currently under investigation, and Yin Zhengqing hadn't come to school. Lin Xiaoxua was extremely anxious, barely holding it in for the entire morning. At noon, unable to bear it any longer, she skipped school to go find Yin Zhengqing. Class 12 was also buzzing about the Yin family situation. After Yang Xiao and the others informed Shen Mingzhi, the 4 of them had been extremely quiet in class, their presence low. Although Yin Zhengqing didn't say anything, he was noticeably cooler towards them, and had even taken on 2 more underlings. With the Yin family's sway on the brink of collapse, the 2 younger brothers quickly distanced themselves from Yin Zhengqing in class. Other students commented on Yang Xiao and the others. It's a good thing they already severed ties with Yin Zhengqing. Under such circumstances, no one would have noticed that Yuan and Gu Qingwan had gone to lunch together. However, even if they had noticed, no one would have thought much of it. After all, Yuan and Gu Qingwan had gotten along well during the filming of the show, and with Xian as their older sister, eating together was perfectly normal. The next day, when Gu Qingwan saw Yuan again, she could clearly see the dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well in the past 2 days. Xian knew Yuan was upset, but as a fellow daughter of the Yu family, she couldn't bring herself to speak up. If the arranged marriage was a bad idea, Yuan might think that she, a fake daughter, wasn't loved by her family. If the arranged marriage was a good idea, Xian worried that her intrusion might make Yuan think she was jealous. Xian was truly relieved that Gu Qingwan was willing to help. Yuan, what would you like for lunch? Gu Qingwan greeted Yuan. Yuan forced a smile and said, anything's fine with me. How about spicy food? Gu Qingwan remembered that she devoured the spicy hot pot the night before. Yuan was startled, then brightened a little. Okay. The 4 of them discussed it together, and decided on spicy hot pot, but since everyone had different tolerances for spiciness, they each ordered their own. They didn't eat in the cafeteria, but took it to Gu Qinghuan's office. The sun was shining brightly today, and the calico cat was basking on the windowsill. Seeing the four of them, it didn't even stir, knowing they all knew each other. Gu Qinghuan went to clean the litter box and add the cat food, while Yu Xian helped open the window for some fresh air and put back the items that had been moved during the filming. Jiang Chuchu was about to unwrap the spicy hot pot for 4 people and set it on the table when she saw Yu Yuan, bewildered, and pulled her along. Put your portion wherever you want to sit. Learn from me and unwrap it so they can eat when they're done. Yu Yuan, who usually never did any housework at home, clumsily got to work now that Jiang Chuchu was pulling her along. Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian finished their work and went to wash their hands. When they came back, everything was set out. Thank you. What's there to thank me for? Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Yu Yuan felt a little uncomfortable listening to the thank you and followed suit. The spicy hot pot was even better than she expected. She'd chosen every ingredient herself. There were all sorts of hot pot meatballs you wouldn't normally find at home. Once cooked and tossed with seasoning, it tasted spicy and fragrant with rice. Yu Yuan's lips sagged red from her eating, but her mood gradually relaxed. She actually knew why they asked her to have lunch with them. Gu Qinghuan had noticed something wasn't right with her that night, hadn't he? He just hadn't said it. Yu Xian had heard about the engagement at home and had probably told Gu Qinghuan about it. However, since it was Gu Qinghuan who knew about it, Yu Yuan felt less repulsed, knowing full well that Gu Qinghuan wouldn't treat such a thing as a joke. Besides, Yu Xian must have told Gu Qinghuan out of concern for her and wanted her help in figuring out how to handle the situation. After lunch, the 4 of them were speechless, looking at each other. It was Gu Qinghuan who stood up first and clapped his hands, closed the doors and windows. Let's get down to business. Jiang Chuchu was waiting there, quickly closing the door and locking it from the inside, while Yu Xian went to close the windows. Gu Qinghuan took charge. First, Yu Yuan, are you okay with Chuchu's participation? Of course, Yu Yuan nodded, then looked at Jiang Chuchu and said, I think you might be able to offer a better suggestion. Jiang Chuchu looked at Gu Qinghuan, her eyes inquiring. What's going on? Gu Qinghuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the Yu family has arranged a marriage for Yu Yuan. It's Wei Xiao from the Wei family, who will transfer to Ming the next semester. According to the information I got from Senior Bai, this Wei family member is very popular and capable lately. Jiang Chuchu was shocked. Gu Qinghuan initially thought she was surprised by the marriage, but the next second, Jiang Chuchu's words shocked the other 3. But Wei Xiao is an illegitimate child. Although Wei Yan only took Wei Xiao and his mother back after divorcing his ex-wife, it's said that Wei Xiao and Wei Yan's ex-wife's daughter are only a few months apart in age. It's a clear case of extramarital infidelity and an illegitimate child. Chapter 172. Yu Yuan stuttered, but I saw him when I was a child. Jiang Chuchu explained, my mother told me that Wei Yan was a very conservative person, believing that only sons could inherit the family business. He was very happy when his ex-wife was pregnant, but later, when she was a little pregnant, he took her to find out the baby's gender under the pretext of a checkup. Yu Xian blurted out, isn't that illegal? Jiang Chuchu shrugged and said nothing. This kind of trash always finds its way. She continued, when they found out it was a daughter, he said nothing on the surface, but he complained about it several times behind my back at the dinner table. My mom already had my brother at the time, and he even expressed his envy. My mom was upset, and she eventually distanced herself from my dad and the Wei family. Wei Yan's ex-wife was adamant about having only one child. He agreed on the surface, but secretly found another woman. When the baby's gender was found out, and it was a boy, he told his ex-wife he would give her money to leave and bring the child home to raise. He and his ex-wife had a huge argument and divorced him while she was pregnant. Wei Yan still pretended to be nice, and he kept it to himself in his circle. He said his ex-wife didn't understand him, so he pretended and then married someone else. Gu Qinghuan held his forehead. So, to be precise, was Wei Xiao already considered a legitimate child when he was born? Yu Xian's expression was also complicated. To be honest, Wei Xiao was indeed a legitimate child, but morally, I can't accept it. Jiang Chuchu spread her hands. In my opinion, he's an illegitimate child. She added, when we divorced, my ex-wife was already very far along in the pregnancy, and an induced abortion wasn't an option. My mother made some inquiries, and heard that she didn't remarry, and gave birth to the child herself. She also had a lot of premarital assets, and was living a good life. The other three breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had met a scumbag, the fact that the woman was doing well was something to be happy about. But then, Yu Yuan's face darkened again. I don't want to marry that man, nor do I want to join a family like that. After learning about the Wei family's true situation, Yu Yuan became even more frightened and, at the same time, even more confused. In the eyes of Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning, was there anything wrong with the Wei family's tradition? Even though Yu Yuan was just a high school student, she could easily see examples of son preference online. According to Wei Yan's beliefs, if she married Wei Xiao, she would definitely have to give birth to a son. If she gave birth to a daughter, would she suffer the same fate as Wei Yan's ex-wife? The thought was terrifying. She didn't want to spend her life being reduced to a tool for bearing sons, nor did she want to accept a child who was not related to her by blood. In fact, the mere thought of having a child was terrifying to her. Gu Qinghuan asked directly, "Then will you go back and reject your mother?" Yu Yuan fell silent, unable to utter a single word. Gu Qinghuan looked at Yu Yuan quietly. She didn't believe Cui Wanning and Yu Wenli were unaware of the Wei family's true situation. According to Jiang Chuchu, Wei Yan had even brought up this matter over the table. If Yu Wenli wanted to curry favor with Wei Yan, he'd definitely inquire about him, and he'd certainly find out. So, she asked a new question. Do you think this engagement is truly for your own good? Yu Yuan was even more speechless. She wanted to bolt out like she had last time, but her feet seemed to have taken root, pinning her to the table. She couldn't move, so she had no choice but to face it. Yu Yuan lowered her head and spoke slowly, I'm the fake daughter. My parents always told me from a young age that being obedient was the way to be a good child. I'm not bright, and my grades are average. They signed me up for many lessons when I was little, and I was disappointed with each one. Fortunately, they later discovered I had some talent for piano. People told me I didn't look like my parents or my brother, and I was very upset. Fortunately, my mother comforted me and told me I was her daughter. Actually, when I learned about your existence, Yu Xian, although I was terrified, I also felt. As expected. I thought, I'm really not mom and dad's biological daughter, not my brother's sister. But after you came back, my family still liked me more. I was so proud back then. She bent down, covering her face, her forehead almost touching the table. I'm sorry. I'm so mean, so selfish. I knew I robbed you of your life. When my brother used your card to buy me things, I thought he liked me more. When mom and dad ignored you during dinner, I thought I was more likable. My position in the family hasn't been shaken by your arrival. I'm still the Yu family's most beloved daughter. These thoughts are wrong. As you said last time, I'm just valuable, someone to be exploited. Jiang Chuchu felt a little annoyed, but her annoyance wasn't directed at Yu Yuan, but at the Yu family. She realized where the problem lay. Like the cat that was abandoned when Yu Yuan was a child, Yu Yuan was also afraid of being abandoned. While there are certainly parents who deliberately claim their child was picked up from the trash and scold them by saying, "You're not even my child," the Yu family, while clearly not directly displaying such behavior, has nonetheless left a similar psychological scar on Yu Yuan. While verbally expressing their love for their child, and seemingly providing her with many things, they also arbitrarily control her possessions, and place high demands on her. This can easily create a sense of crisis and panic in a child whose mental state is still developing, fearing that if they fail to meet their parents' expectations, they will be abandoned like the discarded items. In this situation, the reality of her being a fake daughter, coupled with her family's unwavering attitude, naturally fuels Yu Yuan's dependence and obsession, making her even more eager to prove herself as the loved. Yu Yuan is a domesticated commodity of the Yu family, and even her targeting of Yu Xian is merely an indirect means of domesticating her. Only by pleasing us like she does can you be loved. This is the message the Yu family, through Yu Yuan, is trying to convey to Yu Xian. The more Jiang Chuchu pondered, the more she felt the Yu family was truly disgusting. Gu Qinghuan was thinking about something else. System, after hearing what she said, I have a question. Can you answer it? System, host, please speak. Gu Qinghuan, I want to know when the Yu family first knew that Yu Yuan was not their biological daughter. Yu Yuan had just mentioned that Cui Wanning said Yu Yuan was her daughter. This emphasis on the statement made Gu Qinghuan feel a sense of discomfiture. The system hesitated for a few seconds, a rare moment. Host, remain calm. This answer was enough to confirm Gu Qinghuan's suspicions, and she began to seethe with anger. The system finally replied, when she was 5, the Yu family gave Yu Yuan a full physical, which included a blood test to confirm her blood type. Yu Wenli and Cui Wanning both have type B blood, but Yu Yuan has type A. Gu Qinghuan's expression was expressionless, and then, system, then they knew Yu Yuan wasn't their biological child. At the time, Yu Winli even suspected Cui Wanting of infidelity. He investigated and discovered the child had been swapped. The person who had attacked Yu Xian was still safe at the time. He was worried that finding his biological daughter would anger them and lead them to attack Yu Jinqi next time, so he left it alone. Gu Qinghuan clenched his fists. What about Cui Wanting? Cui Wanting also saw Yu Yuan's blood type. She considered retrieving Yu Xian, but then she met Su Jishu, Wei Yao's mother. She felt that retrieving her biological daughter wouldn't necessarily endear her to Su Jishu and Wei Xiao like Yu Yuan did, so she also gave up on the search. At the time, I hadn't considered a marriage alliance. I simply used Yu Yuan as an excuse to get closer to the Wei family. But after keeping her for a while, I found her obedient and sensible, so I didn't want to change her back. Gu Qinghuan wanted to pound the table. The news she heard these past few days was getting more disgusting than the last. First, there were Yan Zhengqin and Lin Xiaoxue, and then there were Yu Winli and Cui Wanting. They were all garbage. Unrecyclable garbage. Hazardous waste. Chapter 173. Finally admitting her despicable thoughts, Yu Yuan felt a sense of relief, even as she felt the pain. However, this was only a change in her heart. She knew she owed Yu Xian much more, and confession and apology alone were not enough to beg for forgiveness. She raised her head again, mustering her courage, and met Yu Xian's gaze, bracing herself for a scolding. However, all she saw was sympathy and pity. Has Yu Xian ever hated Yu Yuan? Of course. When she was first taken back to the Yu family, she had pondered many times why she, as their biological daughter, was not loved by her family. This confusion turned into hatred and jealousy. She was simply too ashamed to express such feelings. If things continued like this, perhaps she would actually do something to Yu Yuan out of hatred and jealousy. Thinking of this, Yu Xian looked at Gu Qinghuan and Jiang Chuchu. It was truly wonderful to meet Qinghuan and Chuchu. She said to Yu Yuan earnestly, I forgive you. I no longer feel the pain of what you did to me, and you don't owe me much. That's what the Yu family owes me. She had more things to cherish, whether it was friendship, studies, or her hopes for the future, enough to fill the gaps in her life. Even if some people believe that family affection is essential, it doesn't have to come from parents. She could have her own family in the future. Yu Yuan stared blankly at Yu Xian. She had held back her tears when she spoken earlier, but now, hearing Yu Xian's words, she couldn't stop shedding tears. Yu Xian picked up a tissue from the table, sat down beside her, wiped her tears, then hugged her and patted her back soothingly. Jiang Chuchu, who had been sitting next to Yu Yuan, now switched seats with Yu Xian and whispered to Gu Qinghuan, What do you think? I don't agree with this engagement, anyway. Gu Qinghuan said bluntly. Jiang Chuchu was briefly speechless. Her words sounded as if Gu Qinghuan were Yu Yuan's mother. Then what should we do? Jiang Chuchu felt this was a rather tricky situation. Gu Qinghuan rubbed her chin. Yu Yuan's own protests won't be very effective. Unless she brought Yu Winxiu over right now, and allowed her, and Yu Yuan to recognize each other as relatives. But even then, Yu Winli and Cui Wanting would have to dissolve their adoption of Yu Yuan. They raised her so young, hoping to sell her for a good price, and they certainly wouldn't let her go easily. Even if they were willing to let go, the Yu family would undoubtedly demand greater benefits from Yu Winxiu, something Yu Winxiu would hardly be able to satisfy. So, consider another approach, getting the Yu family to voluntarily abandon the marriage alliance with the Wei family. For example, the Wei family's downfall. Well, while they just brought down the Yin family, that was all thanks to Yin Guangli's own treachery. The Wei family had previously been abroad, and now they returned with assets, making them a prized commodity. How could they not be cautious? So forget about this one and move on to the next one. So, did the Yu family find a better marriage partner? No, in that case, Yu Winli would be more likely to push Yu Xian to a new partner than to offend the Wei family. Having both daughters become tools for his own gain would be more consistent with Gu Qinghuan's impression of Yu Winli. Or, did the Wei family voluntarily give up? While Yu Yuan might be blamed in this scenario, at least she escaped the Wei family's wrath. The problem was how to get the Wei family to give up. Had they found a more suitable marriage partner? Gu Qinghuan didn't want another girl to risk her life. Getting entangled would only cause more trouble. The more she thought about it, the more her head grew heavy. She slumped over the table, holding her head, and said weakly, No, there's too little information right now. I can't think of any effective solution. Yu Yuan had already been comforted by Yu Xian. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's expression, she said, Don't worry so much. The engagement hasn't been finalized yet. I have plenty of time. She gathered her composure, and subconsciously clenched her fists. I just need to find a way to make Wei Xiao dislike me. If Wei Xiao firmly rejects me as a marriage partner, it's definitely not going to work out. Gu Qinghuan raised her head, stared at Yu Yuan for a moment, and suddenly asked, have you ever thought about leaving the Yu family? Not only Yu Yuan, but even Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu were stunned. Yu Yuan came back to her senses, pursed her lips, and whispered, if I leave the Yu family, where can I go? Besides, even if I run away, I'd be caught quickly, right? So you want to leave, right? Gu Qinghuan didn't answer her question, but emphasized the point. Yu Yuan was silent for a long time before saying, I don't know. I really don't know. She didn't have the clear-cut ideas that Yu Xian had. She had always been expected to obey, including this time. After learning of the engagement, although she rejected Wei Xiao as a matchmaker, she had little resistance to the task of marriage. Gu Qinghuan tilted his head, thought for a moment, then sat up straight, finally smiling. Like you said, there's still time. Let's not rush into this. After all, there's something very important waiting for us. Jiang Chuchu was surprised. What's that important? Gu Qinghuan said solemnly, the final exam. Yu Yuan was struck by lightning. All thoughts of Wei Xiao and the engagement were instantly thrown out of her mind. It's bad, it's coming to me. After lunch break, on the way back to class 3, Yu Xian finally smiled. Qinghuan, now that you mention it, Yu Yuan probably won't care about the engagement anymore. That's good. No matter what, the results are hers. Gu Qinghuan sighed, also looking worried. I'm also worried about my final exam results. There's less than 2 weeks until the finals. I have to study hard with Su Lin. Jiang Chuchu felt a little guilty. She had been distracted by the program recently. Last time, she ranked 11th in the grade, but this time, she didn't know how well she would do. Gu Qinghuan and the others were frantically reviewing for the final exam. Meanwhile, Yu Wenxiu and Gu Haiyan had agreed to end her nannying job at the Gu family. Yu Wenxiu would continue working at the Gu family before the Lunar New Year, but she would have to find a way to join the Yu family afterward. After much deliberation, Xia He finally chose Yu Wenxiu, who had the best reputation and skills, to take care of Gu Min. Her condition was to introduce her to at least 5 employers who met her requirements. Yu Wenxiu contacted the person who had brought the message and asked if she could specify the employer. She could choose just that one, ignoring the other 4. Xia He was incredibly busy before the Lunar New Year, but she certainly had to fulfill her promise. After hearing what her subordinate had relayed, Xia He raised an eyebrow. Did she find her child? Since she was hiring someone for the job, she naturally had to understand their situation. Yu Wenxiu had a strange habit, and Xia He knew what was going on after reading her resume. She resigned to give birth, and after the birth, her status changed from married to divorced. Logically, if a divorce occurs during the nursing period, the child is automatically awarded to the woman, but she didn't take the child with her. She hadn't had a formal job for several years, but suddenly she moved to a city she had never lived in before to work as a nanny, even trying to find a job with a wealthy family. Xia He suspected the child was lost, and she was trying every possible way to find it. The subordinate hadn't thought much about it, but after hearing Xia He's question, they suddenly understood the reason for Yu Wenxiu's strange habit and felt a surge of sympathy. Xia He then asked, which house does she want to go to? Yu Wenli's, the subordinate replied. Oh! Xia He's eyebrows rose. This is truly fate. Is the Yu family currently hiring a new nanny? The subordinate replied, not yet. Xia He stretched out in his chair and said slowly, then spend the money. Pick someone whose contract is about to expire, or who's older and wants to retire. Pay them to leave early, and then assign Yu Wenxiu to take over. Xia He didn't need to teach him the details. The subordinate replied, okay, then what's the specific amount? Xia He had already shifted his gaze to the documents on his desk, and said casually, add whatever you want. He didn't need the millions, not to mention he had just snatched a contract from Xia Nanji. Spending some money on a good cause seemed meaningful. The subordinate went to work, and within a few days, everything was arranged. He told Yu Wenxiu that she could start working for the Yu family after the new year. Chapter 174. The good news arrived so quickly that Yu Wenxiu was momentarily in disbelief. Her palms, gripping the phone, sweat formed from nervousness. Really, it's really done so quickly. After saying this, she realized that asking such a question would seem like doubting the abilities of such capable people, and quickly apologized. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I just can't believe it. The subordinate didn't feel offended. Rather, after learning of Yu Wenxiu's situation, she felt a deep sympathy for her. She softened her tone and said calmly, "It's okay. It's all arranged. Just report on time at the time and address I gave you." Yu Wenxiu thanked him several more times, and only after the call ended did she clutch the phone, resting her forehead against the screen, unable to hold back her silent tears. She would soon see her daughter. The final exams were just around the corner. Gu Qinghuan's heart was pounding as she entered the exam room, and she was even more worried as she left. The classmate from class 3, who was taking the exam with her, this time was called Lin Julu. She was very popular in the class, mainly because she had everything. If she cut her hand, she had a band-aid. If she got food stuck in her teeth, she had toothpicks and floss. If she forgot her hair tie, she had a spare. In short, she was a thoughtful and considerate girl. Lin Julu's grades were comparable to Gu Qinghuan's. In the last midterm exam, Gu Qinghuan ranked 9th in the class, and Lin Julu was 8th. The difference in their total scores was 6 points, but their strengths were quite different. She was a skilled hands-on learner. The class's live streaming room was her idea, and while others were still figuring out how to operate it, she had already set it up. The two walked out of the exam room one after the other, exchanged glances, and sighed in unison. Gu Qinghuan, "It's over." Lin Julu, "It's terrible." Everything was self-explanatory. Lin Julu frowned. "How am I going to explain this to my mom when I get home? My mom will probably understand, but I'd be ashamed if my score is so bad." Gu Qinghuan also hung his head. The two sighed for a while longer until Shi Guangwei and Ming Xiaolan, who had emerged from the next exam room, greeted them. "Are you done?" "I don't think I did well," Gu Qinghuan said. Shi Guangwei nonchalantly replied, "What's the big deal? It's only the first semester of freshman year, and we've been so busy lately, so it's understandable that we didn't do well on the test." Ming Xiaolan consoled him, "You were even on TV, class monitor. There are gains and losses. Instead of dwelling on test scores, think about something happy like winter vacation." Shi Guangwei quickly chimed in, "I'm going to Bolivia with my mom over winter vacation. I'm going to photograph the uni salt flats." Ming Xiaolan pushed her glasses up. "I'm going back to my hometown. I have a lot to do during the Lunar New Year holiday." Lin Julu chimed in, "My mom's still abroad. I don't know if she'd be back for the new year, but we'd be spending the new year with grandma and grandpa anyway." Gu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. The Gu family also celebrated the new year together, cleaning the house first before heading to grandma's house. Afterward, they cooked dinner together. While Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian weren't particularly skilled cooks, they had no problem washing and sorting vegetables. Plus, Wang Jian had taken night school to learn cooking, so I wondered if he'd show off his skills at this year's New Year's Eve dinner. Yu Wenxiu wasn't going to the Yu family until after the New Year, so Gu Min kept her there, agreeing to have New Year's Eve dinner together. As for Gu Qinghuan, she only needed to help out during the spring cleaning and serve dishes, and set the table for the New Year's Eve dinner. Talking about winter vacation, the students immediately forgot about their final exam results. It was Wang Jian who picked up Gu Qinghuan today. Seeing her happily chatting with her classmates, he didn't ask how she did on the exam. Instead, he carried on the Gu family tradition. "What do you want for dinner?" "Curry rice," Gu Qinghuan said immediately. "Okay, there's some leftover rice in the rice cooker. Let's go to the supermarket to buy some more ingredients and some curry." Wang Jian turned the handlebars on his electric bike and took Gu Qinghuan to the supermarket. Gu Qinghuan messaged Gu Haiyan about the curry rice dinner, and Gu Haiyan immediately replied, "Don't put carrots in it." Gu Haiyan really disliked carrots. Gu Qinghuan conveyed her mother's thoughts and shared a lament with her father. She and her father still loved carrots, especially stir-fried shredded carrots with meat. However, since Gu Haiyan said so, they decided not to buy carrots. At worst, they could just make a carrot dish next time. The family enjoyed a hot dinner, and afterward, Gu Qinghuan washed the dishes. When she emerged from the kitchen, Gu Haiyan was sitting on the sofa, waving at her. "Huan, I want to talk to you about something." Gu Qinghuan felt a little guilty. Could she hide the fact that she didn't do well on her final exam? She edged closer hesitantly. "What's going on?" Gu Haiyan knew something was wrong, but she let it slide for now. "What are you going to do with the calico cat in your office during winter vacation?" "Huh?" Gu Qinghuan hadn't expected her mother to ask that question. Gu Haiyan knew about the calico cat, and Gu Qinghuan wasn't surprised. During the filming of the show, her office, including the calico cat, frequently appeared on screen. She replied, "It's a stray cat, capable of living on its own in the wild. But I borrowed an automatic feeder from Choo Choo, and I agreed with Senior by that it can come into the school during winter break to replenish its cat food." Gu Haiyan pondered for a moment, then said, "If the cat is willing, you can bring it back." Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened. "Huh? When you picked up a cat and took care of it, and when you were looking for someone to adopt, Chaochu would help watch over it." "It didn't mind," Gu Haiyan said. Chaochu was the Gu family's former cat, a tortoiseshell cat. When Gu Haiyan brought it home as a kitten, it couldn't even open its eyes, so she gave it a name that suggested it would be easy to care for. Chaochu has a very docile personality. When Gu Qinghuan brought a cat home, it never got angry about the addition of a new cat to the house, and would even spend time with the other cats through their cages. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the photo frame on the TV. It was a photo of the family, including Chaochu. "I saw that calico cat on the show. Although it wasn't very affectionate, it was always there when you were in the office. Maybe it wants to live indoors more now," Gu Haiyan said. "You can't keep it in the school office forever. You won't feel at ease. You should take it home." Gu Qinghuan hesitated. "Don't you feel like Chaochu has been replaced?" Gu Haiyan asked in response. "Will you ever forget Chaochu?" Gu Qinghuan immediately shook his head like a rattle, which made Gu Haiyan laugh. "That's it. Chaochu is Chaochu, and Calico is Calico. Although they're both cats, they're different individuals, with different personalities and habits, and they create different experiences and memories with you. So, Chaochu will never be replaced. Love isn't a piece of cake that disappears once it's shared. It's a seed that grows over time, blossoms and bears fruit, and then gives birth to new and more seeds." Gu Qinghuan suddenly recalled so many things. She remembered Chaochu jumping to the head of her bed when she had a fever and lying next to her pillow to keep her company. She remembered stuffing the doll she grabbed from the claw machine into Chaochu's belly. She remembered Chaochu eating too much and vomiting all over the floor, and she gotten up early in the morning to mop the floor. Those were experiences she and Chaochu had shared, and she never forget them. She looked at Gu Haiyan and tentatively said, "So, tonight?" Gu Haiyan checked the time on her phone. "Will security open the door for you at this hour?" "Actually, I have a pretty good relationship with the security guards." Gu Qinghuan coughed dryly. In reality, they only chatted briefly on their way to and from school, picking up takeout and deliveries. She knew all 8 security guards on shift. Gu Haiyan didn't think much of it. "Jian." Wang Jian emerged from the bedroom. "Are you done talking?" "Yes, you can go with Huan to school to pick up the cat. I set things up at home," Gu Haiyan said, standing up. "Things that could easily fall over need to be put away." Wang Jian nodded cheerfully. "Okay, Huan, let's go." Gu Qinghuan quickly put on her down jacket and followed her father, braving the night to head to school. The winter night was chilly. Gu Qinghuan, sitting in the back seat of the electric scooter, exhaled a puff of white air. But rather than dwelling on such matters, she should think about a name for the calico cat. Chapter 175. The winter night was quiet and chilly. When Gu Qinghuan and Wang Jian arrived at the Mingda campus gate, the only light in the school was from the streetlights. The security guard on duty saw Gu Qinghuan and greeted him warmly. "Little Gu, what brings you to school? Did you forget to bring something?" "Hello, Uncle Lu. I'm here to take the calico cat home," Gu Qinghuan said cheerfully. Uncle Lu knew Gu Qinghuan had an office in the student union, and he knew the calico cat. He had seen it before while on patrol. He said "Oh," then looked at Wang Jian. "Are you Xiao Gu's father?" "Yes, my last name is Wang, and my name is Wang Jian." Wang Jian also greeted politely. "Sorry to bother you tonight." No, Uncle Lu waved quickly, flicking the switch again, opening the school gate wide enough for the electric bike to enter and exit. "You guys go get the cat. By the way, do you need any help?" "No, I should be able to catch it." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Gu Qinghuan thanked him, and then returned to the electric bike, directing Wang Jian to the student union. The student union had a combination lock, so there was no need to worry about it being locked out. The voice-activated lights in the hallway instantly illuminated as Gu Qinghuan and Wang Jian entered. Wang Jian looked around and nodded repeatedly. Mingda's conditions are really good. Gu Qinghuan walked to the office, opened the door, turned on the light, and immediately saw the colorful ball in his doghouse. Wang Jian also noticed, "Wow, he's sleeping quite comfortably." Gu Qinghuan glanced at the cat food in the automatic feeder. It was already finished, so he turned it off, found a food storage bag, poured the cat food from the feeder into it, and then put it all into the bag along with the calico cat's usual snacks. While she was doing this, Wang Jian cleaned the scratching post, so it would be easy to take with it later. The calico cat heard the noise, stretched, and stood up. It walked over to Gu Qinghuan and squatted down, looking at her half asleep. Gu Qinghuan signaled her father to close the doors and windows, then pulled out the flight case from the cabinet. She opened the door, faced the Calico Cat, and sprinkled a few of its favorite freeze-dried food into the case, waiting for it to enter. The Calico Cat twitched its ears, stared at Gu Qinghuan for a moment, then slowly crawled into the flight case. It didn't eat any of the freeze-dried food, curling up and continuing to sleep. Wang Jian carefully lifted the flight case and exclaimed, "This cat is quite heavy. At least 10 pounds, right? I weighed it last time I had it neutered. It seemed to be 12 pounds. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief as the Calico Cat obediently entered. I wonder if the Calico Cat still remembers being neutered and will go into the air box on its own when it sees it. Otherwise, even with Dad's help, forcing the Calico Cat into the air box would be quite a task given its size." Wang Jian carried the air box in one hand and the scratching post in the other, while Gu Qinghuan carried the bag. Just putting them on the electric bike took them a while to figure out how to place them. "Let's buy a car after the new year," Wang Jian resolved, "at least one with a trunk." Gu Qinghuan held the scratching post in her arms and the bag in one hand. She placed the air box on the front step of the electric bike. She had to pull in her stomach, relying entirely on Dad's back to hold the scratching post in place. The two of them made their grand journey home. The Calico Cat was very quiet along the way. Once they entered the house, Gu Haiyan immediately helped take the scratching post. "You brought this one too?" Gu Qinghuan put the bag down. "He likes this. It feels more at ease with something familiar around him." Gu Haiyan thought about it, and put the scratching post in the clean study. She then carried the cat crate back in, and let the Calico Cat out. The Calico Cat left the crate, and darted into a corner. Opening its eyes wide, it looked around. When it saw the familiar scratching post, it darted over and started scratching at it with a chuckle. Gu Qinghuan found 2 ceramic bowls, one for cat food and one for water, and placed them on the study floor before closing the door. Now that they were in their new home, let the Calico Cat acclimate first and don't disturb it. Gu Haiyan asked, "Have you decided on a name for him?" "Not yet. I think about it." Gu Qinghuan thought of a few names, but none of them satisfied him, so he decided to leave it alone. The family of 3 had been busy for most of the night, so they each retired to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Gu Qinghuan rubbed her eyes, and was about to leave the room. Before she could even stretch her foot out, her toes brushed against a furry mass. She froze, dropped her hand, and lowered her head, staring at the Calico Cat. Gu Qinghuan retracted her foot. "Mom! The cat's out!" Gu Haiyan emerged from the bathroom, toothbrush still in hand. It escaped last night, and opened the door on its own. "So smart. Your dad went to the vet this morning, and bought some internal and external deworming medicine. He's already used it on it, and it's fine. We just let it out, and let it run free." Wang Jian called from the living room. "Huan, what do you want for breakfast?" Gu Qinghuan looked at the Calico Cat again, tentatively extended her foot, stepped over it, and quickly slipped into the living room. "What's there to eat?" 2 packages of frozen food lay spread out on the dining table, one containing pork and corn dumplings, the other containing fresh meat soup dumplings. Gu Qinghuan pointed to the dumplings without hesitation. "Eat dumplings. Make them into egg-stuffed dumplings." Wang Jian stuffed the dumplings back into the refrigerator. "Okay, go wash up, I do it. Pour oil evenly over the bottom of the pan, add the dumplings, and fry until the bottoms turn golden brown. Pour starch water into the cracks, covering half the dumplings. Cover the pot, and cook until the water is almost dry. Then pour in the beaten egg. Once the egg is set, sprinkle with sesame seeds and chopped green onions and serve." Gu Qinghuan finished washing up, poured a glass of warm water, and drank while waiting for breakfast. Suddenly, a shadowy figure jumped beside him, and he turned his head to see the face of a Calico Cat. "Gu Qinghuan, no, why don't you feel distant now?" The Calico Cat stared at her, making her feel uncomfortable. She tentatively offered the cup. "Drink some?" The Calico Cat lowered its head and drank. Gu Qinghuan was paralyzed. She could only hold the cup until the Calico Cat finished drinking. She turned and saw Gu Haiyan filming a video. "Mom, look, the cat Huan just brought home. Isn't it beautiful? Are you filming it for Grandma?" Gu Qinghuan asked. After Gu Haiyan posted the video, the Calico Cat had had enough water. She nodded. "With a new family member, of course I have to report it." Gu Qinghuan put the cup down, deciding to use it for the Calico Cat from now on. Last night's water bowl had proven completely useless. Tentatively, she reached out to the Calico Cat. It glanced at her, turned its head, and let Gu Qinghuan place her hand on the top of its head. Gu Qinghuan petted it twice, but the Calico Cat dodged. She didn't feel sorry, rather, she felt good about being able to pet it. Wang Jian's egg-stuffed fried dumplings came out of the pan, a plate full. The three of them sat down to eat and chat. Adult night school had proven quite useful. Among other things, Wang Jian's dumplings were neither burnt nor undercooked, and the egg skin was soft and tender, not dry or burnt. Gu Qinghuan happily nibbled on the dumplings, making a crunching sound, until her trouser leg was pulled. Looking down, she saw the calico cat, already eager to jump onto the table. Wang Jian quickly picked up a dumpling, placed it on a small plate, and held it over to the calico cat. Don't jump, don't jump. Here's one. While feeding human food to cats wasn't a good idea, these dumplings weren't desserts like cake, so they were better. But when he actually placed the dumplings in front of the calico cat, it sniffed twice, then turned sideways, scratched the floor tiles with its paws, and walked away. The family of three exchanged bewildered glances. Gu Qinghuan spoke first. I decided on a name for the calico cat. Let's call it Xiaoxi. Which SI? Gu Haiyan asked. The reckless C, Gu Qinghuan said. It just so happens to be the fourth in the family. Wang Jian picked up the small plate from the floor, stuffed the fried dumplings into his mouth, and angrily voted in favor. Gu Haiyan rubbed her chin. Okay, that's the name, it's good. Anyway, judging by the calico cat's condition, don't expect it to come running to you at the sound of its name. A convenient name will suffice. After finishing breakfast, Gu Qinghuan saw Xiaoxi basking in the sun by the windowsill. She squatted over and said earnestly, Xiaoxi, you can't live here for nothing from now on. If there are any cockroaches or spiders, you be the one to deal with them. Xiaoxi twitched his ears. Based on his experience, he knew the first few sounds of the man's call were a call to him. Although he didn't understand them, he remembered them. Chapter 176. Jiang Chuchu. So you have a cat now? You Xian. It's Xiaoxi? Gu Qinghuan. That's right, I'm no longer a catless savage. Jiang Chuchu was amused by Gu Qinghuan's words. She had long suspected that Gu Qinghuan would eventually take the calico home. Perhaps Gu Qinghuan had always treated it like a stray, but after keeping it for so long, it would eventually develop a sense of responsibility. Given Gu Qinghuan's personality and sense of responsibility, even if he kept the cat in his office for 3 years of high school, he would definitely be tempted to take it home after graduation. She chatted with Gu Qinghuan and Yu Xian for a few more minutes, and seeing the party was about to begin, she put away her phone and headed inside. Things were fine during school, but during winter break, all sorts of gatherings within the social circle began to pop up one after another. No matter how much Jiang Chuchu hated it, she had to attend some for the sake of her network and to familiarize herself with the social scene. Apart from anything else, if any other family, like the Yu family, exposed a story about a real or fake daughter, it would be troublesome if she didn't learn about it in time. Today's gathering was the most high-profile one they had in a while, and the organizer was none other than the Wei family, the focus of their recent discussions. So Jiang Chuchu had come this time to see what Wei Xiao was up to. Jiang Yuxuan saw Jiang Chuchu coming in from the terrace and waved at her. Chuchu, come here. He was also on winter break. If it were summer vacation, he would have stayed in the city where his university was and continued working on his startup, but winter break was different. He had to return home for the Lunar New Year. Unlike Jiang Chuchu, Jiang Yuxuan enjoyed these gatherings, mainly because he needed to see if anyone was interested in his project. He wanted to find partners, or, failing that, investors. Jiang Yue wasn't optimistic about the current entrepreneurial climate, but since Jiang Yuxuan wanted to venture out, he didn't mind providing some startup capital. It was a limited amount, and Jiang Yuxuan didn't dare spend it carelessly. If he could secure investment, things would be easier. Jiang Chuchu walked over to Jiang Yuxuan and, seeing Qin Min and Qin Yu still sitting at the table, relaxed even more. Qin Yu greeted her with a smile. I just ordered juice, it be delivered right away. Jiang Chuchu sat down next to Jiang Yuxuan. What made you want to come today? Qin Yu would never have come to any of Qin Min's parties in the past. Qin Yu clearly knew what Jiang Chuchu was talking about. With his brother sitting next to him, he couldn't honestly explain the reason. He simply said, I'm just bored at home. My mom doesn't allow me to go out before the Lunar New Year. Today was primarily a gathering for the younger generation, so Qin Yinxian naturally wouldn't attend. However, she wasn't sure about the Wei family's attitude, so she asked Qin Min to bring Qin Yu along so the two brothers could look after each other. The four of them were served juice. Jiang Chuchu took hers, took a sip, and continued to gaze at the venue. Qin Yu followed her gaze, and looked around. What are you looking for? Wei Xiao, Jiang Chuchu replied casually. Jiang Yuxuan was instantly alert. Why him? He knew the situation of the Wei family. Although he wasn't sure about Wei Xiao's personality, Jiang Yuxuan didn't trust Wei Yan's genes at all. All that trash. Stay away from his sister. Jiang Chuchu rolled her eyes at Jiang Yuxuan. Meet the guy I'm going to kill in the future. Qin Yu glanced sideways. Jiang Chuchu's domineering aura was getting stronger and stronger lately. He couldn't help but lean closer. Do you have a grudge against Wei Xiao? I never even saw him when I was a kid. He and Jiang Chuchu had been friends since childhood, and Jiang Chuchu would always bring him along to any gathering, so he's seen almost everyone Jiang Chuchu had met. But he had no memory of Wei Xiao at all. Jiang Chuchu thought for a few seconds and replied, no grudges yet, but I do dislike him. Jiang Yuxuan was immediately relieved. The Wei family is the organizer. Wei Yan will definitely bring Wei Xiao out to give a speech later, and you see him. The four of them sat together, chatting idly, mostly Jiang Yuxuan and Qin Min, while Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu listened in as they pleased. A moment later, Jiang Chuchu spotted familiar faces. Yu Xian and Yu Yuan. Cui Wanting walked ahead of them, smiling brightly. Jiang Chuchu secretly rolled her eyes. Yu Xian also spotted Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu. She greeted Cui Wanting and quickly walked over to Jiang Chuchu. Chuchu. Qin Yu. She also noticed the other two older men and hesitated before bowing politely. Hello. Is that Yu Xian? Jiang Yuxuan spoke first. He knew that Jiang Chuchu had two closest friends, Yu Xian and Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan wasn't from this circle, so this could only be the real daughter he known. Jiang Chuchu introduced them, before Yu Xian could respond. This is my brother, Jiang Yuxuan, the imposing Yuxuan. Yu Xian then responded, hello, I'm Yu Xian. You don't have to be so polite. Jiang Yuxuan waved his hand quickly. This is my brother. Qin Min means sun on top and Wen on the bottom. Qin Yu introduced him casually. How about you call him Brother Qin? Qin Min ignored Qin Yu's introduction and simply nodded slightly at Yu Xian. Hello. Hello, Brother Jiang. Hello, Brother Qin. Yu Xian simply addressed them all by their surnames plus the character brother. Although it sounded a bit mature, addressing them like Brother Jiang, Brother Qin, Brother Yuxuan, and Brother Qin Min was too intimate, and she wasn't used to it. Jiang Yuxuan and Qin Min also accepted the address. Jiang Yuxuan patted Jiang Chuchu on the back. Why don't you take your friends over there to play for a while? Good friends inevitably have their own private conversations, and he and Qin Min, the elders, wouldn't get involved. Jiang Chuchu also had something to say to Yu Xian. She stood up and was about to leave, but then thought better of it and pulled Qin Yu along. Come over too. Qin Yu followed them, confused, not forgetting to grab his and Jiang Chuchu's juice. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian walked to a deserted window and reminded Qin Yu, be careful. Don't let anyone eavesdrop. Qin Yu, so you're using me as a bodyguard? He stood quietly nearby, watching for anyone approaching. Jiang Chuchu then asked, did your mother bring you on with her today? The invitation the Wei family sent my mother allowed for up to 2 other people. Originally, my mother only wanted to bring you on, but I told her you were there, and I wanted to see you, so she brought me along as well. Yu Xian said frankly. When Jiang Chuchu saw the Wei family's invitation, she contacted Yu Xian. Since Su Shishu had taken a liking to Yu Yuan, he surely has sent an invitation to the Yu family as well. Yu Xian asked the housekeeper about it, and since they did, she went to ask Cui Wanting and came along. While Cui Wanting might have some issues with her, Yu Xian didn't care. She just wanted to see what kind of person Wei Xiao was. Qin Yu's back was to them, his ears perked up. What do you mean by looking at people? What's wrong with you, Yuan? What are Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian doing? As they were talking, there was a sudden commotion near the door, and Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian instinctively looked over. Yu Xian felt the young man entering look familiar, while Jiang Chuchu recognized him instantly. Xia He? When did he get so tall? Xia He was wearing a black turtleneck sweater, black straight-leg pants, and black leather shoes, and a dark brown wool coat that looked custom-made. He stuffed his hands in his coat pockets, glanced around, locked onto Jiang Chuchu, and started walking over. Those around him who recognized him wanted to greet him, but didn't have the courage to approach. Those in the circle with wide access to information had basically heard about the Xia family's current situation. I heard Xia He and his uncle, Xia Nanji, were feuding fiercely. Half a month ago, Xia He was so angry that he fainted in the office, and an ambulance was called on the spot. Jiang Chuchu, with a blank expression, saw Xia He approaching and immediately asked, how did you grow so tall? Yu Xian now recognized her, her face filled with shock. It's only been a short time since we last met, and Xia He has grown over 10 centimeters? How did she do that? I don't mind telling you the method, but you don't need to spend 15 million euros just to grow taller, do you? Xia He said. Qin Yu secretly checked the exchange rate. Nearly 120 million renminbi. Insane! Chapter 177. Jiang Chuchu barely managed to keep her expression steady. The corner of her mouth twitched. I'm very satisfied with my current height. Xia He shrugged. Jiang Chuchu asked again, why did you come to the Wei family gathering? Grandpa told me to find a place to hang out for a while, and not to upset that thing. It's unlucky with the new year approaching. Xia He said calmly, I heard Wei Yin was showing off some goodies he found abroad today, so I came to take a look. Jiang Chuchu fell silent. Could that thing be Xia He's uncle, Xia Nanji? Don't let her hear that. Yu Xian, listening nearby, seemed to understand, but instinctively decided this wasn't a good topic and quickly changed the subject. Is this gathering an exhibition? Xia He shifted her gaze to Yu Xian's face. Instead of responding immediately, she commented, You look much better now than at the beginning of the school year. Yu Xian was stunned, then smiled again, thank you. I'm doing well at home now. At least in terms of material conditions, the Yu family was 1,000 times better than her old home. Xia He nodded with satisfaction before answering, Today's gathering is primarily about the Wei family building relationships with interested families within the community, so naturally, we need to showcase our strength. Wei Yan's background is primarily international. While this may give him advantages in cross-border trade, he's clearly weaker domestically. Therefore, he needs to quickly build his own network. Cloak as it may be, offering money is the most convenient way to pave the way. Talking directly about money would be too blunt, so we're using this exhibition to showcase the Wei family's strengths. Although the family's present all boasted businesses valued at hundreds of millions, their cash flow wasn't as high. If the Wei family could provide a capital injection, there would be more wiggle room for development. Of course, Xia He's Xia family didn't need the Wei family's money, he was simply here for fun. The Jiang family was the same. Over the past 2 years, the Jiang family has been pursuing a steady and cautious approach, with no plans to expand into new areas. Their internal funds are sufficient to support the entire industry chain. Yu Xian understood most of it. Since it wasn't her turn to make decisions at the Yu family for the time being, she could just keep an eye on the gathering. Jiang Chuchu's presence already attracted attention, and now with Xia He here, it attracted even more attention. Xia He frowned and was about to move to another location when she saw a young man in a dark gray suit approaching. The man's suit was clearly custom-made, cut close to his body, making him look tall and polite. Excuse me, are you the representative of the Xia family? Xia He turned to face him, expressionless. Yes, I'm Xia He. Estimated height, over 1.8 meters. Hello Xia He, I'm Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao wanted to shake Xia He's hand, but seeing her cold expression and her hands tucked into her pockets, with no intention of removing them, he stopped with a stern look. Jiang Chuchu and Yu Xian exchanged glances without a word. The target had appeared. To be fair, Wei Xiao was quite handsome. If he were in an idol drama, he'd be the type of guy the audience would recognize as the male lead the moment he appeared. However, with Wei Xiao, Xia He, and Qin Yu all gathered together, each with their own unique characteristics, Wei Xiao didn't stand out so much. Putting aside other things, Xia He, who had been on the run since childhood and now competed in the business world, could easily outshine Wei Xiao in terms of momentum. Xia He nodded nonchalantly. I heard Mr. Wei has a precious son. Now that I met him today, I understand why Mr. Wei values him so much. Xia He obtained complete information on Wei Yan's case the moment the Wei family returned to China. His mother had once been the target of jealousy for her strength and excellence, so Xia He naturally hated those who looked down on women. If, given the same resources and education, Wei Xiao performed better than the daughter, Xia He could understand that it was simply a businessman's focus on profit. To call someone treasure simply because he's a son is ridiculously shallow. Wei Xiao felt something was odd about these words, but he couldn't quite put his finger on them. He took it as a compliment and continued, of course not. My father has a social engagement and isn't able to come to meet you right now. The Xia family's place is inside. Please follow me. Xia He waved to Jiang Chuchu and the others. I'd be on my way. Without waiting for a response from Jiang Chuchu and the others, she followed Wei Xiao out of the room. As they left, the stares from them faded, and Jiang Chuchu relaxed. Qin Yu muttered, 15 million euros, I never be able to spend that much in my lifetime. Jiang Chuchu glanced at him, forget it. Even if you had it, you wouldn't have the means to spend it. For Xia He, the money wasn't the main issue. What mattered was that he could find the place, and that the other party was willing to accept the money, allowing him to achieve his goal of growing taller. Qingyu pondered Jiang Chuchu's words, a glimmer of understanding dawning. Yu Xian, beside him, also listened thoughtfully. As the party was about to begin, Yu Xian and Jiang Chuchu exchanged greetings and left for the Yu families. Jiang Chuchu and Qingyu also returned to their seats. Jiang Chuchu thought for a moment and decided to send a message to Gu Qinghuan. I just saw Xia He. Gu Qinghuan, huh? Jiang Chuchu then remembered that she had only told Qinbao about the Wei family party, not Qinghuan. She had originally thought that after finding out more about Wei Xiao, she would tell Qinghuan, thus showcasing her investigative skills. However, seeing Xia He was so shocked, she was preoccupied with sharing the news with Qinghuan. Jiang Chuchu, actually my brother and I attended the Wei family party today, and Xia He was there too. Gu Qinghuan, Wei family party? Did you see Wei Xiao? Gu Qinghuan, Xia He was there too? His family is truly quite something. The two sentences were said quickly, and with different focuses. Jiang Chuchu didn't dare to say much about Xia He's family, and glossed over the subject vaguely. Yes, we just met Wei Xiao. So far, there doesn't seem to be any major issues. I keep an eye on him. Jiang Chuchu, mainly, I wanted to tell you something else. Xia He's grown quite a bit taller. Gu Qinghuan, I know. Jiang Chuchu was stunned, a huge question mark forming in her mind. You knew? Gu Qinghuan, yeah, she's about 1.7 meters tall. Damn, taller than me. Jiang Chuchu, why didn't you tell me? Gu Qinghuan, I figured I'd find out the next time we met, but come to think of it, I think I only saw her once at school. Gu Qinghuan, it was Christmas. Xinbo and I went to the cafeteria for lunch. The day Li interviewed me, I saw Xia He after school. Gu Qinghuan, he also said it was his birthday, so I gave him the leftover stump cake. Gu Qinghuan, I've been busy filming the show since then, so I forgot about it. I'm sorry. Jiang Chuchu was utterly shocked, but she still immediately responded, No need to apologize, it's really not a big deal. Okay, now that Xia He's grown taller isn't the point. The point is that Qinghuan actually gave Xia He the leftover cake as a birthday cake, and Xia He accepted it. Originally, her impression of Xia He was that of a ruthless person who would force someone's head down the toilet. Now, after hearing what Qinghuan said, how did she become this pitiful little girl happily holding a quarter of a cake someone gave her on Christmas? Chapter 178. Jiang Chuchu cleared her mind of all thoughts about Xia He and chatted with Gu Qinghuan for a few more words about the Wei family, and Wei Xiao before ending the conversation. Gu Qinghuan, still upset about her inability to attend, urged Jiang Chuchu to keep an eye on Wei Xiao and see if she could tell her some more about the gossip later. Jiang Chuchu was already planning to do this, so she agreed immediately. Jiang Yuxuan tilted his head towards Jiang Chuchu and said, We saw Xia He just now. He remembered that his sister was a little scared of Xia He, so he specifically reminded her. He had heard that Xia He had grown taller, but he wasn't particularly surprised. Or rather, it didn't really matter to him, so he didn't mind it too much. I saw it, Jiang Chuchu replied. We just chatted for a few minutes. Qingyu, on the other hand, was much more boisterous. He pulled Qin Min aside and gossiped with a look of shock on his face. Brother, did you know that Xia He spent a whopping 15 million euros just to grow taller? Honestly, Qin Min was more shocked by Xia He's willingness to grow taller and stop being a child than by the 15 million euros. However, to accommodate his younger brother, Qin Min still chatted with Qingyu for a while. The party officially began, and Wei Yin finally arrived. Jiang Chuchu studied him for a moment and sent a message to the group. Wei Yin doesn't look that great. Yu Xian, maybe. Average? It seems that Wei Gao's appearance was entirely due to Su Jishu's genes. Appearance is one thing, ability is another. At least Wei Yan's speech was polite and thoughtful. He then led everyone to the annex behind the venue, where the Wei family exhibits had already been placed. Jiang Chuchu saw Su Jishu and Wei Xiao walking towards the Yu family, and immediately pulled Qingyu with her, standing a few meters away from the Yu family members. Qingyu, pulled back and forth, couldn't contain his curiosity. He lowered his voice and asked, Just tell me, what's going on between the Wei and Yu families? There was no need to hide it now. Su Jishu was bringing Wei Xiao with him, so others could easily guess. Jiang Chuchu also whispered, The Yu family wants to form a marriage with the Wei family. Qingyu was shocked. Huh? The student council wants a marriage? Not Xinbao, but Yu Yuan, Jiang Chuchu corrected. Qin Yu, because of Qin Min's connections, knew about Yu Xian and Yu Yuan's situation. While he was puzzled by how they could get along, a marriage was another matter. He scratched his head. You're only in your first year of high school, and you're already thinking about marriage? Jiang Chuchu remained noncommittal. The Yu family wants to connect with the Wei family, sending a daughter as a tool for a marriage. After hearing this, Qin Yu felt a little sorry for Yu Yuan. What's her attitude? We see. Jiang Chuchu glanced at Wei Xiao again. Su Jishu and Chui Wanning chatted for a few minutes before leaving, considerately, leaving the children to mingle on their own. Wei Xiao had apparently been told in advance who his marriage partner would be. As they walked, he stood on Yu Yuan's side, spending more time chatting with her. However, he didn't completely ignore Yu Xian, occasionally asking for her opinion. With the parents away, Jiang Chuchu immediately leaned over. Xinbao. This address clearly startled Wei Xiao. He looked up at Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu approaching and politely greeted them. See you again. The three of them exchanged names and a few polite words before Wei Xiao spoke up, inviting them to join him. This time, the group was much larger, giving Wei Xiao more people to deal with, and Jiang Chuchu also had the opportunity to talk to Yu Yuan. How are you feeling now? Jiang Chuchu asked. Yu Yuan's emotions were mixed. I was quite afraid of him when I was little, but after meeting him this time, I feel like he's really changed. If Wei Xiao still threatened her like he did when they were little, Yu Yuan would have no hesitation in finding a way to get out of the engagement. But Wei Xiao seemed quite nice now, so she hesitated. It wasn't that she wanted to accept the engagement, but she felt overwhelmed by the sudden realization that her preparedness was useless. Well, Yu Yuan glanced at Wei Xiao. Is it possible to talk to him directly and ask him to reject the engagement? Yu Yuan couldn't imagine protesting or rejecting the engagement. She didn't dare defy Chui Wanning and Yu Wenli, and she didn't want to disappoint her family. If Wei Xiao could proactively reject the engagement, she would be much more relaxed. Jiang Chuchu glanced at Wei Xiao. Yu Yuan's suggestion was indeed a good one, but she felt, judging by Wei Xiao's attitude, that it wasn't that simple. She didn't discourage Yu Yuan's idea, but instead said, perhaps you could test his attitude. Yu Yuan nodded. She had already prepared for this. Wei Xiao was relatively calm, but Wei Yin was a different story. Wei Yin observed Xia He beside him. He had indeed sent an invitation to the Xia family, but he hadn't expected anyone to actually come, let alone such a young man. After all, he had just returned to China, so his connections and intelligence network were limited. He only knew that the Xia family was still headed by old man Xia Suirong. Eldest son Xia Nanji assisted with some company affairs, while second son Xia Xiuzhu held a nominal position, living a life of debauchery and extravagance. The youngest son, Xia Jihan, had long since passed away. The Xia family kept the details of the situation tightly under wraps, so Wei Yin didn't dare investigate. The person before him was said to be Xia Jihan's only son, Xia He. Judging from Xia Suirong's attitude, it seemed he was cultivating Xia He as his heir. Wei Yin naturally had to coax such a person carefully, but he didn't know what kind of person he was, so he had to be cautious in every move. Xia He looked at the colorful mallet-shaped vase with a painting of a lady in the display case and asked, Did Mr. Wei bring all these back from abroad? Wei Yin smiled and said, Some are from auctions, and some were collected from abroad. Although I've been abroad for a while, I can't bear to see our country's art go to waste. This is a pretty politically correct stance, Xia He thought to herself. Turning to point to a plain white porcelain brush holder with a painting of a bathing horse, she said, This one's nice. I quite like it. Clearly expressing one's preferences at this moment was like telling Wei Yin, This one has my eye on it. Wei Yin smiled broadly. It's just a little trinket. Since young Master Xia likes it, I arranged for someone to deliver it to the car later. It was only 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, but it was well worth it to make Xia He happy. Xia He didn't comment, continuing to walk and look around, chatting with Wei Yin. He only let slip a few pieces of information in the following conversation. Let's try to cultivate the Wei family's situation. This kind of news might not be a big deal to Xia He, but it meant a lot to the Wei family, eager to integrate into the local community. Wei Yin understood Xia He's meaning and secretly took note of what he said. His smile grew more genuine. By the way, I heard your son is planning to enroll in Mingda. Xia He said casually. That's true. I'm not sure if he can keep up with the studies. Wei Yin sounded worried, but his expression remained relaxed. Does Wei Xiao seem to have good grades? Xia He thought to herself, then heard Wei Yin say, I heard Mingda's student union is pretty impressive, and I want my son to give it a try. Xia He immediately gloated internally. He was actually looking forward to how Bai Han's Han would interview Wei Xiao. But Wei Yan's next words dampened his laughter. I watched that show called Walking with a Light, and the student union leader in it was that girl. I didn't see what specific work she did in the student union, yet she even had such a large independent office. I checked, and it turns out she's someone in the same circle. Xia He smiled wryly. From what Mr. Wei said, you're curious about that girl? Wei Yan waved his hand. Not me, but my son is quite interested. He plans to go see who that girl is after he enrolls, to see how she's received such preferential treatment. Jiang Chuchu was looking at the Wei family's collection, when her phone suddenly vibrated. She pulled it out, and saw it was a message from Xia He. Xia He, let me tell you something. Jiang Chuchu, Xia He, Wei Xiao is quite interested in Gu Qinghuan. Jiang Chuchu, stay away. Chapter 179. Jiang Chuchu glared at her phone screen. What the hell, daring to covet her best friend? Xia He, clearly sensing Jiang Chuchu's attitude from the 3 exclamation marks, sent another message, briefly explaining what Wei Yan had told him. Jiang Chuchu's mood calmed down a bit, but it wasn't much better. Although from Wei Yan's words, it seemed Wei Xiao was simply curious about how Gu Qinghuan, a person with no background, could receive preferential treatment from the student union, and he wanted to learn more about the situation. But the thought of Wei Xiao getting close to Gu Qinghuan made Jiang Chuchu want to smack him to death. Like slapping a cockroach with a slipper, Qin Yu, seeing Jiang Chuchu's grim expression, curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chuchu pouted at Wei Xiao. This guy's interested in Qinghuan. Qin Yu's mind froze for more than 10 seconds before finally coming to his senses. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who dares to get close to our class monitor?" Ever since Walking with a Light aired, students from other classes have often come to ask about Gu Qinghuan. The students in Class 3 were quite happy, feeling that their excellent class monitor deserved such popularity. If there weren't some things they couldn't share, they'd be eager to brag about it to others. So, Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu weren't actually opposed to the idea of someone showing interest in Gu Qinghuan. The problem was, for some reason, upon hearing that Wei Xiao was interested in Gu Qinghuan, Jiang Chuchu and Qin Yu felt a strong sense of aversion. Jiang Chuchu thought that maybe it was because she already knew that Wei Xiao was going to be engaged to Yu Yuan, so she subjectively tended to think that Wei Zhao's interest went beyond the scope of friendship. It's possible that she and Qin Yu were overthinking it, but upon considering this possibility, Jiang Chuchu decided to keep a closer eye on Wei Xiao. After the day's gathering, everyone went home. Qin Min asked Qin Yu to go home first, while he got into Xia He's car to chat with him. Is college life enjoyable? Xia He was quite polite to Qin Min. Not bad, every day is fulfilling. Qin Min asked, what about you? You said you spent a lot of money on height enhancement? Xia He shrugged. To be precise, it's to neutralize the effects of the medication and replenish the hormones you were previously deficient in. You have to ask a professional for details. Qin Min looked at him for a moment. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Because I found a lot of interesting things and wanted to keep looking. Xia He said casually. So, you're neither self-harming nor suicidal now? Qin Min asked slowly. Silence fell in the car. After a long pause, Xia He whispered, I once thought I saw stars. She had clearly begun with this, but then she moved on to something else. Xia He stared at Qin Min. I once considered giving you everything Grandpa gave me. Qin Min's expression remained unchanged. Xia He continued, but you can't. You have too many weaknesses, your mother and father, your brother, and the woman you like. Hearing this, Qin Min clenched his fist uncomfortably, brought it to his lips, and coughed softly. Xia He pretended not to notice Qin Min's embarrassment. You're not ruthless enough. Giving you the Xia family's possessions would only bring you trouble. That's why I found Xiaobai again. Bai Qingyin isn't a weakness for Bai Han's Han, but rather a break. If Bai Qingyin were truly used to threaten Bai Han's Han, he had plenty of ways to feign compliance while secretly disobeying, waiting for the right moment to strike the most ruthless blow. Xia He established Ween Entertainment specifically to support Bai Qingyin, and Bai Han's Han naturally agreed to become his partner. However, Xia He's real plan was to hand over all her possessions to Bai Han's Han after her death, leaving him to deal with the aftermath of Xia Nanji and Xia Xiuzhu. As for what would become of the Xia family, Xia He wouldn't care. From this perspective, Bai Han's Han was effectively Xia He's heir. Xiaobai and I get along pretty well. With him around, I don't have to worry about what happens after I die. So, I just take care of him and live my life to the fullest, and then I can die when the time comes, Xia he said. It's a shame. No, it's more like a surprise. You pushed Gu Qinghwan right in front of me. She and I are completely different types of people. I could sense her wariness of me. She rejected me many times, but it wasn't out of fear, it was just a normal way for students to get along. I thought she was a star, a ray of light in the darkness, so I walked towards her, guided slowly away from my original position. It wasn't until the surroundings grew brighter that I realized it wasn't something I could hold in my hands. It was the sun. I couldn't get any closer, and I couldn't let go of that warmth. More importantly, at that moment, I suddenly realized I was no longer in darkness. Xia he calmly gazed at the scenery outside the car window. His face was reflected in the window, his lips slightly curved, revealing a gentleness and relief Qin Min had never seen before. As you follow the sun, you become light yourself. Xia he? Qin Min couldn't help but call out his name. Xia he turned and looked at Qin Min, returning to his usual casual demeanor. Anyway, I'm living quite comfortably now. I occasionally pick up those two things, see what fun Gu Qinghwan is going on, and lend a hand when necessary. But there's no need to let her know about these things. Even without me, she'd definitely figure it out on her own. I just wanted to help out, as a way of repaying you. After all, as the future head of the Xia family, my life is still very valuable. Qin Min breathed a sigh of relief. The car stopped, and Xia he opened the door and stepped out before the driver could reach her. He uttered an huh, looking up at the night sky. It's snowing. The snowflakes fell quickly, and the driver hurried over with an umbrella. Xia he waved and said to Qin Min, who had followed him out of the car, let's go. The Wei family's party was all cold dishes, and they were terrible. I treat you to hot pot. Qin Min looked at his expensive wool coat. You're wearing this to hot pot? Anyway, someone will take care of it when I take it back to the old man. Xia he said, and then walked on. Qin Min shook his head, but still followed. On the road, lightly covered with snow, footprints quickly disappeared into the drifts. The cat's paws, like mangosteens, touched the snow. Yu Yuan took a photo with her phone and sent it to Yu Xian. Sesame leaves footprints in the snow. Yu Xian sat in the living room, watching Yu Yuan playing with Sesame in the courtyard. She also took a photo and sent it back to Yu Yuan. Snow all over my head, come back soon. A few minutes later, Yu Yuan returned home, carrying Sesame. The maid quickly walked away with a heated towel and wiped Yu Yuan's hair and hands. Yu Yuan wanted to take over, but her hands were a little frozen, so she decided to be lazy for once. This maid was a new hire after the new year. The previous maid had to leave early due to family matters, so they recommended a new one. The Yu family rarely addressed servants by their full names, so Yu Yuan only knew her surname as Yu. At first, she thought it was her own surname, but she realized it was Yu after she explained it. Perhaps because of the similar pronunciation, she found this Aunt Yu quite approachable. Yu and Xiao made sure all the water droplets on Yu Yuan were wiped dry, but still a little worried, she brewed another cup of brown sugar ginger and jujube tea. Yu Yuan took a sip from the warm cup. It was fragrant and sweet, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes and smile. Thank you, Aunt Yu. Yu and Xiao quickly waved her hand, you're welcome. Yu Yuan ran over to Yu Xian, while Yu and Xiao returned to her seat, and, when no one was looking, rubbed her eyes again. She hadn't been assigned cleaning duties yet, and she wasn't sure whether Yu family had surveillance cameras, so it would be difficult to collect Yu Yuan's hair for a paternity test. But it didn't matter. She wasn't in a hurry. They'd been looking for her for over a decade, so why would they care about a few days? Chapter 180. During winter break, apart from the New Year's cleaning, Gu Qinghwan rested well. The first semester of high school passed smoothly. No matter how you look at it, it was quite busy. And judging by the progress of the tasks, she would have to work even harder. The system wanted to correct her misunderstanding. Although the students in Class 3 were indeed reborn reserve, that didn't mean Gu Qinghwan had to complete everyone's tasks. Generally speaking, as long as the passing rate was achieved, even if a few people didn't complete their tasks, that loss would be within the acceptable range of the world. However, thinking of Gu Qinghwan's personality, the system felt that correction was unnecessary. That's just the way she is. Since she can bring a turnaround to others' fate, Gu Qinghwan will do her best to do so. Gu Qinghwan also carefully considered the future arrangements. First, regarding the rewards for Bao Qingsong and Xia Xiangxua's tasks, she already had some ideas and would implement them later. Secondly, regarding the tasks for other students, she planned to create files for each student starting next semester to determine the reasons for their despair. Although it takes a considerable amount of time and effort, it's definitely worth it no matter how you think about it. According to the system, the students in Class 3 have actually made some progress on their tasks. Gu Qinghwan believes that class cohesion and friendly relationships among students are also important factors influencing their fate. She's doing a pretty good job as class monitor. Everyone discusses problems in the group, offering mutual guidance and preventing individuals from getting stuck in a rut. Speaking of the class group, after the final exam results came out, it was lively for a few days, but it wasn't a good thing. As expected, Class 3's average score dropped in this final exam. With so much to do, it's inevitable that they be distracted. The class average dropped from 3rd in the grade last time to 5th, returning to the ranking from the first monthly exam. Each individual score also dipped slightly, but thankfully, UXIN maintained her position as 3rd in the grade, earning the entire class's admiration. Gu Qinghwan dropped to 12th in the class and 105th in the grade, falling directly out of the top 100. When Gu Haiyan and Wang Jian learned of this, they reassured her not to worry too much about the score, saying that filming the show had distracted her from her studies, and that she just needed to keep working hard next semester. While touched, Gu Qinghwan felt genuinely ashamed. During winter break, she would ask Su Lin questions whenever she was free to catch up on her shortcomings from the previous semester. Speaking of Su Lin, her mother is doing much better now. Su Lin had taken Gu Qinghwan's advice and, after returning home, persuaded her mother to move to a suitable place for rest and recuperation. During a follow-up checkup at the hospital before the Lunar New Year, the doctor confirmed that her mother was recovering well and would be able to move around normally by spring. As long as she didn't engage in work that was too physically and mentally demanding, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Su Lin explained that while her mother was hospitalized, she heard from several other patients that no one cared for their flowers, plants, and animals, so she decided to try fostering them. Su Lin's mother, Lin Lingshan, was incredibly confident about this. She had raised everything she could since she was a child. She could raise dyed chickens sold on the street until they were clucking and laying eggs, and a palm-sized asparagus fern, discarded by a neighbor and nearly dying, could grow to half a person's height in Lin Lingshan's care. Gu Qinghwan, why can't I even keep a cactus alive? In short, Lin Lingshan's motivation is a relief to Su Lin. As long as you maintain a positive mindset, you always get better. By the way, Su Lin remained unshakably first in the grade for this final exam, maintaining a significant gap with the second-place finisher. Besides tutoring, Gu Qinghwan also checked in on Yu Yuan during winter break. According to Jiang Chu, while Wei Xiao doesn't seem to have any issues right now, Yu Yuan's description of his childhood behavior clearly shows he's not a good person. She also specifically urged Gu Qinghwan to remain vigilant against Wei Xiao and absolutely not be fooled by him. This left Gu Qinghwan completely bewildered. Why was she worried about Wei Xiao deceiving her? Not to mention that Gu Qinghwan felt she wouldn't be easily deceived. There was nothing about her that Wei Xiao would find appealing, right? But seeing Jiang Chuchu's fearful expression, Gu Qinghwan dutifully agreed. According to UXIN and Yu Yuan, Wei Xiao visited the Yu family twice during winter break. The first time was with his mother, Su Zhishu, and the second time was on his own, both visits occurring 4 days after the Lunar New Year. If the first visit was simply a Lunar New Year visit with a friend, the second was much more intimate, primarily a private chat with Yu Yuan. The conversations were rather mundane, merely asking about Mingda. It was natural for him to learn about his new school, as he would be attending Mingda next semester. Their interactions were still too few. It was actually hard to judge Wei Xiao in person, as Gu Qinghwan had never met him before. He could only wait until school started to see him. With the help of Bai Hans Han, the student union vice president, Gu Qinghwan easily figured out which class Wei Xiao would be assigned to. Class 12, Grade 1, is right next to Class 3, sharing the same class as Su Lin. The situation in Class 2 is a bit difficult to describe. I wonder if it's because Su Lin's academic aura is so strong, but the other students have no motivation to study at all. Coincidentally, their families all have good financial resources, so they don't care much about their test scores. Even if they don't get into college, they can still live well with their family's financial support. Thankfully, while the students in Class 2 might not study, they don't dislike Su Lin to the point of hostility. When others mention him, they act like, oh, there's this academic genius named Su Lin in our class, who's really amazing. Class 2's homeroom teacher was amused by the students' cheerful attitude. Once, another teacher showed her a video about capybaras, and she explained, aren't these students from our class? The students in Class 2 were so impressed that they dubbed themselves the capybara class, and even covered the blackboard at the back of the classroom with capybara drawings. After seeing the Blackboard newspaper, Class 2's homeroom teacher had to hold onto the wall as she walked out of class. Thinking about this, Gu Qinghwan wondered if someone like Wei Xiao would also turn into a capybara after arriving in Class 2. That's unlikely. Regardless, Gu Qinghwan had a fulfilling winter break, and she was even looking forward to the start of school. However, on the third day before school started, Gu Qinghwan looked at the widespread wailing in the class group chat, so speechless that she didn't even want to post an emoji, and only sent 6. Uxian, why don't you do your homework? Some students from Class 3, the student council member's words hurt my heart. Jiang Chuchu, why don't you do your homework? Some students from Class 3, Not a single word or punctuation mark has changed. So why does the Discipline Inspection Commission's words seem so scary? Qin Yu, caught in the middle, bravely said, winter vacation was only about a month long. It went by so quickly. I was so engrossed in it that I forgot to write. Jiang Chuchu, you're right? Qin Yu quickly shut up. Jiang Chuchu, hurry up and write. Even if the teacher doesn't check the winter vacation homework when school starts, I definitely check it. Some students from Class 3, that's it. I was thinking of secretly asking the student council if I could copy the homework, but now I'm definitely not going to be able to. Gu Qinghwan rubbed his temples and posted in the group, for liberal arts questions, only write the key points or underline the information in the question stem. If that doesn't work, write the answer in the textbook on page X in your notes. Gu Qinghwan, for science questions, if you're sure you can do it and just need more time to calculate, just fill in a random answer. If you're not sure, write it down carefully. If you can't write it down, come back and ask again. Song Yi, sister, you're worthy of me. Ming Xiaolan, that's right. Winter vacation homework is primarily meant to help us maintain our study habits and consolidate what we learned. While the former isn't possible now, at least the latter is. Lin Zhulu, looking at it now, the homework is suddenly much less. Class monitor, you're the best. Gu Qinghwan, why don't you start working now? Some students from Class 3, start right away.